Chapter 161. Yuan was a light sleeper, and Jojo's voice woke him. He opened his eyes, and quietly lifted the covers to get out. Yuan was still asleep, unaware of the disturbance. Outside the tent, Jojo called out to Lulu, her voice growing increasingly anxious. "Lulu, why aren't you coming out?" Jojo was certain that Lulu was holding Bazai. But he didn't see Lulu. "Jojo?" Yuan came out, holding a light. He looked at Jojo, who was searching for someone, a little confused. "Why aren't you sleeping?" "I'm looking for Lulu." Jojo leaned over to Yuan, looking up at him. "Yuan, can you help me find her?" Yuan had heard of Lulu. He was a C-66 mutant, and a good friend of Jojo. Yuan had told him that when they lived at the research institute, Lulu would often give Jojo his silk, so she could use it to weave things. "How did you know he was coming?" Yuan hadn't noticed anything yet. He glanced around. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything clearly. "I know." Jojo pointed at Bazai, whose feet were still sticking out of the tent, and puffed up his cheeks. "The silk on Bazai is Lulyo's. The one who dragged Bazai out and threw him away every night was Lulu." Jojo didn't understand why Lulu did this, but he felt there must be a reason. As long as he found Lulu, he could ask him directly why. Yuan checked Bazai's silk. It was slightly warm from the freshly spun silk. Strange. According to Yuan's description, this little spider was docile, a deformed form even more obedient than Jojo. If it were so obedient, why would it come here every day to throw away its 8th cub? "I help you find it." Yuan and Yuan both loved the little Jojo. They knew Jojo had always wanted to find its friend, Lulu. Now that they had finally found a clue that Lulu might be the one, they naturally couldn't let it go. Jojo's voice startled the other cubs. But the 7th cub was held in Tanjan's arms, unable to move. The 9th cub lay flat on its back, unwilling to move. The bald little fox wasn't disturbed, he was soundly asleep. "I called Lulu. Why isn't Lulu coming out?" Jojo was puzzled. He and Yuan had been searching for Lulu for a while, but Lulu wouldn't come out. Yuan didn't know the reason. It was almost dawn when they found it, and Yuan took another look around. A small spider is too subtle to hide. But it's not impossible to find it. He lowered his head, and whispered a few words in Jojo's ear. After that, Jojo hesitated. Will this really work? Can it trick Lulu out? Yuan smiled and whispered softly, yes. Yuan rubbed his head again. Okay, take advantage of this, and get some sleep. Lulyo's persistence in dragging the aberration out every day means he's nearby. He's followed us all the way here, so he can't just leave suddenly. Jojo nodded and returned to the tent. Inside the tent, Botsy was still in the same position as before. He was just turning over when Jojo walked in. Perhaps the ground was a little hard, and Botsy was uncomfortable. He sat up, dazed. Where am I now? Botsy's first question was his location. Seeing Jojo in front of him, he glanced around. Huh? Botsy breathed a sigh of relief and crawled back onto the sheets. I'm still in the tent this time. Jojo, I almost died. Jojo said nothing, simply lying down beside Botsy. The two cubs slept for a while longer. When dawn broke, Botsy woke up and noticed something was wrong. He found the spider silk that Jojo hadn't yet scraped away. Botsy wasn't particularly bright, but he could still think sometimes. He was so angry that he went berserk. It was the little spider. Is he crazy? Why did he drag me out here? Botsy would occasionally fight even his own cubs, let alone a little spider. Having been abandoned for several days, Botsy was furious. When I see him, I'm going to break his legs. Jojo frowned and intervened. No. Spider Child had only thrown Botsy out, not hit him. Botsy was not allowed to break Spider Child's legs either. Why not? Just because I say it's okay, I'm going to hit him anyway. Botsy's anger intensified when Jojo dared to defend Spider Child. In his anger, he spoke without thinking. He's just a little spider, why are you so close to him? Botsy's words became increasingly harsh, and Jojo, who didn't like to argue, started arguing with him. You can throw Spider Child a few times, but you can't hit him. He didn't even hit you. And you haven't even met Spider-Man yet. Spider-Man must have abandoned you for a reason. Jojo wasn't good at arguing, and his voice wasn't as loud as 8th Cub's. The two cubs argued from inside the tent to outside. Finally, Jojo, whose voice was drowned out, burst into tears. You had heard the crying and slapped Yuan's face back. Stop it! I heard Jojo crying. This crybaby cub hadn't cried in ages. Now, he didn't know what had happened, but he was crying so loudly. Yuan hurriedly dressed and ran out of the tent. The other cubs were watching, but only seventh cub was wiping Jojo's tears. Jojo, stop crying. Seventh cub patiently wiped Jojo's face. Jojo didn't want him to wipe it, but seventh cub wouldn't let him. Your eyes will swell up if you cry. Don't wipe your face with the back of your hand, it'd make it red. Jojo's skin is very delicate. If he were to wipe it carelessly, it would turn red in no time. Cheesy used the finest cotton handkerchief. It was soft and gentle on his skin. Botsy looked at Jojo, whose eyes were already swollen, pursed his lips, and turned his face away. He stopped saying anything that would anger Jojo. Cheesy was also furious at seeing Jojo's eyes swell so quickly. Botsy, why did you make him cry? In the past, when Botsy and Jojo had conflicts, Cheesy always sided with Jojo. As a fence-sitter, he leaned towards Jojo. Botsy's face was sullen, and he said nothing. Xiaolu also came over. He looked at Jojo and gave her the candy in his pocket. He didn't have much candy, and this was his last one. Jojo, come here. Yuan called Jojo over, coaxed her for a few words, then called Bazai over. Bazai didn't know what he was being stubborn about. He simply refused to admit he said something wrong. The more Jojo got angry at Spider-Man, the more angry he felt. The two cubs fell into another Cold War. Jojo had intended to follow Xie Yuan's instructions and be more attentive to Bazai today, even more so than before. Perhaps that would lure Lulu out. But he never expected that before he could even begin, he and Bazai would start arguing. Although Bazai refused to admit his mistake, he secretly found an egg outside. A warm compress with an egg can reduce eye swelling. But there were no eggs outside, only a few wild eggs. You had applied the compress to Jojo's eyes, but the effect wasn't very noticeable. Jojo, are you still going to video chat with Woozy today? Jojo video chats with Woozy every day, and the way she looks today will probably make Woozy worried. Well, no, I won't. Jojo still tilted his head back, letting his big brother look at his eyes. After Yuan finished, he touched his forehead. No fever, but your eyes will slowly recover. Yuan knew from experience that sometimes cubs can develop a fever if they cry too hard. Of course, the only cub who developed a fever from crying was actually the one in front of him. A long time ago, Jojo was still quite young. Back then, the other cubs would cry too, but none as hard as Jojo. Crying too hard can cause a fever. Big brother, I just cried a few times, I won't have a fever. Jojo blushed slightly. He didn't want to be called a crybaby anymore. Yuan smiled and agreed, okay, we don't have a fever. They were already close to the base, but in order to find the little spider for Jojo, Xie Yuan and Yuan discussed privately and decided to stay another night. That night, Botsy continued to sleep in the same tent with Jojo. Xiaolu seemed worried that Jojo would be made to cry by Botsy again, so he also asked to sleep with Jojo. The three of them were in the tent, and Botsy fought off sleepiness for a long time. At midnight, he heard Jojo fall silent, and then he whispered softly, Jojo, I won't make you cry next time. He then covered his head with a quilt and didn't look at Jojo. Jojo, on the other side, kept her eyes open but didn't say a word. But he whispered inwardly, I know. Even though Bazai made him cry, he was actually very nice. A while later, the breathing in the tent gradually evened out, and a faint, almost inaudible rustling echoed in the darkness. Botsy was once again entangled in spider silk, this time nearly strangling him. The silk was no longer as harmless as before. Several strands had been entangled around Bazai's neck. Just as the silk around his neck was tightened, there was a snap sound. The light in the tent suddenly flickered on. Jojo, still awake, stared at the spot a few steps away with bright eyes. Got you. As Jojo's voice faded, a spider released its thread and turned to crawl away. But as he turned his head, he saw a pair of feet before him. They were Xie Yuan's feet. Xie Yuan stood before him, his arms folded, his posture casual. Hello, little spider. The caught little spider, I might not be okay. Jojo strode over and blocked the way for little spider to leave. He squatted down, looking at the little spider he hadn't seen in a long time. Lulu, why are you running? Jojo finally caught him, and without a second thought, he reached out and grabbed him. The black spider didn't look like a cute little pet, but Jojo wasn't afraid at all. He was incredibly happy. Little spider looked at Jojo's face, especially his eyes, which were still swollen. The spider's aura seemed even darker. Lulu, why aren't you talking to me? Jojo had finally reunited with his friend, and he had so much to say. But his long-lost friend didn't seem interested in talking. Seeing that little spider had been caught, Xie Yuan yawned and said calmly, Jojo, you guys can chat, but don't stay up too late, or your brother will scold you. I go sleep with your brother. Good night. Jojo said crisply, good night. Xie Yuan swayed briefly before returning to bed. As he slid back into bed, he reported to Yuan, who was half awake, little spider has been found. He's in Jojo's tent now. Go to sleep. Yuan closed his eyes, nodded, and fell back asleep. In the adjacent tent, Jojo placed little spider on his bed. Xiaolu was awake now. He looked at Jojo, then at little spider. Bug. Xiaolu told Jojo that insects weren't allowed on the bed. Jojo hurriedly introduced him. This is my good friend. He's a deformed creature, Lulu, and his true form is a small spider. Lulu, this is a friend I just met, Xiaolu. He has a special power. It was the healing power, though it seemed useless. The eldest brother privately warned them one by one not to seek Xiaolu's help. After introducing the old and new friends, little spider finally spoke under their gaze. Jojo, long time no see. Jojo's eyes curved as she added, long time no see. Lulu, I missed you so much. Lulu was placed at the head of the bed. Jojo and Xiaolu lay on the bed, looking at him together. The three of them looked at each other, and the scene was quite heartwarming. Lulu, why do you always tie up Bazai? Are you planning to throw him out again? Jojo didn't quite understand why Lulu treated Bazai this way. Little spider, sitting at the head of the bed, looked at Gigi's still swollen eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke. He bullied you. Gigi, eh? Lulu continued, he used to bully you. Before, when Gigi was bullied by Ba Zi, he couldn't help. He was too weak. Compared to the A-series mutants, he had no ability to fight off. Now, his abilities were stronger, and he could protect Gigi. Gigi understood where Lulu's hostility toward Ba Zi came from. He frantically explained, Ba Zi didn't bully me. You misunderstood him. He made you do a lot of work. I didn't do much work, Lulu. I had Big Brother around, so I wasn't bullied. His brother was very particular about harmony among the cubs, so under his watchful eye, no bullying would happen. Have you seen my big brother? He's here too. Jojo's eyes sparkled as she addressed him. I have a sister-in-law now. Her name is Xie Yuan. She's the one you were talking to just now, from the West District. She's very kind to my big brother, and to us cubs too. Jojo was telling Spider-Man about her own affairs. Lulu listened intently, and so did Xiaolu. It was unknown how long they talked. Xiaolu tugged at Jojo's arm, reminding him, it's time to go to bed. Your big brother won't let us stay up late. Yuan would often confront the cubs about their sleep. If they didn't sleep, they would be scolded by their big brother. Jojo was reluctant to go to bed. He reached out, touched the spider's shell, and said gently, Lulu, please don't leave, okay? Let's go back to the West District together. Big brother has agreed to live with us. If it weren't for finding Lulu today, they would have already returned to the base. Lulu said nothing. He hadn't intended to go with Jojo. Jojo had Yuan and so many others by her side. Even if he wasn't there, it wouldn't matter. But Jojo still looked at him eagerly, begging, Lulu, I want to play with you again. Under Jojo's pleading eyes, Lulu finally uttered a hymn. As soon as he agreed, Jojo cheered. Great, we can go back together. Lulu agreed to stay, and Jojo could sleep peacefully. The next day, after Yuan woke up, Xie Yuan guessed he hadn't heard what he said last night, so he told him the story about the little spider again. I wonder if that little spider was left behind. Xie Yuan kissed Yuan's forehead to help him wake up. We can go back to base directly this time. After returning to base, he still had to find a way to find the new zombie king. There were even more issues waiting for him to resolve inside the base. Yuan rubbed Xie Yuan's neck to wake himself up. Xie Yuan. His voice was a little hoarse. We found the little spider, but what about my second cub? They already posted their fishing notices in many places. But so far, nothing had been found. Xie Yuan thought for a moment and offered a suggestion. The North and South districts haven't issued the notice yet. I provide them with some vaccines, and then have them distribute the notice. Do we also need vaccines for the North District? Yuan frowned. He still remembered what the North District boss had said to Xie Yuan last time. The North District boss had broken the original contract, which seemed like an attempt to undermine the relationship between Xie Yuan and Yin Qin. There are many humans in the North District. Without a vaccine, those people will become prime targets for the zombies. Of the 4 districts, the West District was the safest. Most of the zombies had developed some intelligence. They knew the West District was difficult to attack, and even if they did, They couldn't infect anyone. The East District, thanks to the West District's care, was doing slightly better. Only the North and South Districts were still struggling. The South District boss had called Xie Qiyuan frequently. Yuan listened intently as Xie Qiyuan described the situation in the 4 districts. More and more people are uninfected now. If we hold out a little longer, the zombies will surely disappear completely. Okay, let's wait together. Xie Qiyuan responded, caressing Yuan. At this hour, those late-nighters probably still hadn't woken up. Okay, stop kissing. Yuan nudged Xie Qiyuan's head. He felt like Xie Qiyuan was sometimes like a big dog, constantly tickling him. Kid, wake up. We have to get back to base today. Seeing Xie Qiyuan's dog-like nature losing control, Yuan could only push him harder. Xie Qiyuan nibbled at him, his voice muffled. They can't wake up. They're all too lazy. As Xie Qiyuan finished his words, footsteps were heard outside the tent. Brother, are you awake? It was a chirping sound. Yuan's resistance intensified when he heard the chirping sound. Xie Qiyuan was hanging there, neither up nor down, and he wasn't willing to let him up. Wait until we get back. Wait until we get back today. You can do whatever you want when you get back. Yuan panted slightly, temporarily calming Xie Qiyuan. Xie Qiyuan whispered a few things in his ear that he wouldn't normally dare to mention. Yuan was about to say no when he saw Xie Qiyuan's expression, which said, if you refuse, I continue. Outside, the chirping continued. Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. Okay, he said, bearing the humiliation, get up now. The two reached some kind of unequal husband-wife agreement, and then Xie Qiyuan sat up with Yuan. Yuan changed his clothes, opened the tent, and walked out. Jojo, what's wrong? Big brother, let me show you Lulu. Jojo woke up early, and as soon as he woke, he couldn't wait to show Lulu to Big Brother. Yuan hadn't seen Lulu in a long time. He looked at the spider in Lilio's palm, smiled, and said friendly, Lulu, hello, I'm finally seeing you again. Jojo has been thinking about you. Lulu politely greeted Yuan. After Yuan finished looking after Lulu, he chatted with Jojo for a few more words before letting Jojo go play on his own. Soon, the other cubs woke up one after another. Although Yuan was standing with Xie Qiyuan, he kept an eye on the cubs. Lulu had lost 8th cub several times, so the meeting between the two cubs was understandably not a pleasant one. Half an hour before returning to base, Yuan even stopped a cub that was about to start a fight. Xie Qiyuan paid the little spider a few more glances. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the spider's appearance seemed to be blocking Jojo's interactions with the other cubs. Even Xiaolu spoke to Jojo less frequently. Xie Qiyuan avoided the little spider and asked Yuan, I remember you said the little spider had a gentle personality? Yes. Yuan replied, Jojo often brings him over. He's very quiet and friendly, so he and Jojo get along well. Xie Qiyuan looked at the little spider. He didn't find it gentle or quiet at all. On the contrary, he felt it was dangerous. You should keep a closer eye on this little spider. I think he's keeping a tight rein on Jojo. Okay, I get it. The two chatted briefly before returning to the base. Inside the base, Gu Einan saw them return and immediately asked, Did you bring back a new zombie king? Yuan shook his head. His shake of the head caused Gu Einan to sigh inwardly. Dad, if we can't find a new zombie king, is there no other way? I think about it. Gu Einan didn't want to disappoint his son, so he had to think of another way. Yuan didn't let Xie Qiyuan come along. He had his own things to do. The whole afternoon passed. Father and son were both in the lab. Xiaolu and the little spider, who had been brought back from outside, were temporarily staying with Jojo. Dad, are you feeling okay staying at the base? Yuan asked as he helped his father wash the bottles. Gu Einan smiled. The conditions here are good. I feel pretty good. Yuan blinked and asked, so when are we going to pick up Grandma? Gu Einan pondered, I go see her soon. Yuan didn't notice anything strange about this, he simply nodded, looking forward to going with his father to pick up Grandma. After spending some time in the lab, Yuan worried about Xiaolu. Xiaolu wasn't very smart, and he might not be used to the base so soon. Dad, I brought back a survivor from outside, and I want to go see him. Okay, go ahead. Gu Einan watched him leave, and after he left, she began working on new research. Yuan left the lab and quickly found Xiaolu. He took Xiaolu away and arranged accommodations for him. Xiaolu, you should live in the same area as us. That way, if anything happens, you can contact me immediately. Yuan still had a good impression of Xiaolu. Even though Xiaolu had nearly roasted his 2 cubs, this also showed Xiaolu's innocence and willingness to help others. Thank you. Xiaolu looked uninterested. He felt this place wasn't as comfortable as he had been in the mountains. Jojo had said she wanted to take him out for fun, but with Spider-Man watching over her, she seemed too busy to pay attention. Xiaolu, do you want to see Gun Gun? Yuan could see the sadness on Xiaolu's face. He was going to see the 3 cubs, so he planned to take Xiaolu with him. Xiaolu nodded. Yuan led him out. They walked side by side, and many people greeted them on the street. You're very popular, Xiaolu suddenly said, just like Jojo. Yuan, a little embarrassed, explained, it's not that I'm popular, but they know my dad. Dad? Xiaolu was a little confused. He hadn't heard Yuan mention his father. My dad is a very capable man. He worked with everyone in the West District to develop a vaccine, so everyone loves him. Xiaolu remained bewildered. What vaccine? As someone from a remote rural area, Xiaolu clearly didn't understand many things. Yuan patiently explained, it's a vaccine against the virus. Vaccinated people won't be infected even if bitten by a zombie. Xiaolu, Xiaolu's expression was a little dazed. Yuan gave him a moment to process the information. After a moment, he continued, Xiaolu, I need to take you for a checkup. By the way, after the checkup, you can get vaccinated. This is a benefit of coming to our West District. Everyone in the West District can get vaccinated. Xiaolu stuttered when he heard they had to get vaccinated. Yuan, do I really have to get vaccinated? Yes, we have vaccines in stock in the West District, and it's very convenient here. Yuan said naturally, and our vaccinations are quick. Don't be afraid of the needle. It's done in seconds. Xiaolu's face paled at this. He didn't want to get vaccinated. Yuan, noticing a slight unease in his expression, also became puzzled. Xiaolu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xiaolu clenched his fingers. After mentally preparing himself, he mustered up the courage to ask, can your vaccine work on zombies? Yuan, question mark. Now it was Yuan's turn to be confused. He didn't quite understand what was being said. Are you asking if our vaccine can work on zombies? Xiaolu nodded in confirmation. Yuan sighed and shook his head, feeling a little down. Our vaccine is specifically for zombies, so zombies can't get it. My dad's researching a vaccine for zombies. Yuan swallowed the words back before he could finish them. Dad hasn't developed a vaccine for Sun Mo yet. There was no point in telling Xiaolu about such an insignificant matter. Xiaolu's ears perked up. He had just caught a vaccine for zombies. Is there a vaccine for zombies? Not yet. Yuan didn't let himself get depressed for too long. He rubbed his face with his hands and said, there will definitely be one in the future. He still wanted to rescue Sun Mo. Yuan and Xiaolu chatted about vaccines all the way. Only when they reached the bamboo garden did Yuan pause. Let's not talk about zombies anymore. I take you to see the truly popular Gun Gun in our West District. His father was popular because he developed a vaccine. He was popular because he had a good father. And Gun Gun, chewing bamboo, didn't have to do anything, nor did he need to rely on anyone's status. He just sat there, and everyone liked him. This is my Sanzi. He loves bamboo and apples. You can watch him and touch him, but remember not to feed him. Sanzi's feeding regimen was very strict, and anything he could put into his mouth was carefully inspected beforehand. Xiaolu had no interest in feeding Gun Gun. He followed Yuan, quietly watching the black and white Gun Gun. Big brother. After seeing Big brother, Sanzi dropped the bamboo from his mouth. Yuan walked over and patted his head. Big brother's back. Sanzi's daily life was simple. Eat, sleep, sleep, eat. Yuan spoke to him quietly, and he had a complete grasp of everything he'd been up to recently. Sanzi also noticed Xiaolu behind Yuan. Their eyes met, and Sanzi looked away, uninterested. After spending a short time in the bamboo garden, Yuan took Xiaolu for a checkup and vaccinations. Sanzi, Big brother will come back to see you later. I take the others to get the vaccinations. Okay. Sanzi picked up the bamboo and continued chewing. Leaving the bamboo garden, Yuan wasted no time. He took Xiaolu with him, preparing to get his vaccinations first. Xiaolu followed him reluctantly. The two of them quickly arrived at their destination. Tangy was also among those getting vaccinated. Yuan saw Tangy and waved hello. Dr. Tang. Yuan was quite pleased to see Tangy. He turned to Xiaolu and said, Dr. Tang is here too. Let him examine you later. His injections aren't that painful. Tangy was already walking towards them. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Yuan felt that Dr. Tang was becoming increasingly polite to him. What are you doing here? I brought someone here for an examination and vaccination. Yuan pushed Xiaolu out. I brought him back from outside the base. Tang Yi nodded, his eyes fixed on Xiaolu. Have him come in with me. I have time. Okay. Yuan pushed Xiaolu over and whispered soothingly from behind him, don't be afraid. Dr. Tang is the best doctor at the base. Many people look to him when they're sick. After hearing this last part, Xiaolu murmured, you can also come to me if you're sick. He also enjoyed treating people. Yuan thought about his two cubs and said tactfully, some people's illnesses are more complicated and can't be treated with hyperthermia. Xiaolu's only treatment method was hyperthermia. How does Dr. Tang treat people? Xiaolu, feeling like he was in the same field as Dr. Tang, quietly asked Yuan. Yuan had known Tang Yi for so long, so he could still share some information. Dr. Tang has many different treatment methods. He listed a few at random, leaving Xiaolu stunned. Soon, Xiaolu was led by Tang Yi into the examination room. Xiaolu was a little nervous, so he called Yuan in as well. Yuan, just keep your distance while he examines you. Okay. Tang Yi expertly performed each test, but just as he began, his expression changed. Xiaolu, lie down where you were just now. Tang Yi instructed Xiaolu, frowning slightly. Xiaolu complied with Dr. Tang's instructions and lay back down. Yuan, noticing the change in Tang Yi's expression, moved behind him. What's wrong? Yuan was a little worried. Will the diagnosis reveal something wrong with Xiaolu? Looking at Tang Yi's expression, he wondered if Xiaolu had some terminal illness. He's not sick. Tang Yi's face darkened. He's not human. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and explained, I know that. Xiaolu isn't human. He must be a psychic. He has the ability to control temperature. He's not a psychic. Tang Yi eliminated another option. Yuan, not human, not a psychic, what else could it be? He's a zombie. Tang Yi revealed the answer without giving Yuan any time to prepare. Yuan was stunned. He subconsciously raised his hand to rub his ear, then asked again, what did you say Xiaolu was? He's a zombie. Tang Yi's heart sank as he saw that he was able to communicate skillfully without recognizing any zombie characteristics. He added, he's no ordinary zombie. At his level, he's a zombie king. Yuan, shock. Yuan's eyes widened. He and Xie Yuan had been out for so many days trying to find the zombie king, but they completely given up hope. Now, he was suddenly told that the survivor they rescued at the beginning was actually the zombie king. Yuan hadn't anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Xiaolu sat up from the examination table and asked Tang Yi, can I get down now? The table was cold, and he didn't want to lie down. Tang Yi let him get down and didn't proceed with the second test. Xiaolu stood a few steps away for a moment before asking Yuan, do I still need vaccinations? Yuan couldn't control his emotions. He asked Xiaolu, do you know you're a zombie? Xiaolu paused, hesitantly saying, a little bit. Before Yuan could ask, he began to confess. A monster bit me and ran away. I had a fever, but when I woke up, it was gone and I could heal people. The monster that bit me was a zombie. I should have become a zombie, but I don't look like them. I can understand their voices, but I can also speak like I do now. These oddities left Xiaolu unsure of himself. He knew the zombies were quite friendly to him. It was just that they kept chasing him, wanting him to lead them out. He didn't want to go out, so even if the zombies chased him all over the mountain, he refused to leave. After listening to him, Yuan fell silent. After so many days of searching, the zombie king was right next to them. This vaccine couldn't be administered. Yuan took Xiaolu with him and rushed to find his father. On the way there, Yuan told him about the experiment his father was planning. If my father's experiment succeeds, you and son Mo will be saved. Xiaolu was pulled over and stood in front of Gu Ainan. In the lab, Gu Ainan's experiment took a turn for the better. Yuan barely had to say anything before Xiaolu promised to cooperate. He emerged from the lab with a smile on his face. That smile lasted until he met Bazai. Bazai had come to complain to him. There's something wrong with Stinky Spider. Bazai was furious. He accused him. No matter who gets close to Jojo, he gets sick. Yuan, receiving the complaint, was a little confused. Why is Lulu sick? Wasn't he fine this morning? He patted Bazai's head and soothed. Could it be that Lulu and Jojo haven't seen each other in a while, so they had more to talk about and neglected you? That's not the case. Bazai was certain. There's something wrong with Stinky Spider. He wants to take Jojo away. Yuan felt helpless and amused. With him here, there is no way that Jojo could be taken away. Chapter 162. Botsy complained profusely, but when his eldest brother refused to believe him, he grew a little furious. Yuan knew his son's personality, so before he could fully lose his temper, he rubbed his head and soothed him. I go back and see Jojo. But Botsy, you should also get along with Lulu. Botsy snorted and refused. No way. He wasn't someone who could play with just anyone. Yuan wanted to go see Jojo, and Botsy followed closely behind him. Soon, they found Jojo. Jojo? Yuan didn't see Lulu, only Jojo sitting on the carpet knitting. As he approached, Jojo looked up and said happily, "Brother. You're here. What are you doing?" "I'm knitting a sweater for you." Jojo's eyes sparkled, and his hands never stopped moving. As he knitted, he spoke to Yuan. "Brother, can you give me one of Yuan's old clothes later? I want to knit him one, but I don't know his size." Yuan nodded and agreed. Jojo sat down in front of Yuan and continued knitting. His hands were very deft, and in no time, he had knitted a large piece. "Jojo?" Yuan touched Jojo's head and asked, "Where's Lulu?" "Lulu is here." Jojo patted his pocket, letting the little spider inside peek out. Yuan looked at the spider and smiled. "Lulu, are you used to living here?" "Yes." Lulu had stayed with Jojo last night, so he was naturally used to it. Yuan looked back at Ba Zi. Ba Zi didn't come over to him, but stood at the doorway not far away. Jojo also saw Ba Zi. He paused, clearly wanting to speak to Ba Zi. "Brother Yuan." Spider Child suddenly spoke, calling Yuan, "Are we going to live here forever?" "For now, yes." Yuan wanted Yuan to live with him, and in the short term, Yuan would definitely be in the West District. Spider Child crawled onto the back of Jojo's hand. He looked at Yuan and continued, "Will it bother me if I live here all the time?" "No." Yuan had seen the dungeons in the mountains, and knew the little spider had endured a lot, so he felt pity for it. "Don't worry, just follow us. No one will bother you." After all, there were already so many little ones, so one more wouldn't be a big deal. Little Spider paused and said, "Thank you, Brother Yuan." Yuan couldn't figure out what had caused Little Spider's illness, so he deliberately stayed a little longer and chatted with him for quite a while. But from beginning to end, Little Spider seemed perfectly normal. Not only normal, but also very polite. Finally Yuan, baffled, had no choice but to leave. Ba Zi didn't follow his elder brother. Instead, after his elder brother left, he walked up to Jojo. The little spider that had been resting on the back of Jojo's hand had transformed into a young man in black clothes and black pants. The young man sat behind Jojo, very close to him. When Ba Zi saw him, he was furious. "Stinky Jojo." Ba Zi withdrew his gaze from the young man and asked Jojo in a stern voice, "Will you play with this stinky spider, or with me from now on?" Jojo frowned and unhappily corrected Bazai. "Bazai, don't call Stinky Spider. Call him 66. Bazai rolled his eyes rudely. 66 and Bazai didn't get along at all. Just standing together, the air seemed to be ablaze with sparks. Jojo didn't know how to smooth things over. 66, Bazai, you two need to get along peacefully. Big Brother said, we all need to be obedient and help each other. Yuan's words were the only thing Jojo remembered most vividly. Bazai ignored Jojo's words. He simply asked, "Are you still going to sleep with Stinky Spider today?" 66 is new here, and he's afraid to sleep at night, Jojo said, adding, "Bazai, we can sleep together." Before Bazai could say anything, the young man sitting behind Jojo raised his gaze. The young man's gaze was cold, a sickly coldness. He looked at Bazai as if he were an enemy. Ba Zi felt even more annoyed by his wary gaze. "Okay, let's sleep together tonight." Ba Zi knew this spider wasn't the gentle little one from before. Like Jiu-Zi, it was a spider. Ba Zi had already suffered a few setbacks at his hands. While his brain wasn't very sharp, it wasn't completely clueless. "Jojo, Brother Sun must want to sleep with you too." Ba Zi brought Sun-Imo out as well. He asked Jojo, "Do you want Brother Sun to come too?" Jojo's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Brother Sun. Not wanting that enough, Ba Zi brought Xiaolu along too. "Didn't you have a lot of fun with Xiaolu on the way? He's new to the base too. Do you want to keep him company?" Xiaolu was also a close friend of Jojo's, and Jojo had already promised on the way that she would take Xiaolu out to play when he arrived. As a result, after Xiaolu arrived, he stayed with Lulu and didn't spend much time with Xiaolu. Thinking of this, Jojo nodded without hesitation and said firmly, "Let Xiaolu come." Botsy raised his chin, satisfied that his troublemaking had finally been accomplished. "I asked Big Brother for a bigger room, so we can sleep together." "Okay." Jojo had already agreed, and the little spider behind him had a gloomy look in his eyes, but he ultimately didn't stop them. Not long after, Yuan, who had just arrived at Xie Yuan's office, was approached by the cubs and asked to switch rooms with him. After the cubs left, Yuan frowned and sat down next to Xie Yuan. Wouldn't it be crowded for them all to sleep together? Even if they switched rooms, it sounded very inconvenient to have several cubs in one room. What's more, there are two zombie kings. Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan watched silently. He saw through Yuan's vision. The battle between these cubs had only just begun. They liked the hustle and bustle, so just leave them alone. Xie Yuan's work was almost done by now. He pulled Yuan over and had her sit on his lap. And then, didn't you just say you wanted to tell me something? What was it? After Xie Yuan's reminder, Yuan finally told him that Xiao Lu was the zombie king. Xie Yuan was also stunned. Like Yuan, he had never considered the possibility that Xiao Lu could be the zombie king. It doesn't look like it. Xie Yuan asked doubtfully. The zombie king is the highest level of zombie evolution. Logically, their brains should have evolved as well. When Xiao Lu evolved, he didn't finish the rest of his sentence, but Yuan understood what he meant. Xiao Lu's reactions are just a little slow, but he's not stupid. Yuan spoke up for Xiao Lu. At least he understands me when I talk to him. After careful consideration, Xie Yuan and Yuan decided not to reveal Xiao Lu's identity as the zombie king. Now, with the availability of a vaccine, human resistance to zombies is rampant. Their goal and slogan is to exterminate all zombies. Only when the zombies are completely eradicated can humanity return to their former lives. And only then can the shattered order be re-established. Now, as long as my dad can develop the vaccine for Sun Mo and Xiaolu, I'd be completely relieved. The vaccine Gu Ainan developed for Sun Mo will not be available to all zombies. Let's not even talk about whether a vaccine can be developed. Even if it is, it's kept secret. The low-level zombies out there, even if they lose their appetite for humans, still have the instinct to eat them. And those high-level zombies, like Sun Mo and Xiao Lu, they're hard to spot. Sun Mo and Xiao Lu will be kept in the West District, under Xie Yuan's watchful eye, to ensure they're harmless. Yuan and Xie Yuan chatted about this, and that for a long time in the office. Yuan nudged himself in Xie Yuan's arms and asked, "Aren't we leaving yet?" It was already well past time to get off work, and Xie Yuan was still working overtime. Xie Yuan wanted to leave too. He reached out and squeezed Yuan. "Be good. I'd be busy for another half an hour." He not only had work to do in the West District, but he also had to keep an eye on the other three districts. The North and South districts haven't settled down yet. I need to send Pacey out. Pacey's continued existence meant he was a man of considerable skill and experience. Most importantly, he was Xie Yuan's personal trainee. Now that Xie Yuan was the boss of the West District, people like Pacey and Lu Chao were naturally his trusted confidants. Yuan bit his chin and said, "You can send me out too. I'm very useful too." "I know you are." Xie Yuan smiled, lowered his head, and added in his ear, "Yuan, get lost." He didn't want to be of such use. Seeing his face flush and about to explode, Xie Yuan lowered his head and offered some soothing words. Half an hour later, Xie Yuan finished his work, and Yuan, face buried in his arms, had been dozing off for a while. And then, "Let's go back to sleep." Xie Yuan didn't put him down, but instead picked him up and carried him back to the bedroom. On the way, Xie Yuan ran into Gu Ainan. Gu Ainan was no longer surprised by their closeness, and he had grown more fond of Xie Yuan these days. After all, his precious son and this person were inseparable, and as a father, he had no choice but to accept it. Xie Yuan was about to greet her when Gu Ainan lowered her voice and spoke first. "Take him back to sleep. Don't wake him." "Okay." Xie Yuan carried Yuan and slowly walked away. From behind, Gu Ainan watched them for a long time. That night, in Yuan and Xie Yuan's bedroom, free from the interruptions of their cubs and their fussing, they slept soundly. In the room not far from theirs, a completely different kind of bustle was afoot. Jojo had just finished a video call with Woozy, and even during the call, Woozy's face had seemed off. "Ah." Jojo raised his hand and rubbed his face, not wanting to upset Meow Meow. That night, whether peaceful or lively, ended with the passage of time. The next day, Xie Yuan dispatched Pacey and Lu Chao, along with the students from the island. Pacey went to the North District, Lu Chao to the South District. Although these two districts were currently at a disadvantage, the rulers were cunning and treacherous, and going there was still risk. Before they left, Yuan and Xie Yuan went to see them off. Xie Yuan patted Pacey's shoulder and warned, "If you encounter any trouble, report it to the base immediately. Remember, Your safety is more important than anyone else's in their district. Even the entire district couldn't compare to his people. Pacey smiled. I understand, Brother Xie. You and then wait for my good news at the base. He then glanced at Yuan. And then, I help you find your little fatty fish. Yuan, Yuan's feelings of parting were instantly washed away. He glared at Pacey, his face drawn, and said unhappily, You're the fat one. Our second child has a well-proportioned figure, not fat at all. Pacey raised an eyebrow. Are the photos you printed out fake? Of course not. Just look for them according to the photos, and let me know if you see our second child. Yuan still held out some hope for Pacey. My second cub can be a bit aggressive when he's misbehaving. If you see him, remember to soothe him. Pacey thought of the fish's tail, chubby as a drumstick in the photo, and laughed. Don't worry, I'd be very patient with the little fat fish. Yuan, say fat again, and he really get angry. Xie Yuan and Yuan had already spoken to Pacey, and they repeated the same words to Lu Chao. After giving them all the instructions, Pacey and Lu Chao walked together. They were going the same way for a while. Yuan watched them leave, then started complaining. Pacey also mentioned our second cub was a fat fish when he posted on WeChat Moments. When the second cub was first picked up, its tail was tiny, skinny, and small. If he hadn't raised it well, the cub's tail wouldn't have grown so round. Yuan didn't think his cub's tail was fat at all. He thought it was just a normal roundness. And the cub's own pet peeve was when others called him fat. The fourth cub was the most talkative, and once even smacked the second cub's tail. The noise from the two cubs' fight attracted the rest of the research institute. I teach him a lesson. Xie Yuan, hearing his complaints, naturally wanted to vent his anger. When he comes back this time, I give him more missions, so he'd be too tired to post on WeChat Moments. Yuan nodded reluctantly. They had sent the others off, and were heading back. Yuan, still thinking about Pacey, who had already left, said, if Pacey could really see the second cub and dared to call him a fat tail in front of him, I wouldn't be able to save him. Xie Yuan said with a smile, all right, stop holding a grudge. Pacey knows her limits, and wouldn't be so blunt. Xie Yuan returned and personally took charge of the West District, which was running smoothly. Yuan was either in the lab or in Xie Yuan's office. After running back and forth between the two for a while, Yuan felt that he was of little use in either place. After 2 hours of reflection and contemplation, he came up with something to do. Brother, why do we need to farm? There's not enough food. Yuan had been accompanying Xie Yuan on matters for the past few days, and one thing caught his attention. Due to the zombie outbreak, many areas had fallen. No one was growing the crops they had previously, and with the loss of much of their food supply, they were constantly depleting their reserves. However, with the subsequent zombie deaths, the number of surviving humans would naturally increase. With so many people, even if they immediately began farming, they wouldn't be able to produce enough food to eat immediately. A food crisis was looming. Yuan led the cubs to study farming. Seventh cub, can you speed up plant growth? Seventh cub shook his head. I can control it, but I can't make a large area of plants grow simultaneously. The cubs' superpowers were all aggressive. None of them had the ability to grow vegetables. Yuan cleared a patch of land and squatted at the edge, his brow furrowed. We must grow crops. Without them, we won't have enough to eat. Brother, I know where the granary is. The bald little fox, also squatting at the edge of the field, explained directly, avoiding farming, there are plenty of grain stored in several deserted cities. Just tell Xie Yuan to send the army to move as many as they want. They didn't even need to plant the crops themselves. The four cubs' timely response was great news for the West District. Unfortunately, even after the four cubs finished their instructions, Yuan didn't emerge from the field. He still had the cubs farming with him. Even after Xie Yuan retires, we still need to be self-sufficient. Yuan said seriously, there's no harm in acquiring a few more life skills. The little fox was listless, but, big brother, I don't want to work. The little fox, unwilling to farm, finally earned the right to sleep in the field. Yuan's hand touched the earth, and he closed his eyes, trying to mobilize his supernatural powers to see if he could make the seed sprout. His supernatural powers weren't as fixed and singular as the cubs. It was he who gave them all their various powers. And he wondered if he could possess another supernatural power, one that would make plants grow rapidly. If he had this ability, he could be of great help in post-disaster reconstruction after the zombie apocalypse. Yuan began researching in the fields. Jojo, a water bottle hanging from his neck, diligently worked for his elder brother. The fields needed weeding, and Jojo didn't use herbicides, but pulled the weeds himself. He pulled and pulled until he reached his elder brother. Just in time. The elder brother had his eyes closed, unsure what he was doing. And in front of him, a few lush green grasses sprouted. Jojo looked at his closed-eyed elder brother, then at the grass in front of him. The next second, the grass had been pulled out. Jojo, always doing good deeds without leaving a name, turned around and went back to work. A truly good boy helps his big brother with his work without taking credit. Jojo finished pulling the weeds and turned away. Ewan, eyes closed, had a few drops of sweat on his forehead. Not just his forehead, but also the tip of his nose. A few minutes later, Ewan's face paled slightly as he looked at the land before him. It was bare as a fox's fur. Ewan frowned. Why isn't there even a single sprout? He felt as if the energy within him was gradually obeying his instructions. Although he wasn't skilled, he vaguely felt he had grasped the trick. At the very least, he felt the seeds in the ground should sprout. Ewan was busy in the fields. If Xie Yuan hadn't been busy too, the couple would probably have fallen out. It was unknown how long he worked. The zombie crisis in the West District had been completely resolved, and the previously occupied cities were being cleared out one by the army. The zombie corpses were destroyed en masse. After the army cleared the area, the people from the base would be deployed. The zombie crisis in the East District wasn't really a crisis anymore. They were also gradually restoring order. The North and South Districts weren't as fast, but with the support of the West District, the safety of ordinary citizens was guaranteed. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Pacey would occasionally send in news. With him in the North District, there wasn't much trouble. The last day of October. All 4 districts maintained sufficient vaccines, and the zombies had been completely cleared. Lu Chao had withdrawn early. The South District was more compliant than the North District, so the situation was handled more quickly. Not long after Lu Chao returned, Pacey called to let them know. Currently, no trace of zombies has been found within the North District's borders, and population movement has resumed in several cities within the district. I requested permission to evacuate the North District. Okay, come back. Xie Yuan approved his request and told him to return tomorrow. The next day, Pacey packed his things and prepared to return. However, just before leaving, he was detained. The district had just been cleared of zombies when the North District's ruler pointed out. The West District harbored the Zombie King. Everyone's goal now is to rid the world of zombies, yet the West District harbors the Zombie King. The North District questioned, what's their intention in keeping the Zombie King here? Are they using him as a threat, releasing him if they ever fall out with other districts? Who knows if their current vaccines will be effective against the Zombie King's bite and infection rate? Ewan was stunned to hear of the North District's rebellion. Is the North District boss brainless? We just sent people to help him, and he's already ruthlessly ignoring us. The North District's request was for the West District to kill the Zombie King. Ewan refused without a second thought. Xie Yuan, the North District is so ruthless. How are we going to get him killed now? They couldn't kill the Zombie King. They could only kill this ruthless boss. Xie Yuan's eyes darkened, his tolerance for the North District clearly reaching its limit. Pacey is still in the North District's hands. Xie Yuan's long, handsome fingers tapped the table lightly. He said slowly, we need to get Pacey out first. The North District's reputation this time was for the safety of all humanity. They wanted the West District to kill the Zombie King. If the West District launched a direct attack, it wouldn't be in the right. Especially since the North District had said they invited Pacey to stay until the West District had killed the Zombie King, and then Pacey could leave if he wanted to. Xie Yuan, the Zombie King. Don't worry, they'd be fine. Sun Mo had known them the longest. They knew Sun Mo's character well. Even if there were no vaccine, just like there would be no food supply in the future, Sun Mo wouldn't harm any humans. Xiaolu, the simple-minded Zombie King, was even safer. His only interest was treating people. Xie Yuan had recently given him a number of books, asking him to read them, and then get certified. Xie Yuan had said that becoming a doctor now required certification. Xiaolu immersed himself in books every day, actively researching. These 2 zombies, even the Zombie King, were more harmless than some people. And then I take care of it. Keep this a secret from Sun Mo. Xiaolu was fine. He was absorbed in his research. Sun Mo was sensitive. If he knew the outside world wanted him dead, he would likely actually die. Yuan also understood Sun Mo's temperament. He nodded, his expression somewhat solemn. Official negotiations began between the West District and the North District. The North District appealed this point directly to the Dead Alliance. In the appeal, the South District also agreed with the West District's claim that it posed a significant threat. The East District did not comment. But Yuan added Jaiman on WeChat, and they occasionally chatted. Jaiman said on WeChat, if it were in the past, I would have shared the same view with both the North and South districts. At that time, the three districts would have exerted joint pressure. Now that Jaiman no longer cooperated with the North and South districts, his balance of power had tilted towards the West district. Yuan received the message and sent a thank you emoji. He asked Jaiman again, how are my eldest and fifth sons? They're fine. They just finished their work in the North district. Oh, by the way, fifth son is out. I'm not sure if he's going to the West district. Although the zombies have been dealt with recently, post-disaster reconstruction remains a major issue. Five son carries a heavy burden on his shoulders. He's wanted to leave for a long time, but he's never been able to. This time, for some reason, he simply quit without completing the tasks assigned to him. For the usually steady fifth son, quitting was something he wouldn't have thought of. Jaiman sent a message to Yuan, hoping to find out what had happened to fifth son. Is fifth son coming over? Yuan typed furiously. He hasn't reached the West district yet. I don't know if he's coming. But it looked like he was definitely coming. Thinking of what would happen after fifth son arrived, Yuan suddenly felt a little worried. Right now, Jojo was living in the largest room, for no other reason than that the cubs and the zombie king were all crammed in. When the fifth cub arrived, one more would have to be squeezed into this large room. Yuan was terribly worried. There was no shortage of vacant rooms in the West district. Even if the cubs each had their own room, there would be more than enough. But instead of leaving the empty rooms unoccupied, they all crammed in together. Yuan's worry lasted only a moment. Compared to the cubs' housing problem, he was now more worried about Pei Si. Pei Si is a seasoned veteran, he'd be fine. Xie Yuan, who had just spoken of bringing Pei Si out, abruptly abandoned the plan. He told me he wouldn't be coming back for now. Yuan? Yuan didn't quite understand. Why isn't he coming back? The North District is clearly trying to create conflict with us. What if we keep Pei Si? What if something happens to him? Be good, you have to trust Pei Si's abilities. Xie Yuan trusted Pei Si deeply, so he believed Pei Si would be able to protect him even if he stayed. Yuan was still confused. Why is Pei Si still staying in the North District? He heard about the North District's request, so he has an idea. What idea? If we can't reach an agreement with the North District, he go and assassinate the North District boss. Yuan, Yuan's mouth dropped open slightly. Assassinating the North District boss? What was going on in Pei Si's mind? No matter how ruthless the North District boss was, he still had people protecting him. Unless Xie Yuan went, how could Pei Si succeed in the assassination? Yuan didn't quite believe Pei Si could pull it off, but Xie Yuan was more relaxed. We need to resolve Sun Mo's issue first. If we can't resolve it, let Pei Si do it. The North District kept Pei Si because they wanted to use him as a threat. Little did they know, Pei Si was also thinking about how to counterattack. Everyone was pointing the finger at them for secretly harboring the zombie kings, while at the same time, the lab was also accelerating. With Xiaolu as a cooperative control group, Gu Ainan's experiment was progressing faster than expected. He had already achieved his first minor goal, completely depriving both zombie kings of their appetite for humans. Although their numbers were already low, Gu Ainan's first dose of the potion completely wiped them out. Destroying them was only the first step. The second and most important step was to find something the two zombie kings could eat. The mutants were consuming the nutritional paste, and Gu Ainan planned to follow suit and develop a nutritional supplement that the zombie kings could consume. Dad, when will the nutrient supplement be ready? Right away. Gu Ainan's work is getting more and more adept. He should be able to complete the final step in the next 2 days. Yuan, upon hearing this, was also eagerly anticipating it. Political negotiations were still ongoing, but rumors had spread in the North District that the West District was secretly harboring the Zombie King, and even those within the West District were feeling uneasy. They didn't care about the Zombie King's personality, whether he was dangerous, or how much he had done for them. They only knew that if the zombies were dead, the Zombie King shouldn't be alive either. An immediate wave of public opinion erupted within the West District, with people at the base spontaneously and extensively sending messages to Xie Yuan. Kill the Zombie King! If we don't kill the Zombie King, another zombie outbreak will drag us back into this nightmare. The Zombie King shouldn't exist. If this Zombie King truly cared about humanity, he wouldn't have been willing to die for us until now. Don't shield the Zombie King, please kill him. Yuan saw all these blunt and emotional messages. After seeing this, Yuan couldn't believe his eyes. He was now living in the base. Tomorrow, when he walked down the street, many people would greet him. He had also gotten to know many people in the base. They were all friendly, hardworking, kind, and even gave him and his cubs small gifts. Yuan had always thought of them as a group of lovable humans. But now, these humans, whom he had always considered kind, were demanding that Xie Yuan kill Sun Imo. They knew Sun Imo and knew how much he had done for humanity. But once Sun Imo was no longer useful, they would kill him. Xie Yuan. Yuan felt his breath catch as he read these words. Is this a message posted by the North District's troll army? He didn't believe it was one of their own. Xie Yuan was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Their IP addresses are all in the West District. A large portion of the messages came from the main base. Yuan shook his head, his expression grim. How could it be? How could they be so heartless? In a flash, Yuan remembered another saying. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. This is a saying most believed by humans, and their actions towards Sun Imo are now putting it into practice. Xie Yuan, Sun Imo hasn't done anything bad to humans, yet they still want to kill him. What about us? Yuan somehow thought of himself and his son. My son and I aren't human either. We're mutants, and we're equally a threat to humans. Will they want us dead in the future, like they did today? Xie Yuan didn't answer Yuan's question. He simply put his arm around Yuan's shoulders and said, in a low, firm voice, I'm still here. I won't let Sun Imo die, and neither will you or the sons. And believe me. Yuan gazed into Xie Yuan's deep eyes, then nodded after a moment. Xie Yuan had his own trusted subordinates. In response to the online public opinion, he not only held a meeting with them, but also involved Tan Zhan. Tan Zhan was very good at this. With his involvement, the entire internet launched a public relations campaign in just 2 days. The North District exposed their secret possession of the Zombie King. The West District responded openly. What Zombie King? We in the West District haven't seen any Zombie Kings at all. The North District directly exposed Sun Imo. The West District responded again. You say Sun Imo is the Zombie King. What evidence do you have? Do you have proof he bit someone and infected them? You don't have evidence, right? I don't have evidence. He's not a zombie. The West District's response included a video. In the video, Sun Imo bites Gu Einan, who shows no symptoms of infection. At the end of the video, Dr. Gu Einan personally stamped his name. Sun Imo will not infect anyone. Dr. Gu, known for his integrity throughout his life, played a trick on words in the video. He said Sun Imo would not infect anyone, but he didn't say he wasn't the Zombie King. The appearance of Gu Einan made it easier to manipulate public opinion. Dr. Gu developed the vaccine. He's the savior of all of humanity. What he says must be true. I believe Dr. Gu anyway. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are now, still in the mood to surf the internet. He saved my life. I believe everything he says. I believe Dr. Gu, and I believe West District too. As public opinion intensified, North District never imagined West District would be so shameless as to deny its claims. He imagined West District fretting over this, imagined West District killing the Zombie King. And his biggest scenario was that West District would negotiate with him to avoid killing the Zombie King. North District's post-disaster reconstruction required a vast amount of supplies and resources. As long as West District negotiated properly, and provided them with enough supplies to satisfy their hunger, they would change their statements and stop accusing them of harboring the Zombie King. For the sake of their own interests, North District had to take a risk. But the outcome was beyond their expectations. Tan Zhan executed the task perfectly, and the public opinion shifted completely. Xie Yuan credited him with the merit. Tan Zhan didn't seem to mind, saying simply, my Qibao asked me to help. The news that humans were forcing Sun Imo to die reached Jiuzhou's ears. Crybaby Jiuzhou came looking for Yuan, and was seen by Cheesy. Then, Tan Zhan was dispatched by Cheesy. With the matter resolved, Xie Yuan and Yuan felt relieved. Yuan exhaled, wearily saying, this time, it's all thanks to Tan Zhan. Xie Yuan pressed his shoulder and whispered, you haven't had a good rest in days. Now that the matter is resolved, you can get some sleep. Yuan leaned against him, not sleeping. By the way, Yuan thought of Pacey. Is Pacey still here? Xie Yuan paused, pressing his shoulder and said calmly, I told him to kill the North District boss before coming back. Yuan, He really did kill. Chapter 163. Although the North District boss is disgusting, he's still the one in power. Yuan looked up at Xie Yuan, trying to tell from his expression if he was joking. But Xie Yuan's expression was serious. Yuan couldn't help but ask Xie Yuan, can Pacey kill the North District boss? That's the North District boss, not just any random person. Xie Yuan said calmly, if you can't kill him, then you don't have to come back. Yuan, shock. Yuan said without thinking, no. How can you not let Pacey come back? Yuan sat up straight and looked at Xie Yuan nervously. Xie Yuan, you have to let Pacey come back. Xie Yuan raised his eyebrows at his nervousness. And then, are you so concerned about Pacey? Yuan pinched him and scolded him. Don't act jealous. Anyway, just bring Pacey back. Letting Pacey assassinate the District 1 boss sounded too risky. The two of them went back and forth, but in the end, Xie Yuan refused to give in. Okay, I take you back first. Xie Yuan picked up Yuan and carried him to the bedroom. On the way, they ran into Sun Mo in the hallway. Sun Mo had come specifically to find Xie Yuan. Seeing Xie Yuan holding Yuan, he stopped, seemingly debating whether to turn around and come back another time. Thankfully, Yuan also saw him. Xie Yuan, put me down. Xie Yuan patted Xie Yuan's arm and struggled to jump out of his arms. Sun Mo, are you looking for me or Xie Yuan? As soon as Yuan landed, he took a few quick steps and arrived in front of Sun Mo. Sun Mo hesitated, looking for you. The two men stood before him. Sun Mo looked at them and pursed his lips. After a long pause, Sun Mo finally spoke. He lowered his head slightly, clenched his fingers, and said, thank you. The news of the North District's proposal to kill the Zombie King had not been kept secret. It eventually reached Sun Mo's ears. Like Xie Yuan and Yuan, upon hearing this news, Sun Mo's subconscious thought was, I really shouldn't be alive. He didn't want to die in the West District, so he even considered leaving the West District before dying. But Jiuzhou caught him before he could leave. Jiuzhou, desperate, told him, Big Brother is already handling this matter. Big Brother said he won't die. Yuan wouldn't let Sun Mo die even without Jiuzhou's reminder. Sun Mo and Jiuzhou had a close relationship, and their friendship with Yuan was also deep. Yuan couldn't just stand by and watch his friend die. In the end, Yuan and Xie Yuan actually did protect him. Now that the matter had been temporarily concluded, Sun Mo knew he was safe. He thought for a moment, and decided to come over to Xie Yuan and Yuan to thank them. Yuan's eyes narrowed as he listened to Sun Mo's thanks. He patted Sun Mo on the shoulder and said with a smile, you're welcome. We're friends. This is what I should do. Sun Mo wasn't good with words. After thanking him, he didn't know what else to say. Yuan, who was more talkative, took the initiative to introduce something else. Sun Mo would be set up at the base, so he wouldn't have to constantly be in the lab cooperating with research. Therefore, Yuan had mentioned to Xie Yuan that he wanted to find some work for Sun Mo. Sun Mo, there's something I want to discuss with you. You tell me. We have a group of deformed cubs. There are too many of them, and there are too many cubs. These cubs can't attend normal kindergartens, so Xie Yuan and I have always had a plan to open a kindergarten for them. Would you be able to be both the teacher and the principal? Sun Mo was stunned. He was a good student, so he could certainly teach cubs. But he had never been a teacher. You want me to be the principal? Yes. Yuan looked at him, his tone questioning. I remember you said you love cubs. I just wonder if you have the patience to teach these cubs? Sun Mo certainly had patience. Long before Yuan, he had thought about what he wanted to do in the future. If he didn't have to die, what would he do? Thinking over it, he couldn't come up with an answer. If there was a job for a human, he definitely wouldn't be hired. Even if he started his own business, a zombie. How could he start one? Sun Mo pondered for a long time and realized he had no job prospects. Now that Yuan had pointed him in the right direction, his hesitation was simply a lack of confidence, not a reluctance to do it. Yuan saw this too. He smiled and encouraged Sun Mo. Sun Mo, I thought about it, and no one is more suitable for the position of director than you. Even the young mutants are incredibly destructive. A normal person wouldn't be able to control them, but you are different. You can control them. The Zombie King is not only the ceiling of the zombies, but his combat power is also immeasurable compared to the mutants. Sun Mo was the perfect choice for the kindergarten's principal. However, after much hesitation, Sun Mo finally asked Yuan to be the principal, with him as the deputy principal. Yuan nodded. And just like that, in the shabby hallway, the principal and deputy principal positions for the deformed cubs kindergarten were finalized. That night, for post-disaster reconstruction, Xie Yuan allocated funds from his personal treasury to establish the Cub kindergarten. Since Xie Yuan's personal treasury wasn't enough, he shamelessly asked his father for sponsorship. Tan Zhan, upon hearing about his plans, also donated some money. With the help of various sponsors, the kindergarten's funding was fully secured. In bed, Yuan, freshly washed, was still a little too excited to sleep. Xie Yuan, when the kindergarten is finished, I'm going to send Bazai there. Bazai's brain wasn't very bright, and Yuan thought it might be due to a lack of intellectual development. To help the cubs grow smarter, Yuan's first thought when building the kindergarten was for Ba Cub. A kindergarten was also built on Chinyu Island, but it was too far from the main base. Xie Yuan is now tied down at the main base, and will likely spend most of his time there. So, Yuan and Xie Yuan wanted to build a kindergarten here as well. Xie Yuan, now that everything's settled down, why don't you bring Chong Chong and Duo Duo over? Okay, I make the arrangements. Duo Duo is timid, and it took him a while to get acquainted with the others on the island, so Xie Yuan hadn't brought him over. Chong Chong and Duo Duo are inseparable, the two little ones always together. These two real cubs are perfect for kindergarten. And then, it's time for bed. Seeing Yuan grow increasingly excited, Xie Yuan grabbed him and forced him to sleep. Yuan had been having trouble sleeping lately. If Sun Mo's situation hadn't finally been resolved, he probably wouldn't have slept well tonight. Well, I'm not sleepy. For some reason, Yuan seemed more energetic the later he stayed up. Xie Yuan patiently coaxed him for a long time, but to no avail. Under the dim light, their eyes met. Xie Yuan's Adam's apple rolled, and the next second, his eyes dimmed. Really not sleeping? Yuan, Yuan hesitated, unsure whether to answer. Xie Yuan didn't wait for a response, leaning in and kissing him. Since you don't want to sleep, let's stay up all night. Half an hour later, Yuan's fingertips scratched Xie Yuan's back. He spoke in a hoarse voice, Xie Yuan, I want to sleep. He couldn't make it through this night. Things had been going on lately, and neither of them was in a good mood, so Xie Yuan didn't touch him. After holding it in for so long, Yuan couldn't bear it any longer. I want to sleep, Xie Yuan. Please let me sleep. No. Xie Yuan bit his cheek, their breaths mingling, the temperature in the room rising noticeably. Baby, call me husband. Yuan's eyes watered. He forced himself to negotiate with Xie Yuan. If I call you, will you let me sleep? Xie Yuan, yes. Xie Yuan pressed his forehead against his, whispering, go ahead. Yuan hugged his neck and pressed against his ear. Hubby. Hubby, let me sleep. Yuan's voice was soft, a truly powerless softness. After he called out, Xie Yuan paused for a few seconds. Just as Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was finally free, Xie Yuan moved again. Yuan, ? Wait, this doesn't seem right. Xie Yuan was even more frantic than before. Yuan's body went limp, and he tried to crawl out. But halfway up, he was pulled back. Yuan's voice trembled, and he shivered as he stared at the frantic Xie Yuan before him. You lied? Yuan almost burst into tears. Didn't you say you let me sleep? Why couldn't he sleep even after his husband called out? Xie Yuan's deep eyes glared at him, like a wolf gazing at a piece of fat meat. Baby, I promised you sleep. But I didn't promise you. I won't do anything else. Yuan's eyes nearly went dark. Xie Yuan was playing word games with him. There was nothing Xie Yuan couldn't accomplish. Yuan's husband was in vain. He was furious and anxious, but there was nothing he could do about Xie Yuan. As expected, Yuan didn't go to bed until dawn again, and once he did, he slept all the way into the afternoon. The cubs came to look for him, but were all turned away by Xie Yuan. Jojo came the most, and after being turned away, he regretfully returned with Ba Zi and Lulu. After following Jojo for a few days, Xiaolu felt an inexplicable sense of pressure around Jojo. So, Xiaolu simply withdrew from sleeping with Jojo at night. Lulu, Ba Zi, and Sun Imo were still there though. Jojo felt incredibly exhausted from taking care of them every day. He came to see his eldest brother, hoping to share his troubles, and ask for his advice. The afternoon was almost over. Yuan finally woke up. Although he still felt a little uncomfortable, the discomfort was much less than before. He sat up and murmured, am I finally getting used to it? From the initial aches and pains upon waking to the complete adaptation now. Yuan rubbed his face, not wanting to think about this whole process. He climbed out of bed, packed up a bit, and prepared to go out. Xie Yuan just called, Enan, come work with me? Yuan declined. No, I need to see my dad. His dad had been busy until now, and now he could finally rest. He wanted to accompany his dad around the base. Xie Yuan naturally couldn't argue with Dr. Gu, so he could only say regretfully, then I have to eat lunch alone. Yuan had just been through a rough patch the night before, so he didn't feel sorry for Xie Yuan at all. Hearing Xie Yuan say this, he hummed a few times. You eat? I go check on the kids first, then go see my dad. The kids' rooms were nearby, so it would be more convenient for him to check on the kids first. After walking a few steps, he saw little Nine. Little Nine was bored, and when he bumped into his eldest brother, he jumped up and sat on his shoulder. Nine, why are you here alone? I'm going to find Xiaolu. Nine had nothing to do, so he simply went to play with the others. Few of the kids were idle. Third was with fourth. 6 was nowhere to be seen. 7 was slaving away with Tan Zhan, and 8 was with Jojo. He couldn't find anyone to play with except Xiaolu. Yuan touched his umbrella and walked him over to Xiaolu. You go play, I go to the lab. Josie nodded. He watched his older brother walk away, then turned and saw Xiaolu. Xiaolu, let's play games together. With no one to play with, Josie had taken to playing games. He felt sorry for Xiaolu, who was also left alone, so he took Xiaolu along for the game. Xiaolu nodded, and Josie and he played head-to-head. Elsewhere, Yuan also found his father in the lab. He was explaining something to the people inside. The faces of the people across from him were filled with reluctance, and one of them had tears in his eyes. Yuan was completely bewildered. He didn't interrupt the conversation. After a long while, he waited until his father emerged from the lab before he greeted him at the door. Dad. Yuan asked curiously, what are you talking about? Why do they look like they're about to cry? Nothing. Gu Einan rubbed Yuan's head and smiled. I just told them something. They might be a bit sentimental. Yuan found this explanation odd. He knew the people in the lab, and they didn't look sentimental or on the verge of tears. Dad, why do they seem so reluctant to leave you? Yuan glanced past Gu Einan into the lab. Gu Einan didn't explain. The two of them went outside. Yuan hadn't eaten lunch, so he went to a restaurant with Gu Einan. When they were almost done, Gu Einan finally spoke. Einan, how do you feel about living here? Great. Yuan was very pleased with the environment here. It was safe, and Xie Yuan and the cubs were here. It would be even more lively once Chong Chong and the others returned. Dad, Xie Yuan said they started building infrastructure here. It'd be very convenient for you to live here, and the cubs and I can stay with you. Yuan was talking to Gu Einan about living here. Although Gu Einan wasn't old enough to retire, Yuan was already thinking about how to make his life easier. Dad, the cubs and I will take good care of you. Dad doesn't need you to take care of me. Gu Einan cleared his throat and finally told his son about his upcoming itinerary. And then, I need to go away for a while. Yuan himself had to go out from time to time, so his first reaction wasn't to stop his father from leaving. Okay, where do you want to go? I take you there. Just how long are we going? If it's going to be long, I need to pack. And then, he decided which cubs to take with him. Yuan acted as if he was going to leave with his father. Gu Einan was silent for a few seconds, then said, and then, I want to go alone. Yuan, Yuan had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, he heard his father say, I'm going back to town alone. I don't want any of you to send me off. No. Yuan, realizing what was going on, immediately objected, I won't let you go alone. Dad, you're going back to town for my grandma. Xie Yuan and I will come and bring her here too. Wouldn't it be nice for our whole family to live here? Yuan hadn't been conscious the entire time he was in town. So he hadn't even met his grandmother, and had no idea she'd been keeping vigil by his bedside for so long. Dad, the people living in that small town are good people. There's no need for you and Grandma to continue living there. Seeing his father remain silent, Yuan's uneasiness intensified. He was even a little scared. As Yuan spoke, Gu Einan spoke again. I pack my things, and this afternoon, I'm leaving. I haven't told Xie Yuan yet, and neither have the kids. If you hadn't come to me, I have kept it a secret from you too. Gu Einan calmly explained his plan. I decided from the beginning. After I help the West District solve the lab problems, I go back. He felt like he'd been out for quite some time. Yuan couldn't stop him, and he was so anxious he almost cried. Gu Einan loved his son dearly, but seeing him so upset because he was leaving, he didn't soften his heart. Yuan's words were almost worn out, but to no avail. Einan, I can't stay alone in this small town with your grandma. Your grandma is old, she won't move out. To appease her son, Gu Einan thought for a moment and finally made a concession. I promise, I come out to see you again. Next time you and Xie Yuan have your wedding, I bring your grandma along. Really? Yuan asked the father across from her, her eyes red. Gu Einan nodded, affirming, marriage is a big deal. Both sets of parents must be there. Your mother may be gone, but your grandma and I are still here. We definitely come over after you get married. Then I get married in 3 days. After listening to Gu Einan's words, Yuan said stiffly, We still have 3 days left. Let's go get Grandma now. Gu Einan, Gu Einan choked. He sighed and, somewhat helplessly, began to coax his son. He didn't know how long he coaxed him. Yuan's emotions finally calmed down. He repeatedly assured Gu Einan, Dad, I see you again, right? Yes. You be fine, safe, right? Yes. Gu Einan's response eased some of Yuan's anxiety. He paused, then made one final request. I want to take you home. Gu Einan hesitated. Yuan looked up at him, his gaze firm. Dad, if you don't let me take you back, I stick with you. As soon as you leave, I secretly follow you. Yuan's threat seemed to work. Gu Einan, after looking at him for a moment, softened and nodded. Okay, you can go take me back, but he can't follow me back to town. If you don't agree, I find a way to leave. If I leave, you won't be able to find me. Gu Einan was also known for using threats. Yuan uttered a reluctant him. Gu Einan left in a hurry. He didn't stay even a day, leaving immediately. Xie Yuan was unprepared. After hearing the news, he hurried to find Yin Qin and Ruan Ke. Ruan Ke was prepared for this. He said, You go see Dr. Guoff. Leave the base matters to your dad. Okay. With Ruan Ke and Yin Qin's arrangements, Xie Yuan had no worries, and took Yuan to see Gu Einan off. The cubs, upon hearing the news, also raised their paws to follow. The little fox knew the town best, but Gu Einan had warned him not to speak without permission. This time, the little fox also went with them. Jojo wanted to go too, and once he left, the little spider, who always followed him, wanted to follow. Thankfully, the 2 zombie kings didn't ask to go with them. Despite the hasty preparations, by the time they set off, no one was left behind. Even the 6th cub flew over. Most of the family was there. Everyone got in the car together to see Gu Einan off. On the way back, Yuan just hoped the car would drive slower, even slower. As soon as they left, the tiger cubs arrived at the base. They'd been gone for hours. You can still catch up now. Ruan Ke greeted Tiger Cub. He knew Tiger Cub wouldn't stay at the base where Yuan and Jojo had already left. So, upon meeting him, he pointed him in the right direction. Thank you. Tiger Cub thanked him, and quickly left. At the door, he ran into Sun Mo. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze for a few seconds. That little spider next to Jojo is very possessive. Sun Mo spoke first, his tone calm. Don't provoke that little spider. I can sense that he has a bit of a personality quirk. Tiger Cub had a video call with Jojo, so he was naturally aware of the little spider's existence. I understand. Thank you. You're welcome. Sun Mo's face showed no emotion. He said calmly, although the little spider is very possessive of Jojo, Jojo is the only one who is particularly possessive of you. Sun Mo was very attentive, perceptive enough to detect even the slightest shifts in Jojo's mood. In Jojo's eyes, they were all good friends. Jojo showed no possessiveness towards them. Even when they found new friends, Jojo would simply congratulate them with a squinting eye. But if Tiger Cub didn't send a video for a day, Jojo would be heartbroken and almost cry. The cub, initially tense, slowly relaxed after hearing Sun Mo's words. He whispered again, thank you. Sun Mo accepted his thanks this time, and they passed each other. Yuan, unaware that a tiger cub was chasing the car, held the cub in his arms, feeling down the entire way. Gu Einan cherished the last moments he had with his child. He sat beside Yuan and talked to him the entire time. And then, the kids aren't little anymore. If you encounter anything in the future, you can discuss it with them. Also, if the kids have someone they like, you should also help find them a date. Gu Einan said, pulling out a few cards. This is the money I saved for you. I'm not sure if it's enough. Yuan looked at the cards and shook his head. I don't want it. Xie Yuan also spoke up at the right time. I saved money for the kids too. I take care of their affairs. Gu Einan stubbornly insisted on giving the card to Yuan. Seeing that Yuan refused to take it, he gave it to Jojo. Jojo, keep this for your big brother. Jojo looked at the card, then at his big brother. He said honestly, I don't dare to accept it. His big brother's face looked grim. If he accepted it, his big brother would be unhappy. Don't be afraid, your big brother won't be mean to you. Gu Einan put the card directly into Jojo's pocket. Jojo couldn't refuse, so she had no choice but to let Gu's father's card go in. He felt a little uneasy. Xie Yuan looked at Yuan beside him, and sighed inwardly. The atmosphere had been tense the entire way. And then, ignoring Gu Einan's presence, Xie Yuan whispered to Yuan, don't look so stern. Dad will be back soon. He won't be at ease when you go back like this. With Xie Yuan's personal mediation, Yuan's tense expression finally softened. Not long after, the father and son were no longer at odds. Xie Yuan and Tan Zhan temporarily stepped aside, leaving Gu Einan with their son and cubs. Dad, I miss you. Dad Gu, we miss you too. Yuan and the cubs surrounded Gu Einan. The cubs had returned to their original forms, tiny, and all lying on Gu Einan's body. They spoke privately, with no one else present. Gu Einan gave each one her instructions. And then, while your relationship with Xie Yuan is good now, no one can predict the future. Dad hopes that no matter what you face in the future, if you can stick with each other, then do so. If you can't, then forget it. You still have the cubs with you. Stay optimistic, okay? Third cub is greedy. I don't think he have any relationship problems, so I won't say much. Fourth cub, its tail wagging, looked lonely. Gu Einan's gaze shifted to sixth cub. A beautiful little butterfly had landed on his leg, and its wings fluttered as he looked over. Sixth child. Gu Einan touched his wings and suddenly said, "You have a very proud personality and need to be coaxed and pampered. But you also have to consider your partner's feelings. Two people can't always have one person praising the other." After Gu Einan finished speaking, Yuan asked blankly, "Dad, why are you telling Liuzi this? I don't think he's interested in finding a partner yet." Gu Einan smiled and said nothing more. The little butterfly froze its wings, as if feeling a little guilty. "Cheesy." He then turned the topic to Cheesy. "Tan Zhan is a good partner. I can see that he has deep feelings for you. But as the saying goes, when two people are together, they need to give to each other." Perhaps because Gu Einan was being so prudent, as if wanting to have one last conversation with him, Cheesy couldn't help but reply, I'm also very good to him. Tan Zhan may look perfect, but he's actually quite the playboy. No, not playful, but perverted. Seventh cub felt like he'd given every bit as much as he did with Tan Zhan. He chattered until he practically exposed himself. Gu Einan smiled at him and rubbed his head. It was eighth cub's turn. Eighth cub tilted his head, expectantly waiting for what Gu Einan would say. Eighth cub, you have to listen to your big brother and not be so impulsive. I know you like playing with Jojo, but when you're playing with her, don't make her cry. Eighth cub humbly said, waiting for him to continue talking about ninth cub. Ninth cub didn't have any major issues, except for his tendency to pick fights. He was also known for his sweet talk, and was quite good at fooling people. Gu Einan's instructions to him were gentle, simply asking him to get along well with the other cubs. It was Jojo's turn. Gu Einan suddenly sighed, pinched Jojo's face, and said earnestly, "Our Jojo is popular, which is a good thing. But Jojo, you have to think clearly about who you ultimately want." Jojo looked at him, not sure if he understood, but he nodded obediently. After the cubs finished their instructions, they stayed quietly. There was still a lot of time on the road, and they could see each other again. The car drove into the night, and stopped temporarily. Xie Yuan and Tan Zhan went down to set up the tents. They had become very skilled at it. Yuan came down and sat to the side, watching Xie Yuan work. "And then, why don't you go help little Xie? He doesn't need me." As Yuan said, Xie Yuan and Tan Zhan set up several tents. The tents were distributed, and it was time to go to sleep. If Xie Yuan hadn't been there, Yuan would have wanted to have a long talk with his father all night. His father had said he would come back later, but Yuan didn't know why he felt uneasy. Inside the tent, Yuan leaned against Xie Yuan's chest and asked him again, "Don't you think my dad's acting a little strange? What he said to me, it felt like we wouldn't see each other again." Xie Yuan soothed him, "Don't overthink it. How could your dad be so reluctant to see you?" With Xie Yuan by his side, Yuan, though not completely coaxed, gradually drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, a figure finally arrived. Jojo's tent was easy to find. It had to be next to Yuan's. Tiger, having hurried so far, gave up and prepared to go inside. Xie Yuan and Gu Einan, who were on night watch, were still awake, so they naturally saw the tiger. If he hadn't recognized the tiger, he would have come out before it even got close. Now, Xie Yuan didn't move, simply allowing Tiger to open the tent and walk inside. A small nightlight had been left on in the tent. Jojo was curled up in the covers, her face flushed from sleep. Beside him, a young man in black clothes and black hair sat on the edge of the bed, staring intently at him. It was Spider-Man, also C-66. They had met before at the Research Institute. Back then, Spider-Man quietly stayed by Jojo's side, spinning silk for her. Jojo was diligently knitting various handicrafts. He lay down not far away, watching them. When Jojo turned around, his gaze had already strayed away. You never paid any attention to him before, but now, isn't it okay to just keep doing what you did before? Spider-Man's voice had changed considerably. His eyes stared coldly at the tiger cub before him, his expression devoid of any friendliness. The tiger cub treated him the same way. Get out of here. The terrifying pressure of a high-sequence aberration spread through the tent. The tiger, already looking down on everything, reflected the young man's features in its inorganic eyes, its back slightly arched in an attacking stance. The young man showed no sign of weakness and prepared for his attack. The octopus, also in the tent, was fast asleep. Its small tentacles entangled Jojo's feet. The cub sprawled out in a deep sleep. Just as the tiger bared its sharp claws and fangs, ready to tear its prey apart, Jojo suddenly grunted from under the covers. The grunt was a signal, halting the confrontation between the tiger and the young man. Get out. The tiger forced 2 words out of his throat, turned his head, and left the tent first. The young man followed. In the open space far from the tent, the tiger finally lost its patience and lunged forward. Yuan, still chirping next to him, heard the noise inside. What a shame! The melon got away. He thought he could just sit there and eat the melon, but now that it was gone, he couldn't follow it. After all, he still had to guard the place. The roar occasionally reached here. Yuan squinted his eyes, flipped open his phone, and began to harass those who were still awake. Coincidentally, Pei Si was awake. Yuan relayed the situation to Pei Si. Then he began to encourage them. This long night is so boring. How about we have a fight? Let's see which of them will win. Pei Si thought for a moment and bet on the tiger cub. A 0-5 will definitely win. Pei Si was confident, if he doesn't win, I stand on my head and eat shit. Yuan, what should I do? I suddenly wanted to help that little spider. Pei Si had been under his command for so many years, and knew his character all too well. Seeing him pause, he immediately became alert. If you cheat, you be damned. Yuan, Yuan, how uncivilized. Yuan angrily gave up the idea of cheating and placed his bet. I also bet a 0-5 will win. Pei Si, ? Pei Si, what else do you want to write? Pei Si, didn't you just go on a long rant about that little spider having a gloomy aura and looking like a Yandra? After all that rambling about the little spider, why did you still bet on a 0-5 when it came time to place your bets? Yuan chuckled as he looked at the message. He leaned against the tent, typing lazily. In the face of absolute strength, even a madman has to hold back. A 0-5 is the most useful aberration accompanying a 0-1, and his strength should not be underestimated. What's more, this time, Jojo was involved. A 0-5 had waited until today to arrive, a little later than Yuan had expected. Pei Si chatted with him for a long time, then checked the chat history and realized they'd been talking about nothing meaningful. Talking about this instead of sleeping was a complete waste of time. Pei Si, having learned his lesson, immediately disconnected from the internet and lost contact. Yuan didn't care, he was still waiting for the outcome to be decided nearby. The outcome would be easy enough, but the real excitement would come after that, waiting for Jojo to wake up. Time slipped by. Yuan waited until he yawned, but they still hadn't returned. Thinking of a 0-5's fighting power, Yuan suddenly shuddered and stood up. He gazed off into the distance, muttering to himself, no way. Would a 0-5 have killed that little spider without mercy? He was on guard at night, and if the little spider died, he wouldn't be free of responsibility. Chapter 164. Yuan wanted to eat the melon, but he didn't want to become the melon himself. He grabbed a flashlight and chased the tiger cub in the direction he had just left. In a clearing, the overgrown weeds were splattered with blood, and it was impossible to tell whose it belonged to. The huge tiger growled and looked at the spider on the ground, blood still lingering in its claws. I allow you to stay with him, but I won't allow you to lose your sense of propriety. Although Jojo had already reached adulthood, his personality was naive. He simply wanted to make good friends. The tiger cub never objected to Jojo having new friends. He welcomed those friends who made Jojo happy. However, he wouldn't tolerate anyone developing a possessive desire for Jojo. Put away your dirty thoughts, or I eat you. The tiger cub's threat was never false. He was telling the spider before him. If he ever harbored any desire to possess Jojo again, or harbored any other filthy thoughts, he would devour him. I want to possess Choo-Choo all for myself, but I don't have the dirty intentions you claim. Spider-Man, covered in blood, slowly stood up. He had done his best to become stronger, but against a 0-5, he stood no chance, just as he had before. The two men stared at each other, each harboring the deepest hostility, yet at this moment, they maintained a subtle calm. Spider-Man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gasping uncontrollably. The oppression brought by A05 had almost seeped into his bones. But Spider-Man showed no fear. He simply whispered his thoughts about Choo-Choo. Choo-Choo is my only friend. He, and only he, would never despise me in this world. He said my silk was strong and beautiful, that I wasn't a useless piece of trash, that I was the most beautiful spider he ever seen. The little spider's eyes gradually darkened, and his voice grew slightly hoarse. A05, are low-sequence aberrations like me nothing in your eyes? You high-sequence aberrations are always so high and mighty, except for Chirp. There were too many C-sequence aberrations in the Research Institute. A little C-sequence spider was even more insignificant and humble. Only Chirp cared about him, and he only wanted Chirp to stay by his side, to watch over him, to care for him. This feeling was not tainted by any romantic desire, only his obsessive possessiveness. A05 frowned at his words. I don't care what you think. Just put it aside. A05 could have easily killed the spider, but thinking of the tears Jojo would surely shed upon seeing the spider's corpse, he spared its life. Just as they were still standing there, Xie finally approached. After seeing the blood on the ground, two words crossed Xie mind. It's over. So much blood must have come from the wound. Even if the mutant had the ability to heal itself, it couldn't be fully recovered in just 2 hours. The wound wouldn't heal in 2 hours, but the sun would surely rise within 2 hours. When the sun rose and the sky brightened, Yuan and Jojo would both wake up. Yuan's scalp tingled at the thought. His focus was entirely on the little spider. After all, there was no way the tiger cub was the one who was injured. Lulu, how are you? Yuan, arriving late, sounded concerned. He wanted to check on Spider-Man, but Spider-Man refused. I'm fine. Spider-Man's black clothes were stained with blood. He stubbornly refused Yuan's support or bandages. Tiger cub. Yuan turned back to look at the cub and whispered, when Jojo wakes up, explain it to him yourself. By the way, don't tell your big brother about this. Otherwise, Yuan would definitely come to grips with him. Yuan absolutely forbade fighting between the deformed cubs. Now, under Yuan's watch, a fight had drawn blood, he would surely be guilty of negligence. Neither Spider-Man nor the cub paid Yuan any attention. Spider-Man cleaned his wounds alone. The cub showed no sympathy for Spider-Man. Sparing him alive was already a gesture of mercy. The cub turned and left. Yuan hadn't left yet, he was still watching Spider-Man. It was unknown how much time had passed. The sky gradually brightened, and Spider-Man finally headed towards the tent. Yuan followed him, just in case he stumbled. When they returned to the tent, Spider-Man went to Jojo's tent. Yuan glanced at the neighboring tent, then returned to his own. Yuan was still asleep, though half asleep, as if he was about to wake up. Yuan leaned over and kissed his warm forehead. He held him in his arms through the blanket, not wanting to bring the cold air from outside into Yuan's arms. Yuan smelled his scent, and instinctively slid into his arms. The tiger cub and the other deformed creatures were probably awake, so Yuan could take advantage of this moment to rest briefly. A little while later, Yuan had finished resting, and Yuan, in his arms, had also woken up. Yuan was just about to get up quietly, without disturbing him. Seeing him open his eyes, Yuan gave up on getting up and leaned over to kiss his chin. Good morning. No matter how much he cried at night, Yuan was always the most affectionate with Yuan in the morning. The little moments of intimacy between a husband and wife were something only a husband and wife could understand. Yuan lowered his head, his face, just waking up, a lazy expression on his face. He pointed to his lips. Yuan bit his lips. After the two of them finished making out, Yuan, as usual, reached down and massaged Yuan's waist. Does it hurt? No. Yuan honestly said he had already gotten used to Yuan long before. After the situation he experienced last night, he could still fight the next day. Even after hearing him say it didn't hurt, Yuan continued to massage him. Is it comfortable? Yes. Even if his waist didn't hurt, being massaged like this was still very comfortable. Hearing this, Yuan patiently began to massage him. The two of them cuddled together, quietly staying in the tent. Until a sound came from outside. Yuan's ears twitched, and he stopped indulging in his enjoyment and pushed Yuan's hand away. There's a noise outside. Let's get up. While Yuan didn't want to hurry off, he couldn't stay there any longer. He sat up first, not only getting dressed himself, but also helping Yuan get dressed. Yuan smiled at him and asked, Enan, did we get it wrong? Logically, at this early hour, he should be the one dressing Yuan. Yuan calmly buttoned his shirt and said, "No, it's not the wrong way around. Your husband is dressing you." Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan, who's your husband? Yuan, attempting to verbally call himself husband, straightened up and replied, "I'm your husband." The two of them locked eyes, and just as Yuan thought he was about to continue arguing, Xie Yuan suddenly leaned in closer. The next second, Xie Yuan pressed his cheek against his, saying in an almost bewitching tone, "And Anne's husband, can you kiss me?" Instantly overwhelmed, and Anne's husband quickly cupped his face. "Kiss, kiss, kiss. You can kiss." As Yuan hurried out, Xie Yuan received a long kiss. After the two of them had their fill of affection, Yuan opened the tent and walked out. As soon as he left, Yuan saw Jojo. It wasn't just Jojo, there were also Tiger Cub, 8th Cub, Little Spider, and 7th Cub, who had also just arrived. Why are they all gathered here? Yuan wondered what happened. The cubs never woke early, so this time today was considered early for them. He was surprised to see a cub up so early. Little 9 and 4th Cub were still asleep, which was in line with their usual habits. The air was also filled with the smell of blood. Yuan's face changed slightly when he smelled it. He took a few steps closer and saw Little Spider gathered around. Daddy Gu went to get the medicine box, Jojo said to his eldest brother when he saw him approach. 8th and 7th Cub were yawning, their eyes still half closed with sleep. Jojo's eyes were red, and his face looked like he'd just gotten angry. Yuan looked at the scene. Spiderling was injured and waiting for bandages. When he asked, Jojo lowered his head and said, "Meow Meow and Lulu had a fight." Yuan, Yuan's eyelids jumped. When did it happen? Last night. Jojo's distress returned as he spoke. They wouldn't tell me why they were fighting, and Lulu was bleeding profusely. As he spoke, Gu Einan approached with a medical kit. Gu Einan was an expert at treating wounds, and in no time, he attended to Spiderling's injuries. "Okay, rest well. The pain will heal on its own, and you be fine." Though these injuries looked serious, they weren't fatal. For a freak, anything less than fatal wasn't considered serious. Although Gu Einan had treated the injuries, he was helpless against the atmosphere among the cubs. Jojo didn't know the reason for their fight, and Yuan couldn't find out. But Yuan lectured the Tiger Cub. The disparity in strength between the Tiger Cub and the Spider was so great, the Tiger Cub should have anticipated the consequences before engaging in combat. The Tiger Cub listened to his elder brother's lecture on getting along well with them, saying nothing more. The cub's affairs were lingering, and Yuan was extremely frustrated. His frustration naturally turned to Xie Yuan. "Weren't you on night watch? Why did you let them fight? And so fiercely? Tell me, what were you doing while they were fighting? Were you just watching?" Xie Yuan, whose guess was spot on, touched the tip of his nose with a hint of guilt. "And then, this is none of my business." To deflect blame, Xie Yuan simply told Yuan the real reason. They fought over Jojo. "And then, don't you see that the way this little spider is staring at Jojo? Does it want to claim her as its own, and keep her from anyone else?" Without giving Yuan any time to prepare, Xie Yuan told him the truth about the siege surrounding Jojo. Yuan was stunned. He stared at Xie Yuan, as if he were sizing up a fool. "Did you read some weird novel? Or see some weird video online? How could there be a siege surrounding our Jojo? Their Jojo wasn't some troublemaker, they were just cute and kind little Jojo." Seeing his disbelief, Xie Yuan gave him a detailed list of the people currently surrounding Jojo. "Look, Sun Mo, Ba Cub, Tiger Cub, Little Spider. Don't they all like Jojo? If they all like Jojo, then there's naturally competition between them. Wouldn't competition create a Shura field?" Yuan was silent. Just when Xie Yuan thought he heard her, Yuan spoke again. "This isn't a Shura field, it's just normal comparison between friends. Take making friends, for example. Sometimes, when a good friend suddenly has other friends around, it's perfectly normal to feel a sense of loss. Also, he raised many cubs at once, and they sometimes competed with each other to be his favorite." Yuan didn't realize how serious the situation around Jojo was. He just thought the Tiger Cub and Spider-Man were having some kind of conflict. Forget it. The more Yuan thought about it, the more confused he became. He rubbed his head, trying not to think any further. "Let's just leave it at that. I already told the Tiger Cub he won't fight Spider-Man anymore." The addition of the Tiger Cub didn't make the road any more lively. The Tiger Cub didn't say much, and he didn't say much to Gu Einan either. Time slipped by. No matter how reluctantly the car drove forward, it would eventually arrive. Before getting out, Yuan once again grabbed Gu Einan's arm. "Dad, can we really not bring Grandma to live at the base? Even though Yuan knew the odds were slim, he still pleaded with his father, bring Grandma over. I take good care of her. Yuan kept saying he would take care of both his father and his grandmother, but his father just stared at him quietly, his attitude unwavering. Dad. Enen, be obedient. Gu Einan raised her hand and touched his face. Live well with Xie Yuan outside. If you encounter any problems, discuss them with each other. After giving her final instructions, Gu Einan got out of the car. Grandma didn't come out. Gu Einan didn't take them into the town either. Even Xie Yuan, who wanted to go in, was refused entry. My dad said he'd bring Grandma out to see us later. Watching his father disappear from view, Yuan felt a sense of emptiness. Xie Yuan put his arm around his shoulders, his brow furrowed. Gu Einan's refusal to allow any of them to enter the town puzzled Xie Yuan, but he couldn't go in and investigate against his wishes. Just as Gu Einan had stepped into the town, the direction of the town was once again lost to them. In the town, Gu Einan, rushing back, saw large pools of blood in the house. These lunatics were restless again. Mom. He searched for Qin Sang and saw her on the bedroom bed. Elsewhere, Yuan had waited outside for 2 days, but his father and grandmother hadn't returned. Let's go! Yuan had given up hope. They really don't plan to come out. Xie Yuan nodded and took him back to the base. Unlike the way they had come, they returned quickly. They had their father as a support when they came, and they had no other ties on the way back, so their speed was naturally faster. Yuan was in a low mood and paid little attention to the cubs. The tiger cub had been following them the entire time, but he spent most of his time with Jojo. The group quickly returned to the base. Yin Qin was in charge of the base, just as they had been when they left. As soon as Xie Yuan returned, Yin Qin discussed dismantling the base with him. The previous city has been nearly cleaned up, and the military has already conducted disinfection. Those living in the base can return. In addition to the main base, they also have many smaller bases. The original purpose of establishing the smaller bases was to ensure human safety, so safety was paramount in these smaller bases. They built walls and fortresses around the bases to defend against zombie attacks. But the construction inside the bases was nothing compared to the previous cities. Now that the zombie crisis has been completely resolved, it's time for humanity to return to their previous lives. I'm already making arrangements. In fact, Xie Yuan had already thought of this before Yin Qin even mentioned it. Living in a shabby, under-equipped base instead of a developed city is sheer madness. Father and son discussed business matters. Yuan, with nothing else to do, spent time with the children. Life passed uneventfully. Yuan couldn't get involved with Xie Yuan's busy schedule. Besides spending time with the children and looking at the kindergarten's infrastructure plans, he spent the rest of his time keeping an eye on Pei Si. Another half a month passed. The main base had been moved to the city. A move, in fact, not much different. Yuan, along with the children, moved in with Xie Yuan. That day, he received news of Pei Si's successful assassination. The troublemaker boss of the North District was truly dead. On the day the North District boss died, Yuan kept checking the news online. At first, the news wasn't confirmed. There were only whispers about a new leader in the North District. Then, the overwhelming news obscured the existence of the gossip. Yuan also saw the news online. After seeing it, he immediately contacted Pei Si. Pei Si, are you back now? Pei Si, are you on your way? Pei Si, do you need support? Numerous messages were sent to Pei Si's WeChat, but unfortunately, Pei Si didn't respond to any of them. He had killed the North District boss. But he was also being targeted, initially by 2 groups. One group was from the Red Bird organization. After seeing the Red Bird leader, Pei Si simply said, Xie Yuan is my brother, and Yuan is my sister-in-law. Are you sure you still want to keep an eye on me? It's unclear whether Xie Yuan's introduction was effective, or Yuan's. Regardless, after hearing his words, the members of the Red Bird organization turned and left. They haven't been seen since. Those who escaped the Red Bird organization were still being pursued by those who fanatically supported the North District boss. The North District boss was a staunch believer in those who are not of my kind must be different at heart. He believed that zombies should die, as should any mutants who were far more powerful than humans. Even those with special abilities who evolved from humans should die. All beings whose power wasn't equal to that of humans shouldn't survive. His philosophy actually attracted a large number of followers. Unfortunately, his followers couldn't save him. Pei Si was rather embarrassed by the pursuit. Yuan had nothing else to do, so he messaged him diligently. Those diligent messages eventually received a reply. Are you free? Help me. Ewan, How could you say you weren't free? Ewan stared at the reply for a few seconds, then hurried to find Yuan. I'd pick him up. Ewan knew Yuan was busy, so he didn't call him. I see Pacey's location isn't far from us. I'd pick him up and be back soon. Ewan negotiated with Yuan. Can you let me go out for a day? Evacuating the city from the base, and then restoring it to its former state of order. This was no small undertaking. Yuan was nearly exhausted. When he heard Ewan was leaving, he pressed his temple and asked, somewhat dully, where are you going? Somewhere nearby. Pacey was almost back, so he was just going to pick him up nearby. If we're just going nearby, there's no danger. After being lectured by Gu Einan, Yuan no longer overly restricted Ewan. He nodded and agreed, then go ahead. You can bring Cub 4 or 5 with you. Although the little fox was a bit noisy, it was still an A04 and quite capable. While Cub 5 was strong, it wasn't clear when it would return to the East District. Okay, I got it. Ewan had just come to check in with Yuan. Seeing his agreement, his eyes narrowed. Yuan continued to press his temples. He had a terrible headache. I thought I'd be able to relax after I got through the zombie apocalypse. Now it seemed he wouldn't be able to relax for a long time. Seeing his headache, Ewan hurried over to comfort him. Just hold on for a while. Once everyone's life settles down, you can take a little vacation. Then we take our little one on a trip. Ewan promised Yuan a long, rosy promise, using it to keep him going. Yuan knew it was a promise, but since it was his own baby's, he had no choice but to accept it. After spending a while in the office, Ewan, feeling he had helped Yuan relax, retired, took the little fox, and set off to find Pacey. The bald little fox, brought out by his big brother, was thrilled. Big brother, are we going to fight? No, we're going to rescue someone. Oh, can we fight while rescuing someone? Ewan, What's with this unfortunate little fox so eager to fight? The little fox was unruly and loved freedom. He'd been suffocating in town before, and now, having finally gotten out, he'd been suffocating again somewhere else. Now the little fox needed to find something to do, to let off steam. Ewan glanced down at the location Pacey had sent him, and sent him an OK emoji. After replying, Ewan called out to the little fox, if anyone wants to hit us, we can fight back. The little fox rolled his eyes, and nodded. Ewan was afraid Pacey would be caught up, so he didn't want to waste time. He took the little fox with him, followed the location on the location, and hopped on a motorcycle. Brother. The little fox initially sat in the front, but after a while, he quietly moved to the back. Even in the back, he was still about to be thrown off, and the little fox trembled and clutched his brother's clothes tightly. Brother, can you drive a motorcycle? Yes. Ewan was confident in his riding skills. I can drive any car. I can do it right away. The little fox, The little fox was about to lose her bottom. Unable to believe the skills displayed by his elder brother, the little fox grasped the key point and asked, Brother, how many times have you ridden a motorcycle? Once. Once? Last time? How was your ride last time? Ewan gripped the handlebars, silent for a long time. Finally, at Zizi's urging, he unconvincingly confessed, I only ridden a motorcycle once, and that was this time. The little fox, shock? Grandma, I can't be filial to you. The little fox, who didn't even have insurance, clutched his elder brother's clothes tightly to prevent himself from being thrown out. Ewan's first time riding a motorcycle, he demonstrated to Zizi what speed and passion are. He turned on the navigation and sped towards his destination. After 2 days of flying, Ewan finally arrived at the address Pacey had given him. Pacey's address kept changing because he was constantly on the move. Before meeting Pacey, Ewan had stumbled upon an abandoned garbage dump. Garbage dumps weren't exactly a new sight, but the one before him captivated both Ewan and the little fox for a long time. The dump was filled with abandoned aberrations. Ewan even saw a dying aberration cub when he went down to investigate. It was a tiny aberration cub, with faint scales visible on the back of its hand, but its species was unidentifiable. The evening breeze was chilly, and he didn't even have a piece of cloth to wrap himself in. Like useless trash, he was thrown into the garbage dump, uncared for. Ewan walked over, wanting to pick him up to see if he could be saved. As soon as his fingertips touched the cub, who had been holding on for who knows how long, clasped his fingers with its last remaining strength. The cub's tiny hand was icy cold, and the way it gripped his finger was as if it were seeking a last shred of protection. Ewan couldn't bear it, so he said to the little fox, bring me some clean clothes. The little fox reached into the suitcase to fetch some clothes. Before the clothes were brought back, the cub's eyelids, still holding Yuan's finger, slowly closed. He closed his eyes, and then never opened them again. Yuan's throat tightened, and he called softly, "Little cub?" The cub didn't respond, and his icy little hand grew even colder. Yuan could no longer catch his breath. The little fox brought the clothes over, but before it could even drape them over the cub, it froze for a moment. "Brother, he's dead." This deformed cub, clearly a discarded piece, lay dead before them, in this abandoned garbage dump. If they had met later, if Yuan had arrived at the dump a little later, he might not have even seen the cub's appearance. There were stray dogs out there, and they weren't picky eaters. Even newly dead cubs were their prey. Yuan's face was terribly tense. He took the clothes the little fox had brought and wrapped the recently deceased cub. After wrapping them, he checked the rest of the garbage dump. Besides the deformed cubs, there were also some discarded, deformed creatures of other stages. It was unknown how long these deformed creatures had been dead. Their bodies had begun to slowly melt and cling together. This scene reminded Yuan of something a cub had told him. Long ago, when they returned to the island, Bazai was called away by his younger brother at sea, and then went back to the sea to seek a place to fight. Babazai said that the monsters he encountered in the sea were scrap mutants. Many mutants clung together to form new monsters. Thinking of the monster Bazai had mentioned, Yuan looked at the mutants that had clung together before him. He closed his eyes, but still dropped his lit lighter. The fire slowly spread, and the garbage dump emitted a pungent odor. Yuan watched the fire burn out before leaving with the little fox. The zombie crisis had only just been resolved. Somehow, thinking of the dead mutant cub, Yuan had a vague feeling that a new crisis was brewing. The little fox was also in a bad mood, affected by the cub just now. "Big brother." The little fox sat in Big Brother's arms, leaning over to nuzzle him. His insecure look made Yuan suppress his other emotions and patiently comfort him. "Don't be afraid, and don't dwell on what happened just now. Big Brother is still by your side." Yuan's soothing words didn't have much of an effect this time. The little fox leaned against him dejectedly, and after a moment, said, "I was thrown out too. If it weren't for Big Brother." The deformed cub that died in the garbage dump was his fate. They were both discarded deformed cubs, but the cub in the garbage dump wasn't as lucky as him. Therefore he survived, while this cub died. Don't keep talking about what ifs. There are no what ifs in this world. Yuan patted the little fox's head and said, "Big Brother is by your side now. Our cub just needs to be as happy as before. That's all that matters." The little cub at the garbage dump was an unfortunate incident. After leaving the garbage dump, Yuan continued on his way. After an extra day of detours, Yuan finally reached Pei-Si. Pei-Si wasn't as relaxed as he led on WeChat. After killing the North District boss, the North District and some other organizations were hunting him down intensely. He nearly escaped several times. But thankfully, he managed to survive until now. Yuan saw the injuries on his body and frowned. "You're lying." Pei-Si had only been reporting safety to both him and Xie Yuan. He said he was safe, but he hadn't mentioned the horrific situation he'd been in. "I feel so ashamed. After all, I was brought up by Father Xie himself. If I were to get caught in the North District, I completely discredit Father Xie." For the sake of face, Pei-Si had held on until now. Yuan couldn't say anything more to him. The two of them exchanged glances, and finally, Yuan snorted. "You've been hiding this from Xie Yuan. When Xie Yuan sees you, you'll be exposed. It goes without saying that Xie Yuan would be furious." Pei-Si smiled. "We talk about the future later. Our priority right now is to return to the West District. The West District is the safest place." Yuan didn't say anything more. They rushed to the West District together. And as Pei-Si had said, their pursuers were not only relentless, but also seemed quite agitated. The little fox, who hadn't exercised for a long time, lit up when he saw his pursuers. "Brother, I want to play a little longer. We play when we get home." "You can't play when we get home." The little fox, still a rebellious cub at heart, insisted on playing with his pursuers. Seeing this, Yuan took Pei-Si and left ahead. The little fox was smart and fast, and could catch up with them. The wave after wave of pursuers wore Yuan out. On the way back to the West District, Yuan even checked the news. There weren't many reports on the death of the North District boss. The buzz had died down, and they needed new videos, new news, and new buzz. "Pei-Si, you go back first." Seeing that his little fox hadn't caught up, and with new pursuers arriving, Yuan sent Pei-Si on his way. We were already outside the North District, in a no-man's land. Just a little further west, and we see their West District base. After sending Pei-Si away, Yuan thought he was giving him a guarantee of safety. But he didn't know that, just as he let Pei-Si go, he was surrounded and on the verge of capture. "Hey, I'm from the West District. You're trying to capture me across districts, violating the Joint Organizations Agreement. You're carrying out an assassination in the North District, and you're still asking online where to hide. How dare you be so brazen? Are you afraid of death now?" TSK. Pacey leaned against a crooked tree growing by the pond. He looked up at the approaching men with a mocking look in his eyes. "I'm a human being, and everyone fears death. Is it strange that I'm afraid of death?" He wasn't single yet, and until he did, he had to keep himself alive. He and Brother Sia had agreed to be single and to go together. In the blink of an eye, Brother Sia had a wife and children, and he was the only one left, still single. "Your fear is justified." The approaching enemy stared at Pacey. They smiled faintly. "Your fear will end right now." Pacey had only seen such childish words in anime. The two sides continued to stalemate. Pacey estimated that he couldn't win. He calmly looked past the enemy and gazed further away. The little fox was gone, and neither was his elder brother. The pain of a wound bursting open. Bang. The pain of not dodging in time and being hit. You had also heard the fierce fighting. He withdrew from the battle in front of him and began to withdraw, looking for Pacey. But he was entangled and couldn't get away for a while. Under the crooked tree. Pacey dodged a few more times, and the last time, he fell into the pond. The water was cold, and Pacey's clothes flew apart as he fell in. The printed notice in his pocket floated away, drifting to an unknown destination in the water. Cough, cough, cough. Pacey's unfortunate ankle cramped. He struggled to keep his balance and emerged. Ewan? He's flipped over, come and rescue him." Ewan heard Pacey's call and began to fret. His impatience caused his entire state to switch. The scene was like switching from a small account to a large one. Ewan, having switched accounts, handled the situation quickly. It didn't take long for him to reach the spot where Pacey had called him. A few pursuers still remained at the edge of the pond. Before killing them, Ewan inquired about Pacey's whereabouts. "In the water." Ewan killed him quickly and decisively, then looked down into the pond. "Pacey?" He called out several times, but Pacey didn't respond. Ewan had a foreboding feeling. Could Pacey have drowned? Just as he was about to jump, a red figure in the distance wrapped around Pacey's waist and swept her away. Chapter 165. The pond water was cold, but fortunately, it was free of pollutants, so it looked relatively clean. After jumping in, Ewan searched for Pacey for a long time, but couldn't find him. "Pacey?" He clung to the water, occasionally calling out. After an undetermined amount of time, Ewan, dripping wet, climbed out of the pond. Looking at the water before him, he regretted not bringing Eighth Cub with him. The leader of the sea should still be a leader in the pond. With the leader around, finding Pacey in the water would surely be easier. Ewan sat by the pond, unsure of what to do. After a while, the little fox, having resolved his problem, came to find his elder brother. Seeing his elder brother sitting there, the little fox froze. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" "Pacey fell in the water. I couldn't find him when I got down." The little fox, The little fox looked at the water, then at his elder brother. He was in a dilemma. Although he loved playing in the water, he couldn't swim. "Brother, we're very close to the West District now. Should I go get Ba-Z? By the time Ba-Z gets here, Pacey will be swollen." Ewan had already calculated the distance. It would be too late for him to go back and get help. The little fox was at a loss. He thought of Pacey, whom he had met before, and hesitantly said, "I heard other kids talk about Pacey. I heard he's incredibly lucky. He escaped death several times, and no one, had actually killed him. Besides, isn't Pacey a military veteran? He must know how to swim. As long as he can swim, he won't drown." The little fox's comfort helped Ewan calm down. "You're right." Ewan raised his hand and patted the little fox's head. "Pacey can swim. He'd definitely be able to swim out. If Pacey swam away, he'd definitely come looking for him after he got out. All Ewan had to do now was wait for Pacey to contact him." Ewan was right, Pacey could swim. He nearly drowned initially because of a leg cramp. After choking on several mouthfuls of water, he inevitably sank. Just as he thought he was about to die, a flash of red caught his eye. Then, his waist sank, something entangled him. It was difficult to open his eyes in the water, so Pacey could only vaguely see the red. After swimming for a while, his cramped calf gradually recovered. Then, the person guiding him suddenly began to sink. Pacey was stunned for 2 seconds, then instinctively reached for the person. Following the current, he finally brought the drowning person to shore. After bringing the person ashore, Pacey looked down and took in the person's face and features. Beautiful. A beauty that almost transcended gender. His hair was long and curly, slightly messy, cascading over his shoulders. That face, wet with water, was so exquisite it defied words. Pacey looked into his eyes, those icy blue eyes, like sapphires, that seemed to draw him in. He couldn't help but breathe more softly. If it weren't for the person's Adam's apple, he really wouldn't have been able to tell their gender. The beauty's upper body was naked, her jade-like skin looking almost imperceptible, but her lower body. It was a tail, a red fish tail. The tail flickered before his eyes for only a few seconds before being replaced by legs. Pacey looked at the still naked legs, silently undressed, and wrapped them around him. Well, it's getting late, time for the temperature to drop. Before going ashore, Pacey had been filled with confusion. But at that moment, he had completely forgotten what he was going to say. The beauty stared at him expressionlessly, not even a hint of gratitude for the clothes he offered her. Pacey cleared his throat, regaining some composure. He asked, why did you suddenly sink? You were swimming so well, then suddenly sinking, like drowning. But how could that be possible? He had seen the fish tail. This must be a fish-shaped deformity. As everyone knows, no fish can drown. I can't swim. The beauty suddenly spoke, interrupting Pacey's thoughts. His voice was beautiful, 100 times more beautiful than those of the once popular voice actors. But the words that came out of such a beautiful voice left Pacey bewildered. After explaining that he couldn't swim, he asked Pacey, why did you kill Zhu Gan? Zhu Gan was the name of the North District boss. When Pacey heard him mention Zhu Gan, a sense of crisis suddenly surged within him. Could this fish, which couldn't swim, be in cahoots with those who were pursuing it? This thought only lasted a moment before he dismissed it. If they were truly in cahoots, then why had he said earlier that saving him was unnecessary? Zhu Gan is too good at stirring up trouble. He's constantly sowing discord between all parties. This time, he inspired Xie Yuan to kill him because he singled out the zombie king for trouble. If he wasn't killed, there was no guarantee he wouldn't continue stirring up trouble next time. Is the West District planning to annex the North District? As far as I know, there's no such plan. Even if Zhu Gan died in the North District, it didn't mean the other districts could easily annex it. Besides, at this critical juncture of post-disaster reconstruction, the West District was already overwhelmed with its own affairs, and its military was insufficient. Giving up on stabilizing the West District and annexing the North District at this moment. It seemed foolish no matter how you looked at it. The beauty listened to him and said, oh. He didn't seem to have any intention of communicating further with Pacey. After just a few words, he stood up and started to leave. Pacey stared at him, stunned, and asked, where are you going? The beauty didn't answer, but continued walking. Pacey thought about the big red tail, and for some reason, the photo of the chubby fish he had saved flashed through his mind. The chubby fish's tail was also red. Two fish with red tails flashed through Pacey's mind simultaneously. As if possessed, he asked, have you ever seen a chubby fish? Its tail is red, just like yours. Beauty paused. He turned around and stared coldly at Pacey. Meanwhile, Yuan, who was searching for Pacey, received a call from Xie Yuan. "Inen, you've been out for 3 days. When Yuan first left, he had promised Xie Yuan he would be back in 2 days. Now, a day later, he hadn't returned, and there was no sign of him returning. Xie Yuan had held back until now before calling. Yuan felt a mixture of guilt and relief when he received the call. He told Xie Yuan the truth about his situation, and by the end, Yuan eagerly sought his advice. "Xie Yuan, I haven't waited for Pacey to contact me, nor for him to come see me. What do you think I should do now? Send me your current location." Yuan was away, and Xie Yuan said he was confident in him, but he was still worried. So, for the past 2 days, Yuan had been sending him his location from time to time. When the location arrived, Xie Yuan checked the distance. "It's not too far. I pick you up." Xie Yuan took Bazai with him, and left the base together. When Bazai was brought out, he was a little reluctant. Without his big brother, he didn't really want to go out with Xie Yuan. Until Xie Yuan said to him, "Let's go find your big brother." 8th cub, surprise! 8th cub transformed back into its original form, and climbed onto his shoulder to sit. "Let's go!" he commanded. "Let's hurry and find Big Brother, and try to bring him back to sleep with us." Xie Yuan pinched his little tentacle and smiled. "Let's go, bring your big brother back to sleep." They left without disturbing anyone, not even the other cubs. An unknown amount of time passed. Yuan's clothes were all dried, but Yuan still hadn't arrived. The little fox found an empty cabin not far away and called Yuan over. "Big brother, let's wait here." The little fox filially made a bed for Yuan so he could rest. The small bed in the cabin was originally dirty and small, but after a quick wash, it was at least clean and small. Yuan felt exhausted, but he was worried about Pacey, so he couldn't sleep. "Fourth child, come here." Yuan called the little fox over and gave him half of the bed. Man and fox lay facing each other, with the little fox leaning over to nuzzle its older brother. "Little child, when you lived in town with Dad and Grandma, did you sleep alone?" The little fox nodded, then shook its head. "Sometimes I slept alone, and sometimes I slept with Grandma. If Grandma gets sick, I stay with her." "Sick?" Yuan was stunned. He had talked about Grandma with Dad before, but Dad hadn't mentioned Grandma's illness during their conversation. "Little child, is Grandma seriously ill? When will she get better?" Dad said Grandma's condition was now stable. When he married Yuan, he'd bring his grandmother to the wedding. "No, I don't know." The fourth child met his eldest brother's gaze, and suddenly stuttered. He'd been specifically told by Father Gu not to say anything about his grandmother. Just now, he let something slip. "She'd see you." Yuan wanted to ask more, but before he could finish, footsteps sounded outside. Yuan pricked up his ears for a few seconds. A few seconds later, he climbed out of bed, shoes off, and rushed out. Yuan. He rushed to the door, where Yuan had rushed over and caught him in his arms. "Be good, I'm here." Yuan arrived in a hurry, having barely changed out of his daytime clothes. Yuan was about to speak to him, when Bazai leaped from Yuan's shoulders into Yuan's arms. "Big brother, I'm here too." Yuan's eyes narrowed. With Bazai and Yuan already here, his heart settled. No one spoke quickly. Bazai had been brought here to carry out a mission. Yuan and Yuan led him to the pond. Yuan instructed Bazai, "Look carefully to see if Pacey is in the water." Although Yuan thought the chances of Pacey being underwater were slim, he still had Bazai personally confirm it, just in case. After receiving his brother's instructions, Bazai plunged into the water without a word. Yuan, and the little fox watched him from the shore. Even though Bazai was the leader in the water, he was still the leader. He searched the area thoroughly, and it took half an hour to finish. Nothing. Eighth cub emerged from the water and reported his findings to his eldest brother. "Pacey isn't in the water, nor is he on the bottom. I cleared away all the water plants, and he's nowhere to be found. There are no man-eating mutants in the water. Even if Pacey is dead, his body couldn't have been eaten." Eighth cub had ruled out all possibilities in the water, and this elimination convinced both Yuan and Yuan. Pacey must still be alive. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yuan. "We don't need to look for him in the water anymore." "Okay, I look for him nearby." Yuan didn't let Yuan follow them, instead telling him and the little fox to go back to the cabin and rest. "I go with eighth cub." Yuan kissed Yuan's forehead. "You've been working hard out there for a few days. Get some rest." Yuan was a caring person. He coaxed Yuan to rest in the cabin and promised him that he would find Pacey. Yuan was coaxed into lying down obediently, resting with fourth cub. Yuan carried eighth cub and continued to work. Eighth cub fluttered in his arms, annoyed. "I worked hard all day too. I need to rest." Fourth cub was still sleeping with big brother, and he wanted to sleep with big brother too. Yuan lifted him up, shook him, and bluntly exposed him. "You played all day today. Now it's time to get back to work." Chong Chong and Duo, who had been on the island, were brought back. Eighth cub had met these two cubs before on the island, and they had interacted with each other. This time, after they were brought back, Bazai played with them again. Even Duo, who was socially anxious, wasn't afraid of Bazai anymore. Bazai had a crazy day with them, and it was quite tiring. "The sooner we find Pacey, the sooner we can go back." Yuan held Bazai and encouraged him. As they searched for Pacey, they chatted about him. "He's done a great job this time. When we find him and get back, I'm going to set him up for a blind date." Pacey had been wanting to get married for so long. Yuan figured it was time to find a date. When Bazai heard about the blind date, his tentacles perked up. "Are blind dates for finding a partner?" "Yes," Yuan asked, looking down at Bazai. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? You want to find a partner too?" If he really wanted to find a partner for Bazai, Yuan felt he had to find him someone smart. That way, they could complement each other. Bazai shook his little tentacles and denied, "I'm not looking for one. Finding a partner wouldn't be edible, and you have to coax and pamper him. It was so annoying. Xie Yuan observed his attitude and was silent for a moment before speaking sincerely. Bazai, I think you're going to fall into my hands. With Bazai's clueless behavior, it looked like he'd never get a wife for the rest of his life. Bazai snorted, still insisting he didn't want a partner. Time slipped by. They searched all night, but found nothing. At dawn, Xie Yuan returned with Bazai. Bazai was exhausted and collapsed at the sight of the bed. As soon as he got into bed, he startled Yuan awake. Yuan looked at him and Xie Yuan, seeing no one behind them, so he asked, Where's Pei Si? We haven't found him yet. Xie Yuan walked in, looking grim. This news so early in the morning had dampened everyone's spirits. Yuan was even more puzzled. If he's not in the water, then he's on land. It's been half a day and a whole night. Why hasn't he contacted me yet? Pei Si wasn't the kind of person who was so careless. Xie Yuan frowned, unable to figure out the reason. But they couldn't waste time here without making any progress. Go back to base. Xie Yuan made a decision. I send more people to look for him. The strength of just a few of them wasn't enough. Yuan was taken back by Xie Yuan. Afterward, the West District not only sent more people to search for Pei Si, but also warned the North District. If you dare to pursue Pei Si again, the West District won't mind making the North District a deserted area. The North District received a warning. The recipient of the warning was the newly appointed head of the North District, a young and unfamiliar figure. He had a gentle appearance, thin framed glasses perched on his nose, and a pleasant smile. After his appointment, the previously chaotic North District was turned around and stabilized. After lagging behind other districts, post-disaster reconstruction in the North District finally got underway. This young, gentle man personally called Xie Yuan. Yuan happened to be nearby when he called. Xie Yuan pressed the speakerphone button, and Yuan, sitting next to him, could still hear his voice clearly. Hello. I'm Wen Rong, the new head of the North District. Wen Rong's tone was gentle. After greeting Xie Yuan, he got down to business. Recently, there's been a rumor claiming that someone from the West District assassinated our previous administrator. I find this rumor absurd, so I decided to stop it from spreading. I will also discipline those who are misled by this rumor. When Rong's meaning was clear, he dismissed Pei Si's assassination as a rumor. Xie Yuan naturally understood his meaning. Conversations between intelligent people are always concise. Since it's a rumor, the North District should just rein in those impulsive individuals. We in the West District have no intention of resolving conflicts with other districts at this time. The North District lifted the wanted order for Pei Si. The West District gave the new North District administrator a favor, allowing them to coexist peacefully. It was a good deal. After hanging up the phone, Xie Yuan had someone check Wen Rong's information. While awaiting the results of the investigation, Xie Yuan asked Yuan, What do you think of Wen Rong, the North District's new boss? Yuan recalled the conversation on the phone and honestly commented, I think he's very smooth and quite capable. Since the new boss took office, he's been focusing on post-disaster reconstruction internally and repairing relations with the West District externally. Unlike the previous North District boss, who was prone to stirring up trouble, this new boss seems more of a pragmatist. Xie Yuan didn't comment. He listened to Yuan's words, lost in thought. If Wen Rong could behave like he is now, that would be the best. Detailed information on Wen Rong was soon delivered to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan and Yuan looked through it together. Wen Rong's information wasn't extensive, and his role in the North District was unremarkable. But after the previous boss's death, he began to take action. It must be said that the previous boss's death seemed to be the catalyst for Wen Rong's ascension. After the previous boss's death, everything he did was very practical. He's now very well received in the North District, even more so than the previous boss. After reviewing Wen Rong's profile, Xie Yuan set it aside and resumed his conversation with Yuan. It was the third day since Pei Si disappeared. Just as Xie Yuan intensified his search, and Yuan was about to take the cubs back to look for him, he finally sent a message. I have some things to do outside, so I won't be back for now. Just consider it a vacation. I saved up a lot of vacation time, and I'm going to use it all this time. Pei Si's request for leave arrived. After reading it, Yuan turned around and called Xie Yuan without hesitation. Xie Yuan, Pei Si has been kidnapped. Who was Pei Si? He cancelled all his previous blind dates for a mission, and now, out of nowhere, he suddenly wanted to take a break. This was totally out of character. Yuan called Xie Yuan over. After reading the message, Xie Yuan shared Yuan's opinion. This guy had definitely been kidnapped. These two messages must have been sent by him asking for help. But before Xie Yuan could find someone to decipher his distress message, Pei Si's video arrived. Brothers, yeah, I know you're probably suspicious, but I assure you, I haven't been. Brother, I want to take care of my life. Pei Si lowered his voice as he spoke the last words. Xie Yuan studied the video carefully, and after a moment, he spoke. Pei Si didn't lie. He asked for the leave himself. Xie Yuan was familiar with the actions of someone who had been around him for so many years. That was why he was certain Pei Si wasn't being held hostage by anyone. Yuan was a bit taken aback. He digested the information in Pei Si's words for a long time before. As if waking up from a dream, he said, "Did he have a romantic encounter?" Yuan's words, though a bit harsh, were not wrong. Xie Yuan pressed his temple and said, "Forget it. I was planning to set him up with a blind date after he came back. If he really does fall for someone out there, I check it out. If they have a clean background and decent character, I won't stop him." Pei Si's crisis was over, and he had another romantic encounter, so Yuan no longer worried about him. The days passed slowly. Post-disaster reconstruction in the West District is largely complete. Thanks to years of good management, the West District has sufficient supplies, which is particularly crucial for reconstruction efforts. Yuan accompanied Xie Yuan as they worked together to perfect the reconstruction work in the West District. The former small bases were no longer in use, and the people of the West District returned to their original cities. Yuan accompanied Xie Yuan on a tour of those cities. The city lights came on, and people began to appear on the streets. Stores were filled, and street vendors were set up. Yuan admired the courage of these people to start anew. After enduring so much hardship, they persevered in embracing a new life. A kindergarten for the children was also built. In the kindergarten, Yuan opened a special class. The first student in the special class was Bazai. When Bazai learned he would be attending kindergarten, his face was filled with despair. He almost wanted to pack up and return to the sea. But he couldn't bear to leave his elder brother or anyone else. In the end, Bazai went to school, humiliated. The special class offered specialized lessons, and Yuan felt that Bazai desperately needed them. Sun Mo served as the kindergarten's deputy principal, and he did a great job. The deformed children in the kindergarten, though occasionally troublemakers, were ruthlessly suppressed by Sun Mo. Yuan usually accompanied Xie Yuan on official business or managed his own kindergarten, leading a busy and fulfilling life. Until this day, the West District received an invitation. It was a wedding invitation. The North District and the South District had entered into a marriage. Although the invitation stated a free love relationship, the union of the North District's newly appointed boss and the South District's current boss's eldest daughter seemed free in every sense of the word. Not much. The daughter of the South District boss is the heir apparent in the eyes of the people of the South District. Looking at the invitation, Xie Yuan explained to Yuan the wedding hostess, Lin Luo. "Xie Yuan, are we going?" Yuan asked, "Or should we just bring a gift?" "We have to go in person. This wedding involved both the North and South Districts, and the highest-ranking individuals in both. According to etiquette, he had to go in person. Will it be dangerous for us to go to the North District?" Yuan asked a little nervously. Xie Yuan smiled. "No, not only did the North District invite us, but the East District will too. Jaiman will definitely be there, but I'm not sure if Dazai will be there. I called Dazai ahead of time. Wuzai is still in their West District, but Dazai is not. Yuan can see Dazai through the video, but seeing him in person is always different." Xie Yuan watched him call the eldest cub. After he finished, he took him to order a formal suit. "From now on, you need a few nice clothes for formal occasions." Xie Yuan made several suits for Yuan at once, all in black and white. When Yuan wore them, he looked like a pampered young master. They were going to the North District to give gifts, and when the cubs found out, they all wanted to go. The third cub didn't make a fuss about going. He was the most homebody. Seeing his eldest brother and the others leave, the third cub munched on bamboo and casually asked, "Brother, how long will the banquet take?" He was a little bored being here alone. Yuan's mouth twitched at the words in his words. "Sanzai, you used the wrong word. We're not going to a banquet, we're going to a drinking party, a wedding banquet." Sanzai, Sanzai opened his mouth slightly, bewildered. "Is there a difference? Isn't a banquet the same as drinking wine?" Yuan nearly choked. "There's a huge difference between a banquet and a drinking party. One is for a funeral, the other for a wedding." Yuan carefully explained the difference to Sanzai. Sanzai sat there, his belly hanging open, his eyes narrowed. "Then go early, and come back early. Bring me some local specialties when you come back." "Okay." Yuan agreed. then led the others to the North District for a banquet. Pooh, no, it was a drinking party. Yuan, almost misleading, quickly corrected his words. The North District wedding was a grand affair. Even the opening itself was a grand affair. Several cameras were set up on site, and the wedding was being broadcast live online. Several live streaming platforms were nearly devastated by the wedding, their servers nearly crashing. Most of the people watching the live stream weren't there to see the main event, but the guests. The live stream barrage was abuzz with comments. Ah, I want to see the baby. I don't want to see Xie Yuan's face anymore. No matter how handsome it is, it's not mine anyway. I want to see the baby. Want to see the baby plus one? Has my rolling baby arrived? Little fox, show me my little fox. You all want to see the baby? Then I'm going to take Big Brother baby away. Wow, I just saw a Big Brother baby flash by. He's so handsome. Suddenly, I think Boss Xie is really out of his league. In the past, I would have called you a piece of shit, but now, I'm the piece of shit. The comments on the screen were harmonious, with the most eye-catching ones being those from his fans. Unconsciously, each of his fans had amassed a considerable following. Amidst this harmonious atmosphere, in a secluded corner, Pacey was still gazing at the sky and sighing. I rarely felt this miserable. I heard everyone in District 4 attended the wedding. Even if I went there dressed like this, Brother Xie would definitely embarrass me and send me off to pick up scrap on the street. Ah, I better continue my vacation. At the wedding, he had to pay a gift. He was very poor, and his money would have to be handed over to his wife, so he couldn't afford to spend it recklessly now. At the wedding in the North District, Yuan first spotted Jai Man, dressed in a black suit and alone. After noticing Yuan's gaze, he put down his glass and walked towards her. Yuan looked at him, already feeling a little disappointed. Isn't our eldest here? Before arriving in the North District, Yuan had called him. He promised to come. Jai Man blinked, staring intently at Yuan. Just when Yuan was about to lose his composure, Jai Man finally spoke. He unbuttoned his sleeve, and the next second, a small snake emerged from it, tilting its head back and greeting Yuan. Hello. Xie Yuan, eh? Xie Yuan went along with the conversation. Hello, you're really pretty. The eldest wasn't impressed by Xie Yuan's flattery. Jai Man took the initiative and approached, revealing the eldest to his older brother. They spontaneously formed a small group, making it impossible for others to intervene. The live broadcast camera happened to capture this scene, and the audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but burst into tears. Another pair of long legs. The East District's thighs are so long too. District bosses are getting more and more arrogant these days. Are they, as bosses, also so demanding about appearance? With so many long legs, even those who love beauty will die without regrets. Whatever you want, my father Xie will always be number one. The audience licked the screen, expressing their delight. Yuan also paid close attention to every detail of the wedding. Not only did he pay attention himself, but he would also occasionally discuss it with Xie Yuan. Do we really have to invite so many people? I don't want to. We can have 2. That's fine, but won't it be tiring? Maybe a little. If it's too tiring, we can just take a break and continue. The reason Yuan and Xie Yuan talked so much was simple. They had already put the marriage plan on the table. The West District was now stable, and there were no external concerns. Taking advantage of this peaceful moment, Yuan and Xie Yuan wanted to get a marriage certificate and get things done. Getting married is no simple matter. The details alone take a long time to work out. The wedding continued. The sight of Yuan and Xie Yuan together in the camera made the audience excited, as if they were actually watching the real wedding. Although I didn't record the voices of Lauda and Anin, I can tell from their lip movements that they were talking about getting married. Perhaps we can look forward to a wedding in our own district. Looking forward to the boss's wedding plus one. Since the West District was the first to settle down, its residents were also the first to start surfing. With their lives settled, they often choose to surf the internet to relieve stress or simply pass the time. Although all 4 districts were present for this live broadcast, judging by the comments, the West District's viewership surpassed the others. The West District attendees included Xie Yuan and Yuan, along with the internet celebrities, each of whom brought their own traffic. Jai Man, along with his eldest son, also joined Yuan. Yuan turned his head and said to Jai Man, "Why doesn't your eldest son transform into a human? Wouldn't that make it easier for him to come out with you?" Yuan had seen his eldest son in human form. He looked incredibly handsome. Jai Man said helplessly, he doesn't want to transform. He says it's more convenient this way. Alright. The few of them chatted and watched the wedding, feeling quite harmonious. Soon, as the wedding ceremony neared its end, Yuan watched the bride and groom confess their love on stage, then glanced at the flower girl at their legs. He couldn't help but grumble softly. "Xie Yuan, do you feel like the bride and groom don't have much affection?" "I think the flower girl's eyes look at the bride with more affection than the groom does." Perhaps it was because the bride was truly beautiful today. The flower girl's eyes on the stage were sparkling. The more Yuan watched, the more amused he found it. Xie Yuan rubbed Yuan's head and whispered, "Don't worry, when we get married, I definitely express my love on stage with great affection." Amid their grumbling, the bride and groom were escorted to the bridal chamber. The flower girl, who wanted to see the bride, followed closely. He tugged at the bride's skirt and said in a baby voice, "Sister-in-law, beautiful wine." The bride's eyes curved with laughter. The corridor they passed through to the bridal chamber was also equipped with cameras. However, those present were all people of high status, and since they wouldn't commit such a bridal chamber disturbance, they didn't follow. For several minutes, perhaps even more than 10, the live stream was bathed in blood. Screams and deafening sirens blared from the wedding venue. The groom, covered in blood, screamed and screamed, trying to catch someone. His bride, a splash of blood splattered from her chest, lay dead in a pool of blood. Beside the bride, the little flower girl had also been stabbed in the chest. When Yuan rushed over, he saw the blood-soaked scene and was momentarily stunned. A wedding had suddenly become a funeral. "He's caught! The murderer's been caught! Bring him up here! I'm going to kill him! I'm going to kill him!" The groom's face was ashen and hideous as he ordered the captured murderer to be brought up. It was a freak. Yuan looked at the dead bride and flower girl. They were prominent beings among humans, but the one who killed them was a deformed being. Chapter 166. The scene was filled with noise. Yuan was held by Xie Yuan's shoulders, and both of them were watching what was unfolding before them. The deformed cubs, who had followed Yuan, also stood behind him. They looked at the tragic scene before them. Ba Zi said in a daze, "He just held my hand." The flower girl who was delivering the ring passed by Ba Zi and, noticing his good looks, tugged at his hand. The flower girl, who had just spoken in a childish voice on the stage, had, in the blink of an eye, become a tiny corpse. This left Ba Zi somewhat dazed. The wedding guests were still unaware. The current boss of the South District, the bride's father, stumbled out of the crowd. He hadn't managed the South District well, and the people there had long resented him. He wasn't a good manager, nor was he a particularly good husband or father. But watching his newlywed eldest daughter die before him, his lips trembled, and he could barely speak. "Dad." When Rong had changed his tone, he called out to the old man before him, his hoarse voice sounding desperate and desolate, "Lolo isn't breathing." When Rong's words made Lin Nan take a step back, nearly falling to the ground. Thankfully, Xie Yuan, who was closer, helped him up in time. Xie Yuan held his arm, steadying him. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry." Lin Nan clutched Xie Yuan's hand tightly, and just as Yuan was about to step forward, he finally let go. The captured freak was still struggling. Lin Nan, his eyes red, stepped closer. "Why? Why would you do this?" His daughter had never held a grudge against anyone. Today was her daughter's happy day. Why would this aberration kill her? The aberration, having assassinated 2 people, stared back at him, speechless. Lin Nan drew his knife and stabbed it fiercely into the aberration's chest. Blood flowed from the aberration's chest, and the stabbed aberration hissed in pain. But he wasn't dead. Such an ordinary knife couldn't kill him. Lin Nan stabbed him repeatedly, venting his anger. Tears streamed down his face as he stabbed. "Kill me if you want to." "Why not me? Why her?" He knew he was an old man, incompetent, and the people of the South District had long hoped for his demise. Though he cherished his own life, he was willing to sacrifice it for his daughter's. This eldest daughter, who always scolded, berated, and ordered him around, was only 28 years old. She clearly had many years left to live with her husband. Lin Nan's venting of anger was stopped by Xie Yuan. "Investigate. He couldn't have gotten here alone. Killing the heir to the South District and the younger brother of the North District boss all at once, that wasn't something a freak could orchestrate." Xie Yuan rationally laid out the arrangements. When Rong, though grief-stricken, grew more resolute. "Someone, take him down for questioning. Make him reveal how many accomplices he has. No one present can be released until he's been thoroughly interrogated." When Rong was effectively restricting their freedom. However, with the tragedy ahead of them, no one present raised any objections. The security cameras still set up in the hallway were finally taken away. Everything that had just happened had been posted online. Due to the ongoing post-disaster reconstruction phase, online moderators hadn't been deployed promptly. Such a bloody video had survived. In the past, even a little bit of ketchup in the footage would have resulted in a ban. Night fell. Xie Yuan and the others were left here. The children were also assigned rooms next to theirs. Yuan sat on the sofa in the living room, still talking to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, should we bring the children over? Having just witnessed such a bloody scene, he was a little worried that the children wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Xie Yuan pinched the back of his neck, trying to calm him. Our children won't be afraid of this. Don't worry about them. You can go check on them before bed. If they were to bring them over directly, their room wouldn't have room for so many children. Yuan was feeling uneasy, which was why he was worried about the children. Hearing Xie Yuan say this, he calmed down a bit. I already seen them, there's no need to go again. After the rooms were arranged, Yuan took the children back to their rooms. When he took them back, they looked fine. Xie Yuan was still massaging him, trying to calm him down. And then, don't think about what happened tonight anymore, okay? Yuan was prone to overthinking, and Xie Yuan knew him, so he didn't want him to dwell on it any longer. Yuan couldn't stop himself from thinking about it. As soon as he closed his eyes, he thought he saw the bodies of the bride and the flower girl again. Those two blood-soaked corpses had clearly been alive just moments before. Xie Yuan. Yuan called out to Xie Yuan. He looked up and said, I suddenly have a very bad feeling. He couldn't put his finger on what this feeling signified, but he vaguely felt. Something very bad was about to happen. With me here, your bad feeling won't come true. Xie Yuan leaned over and kissed Yuan's forehead to comfort him. Even if something bad does happen, I'm here to protect you. Not just me, but the cubs too. Xie Yuan's comfort was simple yet effective. Yuan's emotions gradually calmed down under his soothing words. That night, almost no one slept well. Of course, that didn't include the little fox who was sleeping in. The little fox had seen many life and death situations, and while what happened tonight was unfortunate, it didn't affect him much. Seeing that everyone else was in a low mood, he lowered his head as well, and said nothing more. While others were suffering from insomnia, he slept soundly. The long, dark night would eventually pass. When Rong lay awake all night, still dressed in his groom's clothes. Together with Lin Nan, they interrogated the mutant who had come to assassinate him. They interrogated him all night long. The next day, Yuan woke up, not even half asleep. He sat up in bed, and the first thing he asked was, Did you get anything out of the mutant we captured yesterday? Xie Yuan had been staying by his side, so naturally he had no idea of the progress. Let's go check after we get up. Xie Yuan was also concerned about this matter. Whether it was the person involved, the time, or the location, it was all incredibly sensitive. If this isn't properly addressed, no one knows what's going to happen next. Yuan immediately began to change his clothes upon hearing his words. I get up now, let's go check on the situation. Okay. They woke up early, and this wasn't the cubs' usual wake-up time. Yuan passed by the other cubs' rooms and, after a moment's hesitation, didn't knock. Come back and wake them later. Yuan withdrew his hand from knocking and said, I guess they slept late last night, so this will keep them awake. Waking them up wouldn't do much anyway. Okay, let's go find Wenrong now. On his way to find Wenrong, Yuan saw Jaiman from the East District. Jaiman was walking alone, and he didn't know if his eldest son had his arm around his. When they bumped into each other, Jaiman asked first, Are you going to find Wenrong? Yes, you too? Okay, let's go together. They were going the same way, so it was natural for them to walk together. As the heads of each district, they had a lot to think about. With something as major as this happening, they all had to pay attention. On the way, Yuan asked about his eldest son. Is he with you? No, he's still in his room. Jaiman explained. He felt it was a waste of time to come here in person to get the news. So, he asked me to just tell him the results. Yuan, This was truly his eldest son's style. As they talked, they quickly arrived at where Wenrong was. Wenrong and Lin Nan were both there. They looked like they hadn't slept all night. Lin Nan's hair had turned completely white overnight. Yuan was stunned by his hair turning white overnight. He had seen online someone say that when someone is deeply saddened, their hair turns white overnight. But this was the first time he had seen it. Lin Nan's usually smooth voice was now completely hushed. He's very stubborn. We interrogated him all night, using every possible means, but he still wouldn't utter a single word. Lin Nan spoke, his tone tinged with fatigue. He had used every torture method he could on this aberration. Aberrations have strong healing abilities, but they are not insensitive to pain. He was in pain all night, but he refused to confess. He just kept repeating, all humans deserve to die. Xie Yuan frowned when he saw that they had interrogated him all night without getting any results. What methods did you use? In critical situations, they could use some force against the interrogator. Lin Nan recounted every trick they had used. After he finished speaking, the aberration behind him spat out another mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood, the aberration, having been tortured all night, laughed at them. What other tricks do you have? Ha ha, after all you've done to me, you still expect me to confess? Don't dream. Don't you humans know how aberrations are created, and how they're used after they're created? The torture I endured is hundreds, thousands, and even thousands of times more painful than last night. If you have the guts, continue interrogating me. I want to see what you can find out. At the aberration's words, Lin Nan's heart suddenly sank, and the expressions of those present also changed slightly. They all knew the aberrant was right. The status of aberrants had never been higher, not even equal to humans. The darkness they had experienced, compared to last night, incomparable. When Rong leaned against a pillar, the blood on his suit already dried. He looked up at Xie Yuan and Jai Man. Don't you have any solutions? He seemed calmer, but this calmness seemed more like forced suppression of emotion. Yuan subconsciously glanced at Xie Yuan and Jai Man. Under the gazes of many, the two nodded simultaneously. We can give it a try. This aberrant had dared to kill such important figures from the north and south districts today. There was no guarantee he would kill someone from another district next time. They wouldn't feel at ease until this hidden danger was resolved. Go get some rest. Don't keep pushing yourself like this. Jai Man gently advised them. If you overwork yourself, there will be more things to come, and you might not have the energy to handle them. I checked. There's surveillance footage here. Xie Yuan and I will interrogate him under surveillance. After you rested, you can check the footage. Xie Yuan wasn't good at comforting people. He was at a loss for words except for his own end. So, while Jai Man tried to comfort them, he simply agreed. A moment later, at the urging of his men, Lin Nan and Wen Rong went downstairs to rest. Yuan wanted to stay and watch. Xie Yuan rubbed his head and disagreed. Go check on the cubs and see if they're sleeping well. Xie Yuan wanted to get Yuan out of the way, and Yuan understood his intention. The two men stared at each other, Xie Yuan showing no sign of relenting. Yuan, it's just an investigation of a deformed creature. What's there he can't see? Be good, be obedient. In front of Jai Man, Xie Yuan kissed his forehead and soothed him. I promise it'd be resolved quickly. Stay with the cubs and wait for me to find you. Okay. Seeing Xie Yuan wouldn't take him with him, Yuan had no choice but to leave. He followed Xie Yuan's instructions and went to check on the cubs. The eldest cub's room was locked. Yuan hesitated, but didn't knock. The little fox slept with his belly exposed. After opening the door, Yuan rubbed his belly without waking him. The fifth cub and Jojo were in the same room. The fifth cub was awake, but Jojo was still asleep. Yuan lowered his voice and inquired about Jojo's condition. Did you cry yesterday? When did you go to sleep? No. Woozy also lowered his voice, answering his eldest brother's question. I wasn't feeling well, so I went to bed a little late. I went to sleep after midnight. Spider Child was also in the room, but with Woozy around, he'd been forced into a corner to weave his web. Botsy and Jojo shared the bed, and his sleeping position was the most bizarre of the other children. Currently, he was cuddling Jojo's feet, sound asleep. After several unsuccessful attempts to correct him, Woozy simply turned a blind eye. After all, Jojo occasionally kicked, so a few kicks while he was asleep wouldn't hurt. Yuan listened to Woozy's words. He sat down next to Jojo and touched his face. It was warm, not hot. Keep an eye on Jojo. It was bloody last night. I'm afraid I upset him. Jojo had experienced such a bloody experience herself before, and Yuan was afraid this would upset him. The fifth cub nodded. He could keep an eye on Jojo without his elder brother's instructions. After staying in Jojo's room for a while longer, Yuan went to check on the next cub. The sixth cub had a strong mental endurance and didn't need any guidance from his elder brother. Tan Zhan was in charge of the seventh cub. He stopped at the door and didn't go in. Shujiao buried himself in the earth and grew up freely overnight. As Xie Yuan had said, the cubs didn't need any comfort. Yuan wandered around and finally returned to his and Xie Yuan's room. Xie Yuan probably wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Yuan laid down on the bed and turned on his phone. He belatedly remembered that yesterday's wedding had been a live broadcast. It was broadcast. Even the bride's murder in the hallway seemed to have been caught on camera. Thinking of this, Yuan's mood as he surfed the internet subconsciously grew heavier. He randomly opened a platform and was flooded with wedding news. It was terrifying. Click to watch the North District wedding live. Help! I haven't slept all night. What's going on now? The North District hasn't even issued a statement. All sorts of headlines were discussing what happened last night. Yuan clicked on the most popular headline. It already had over 100,000 comments. At the top of the comments were messages from netizens from various districts. Everyone watching the live broadcast is really going to have a heart attack. The assassin is a mutant, using supernatural powers. The bride and the child had no time or ability to resist. It's so suffocating to see a wedding like this. The North District boss is so miserable. He lost his wife and brother all at once. Well, am I the only one who thinks humans are so weak compared to the aberrations? Crack. 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 Even the North District's wife and the South District boss's daughter were killed by aberrations, and they didn't even have a chance to fight back. If ordinary people like us were to encounter aberrations, wouldn't we die even more easily than them? Aberration fear has already begun. Aberration fear +1. The comment section began to trend in the direction of fear of aberrations. Yuan frowned, exited this headline, and clicked on another news item. That news item also had tens of thousands of comments. Help, help, help. The aberrants are so terrifying, okay? I really don't want to live in the same world with them. After watching the video, I just feel so insecure. The aberrants can easily kill us humans, and we have no way to deal with them. I remember the West District used to be against aberrants. Can you please step in now? Hee, the West District isn't what it used to be. There's a ton of aberrants there now. From what I understand, most of the A-sequence aberrants are in the West District, right? It seems like the West District might even have the highest risk factor. I'm in the West District, and I'm considering moving. Yuan continued clicking, checking over a dozen news items. The comments on these news items, without exception, pitted humans against aberrants. Last night's livestream had a profound impact on many people. They watched helplessly as the aberrations slaughtered humans, unable to do anything. This sense of powerlessness and fear transformed into a rejection of the aberrations. Yuan even saw some of the more irritable ones cursing all the aberrations. The internet was flooded with such comments. Yuan read for a while longer, but still felt overwhelmed and temporarily turned off his phone. He closed his eyes, unsure how to resolve the situation. If the relationship between humans and aberrations truly became hostile, what would he and Yuan do? The more Yuan thought about it, the more troubled he became. Finally, he simply pulled the blanket over his head. Most of the day slipped by unnoticed. Yuan remained in the bedroom, while Yuan and Jaiman's clothes were in a state of disrepair. One of them appeared gentle, and the other had become much more refined after finding a partner. But deep down, neither of them was a pushover. In front of each other, they didn't pretend to be nice people. Would you like to change at my place later? Yuan would see you if you go back like that. Jaiman offered a suggestion. After giving his suggestion, he added, as if to avoid suspicion, I'm not the only one in my room. Lingyi is also here. Given Yuan's relationship with Yuan, if he were alone in the room and then asked Yuan to go over, then it would be very confusing. With Lingyi around, he could invite Yuan to change at his place without any guilt. Thank you. Yuan accepted the suggestion. I think we can go back and change soon. The aberrant, tortured all night in the North District, finally spoke when he fell into their hands. He revealed 2 accomplices and a piece of information. Aberrant alliance. Jaiman muttered these words, turning back to ask Yuan, have you heard of this alliance? Yuan shook his head, no. He had heard of many alliances, but this one was the only one he hadn't heard of. Our alliance will grow in number. Thanks to you humans, our number is now comparable to yours. In the future, our numbers will completely surpass yours. You humans are just ants. Compared to our power, you are nothing. Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, as he listened to his arrogant words. Humanity just finished dealing with the zombies not long ago, and now you, the deformed, are getting naughty again? The deformed before him sneered, not just us, but all of us. We deformed will never tolerate continued oppression by you humans. They possess power far exceeding that of humans, so why should they live in such a lowly state? It's the law of the jungle, and now humans are the weaker side, while we, the deformed, are the stronger. Yuan didn't bother to argue with him. Their argument was pointless. Let's stop here for now. Yuan sheathed the bone blade in his hand and looked up at Jaiman. Take me to your room to change clothes and shower. In his current, filthy state, he couldn't go to Yuan. Okay, follow me. Jai-man led the way, guiding him back to the bedroom. The bedroom had its own toilet and bathroom. As Jai-man searched for clothes for Xie Yuan, he looked at Xie Yuan's figure, then at himself. After a while, he took Ling Yi's clothes and handed them to Xie Yuan. I bought them for Ling Yi, and he hasn't worn them yet. This size should be right for you. Try them on. Xie Yuan checked the size, but without even trying them on, he took the clothes and went straight to the bathroom. He rinsed off all the blood and energy. Coming out of the bathroom, he was a clean Xie Yuan again. Thank you for your help. He threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine, and Xie Yuan waited for them to dry. While waiting, he thanked Jai-man. Jai-man, who had washed them in some unknown bathroom, had also changed into clean clothes. He shook his head. No thanks, it's just a small favor. They all stayed in the same room. Xie Yuan glanced around, then his eyes landed on the Z. Won't it be crowded sleeping together? He asked casually, seemingly casually. Your beds aren't too big. Jai-man, Jai-man stiffened, then averted his gaze before replying. Ling Yi's bed isn't comfortable, so he's sharing with me for a while. Aren't the beds uniform here? And I sleep well. He looked like he was going to continue the conversation, leaving Jai-man feeling somewhat bewildered. Just as Xie Yuan was about to ask something else, Z, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke. You should go back. My clothes aren't dry yet. I probably have to wait another 10 minutes. Although Xie Yuan's mood was affected by the incident, he wasn't a direct relative of the victim, nor did he have much contact with him. So, since the incident, his emotions had stabilized enough that he could focus on other things. For example, he tried to eat someone else's melon at the scene. But it seemed the owner didn't want him to eat it, and even wanted to kick him out. Jai-man, come here. Z returned to the bedroom and coldly called Jai-man in. Xie Yuan, ? Xie Yuan tried to persuade him. Will you stay and chat with me for a while? Jai-man turned around and glanced at him hesitantly. But the next second, Z called him again. Sorry, I have to excuse myself. Jai-man apologized and returned to the bedroom. Xie Yuan, left outside by the washing machine, said, Fine. No one to keep me company. He picked up the almost dried clothes and went back to his bedroom to find his wife. On the way back, Xie Yuan found a few newly emerged cubs in the hallway. What are you doing? We're looking for Big Brother. Jiujiu led the way, along with the other cubs who had just woken up, and they all came to look for Yuan. Since they were already here, Xie Yuan didn't leave them outside. As soon as he entered, a cub noticed a bulge in the bed's quilt. Big Brother. A cub lunged forward, landing squarely on the bulge. Yuan was nearly crushed to death. He frantically pulled the quilt back, then pushed a cub off him. Don't press me down. Yuan sat up, looking at the cubs, his expression a little brighter than before. Are you all awake? Yeah. The cubs were supposed to have some fun this time. The North District was quite large, so the cubs could still roam freely. Now that something had happened, the cubs were quite savvy, and knew that going out for fun was out of the question, so they simply stayed with their eldest brother. Xie Yuan waited for Yuan to spend some time with the cubs before calling him out and telling him what had happened. I just called when wrong. This place is completely sealed off. His accomplices can't escape. I don't know if the abnormal organization behind him is just a publicity stunt, or if it really exists. I'm going to contact Qin Yao. He has a lot of information. Xie Yuan shared all the information he had with Yuan. Afterward, Yuan looked at Xie Yuan and asked, Does the North District need our help? The North District and the South District are now on the same side. One of them lost his wife, the other lost his daughter, so their positions must be the same. And their position is to eradicate this abnormal organization. Yuan was right. After receiving the interrogation results, the North and South Districts jointly issued a statement. Their statement stated that they would fight this evil aberration organization to the death. When Rong hasn't spoken yet. Let's wait and see. This matter appears to be a family matter. Only on a larger scale can it be seen as a sowing of dissension between humans and aberrations. Xie Yuan currently has no position or authority to intervene. That night, to all those trapped here, when Rong announced, You may leave. We apologize for our poor hospitality this time. Upon hearing this polite remark, the wedding guests all chimed in, expressing their understanding. After everyone had left, Yuan and Xie Yuan returned to the West District. They had arrived in high spirits, but left feeling melancholy. Yuan and Xie Yuan had traveled for several days before finally reaching the West District. After returning, Yin Qin, upon hearing the news, immediately summoned Xie Yuan. Chin had said he was retiring, but if anything truly arose, he would discuss it with Yuan. Yuan did not follow. He sent the cubs back, letting them roam freely. After sending the cubs away, Yuan rubbed his face, wanting to relax alone. He walked until he reached the bamboo garden. There were not many people in the garden, as Yuan had forbidden onlookers. The third cub lived in the garden. He was a black and white roe. As everyone knows, humans have no resistance to roe. If nothing were done to stop it, the bamboo garden would likely be packed every day. Yuan stood outside the garden for a few seconds. As luck would have it, Sanzai, who was chewing bamboo inside, sat on a high branch and spotted him. Big brother, turn into a round shape, using the Gongong language out of habit. Yuan heard the sound and looked up to see Sanzai. On a thin, slender branch, doing this plump Gongong. Yuan's eyes widened at the sight. Without a second thought, he strode into the garden and arrived at the tree. Sanzai, come down. From that height, even if a fall didn't kill him, it would still hurt. Sanzai dangled from the branch, excited to see his big brother approach. Big brother, do you want to see me hanging upside down? The third cub tried to show off his new skills to his eldest brother. He used his hind legs to cling to the branch, letting him watch. Yuan looked at the fragile branch, barely able to hold onto anything. He took a step back, and just as he did, he saw broken branches and fallen balls, all falling from the sky. After all, it was his own cub, so Yuan couldn't bear it. He stretched out his arm, trying to pull ball in. But when he tried to pull ball in, he lost his balance. The black and white ball, so proud just a moment ago, now fell and groaned. Yuan helplessly squatted down and helped Ball to his feet. I told you so many times, be careful when you play. And there was this tree, he hadn't noticed it before. When he got back, he would notify Yuan to move the tree. Otherwise, he was really afraid this tree would one day carry his own cub away. It took Gun a while to recover. He nudged his elder brother and greeted him. Brother, you're back. Yes, I am, Yuan said, looking at Gun with a complicated expression. Gun was completely bewildered by his gaze. The tension lasted for a moment. Gun tilted his head and asked, bewildered, brother, why are you looking at me like that? I haven't done anything bad lately. He just been chewing bamboo and climbing trees lately, not much else. Yuan sighed softly. Ah. Sanzai, can you say auspicious words? Yuan thought about Sanzai's words. It was truly strange, whatever he said came true. Had already been tricked several times, Yuan just wanted to hear auspicious words from Sanzai. Sanzai, You're putting me, Gun, in a difficult position, but even a national treasure like Gun couldn't refuse Big Brother's request. Big Brother, what auspicious words do you want to hear? I tell you. Sanzai couldn't think of any auspicious words, so he asked Big Brother to give him a sample. Let me think. Yuan pondered for a moment, then guided him. Just say that the Abnormal Alliance is disbanding immediately. All the evil abnormals, who kill people indiscriminately, will soon be in trouble. Yuan had already made the sample, but Sanzai was stunned. He asked, Big Brother, don't you want me to say something auspicious about Erzai? Sanzai didn't know what happened in the North District, so naturally he didn't know about the Abnormal Alliance. He just subconsciously assumed Big Brother was going to talk about Erzai. In his mind, the conditioned response was also about Erzai. Yuan, reminded of this, immediately became torn. He wanted the Abnormal Alliance to be in trouble, and he also wanted Erzai to return. These two choices made it a bit difficult for him to choose. Sanzai looked at his troubled eldest brother, and suddenly blurted out, if Erzai is involved with the Aberrant Alliance, then the Alliance will be in trouble, and will Erzai be able to come back? After saying this, Sanzai felt something was wrong. He slowly covered his mouth with his paw. Yuan, shock! Yuan's face was already filled with panic. No. Erzai can't get involved with the Aberrant Alliance. He's just a nice little chubby fish, and he can't let him get into trouble outside. Sanzai was still covering his mouth with his paw. Yuan thought about Sanzai's current record, and his eyes shifted from panic to despair. He stared at Sanzai, his mind frantically racking his brains for a solution. Sanzai felt uneasy under his eldest brother's gaze. He finally, feeling guilty, made up his mind. Erzai definitely didn't do anything wrong. Big Brother, don't be afraid. Seeing that Big Brother was still a little panicked, Sanzai continued to comfort him. My words may not always work. Big Brother, let's not be superstitious. Yuan was almost withdrawn. Had he seen Sanzai so many times, couldn't he tell, After hearing Sanzai's words, Yuan felt completely distraught. He stayed with Sanzai in the bamboo garden for a while longer before returning to Yuan for comfort. Yuan and Qin hadn't finished their conversation yet. Yuan didn't bother them, but sent Yuan a message. Yuan, when will you be back? Yuan, soon, it'd be over in half an hour. Yuan, what's wrong? Yuan, if you have anything, just tell me. Yuan didn't want to talk on WeChat, so he replied, let's talk when you get back. After sending the WeChat message, Yuan opened another random platform. This time, he discovered he had received numerous private messages. Chapter 167. Yuan had an account on the platform. It was originally private, but when he posted a photo of his cubs, he was recognized. He subsequently used this account to update, and his follower count continued to grow. Comments under the photos were particularly plentiful, all adoring the cubs. He also frequently received private messages from netizens asking which cubs they wanted to see. In the past, he would have happily opened these private messages. But this time, for some reason, he felt a vague sense of unease. Yuan hadn't returned yet, and his cubs weren't around anymore. Yuan looked at his phone and mustered the courage to open the private messages. You had to click on the private messages from strangers to see the content. Yuan picked the first one and opened it. The ID that sent the private message looked familiar to him. It was a fan of Ba Zi. Yuan, I always liked you and your pups. In the past, I was terrified of the mutants, but it was you who posted the photos of the mutant pups growing up. In your photos, the pups are growing up little by little, and they're all so adorable. I know 8th cub is a reckless pup. He's quite tsundere and seems bad-tempered, but he's actually very attentive. I thought I always liked you. But then I saw the video of the mutants killing people. The moment I saw it, I realized that while they have a lovely side, they also have a much more terrifying side. If they ever want to kill us, we'd just be lambs to the slaughter. Yuan, I've been following your updates for so long, and I know you have a kind heart. But you can't guarantee that the A-sequence mutants will never attack humans. For the sake of millions of people, please, make a choice. This fan posted a long essay. It contained no insults, nor did he explicitly tell Yuan what to do. But after reading it, Yuan understood his meaning. He wanted Yuan to sacrifice all the cubs in exchange for a peaceful life for humanity. The first private message he clicked on was the most peaceful, because the next ones Yuan opened were all filled with blunt insults. The aberrants should die. You should die. Not a young child, but a newlywed girl. Photo. Photo. In addition to the text messages, various images filled the chat box. Those images were photos of the cubs, photoshopped to look like black and white portraits. Yuan felt a chill in his heart. He didn't scroll down any further, but even without that, he knew the messages below would be just like these. Even those who had once loved the children now felt only hostility towards them. He sat up, wanting to check on them. If he had received all these private messages, then the children would see them sooner or later. Before he left, Yuan had already returned. And then, Yuan had just finished talking with Qin and actually had more work to do, but remembering Yuan was still waiting for him, he turned back early. Where are you going? I go with you. I'm going to check on the children. Yuan wanted to temporarily disconnect the children from the internet. He knew the children had a habit of surfing the internet before bed. If the children went online tonight as usual, they would surely see a lot of bad news. Okay, I go with you. I saw Jojo and the others on the way here. Yuan and Yuan quickly found the cubs. The cubs didn't usually use their phones during the day, but when they heard Yuan was going to confiscate their phones, their eyes widened. Big brother. The little fox, who was addicted to the internet, came up to Yuan, blinking and trying his best to be cute. Don't take my phone away. I won't stay up all night on my phone anymore. As soon as he said this, Yuan knew he had definitely been on his phone all night before. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Yuan rubbed the little fox's head, and just when the little fox thought his cuteness had succeeded, he said coldly, No, you have to hand over your phone. The current online situation was very hostile to the cubs, and Yuan didn't intend to let them go online until the situation subsided. When the little fox's cuteness failed, the 8th and 9th cubs took over. But without exception, Yuan didn't show any mercy. Finally, the cubs, heads down and faces crossed, handed in their phones one by one. Jojo didn't see any harm in handing in his phone. He had plenty of playmates around him now, and even Woozy read him stories before bed, so it didn't matter to him whether he used his phone or not. Woozy needed to stay in touch with the East District, so he didn't have to hand in his phone either. When Cheesy handed in his phone, he glared at Tanjan. Thankfully, Tanjan's phone wasn't confiscated, he could still play with it that night. After the phones were collected, Yuan gave them books. Read more, so you can be cultured cubs. Yuan reminded them, these are classics. Write a review after you finish reading them. Kids, help. Not being able to use their phones is bad enough. Why do they have to do homework now? The kids' protest failed, and they could only return to their rooms with their books. Yuan watched the kids walk away, then turned to look at Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan had already noticed something was wrong with Yuan. The kids used to use their phones frequently, but Yuan would only limit their time, not just confiscate their phones outright. What happened? Xie Yuan, unsure, lowered his head and asked Yuan. Yuan knew Xie Yuan was too busy to pay attention to online comments, so he didn't bother him with the online incident. It's okay. I just think they're getting more and more addicted to their phones. It's bad for their eyes and their health. If we don't enforce this for a while, they won't learn their lesson. Yuan asked Xie Yuan, are you done with work today? Not yet. I still have to work for a little while. Then I go with you. The two returned to the office. Yuan watched Xie Yuan handle his work while he lay down beside him, also reading a book. An unknown amount of time passed. When Xie Yuan finished his work, he looked up and saw Yuan sleeping. He didn't wake Yuan, but walked over and quietly observed her for a moment. Yuan looked beautiful in her sleep, her eyelashes fluttering softly, the soft flesh of her cheek pressed against her arm, her profile serene and delicate. After observing her for a while, Xie Yuan picked her up and carried her back to her room. That night, Xie Yuan could sense that Yuan was sleeping restlessly. He woke several times in the night, and after being startled, he just stared at him in panic. Xie Yuan, hug me. Yuan only uttered this phrase every time he woke. Xie Yuan wanted to ask him if he had a nightmare, but he wouldn't say anything, just repeatedly asking for a hug. Xie Yuan had no choice but to hold him tightly. Yuan slept restlessly, and the cubs slept resentfully as well. The little fox stared at the book on the bedside table, glancing left and right, nearly chewing it to pieces. I don't want to read, I want to play with my phone. The little fox muttered, staring at the ceiling. They endured the night. The next day, the cubs still hadn't gotten their phone back from their eldest brother. Yuan sent the cubs away who were asking for their phone, and continued working with Xie Yuan. Cities had resumed operations, but even then, there were still a lot of troubles to deal with. Yuan had been working with Xie Yuan for so long that he was slowly getting the hang of some of the tasks. The two of them worked together, their desks next to each other. When they got tired, they would check in with each other. They were quite efficient throughout the morning. By noon, Yuan and Xie Yuan were reviewing the progress of the North District. Lin Luo and Wenrong's younger brother, Wenrui, had not yet been buried, their bodies were still in the North District, and emotions were running high in both districts. The South District's reaction was the strongest. Lin Luo was their heir, their hope. Now that the heir was dead, their hope was gone, and the people of the South District were going crazy. Yuan spent a long time with Xie Yuan, watching the video footage that had been sent back. In the video, Lin Luo's father's hair was completely white, and he looked truly heartbroken. How did they plan to handle this? Yuan knew that everyone in his group was grieving, but beyond that, they would surely do something. The captured aberrations are still being held, and the North and South Districts plan to find the Aberration Alliance. They want to eradicate the Alliance. Yuan knew about the Aberration Alliance. What he wanted to ask was, besides the Aberration Alliance, do the North and South Districts plan to target other aberrations? Will aberrations not in the Aberration Alliance also be killed? Xie Yuan heard the worry in his voice and chuckled. What are you thinking? The perpetrators this time are from the Aberration Alliance, not ordinary aberrations. They can tell the difference. Xie Yuan said this, using himself as an example, and then, I'm not human either, but haven't I been accepted by humans over the years? He had lived in the human world for so long, and humans had never rejected him. Yuan looked at Xie Yuan's face, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he kept silent. Xie Yuan was different from his cubs. Although they weren't human, they were. Humanity's acceptance of them varied. Humanity still hoped to use Xie Yuan to kill the aberrations for them. As long as the aberrations existed, humanity would not turn against Xie Yuan. While the two were talking, new information was reported. It was spies planted in the South District. Not only did they have spies in the South District, but as far as Xie Yuan knew, they had people in the East District as well. They had no choice. The rulers in the South District were incompetent and often made decisions without thinking, things no one else could do. To prevent the South District's thoughtless decisions from affecting them, they had to establish a few more eyes in the South District. Of course, they might not be without eyes from other districts in the West District. The South District is indiscriminately killing all aberrations. This new report made Yuan's face suddenly darken. He still remembered when they were looking for a trail. In that remote village, hidden in a dungeon, there were aberrations being slaughtered. Killing aberrations. Xie Yuan repeated these words, his brow furrowed, sensing the impending storm. Has the news of their massacre of aberrations spread? It hadn't 10 minutes ago. The person reporting the news paused, then continued, it has. I know who filmed the video of the aberrations, and posted it online. Human netizens think this is a great move, and are praising the South District. But in the forums where aberrations gather, many aberrations feel provoked. First, the aberrations killed the South District's heir, and the North District's boss's brother. Now, the South District is frantically killing all aberrations. Each of these incidents has driven the relationship between humans and aberrations to an irreversible point. Xie Yuan didn't hesitate, and called the South District directly. The call went through. Xie Yuan said straight to the point. The West District can help you find the Aberration Alliance, but you must stop the indiscriminate slaughter of all aberrations. He wouldn't stop the South District from seeking revenge. This blood feud was so deep that even the arrival of the Holy Mother herself couldn't resolve it. But every wrong has its perpetrator, and this small group of radicalized aberrants doesn't represent the entire aberrant population. Xie Yuan spoke calmly to the South District, but his words were met with only a sneer from the other end. You don't feel pain unless you're stabbed. You can be so magnanimous only if it wasn't your loved ones who died. Xie Yuan, I don't need any help from the West District, but I also don't need the West District interfering in what we, the South District, are doing. After saying this, the South District decisively hung up the phone. Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan glanced at the darkened screen, then pressed his temple for a moment. As expected, the South District was about to start another act of self-destruction. Yuan saw him pressing his temple, and reached out to help. Don't worry, let's figure this out together. The relationship between humans and aberrants must not remain so antagonistic. Otherwise, humanity will be back to the days of its former confrontation with the zombies. Even if humans possess superpowers, they wouldn't necessarily be able to completely suppress the mutants. There's no solution. Xie Yuan had finished his thought. He said to Yuan, the only way to stop the South District is to replace its pacifist leader. Not just the South District, the North District, and the South District are on the same side. The leaders of the two districts were now leading the charge to escalate the situation. Xie Yuan couldn't kill both the North and South Districts simultaneously. The situation reached a stalemate. Xie Yuan couldn't think of a solution, so he could only take care of himself first. He had to ensure that everyone in the West District could live a safe and stable life. 2 days passed slowly like this. The online antagonism between humans and aberrants is intensifying. Yuan receives numerous private messages almost daily. He's considering whether to close all his social media accounts. Before closing them, Xie Yuan finally saw his Weibo. It was the Public Opinion Department who informed Xie Yuan of Yuan's Weibo updates. We noticed a lot of abuse under his Weibo. The same thing happened in the comments section of the A-series aberrant accounts. They all been attacked. Yuan had been hiding something for days, and now Xie Yuan has revealed it. Just by looking at the disgusting comments in the comments section, Xie Yuan can already guess that Yuan's private messages are even worse. No wonder. No wonder Yuan has been so upset these past few days. Xie Yuan also has a public account, which is mostly inactive, and he doesn't post anything. The most recent update was from 6 months ago. That post has also received a lot of comments recently. But at least his comments didn't include photoshopped images of his deceased father. Xie Yuan, wow, you're my biggest source of life right now. Cracked, I just want to ask, boss, yeah, can you still kill mutants like you used to? I want the old boss, yeah. Xie Yuan, we won't stop you from dating, but please, have a normal relationship. Don't you find it terrifying to date someone who raised a mutant? Daily question, have Xie Yuan broken up with Yuan? Xie Yuan, your responsibility is to kill mutants, not to date someone who raised one. Xie Yuan's eyes darkened as he read the comments calling for a breakup. The next second, this account, which hadn't been updated in a while, posted a new update. A brief clarification regarding recent events. 1. We're not breaking up. 2. We won't be indiscriminately killing aberrations anymore. 3. I will pursue the cyberbullying of my lover to the end. After he posted this, the comment section exploded. His account had been under constant scrutiny for the past few days, so as soon as he finished posting, countless comments began pouring in. Xie Yuan ignored the comments and tossed his phone aside. To finish his work quickly, Xie Yuan went to find Yuan, who was currently out of the office. Yuan was trying to comfort the children, who didn't have phones, but his attempts to soothe them were ineffective. The children were feeling suffocated without them. And then, Xie Yuan approached and took Yuan away. "Come with me." Yuan was stunned, then obediently followed him. As soon as Yuan left, the cubs looked at each other and started to move. They followed Cheesy and set their sights on Tan John. Tan John has several phones, more than enough for us. Cheesy furtively fumbled with his phone. He had just had an argument with Tan John. The reason was that Tan John wouldn't let him use his phone. Now, with Tan John away, it was a safe time. Cheesy successfully obtained the extra phones and distributed them among the cubs. The cubs' days of frustration were instantly dispelled. "Cheesy, I won't fight with you anymore." After receiving the phone, Botsy generously signaled solidarity with Cheesy. Seventh cub also got his own phone. He waved his hand, also looking generous. "Take your phones back and use them however you want. Just don't let Big Brother find out. If Big Brother caught them, they'd all be in trouble." "Don't worry, we hide it," eighth cub said, and handed a phone to Jojo. Jojo wasn't very interested in phones. Fifth cub's phone wasn't confiscated, so Jojo could play games whenever she wanted. "Don't always use other people's phones." Eighth cub sternly admonished Jojo. "We must be independent and self-reliant." Jojo? Jojo? Looking at the phones in his and eighth cub's hands, he was bewildered. They were also using someone else's. The phones were distributed. In less than 2 hours, all the cubs knew they had been hacked. Meanwhile, Yuan was still being half-coaxed, half-lectured by Xie Yuan. "Whatever happens next, do you still have to keep it to yourself?" Yuan, having been lectured so far, shook his head obediently. Xie Yuan looked at him, his heart softening. "And then, put yourself in my shoes. If I were being cyberbullied, and I kept it a secret from you, how would you feel?" Yuan thought about it. Putting himself in my shoes, he felt a pang of pain. "I'm sorry." Yuan put his arm around his neck and apologized. The two of them talked it out, and there was no rift between them. They agreed to stop reading those people's social media posts for a while. "There will be someone dedicated to handling this," Xie Yuan explained to Yuan. "Someone is deliberately stirring up trouble online. If they are caught, they will be arrested." Xie Yuan took the blame, preventing Yuan from overthinking it. The atmosphere in the West District was still affected. The cubs, in particular, were furtively checking their phones, becoming withdrawn. Jojo had also seen the online comments that cursed him to death. He said, bewildered and aggrieved, "I haven't done anything bad, nor have I killed anyone. Why are they scolding me?" Jojo felt incredibly wronged. Xiaolu came to visit, and happened upon a bewildered Jojo. Seeing the 5 cubs around, he didn't approach. But he turned and looked for his own kind, the only one left in the world. Sun Mo. He told Sun Mo about the phone, the comments, the insults, a few key words. It wasn't long before he understood the whole story from Sun Mo. Not only did he understand the whole story, he also discovered a new key word, the Aberrant Alliance. I know about this alliance. After arriving in the West District, the Zombie King, Xiaolu, who had been as quiet as a salted fish, spoke weakly. As soon as he spoke, Yuan and Xie Yuan both came over. "Xiaolu, do you really know about this abnormal alliance?" Yuan and Xie Yuan stood before him, asking him this question. Xiaolu nodded. After nodding, he said nothing, making Yuan anxious. "Xiaolu, why aren't you saying anything? You didn't ask me." Xiaolu looked at Yuan innocently, nearly choking him. He glanced at Xie Yuan, asking him to ask. Xie Yuan stared at Xiaolu and immediately asked, "Where's the abnormal alliance?" "East District." These 2 words caught Yuan and Xie Yuan by surprise. Yuan thought about his eldest son, and then about the many mutants he had created. But he was certain, the East District won't suddenly provoke a conflict between humans and mutants. It was true that their eldest son was a mutant, but Shy Man was still a human. The eldest son had a good relationship with Shy Man in the East District. There was no way he would leave Shy Man, a human, alone and insist on stirring up trouble. Xiaolu listened to their conversation without interrupting or interjecting. Xie Yuan comfortingly held Yuan's hand, and then asked Xiaolu, "How did you know about the Abnormal Alliance?" "That spider. A long time ago, the Abnormal Alliance members went looking for that spider. I saw it. The spider didn't go with them." Xiaolu answered the question again, then fell silent. Xie Yuan asked again, "Do you know who founded the Abnormal Alliance?" "Fat Fish." With those 2 words, a string in Yuan's mind snapped. Fatty Fish, Was it his little fatty fish? Yuan tightened his grip on Yuan's hand, unconsciously applying pressure, his nails leaving several marks on Yuan's arm. Whose fatty fish? Is it A02? Yuan hadn't noticed Yuan was being gripped by the back of his hand. His throat was hoarse, and his eyes were fixed on Xiaolu. Xiaolu stuttered under the stare. It's a fat fish, not fat. I didn't see the fat fish. I heard those people talking about it. They laughed and said it was a fat fish. But some said it wasn't fat, that it was beautiful, a mermaid. Xiaolu recounted what he had heard, stumbling and struggling to articulate his words. Yuan checked the time with him. Xiaolu heard these words, just as the zombie vaccine was being developed. As the first batch of vaccines was shipped out, Yuan posted Erzai's photo. After confirming the time with Fatty, Yuan felt completely down. My Fatty, no, my Erzai couldn't possibly have orchestrated such a thing. If it was Wen Rong who was murdered, Yuan might have believed it was Erzai's doing. But the victims were a young girl and a young child. This couldn't possibly have been orchestrated by Erzai. Erzai loves children, he wouldn't harm them. Yuan had raised Erzai for so many years, he knew his character all too well. Even if this alliance was connected to Erzai, this murder case definitely had nothing to do with him. Xiaolu? Yuan calmed himself down and asked again, do you know where that fatty fish you mentioned is? In the water. Xiaolu finished, adding, I heard. He heard that fatty fish was in the water. Yuan and Yuan continued to ask a few more questions. But unfortunately, Xiaolu couldn't answer any more. The information he knew was very limited. He only knew that the alliance was in the East District, that fatty fish was in the water, and that fatty fish had founded the alliance. Xiaolu, thank you for telling us all this. After asking for so long, Yuan and Yuan realized they couldn't get any more out of him. They let Xiaolu go, but before they left, they reminded him, if you think of anything about the alliance, or hear anything about it, tell us immediately. Okay? Xiaolu now had free food and lodging in the West District, free of charge. Although he wasn't very smart, he knew he'd taken advantage. So, facing Yuan and Yuan, who had given him the advantage, Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Yuan personally escorted him back. After being escorted back, Xiaolu stood in front of the window. Through the window, he could just see Yuan and Yuan leaving. The two walked side by side. Although their expressions weren't particularly good, their tightly held hands showed that their bad moods didn't affect their bond. As Xiaolu watched them, he tried to think about what else he knew. He pondered for a long time. Xiaolu remembered, fat fish is a good fish. He picks up unwanted little aberrations, broken aberrations, and useless aberrations. This was also said by aberration. The information Xiaolu provided also mentioned Spider-Man, and Yuan and Yuan personally went to look for Spider-Man. When Jojo's phone was confiscated, Spider-Man was also implicated. So, until Jijo got the phone and came over to look at it, Spider-Man didn't realize what had happened. Seeing Yuan and Yuan arrive, Spider-Man was ready to explain. Their base is in the East District, but I don't know where in the East District it is. I don't know their lair, but I know how to find them. Know how to wait for them to find us. Faced with the current situation, Yuan and Yuan came up with a temporary solution. This incident was caused by the Aberrant Alliance, and it should be ended by the Aberrant Alliance. They should find this alliance first, eliminate it, and give humanity some peace of mind. Furthermore, after eradicating the alliance, they could forcefully demand that the North and South Districts cease their slaughter of ordinary aberrations. Otherwise, the West District would dispatch troops. Spider Chief used himself as an example, explaining how to lure the alliance in. Yuan and Yuan exchanged glances, and decided to release a cub as bait. The cub must be both intelligent and strong enough to protect itself. Cub 4 isn't particularly bright, but it's very capable. Cub 6. Cub 9, they're all smart, but not as strong as Cub 4. After a long discussion, Spider Chief offered his opinion. Cub 9 is perfect. Cub 9 isn't the strongest of the cubs, but he's the most cunning. With him in this position, he'd definitely serve as a good bait. Just as Yuan and Yuan planned to release Cub 9, Yuan received a unique message in his private messages. Yuan, do you want to cooperate with us? The Abnormal Alliance welcomes you. I see your current predicament. You have many abnormal cubs, and now humans want to kill them. Can you tolerate that? Children were Yuan's bottom line, and the person who sent the message seemed to know this. He even tempted Yuan. If you come here, bring all your cubs with you, you will be the ruler of the Abnormal Alliance. All of us abnormals will obey you. Yuan, Yuan's heart began to beat. He joined the Abnormal Alliance, and the first thing he did was to clean up the alliance and disband it. From this perspective, it didn't seem like he was losing out at all. Yuan resisted the urge to reply to the private message and showed it to Yuan. Yuan answered for him, agreeing to cooperate. They had to prepare for two scenarios. One was to release the cubs as a lure, and the other was to go in person. After replying to the message, there was no new response. He waited for another half a day. Another private message appeared. To demonstrate our sincerity in cooperating, we will publish our conversation online. After that, we will meet with you in person. Yuan, ? Yuan looked at Yuan, his Adam's apple rolling. Yuan, am I about to be blacklisted online? If their chat conversation were to be made public, everyone would see Yuan as a complete betrayer of humanity, join the abnormal alliance. Yuan had also considered this consequence, so without thinking, he began typing in the chat box, I refuse. Before he could finish typing, Yuan grabbed his hand. Yuan, I agree. So what if he was blacklisted online? As long as it stabilized the situation, a few scoldings wouldn't matter. Yuan now holds the position of West District Manager, and Yuan has no choice but to consider him. If the situation is unstable, the unrest will inevitably spread to the West District. And if the West District is unstable, Yuan is unstable. Yuan removed Yuan's hand and replied to the message himself. Okay, go ahead and make it public. The other party was quick. In less than half an hour, the chat between him and Yuan was broadcast online. Once the chat was released, Yuan's image in the eyes of humans completely changed. He joined the abnormal alliance with all his aberrant cubs. Those who had previously had some regard for him were completely enraged upon seeing this. The barrage of abuse was even more intense than in the past few days. Yuan, looking at the online comments, could only tell himself to be patient. Just a few more days of patience, and once the abnormal alliance was eliminated, he could immediately reverse the rhetoric. Yuan, seeing Yuan's patience, hugged him and tried to comfort him. It'd be over soon. Don't read those online comments anymore. We won't read them either, okay? Yuan said yes, but secretly, he couldn't control his anger. Luckily, Yuan paid the price of being blacklisted online, but in return, he received news that the abnormal alliance would be meeting him. The meeting address was sent to him. Yuan glanced at it, looked up at Yuan, and said, it's not in the West District. They're quite cautious. The meeting was scheduled outside, and according to the other party, the people he was meeting were all high-ranking abnormals from the alliance. Yuan was already waiting, ready to see who these high-ranking members were. If his little fat fish really was there, he'd have to have his feather duster ready too. On the day of departure, Yuan didn't go with them. That was, not publicly. Yuan and his son left first, and Yuan watched the locator in his hand. He waited for them to be gone for a while, then quietly followed them. Just as Yuan was about to meet him, Peixi's new message came through. Brother Xia, I finally got a new phone. I caught a big fish. Peixi said Yuan message after message, but because Yuan was secretly following Yuan, his phone was on silent. Peixi sent messages for a long time, but no one received a single one. Peixi, still waiting outside, was almost paralyzed. What is my brother Xia doing? Peixi was deeply confused. If I ask him for help now, he probably won't be able to get to my body. Alas. This is the biggest taboo for undercover agents. Message is sent, and no one responds. Peixi rubbed his face, and put his phone away. As he put his phone away, and stood up, leaning against a tree, he turned his head, and was met with a beautiful woman's face. She stared at him expressionlessly. Peixi, this is fucked. His brother Xie is really coming to collect his body this time. Peixi's life hangs by a thread. Meanwhile, Yuan is taking the cubs to reunite with the alliance. The cubs stayed by his side, each one looking listless. Yuan, preoccupied with various matters, had recently neglected the cubs. Seeing them like this, Yuan belatedly guessed, did you guys look at your phones? The cubs, The cubs didn't say a word, but their listless expression silently acknowledged the fact. Yuan sighed. Chapter 168. Brother, why do they hate us so much? Ba Zai's tiny tentacles wrapped around Yuan's wrists, intermittently tightening. He added a comment. Some people who don't hate me say I'm not a bad kid, and then they get scolded. Yuan pinched his tiny tentacles, lowered his eyes, and explained, the internet easily amplifies emotions. They see gory videos and are fueled by provocative rhetoric, so what they say can be quite extreme. Ba Zai, this is why I told you not to look at your phones for a while. Human emotions are ephemeral. A while ago, Everything was peaceful and stable, so they found the freaks adorable. But after witnessing the freaks kill people and being provoked by someone with ulterior motives, they lose control of their emotions and begin to vent their anger, targeting the freaks. This is a form of collective trauma. The more they read about it online, the more emotionally drawn in. They become immersed in it, empathizing and putting themselves in the victim's shoes. Eighth cub listened to his eldest brother's explanation and nodded, half understanding. The other cubs were also listening intently, but these technical details weren't actually what Yuan had researched. They were told by someone else. It was someone who was one of Siechi Yuan's subordinates, an officer in the army. Yuan had gone on missions with this person before, and during those missions, he urged him to post on WeChat moments. This time, when the online incident happened, it was this person who had sent him a WeChat message. Yuan's words comforted the cubs. The cubs leaned against him, nuzzling him. "Big brother, can we play games?" Yuan smiled, of course. Eighth cub cheered and immediately called seventh and ninth cub to play games. Little Fox wasn't playing games. He was intently watching Animal World. Animal World had just aired the episode about the grassland red foxes, and he was gazing at the beautiful little foxes. So pretty. Their fur was so pretty. Little Fox stared at the fox's fur in the video, wondering when he himself would become furry. The car sped along. Their rendezvous destination wasn't in any of the districts, but in a place Yuan had never heard of before. For safety's sake, the place they chose was undoubtedly well hidden. But as the route progressed, Little Fox noticed something was amiss. He glanced out the window and frowned. "Brother, are we going home?" "Daddy told Grandma we can't go home." Yuan also noticed the familiarity of the route. The home the little fox was referring to was the small town where Father Gu and Grandma lived. Their current route was very close to a small town. But the town's existence wasn't shown on most maps. Their final destination wasn't a small town, but rather a place very close to it. The little fox was incredibly pleased with the location he had chosen. He looked out the window and muttered to himself, "This place is perfectly chosen, right under the noses of our adults." This address pleased not only the little fox, but also the other cubs. Even Yuan's expression relaxed. Night fell. They hadn't reached their destination yet, but they needed to rest for the night, so they rested in the car for a while. Yuan stopped, and Siechi Yuan naturally followed suit. After stopping, he finally saw Peixi's message. Peixi's message was filled with a lot of nonsense. After reading it one by one, he sorted out a few pieces of information. First, Peixi was with an Anne's little fatty fish. P.S. When she wasn't fat, the little fatty fish had a great figure, abs, and was beautiful. She was a real beauty. Second, Fatty Fish was connected to the Abnormal Alliance. He founded the Abnormal Alliance, but he seemed to be a bit of a jerk and didn't participate much. Third, Fatty Fish had several B-sequence abnormals under his command, second only to the A-sequence abnormals in strength. They had recently contacted Fatty Fish, saying that now was a good time. Fourth, the abnormals were killing people, and humans were behind it. Besides these key pieces of information, the rest was irrelevant. For example, there were a lot of descriptions of the beauty of various little fatty fish, and requests for him to inquire about how Yuan had picked up so many beautiful ones. Siechi Yuan read through the details one by one, sensitively catching the word insider. The weddings in the North and South districts were naturally quite large. Wedding security was also of paramount importance, and prior to the ceremony, the venue had to be thoroughly inspected. How had the mutant, who killed the bride, and the flower girl managed to infiltrate the wedding venue? Who could be the insider in this incident? Siechi Yuan frowned as he pondered these questions. After a moment's deliberation, he forwarded Peixi's message to Yuan. He and Yuan were now sharing information, having agreed to face whatever came their way together. Even on the other side, Yuan, upon receiving the message, also fell into deep thought. He and Siechi Yuan were both wondering who the most likely human being was who had gotten involved this time. South District. Impossible. He still vividly remembered the South District boss's hair turning white overnight. Even if it was a show, this father couldn't be so cruel as to let his daughter die in front of him on their wedding day. When Rome? Yuan murmured the name. If his brother died, would the brother kill his brother? As he muttered this question to himself, Yuan suddenly thought of someone. Jai Man. Jai Man had also been the last to survive the fight with his brothers. If his brother hadn't died, he would have been the one to die. Yuan's eyes darkened as he considered a possibility. The next second, he sent a message to Siechi Yuan. Check the relationship between Wenrong and Wenrui, and see if they were biological brothers. Since Wenrong ascended to power, neither of his parents has appeared in public. Only this younger brother, whom he had always taken care of, remained with him. He had posted some videos and photos of himself with his younger brother on social media, and people in the North District saw him taking care of his younger brother, and their affection for him grew significantly. After Yuan finished sending the message, he finally paid attention to his own little fatty fish. He asked, "Did Pacey give me the address?" He wanted to know where his little fish was. "Sietchi Yuan, yes, it's very close to the East District. It's quite far from where we are, at the moment." After making sure that the little fatty fish was okay, and hadn't done anything too strange, Yuan's worries eased a little, and he continued to send messages. Ask Pacey to find out. Ask him why he hasn't come back. Yuan was in the West District. The little fatty fish would definitely know. Sietchi Yuan had never seen the fat fish before, so naturally, he had no idea what it was thinking. He replied with a okay. The two didn't chat for long before Sietchi Yuan urged Yuan to go to bed. Yuan immediately put down his phone and cuddled the cubs to sleep. The cubs' phones weren't confiscated. After playing their last game, they closed their eyes and fell asleep. They traveled for 2 days straight. On the third day, Yuan arrived at his destination. The destination was very close to the town, and Lu Cub had secretly flown there to see if he could reach it. But perhaps he hadn't flown correctly, he didn't see the town, and couldn't get inside. Hovering in midair, the little butterfly fluttered its wings, and after a few rounds, it felt certain it had flown correctly. He looked down at the empty air, thinking. Half an hour later, he airdropped a few letters. The letters contained greetings and a report on their current situation. After doing all this, the little butterfly fluttered away. He soon returned to Yuan, who stroked his wings and whispered a few questions. "It's okay. Wait until we're done with this. Let's go back and take a look. We take Sietchi Yuan with us." "Okay." When they arrived at their destination, they saw a row of buildings. The white buildings exuded a cold aura, resembling laboratories from the outside. These aberrations, created in a laboratory, were now housed in a space that still resembled a laboratory. It was unclear what their mentality was. Yuan already knew there were no little fatty fish inside, but these people were considered little fatty fish's subordinates. The C's leader, Bazai, had experience leading subordinates. Before they even met, Bazai had already taught Yuan the secret to being a boss. You have to be awesome. Don't be too nice to them, or they get ahead of you. When necessary, give them a beating. Yuan actually took note of the advice given by Bazai. He saw the aberrations from the alliance. 5 or 6 were sitting inside, and a few more were guarding the door like security. "Yuan, we finally meet." The aberration that spoke maintained its human form, except for its shimmering green hair, making it obvious it wasn't truly human. A normal human wouldn't dye their hair that color. Yuan narrowed his eyes at him, then chose a chair and sat down. Behind him followed a Sequence A aberration. In his eyes, the Sequence A aberrations were just cubs, but to the outside world, they were no such thing. A powerful sense of oppression filled the room. A giant tiger lay at Yuan's feet, its cold, inorganic pupils gazing down at the group. A small mushroom sat on Yuan's shoulder, its spreading mycelium drooping to the ground. Its snow-white mycelium appeared soft, but everyone knew beneath the surface lay a terrifying devouring power. A small butterfly landed on the back of Yuan's hand, its beautiful wings fluttering slightly. It was both beautiful and aggressive. The 8th cub, unassuming, sat casually at Yuan's feet, side by side with the tiger. The 7th cub, led by Tan John, took a seat on a nearby chair. Jiujio, also in adult form, sat next to Yuan, his eyes fixed on the aberrations. The little fox, bald as it was, had no original form. After watching his eldest brother settle down, he spoke on his behalf. "Are all your people gathered?" The aberrations, originally invited, were barely able to straighten their backs under the terrifying pressure of the high-sequence aberrations. The aberrant, who had just spoken, was now covered in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth, trying to regain the initiative. "Our people are here. This time, I sincerely invite you to join our alliance. We are of the same kind. Only by uniting can we gain the upper hand in the future. Humans are accustomed to our inferior status. In their subconscious, we are merely their creations. Believe it or not, even if we simply proposed to be on equal terms with them, they wouldn't agree." After saying this, to make Yuan more understanding, he used an analogy. He used the analogy of a human and a dog. It's like a person seeing a dog. They know the dog is a bit fierce, but that's okay. They know the dog could be killed at any time, so they feel safe. But suddenly, you tell this person that the dog will have the same rights as humans and will live like humans. Even because they are fierce or strong, they have to be wary of being bitten. Naturally, they won't allow this to happen. Yuan listened to this example and asked calmly, "Do you think we're like the dog in your example?" The green-haired aberration's forehead was covered in sweat. It was a rare achievement for him to have managed to hold on until now, bearing the pressure brought on by these high-sequence aberrations. "Isn't it a dog?" Green-haired forced a smile. "Aberrations killing people is an unforgivable crime. Is there any punishment for killing aberrations? Isn't it like slaughtering a dog? Who cares? Who's going to care?" Green-haired's question was tinged with resentment. His ability allowed him to replay past events, and now, he was replaying everything he had recorded. The replays showed the deaths of many deformed beings. Among them, the deaths of smaller deformities, like Chong Chong and Duo Duo, made the atmosphere even more oppressive. Yuan thought of Chong Chong and Duo Duo. Duo Duo had once hugged Xie Yuan's legs and told them, "So many little losers have died, but little loser Duo Duo doesn't want to die." Duo Duo's ability wasn't very strong. If Chong Chong hadn't protected him and bound herself to him, Yuan and Xie Yuan wouldn't have had the chance to see him. More and more images flashed before him. Yuan looked up, silently observing the images. After a long moment, green hair could no longer hold on. His face paled, he retracted his ability, his knees buckling, and he fell to the ground. In the silence of the room, Yuan slowly stood up. He placed his hand on the tiger, which stood half a man's height even in its prone position. Surrounded by the A-sequence aberrations, he spoke slowly and slowly. "I take care of the aberration killing issue. I won't allow aberrations to be slaughtered like dogs again. But similarly, aberrations can't attack defenseless humans." Yuan had considered the order between humans and aberrations. He would work with Xie Yuan to maintain it. But right now, there was one more important matter. "Right." Yuan lowered his eyes, looking at the green-haired figure on the ground. He announced, "From now on, this aberration alliance belongs to me." Green-haired, who had originally only intended to recruit Yuan and his aberrations, turned as green as his hair upon hearing this. He had finally gained power under the fish, even being able to override it, making decisions and planning things on his own. Now, before the fish even came to settle accounts with him, the fish's eldest brother had arrived to take over the alliance. Green hair was unwilling to give up. He braced himself on the ground, trying to stand up. "Yuan, managing the alliance is very difficult. You're not familiar with our alliance yet. If you try to control it now, that would be..." Before he finished speaking, Yuan and the A-sequence aberration beside him both looked at him. Greenhair remembered that he had brought quite a few people with him. He turned his head, trying to see who he had brought with him. But when he turned, he found that they were standing far away from him, some even retreating to the door. As expected, in the world of aberrations, the strong still have the final say. Yuan sat down again, this time as the new leader. Under the overwhelming pressure of his strength, Green Hair had no choice but to accept the outcome, even though he struggled internally. His initial plans, his ambitions for power, were completely crushed by Yuan. Before dealing with the alliance's affairs, Yuan, without hesitation, seized control. He lowered his head and sent a message to Xie Yuan. "Yuan, everything's going well on my end. Now the alliance is mine." Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan stared at the message in a daze, fully prepared to go and support Yuan. The aberrations from the alliance this time looked like they were no pushovers. But how come Naranin is already the boss, even though it hasn't been that long? Xie Yuan was stunned. After digesting this news, he immediately replied, "Naranin is awesome. Can I come see you now?" After sending the message to Yuan, Xie Yuan messaged Pei Si, "Tell that little fatty fish that his alliance has changed." Just as Xie Yuan was messaging Pei Si, the latter also had a similar thought and reported back, "I found out the reason you asked me to find out about fatty fish not returning home." Chapter 169. Xie Yuan was about to exit the chat box, but suddenly stopped. He was waiting for Pei Si to continue. But after a while, he didn't receive the second message. Xie Yuan, ? Intentional? This kind of behavior of only saying half of something is easy to get beaten up. If it had happened before, when he sent a message like this, he would definitely have glanced at the other person and then ignored them. Not this time. This time, the protagonist was their little fatty fish, who hadn't returned home yet. Xie Yuan mentally made a note of Pei Si, and then sent another message asking, "What exactly is the reason why little fatty fish hasn't returned home?" After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the message finally received a reply. "Pei Si, Brother Xia, I'm here." "Pei Si, it's not that I won't reply, it's just that the situation here is too difficult." "Pei Si, this fat fish is so difficult to please." Xie Yuan, stop talking nonsense and get to the point. "Pei Si, Pacey choked. He hadn't finished his rant yet. At Xie Yuan's urging, Pacey had no choice but to send the answer he had found out. The fat fish said he wanted to conquer a kingdom for Yuan. You don't even know. He said that with such a straight face, looking so aloof. The aloof beauty parted her thin lips, only to utter such a childish remark. After hearing this, Pacey couldn't help but burst out laughing. After laughing, the fat fish's tail, now no longer fat, lashed out at him fiercely. Pacey nearly got beaten up by the fish for this information. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't help but complain. If Anan knew what he was thinking, she would probably beat him up before he even started conquering the country. Xie Yuan had his answer, and didn't bother listening to Pacey's meaningless nonsense. He wasn't far from Yuan now. Yuan had become the leader of the Abnormal Alliance, so it was only natural for him, a family member, to go over and see him and witness his partner's appointment. Yuan hadn't yet said whether he could come. Xie Yuan put away his phone and strode towards Yuan's location. Meanwhile, Yuan also met with all the abnormals present. Not only did he meet them, he also made it known to them. From now on, he would be the leader of the Abnormal Alliance. The first thing to do, as a leader, is to find out exactly how many people you have under your command. Green Hair, though he verbally submitted, remained unconvinced. He was now on the side of the abnormals, but what he desired more was a leadership position within the abnormal community. Some people are born with a love of power. Yuan posed the question, and Green Hair vaguely gave a number. After Green Hair finished answering, Yuan asked the other aberrations to respond as well. The questions were asked individually, and the answers they received were all different. Even though they feared Yuan, they dared not lie to him. Seeing this, Yuan said nothing more. He established the first rule for the Aberration Alliance to follow. The first rule stated that all aberrations must confess truthfully when questioned by their superiors. Failure to do so would result in conviction. In the human world, there's a saying, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Yuan used Green Hair as a warning to the other aberrations that day. After giving them a slight scare, Yuan's next questions were much more relaxed than before. How many aberrations does the Alliance have now? Very many. Basically, 8 out of 10 aberrations we seek out will join us. It's inevitable that they chose us, the Alliance. Thanks to the fact that humans lifted restrictions on aberration production during the late zombie era, during that period, the number of aberrations increased rapidly. And precisely because of this increase, the aberrations are now more ambitious, each one more outrageous than the last. Where is the Alliance's headquarters? I can't tell you yet. You're too close to humans, and it would be unsafe to reveal the location of the headquarters. At first, they answered this way, and with some ambiguity. But soon, right under Yuan's nose, they were answering questions earnestly. The location of the main base is near the East District. Are there also mutants in the East District who have joined the Alliance? Yes, there are mutants in every district, even the West District. Who are the humans associated with the mutants, or rather, the humans involved in this incident? Yuan immediately peppered the mutants with questions, and the mutants had to answer them. At this moment, the mutants before him were already feeling the pressure. I have already accepted the Alliance. Don't hide it from me. We are on the same side. Yuan patiently coaxed the mutants before him as they continued answering questions. Simultaneously with the mutants' answers came Xie Yuan's findings. Following Yuan's lead, Xie Yuan had someone investigate the relationship between Wenrong and Wenrui. With the help of professionals, he actually gained some information. Wenrong and Wenrui don't have the same father and mother, they have half-brothers. Before Wenrong took over the North District, his relationship with Wenrui was mediocre, even indifferent. But after taking over the North District, in order to create a more approachable image, he chose to promote his half-brother. The brother he once barely even glanced at was now held in his arms, fully displaying their brotherly love for the camera. The information he had been asked to investigate was similar to the information being provided by the deformed figure before Yuan. Yuan frowned, and Nan said, Wenrong is acting. He looked up, his eyes filled with shock and confusion, but not suspicion. How could Wenrong do this? Even if Wenrui and he don't have the same father, they are still blood relatives. A blood brother, and still so young. How hard-hearted was Wenrong to watch his younger brother die. Not only did he watch his younger brother die, but he also sacrificed his soon-to-be wife. It wasn't Wenrong who approached us about cooperation, but we can guess that Wenrong, the North District's boss, is behind that person. The relationship between humans and aberrations has long resented the North District. He wants to completely crush us aberrations. He claimed to be collaborating with the aberrations, but in reality, it was all a calculation. He thought he was clever enough to lure the aberrations into this fatal attack, and then clever enough to stir up this commotion. He also thought he was clever enough to control the final outcome. The aberrations were willing to cooperate simply because they felt they, too, would benefit. They also hoped to use this incident to gather more of their fellow aberrations. Both sides harbored their own selfish motives and ambitions, allowing the situation to escalate to the present moment. As soon as Yuan took over, after thoroughly investigating the situation, he made a decision on how to proceed. He dismissed the aberrations for the time being. "I catch up with you later." Yuan waved his hand, letting them leave while he instructed his two cubs to keep an eye on them. Just as the aberrations had left, Xie Yuan arrived. Xie Yuan was not far away, and he made sure not to alert anyone when he reached Yuan. And then, Xie Yuan saw Yuan and strode closer. Yuan took a few quick steps toward him, and the two of them exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on each other. "Didn't I tell you not to come? I can handle this." Yuan said this, but his eyes remained fixed on Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan rubbed his head and held him in his arms. "I'm worried about you. I always feel uneasy if I don't come to see you in person." They had been in constant contact, but Xie Yuan felt uneasy without seeing Yuan. At this critical moment, they didn't have much time for intimacy. They compared notes, and Yuan told Xie Yuan about his current plans. Wen Rong from the North District also bears a great deal of responsibility for this incident. The man appeared elegant and gentle, but his gentleness was nothing like Ruan Ke's. Ruan Ke's gentleness stemmed from his kindness towards everyone. This man was completely fake. He knew all along that his bride and brother would die, and he even planned their deaths. He deliberately put this murder on camera. Xie Yuan, he's so disgusting. Compared to the previous North District boss, the current Wen Rong's methods are arguably even more ruthless. Xie Yuan also detests people like this. His favorability towards the North District has already reached negative territory. And then, can you produce solid evidence? This matter must be exposed, but before that, we must provide clear and complete evidence. Humanity's current fear and rejection of the deformed is simply because they believe the deformed's actions are vicious. Just reveal the truth to them. Let these humans understand that what's even more sinister than the deformed is their own calculating nature. Then, there's a chance this crisis can be resolved. Yuan frowned and said, "I go find the evidence." If Green Hair negotiated with the North District, there should be recorded footage. While trying to find Green Hair, Yuan turned his head and looked at Xie Yuan. He asked the question he longed to know. What is Wen Rong's purpose? What good does it bring him to play with the conflict between humans and aberrations? As the saying goes, there's no gain without pain. Wen Rong must have a motive for playing such a big game, playing so hard. What did Wen Rong want to gain by sacrificing his wife and younger brother? Xie Yuan pinched Yuan's wrinkled face and explained in a low voice. He wants to target us and the East District. And then, which district has the most aberrations? East District. Big Cub created a lot of aberrations. Then which district has the strongest aberrations? West District. With Yuan and the A-sequence aberrations around, their West District possessed the most powerful aberrations. The East District has the largest number of aberrations, while the West District boasts the strongest aberrations. With humans and aberrations in conflict, these two will bear the brunt of the damage and face the brunt of everyone's attacks. In addition to the East and West Districts, the South District also suffered significant losses. The South District lost its best heir. Without this heir, its development will clearly decline. In this incident, all 4 districts were affected. The North District alone, however, emerged as the clear winner, having sacrificed only one child disliked by his older brother. Xie Yuan's explanation finally made Yuan understand. What a dirty heart. Yuan was disgusted. Why does the North District always produce people with such bad intentions? Maybe this is their tradition. They love playing tricks. Xie Yuan's eyes narrowed as he spoke. And then, do you think the North District still needs to exist? Yuan looked at his expression, her heart skipping a beat. You want to destroy the North District? Yuan had some thoughts in mind when he took over the alliance and learned that the North District was behind the plot, but seeing that Xie Yuan shared the same sentiment, his heart skipped a beat. It's not about destroying them, we just decided to give them some support. Political support? The literary term for this is support, but the more straightforward meaning is, the West District will send someone to manage it. The North District's self-selected leaders were clearly all poorly chosen. Yuan's eyes met Xie Yuan's. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, then Yuan suddenly nodded. His eyes lit up slightly, and he whispered to Xie Yuan, I think we can go and provide some support. Yuan, or he could send either a person or a mutant to provide personal support. This would be a good thing. The two of them reached a consensus, and their moods brightened simultaneously. Soon, thanks to Yuan's intervention, they dug up evidence from the mutant that the North District had staged the accident. With evidence, everything could be turned around. Yuan didn't send the evidence directly back to the West District, he gave it to Tan Zhan. Tan Zhan was a formidable PR master. He had a strong ability to manipulate online opinion. The reason they allowed public opinion to ferment over the past few days was because they had no advantage at the time. Also, there were trolls hired by the North District stirring up trouble. Now with evidence, Tan Zhan could finally officially launch his counterattack. Ever since their Qibao was being criticized, Tan Zhan hadn't been feeling very good. The West District acted quickly. Tan Zhan personally manipulated the situation, first fueling the intense human emotions against the aberrations. Once the heat was building, he presented evidence. The evidence showed that the North District had staged the incident themselves, provoking conflict with the aberrations without any grand purpose. They simply wanted to overthrow the other districts. Oh yes, 3 at once. He had played everyone like a fool, and in this incident, most ordinary aberrations were also victims. Green Hair also provided videos of the murders of small aberrations. Taking advantage of this reversal, taking advantage of the stunned humanity, he exposed the weakness and helplessness of the small aberrations. In less than half a day, the internet exploded. When Rong, sitting in the North District, had his entire past exposed to the public without any warning. After seeing this online, panic crossed his usually gentle face for the first time. Boss, the South District called. Boss, the South District has declared war on us. Boss, there's a demonstration on our streets. When Rong's actions were beyond human comprehension. In order to bring down the other 3 districts, he even disregarded his wife and brother. Such a person is truly terrifying. So terrifying that even the indigenous people of the North District refused to have such a leader. Massive protesters erupted in the streets, shouting angrily for Wen Rong to step down. Wen Rong refused to give up, and continued to manipulate the situation. He cast the whole thing as a conspiracy by the Deformed, saying that after harming his wife and brother, the Deformed were trying to frame him, but not many believed him. Occasionally, some truly clueless individuals, even after seeing the truth, still tried to take advantage of the opportunity to smear the Deformed. Yuan saw another recurring comment. Deformers are inherently a potential threat. If the West District doesn't deal with them, we won't be safe living here. If they continue to insist on protecting them, we seriously have to consider moving. This kind of talk might have been influenced by the prevailing sentiment, or perhaps it was simply anti-deformer sentiment. There have always been some anti-deformer supporters within the West District. Yuan, having suppressed his anger for days, finally no longer had to hide it. He logged into his social media account and simply posted a new update. The West District will be committed to maintaining peaceful coexistence between humans and deformers. Those who cannot accept the presence of deformers in the West District can apply to leave the district from now on. I approve it immediately. There are plenty of people who want a West District household registration. Yuan also saw Yuan's update. He narrowed his eyes as he watched Yuan and Tan Zhan engage in a heated online fight. The bad mood he'd been feeling for the past few days had largely dissipated. And as luck would have it, on their way back, they passed through a small town and could even pick up Fatty. Everything is moving in the right direction. Chapter 170. Yuan's takeover of the Abnormal Alliance went so smoothly that Yuan was still sighing with emotion on the way back. And then, where are you planning to establish your territory? Tan Zhan drove, while Yuan held Yuan in his arms and chatted with him about business matters. Yuan frowned but remained silent. The Abnormal Alliance had been established, but it needed a territory. The establishment of any political power is based on a foundation of territory. The Abnormal Alliance also needed to establish a political power. Judging from the information Green Hair had shared with us, the alliance was currently very disorganized. Without even a territory, everything had to be communicated verbally. The more Yuan thought about it, the more worried he became. Did his Fatty establish this alliance and then just walk away? I haven't thought about it yet. Yuan looked up at Yuan and asked, do you have any suggestions? Right now, the North and South districts of the 4 districts appear to be the easiest to attack, but there are still countless ordinary people in those districts. They can't really just occupy other people's territory and drive out the natives. Yuan has been in power in the West District for so long, he's considered this issue much more thoroughly than before. My suggestion is to open up a new area and station the Abnormal Alliance there. Yuan pondered what he said and after a moment, he came up with an answer: go to the no man's land. Besides the 4 districts, there are also no man's lands. In slightly more remote areas, there are well-known no man's lands. Those in the no man's lands are mostly the most vicious criminals. They hide in these places to avoid justice. The aberrant seize their territory without bearing any moral condemnation. Once we determine the address, we build the infrastructure there. The infrastructure of the human world will be established within the aberrant alliance. Xie Yuan spoke slowly about the plan to Yuan. He spoke extensively, and Yuan listened intently. The cubs had just finished supporting their eldest brother, and now, without the outsiders, they had all returned to their lazy ways. The cubs gathered to play games, while Jiujiu was still absorbed in knitting. He wanted to knit a beautiful dress for the whole family. Xie Yuan, thank you. Yuan, noticing that the cubs weren't looking in their direction, looked up and kissed Xie Yuan. No matter what decisions he made or what he did, Xie Yuan would always be his strongest support. Yuan felt that being with Xie Yuan was simply wonderful. The two chatted for a while longer, and Yuan turned his attention to the cubs behind him. Thinking of the imposing cubs just now, and then looking at the cub currently playing games, he whispered to Xie Yuan, the cubs are all really good actors. Xie Yuan smiled, and followed his gaze to the cubs. Although he hadn't witnessed Yuan's early days as the leader, he had always known that when these cubs got serious, they could rival anyone in imposingness. 8th Cub. Xie Yuan suddenly called out to 8th Cub. 8th Cub, who was playing games with several small tentacles, didn't even look up. What are you doing? Don't disturb him playing games. Xie Yuan simply wanted to call out to this cub, whose tentacles he had sliced several times before. He thought they would fight to the death, but who could have imagined that they would have such a heartwarming moment now? Xie Yuan, for once sentimental, reached out to touch Bazai's head. Bazai, engrossed in his game, swung a small tentacle and impatiently slapped him. So annoying. Just hanging out with his big brother, why bothering him? Xie Yuan, that's enough. Being sentimental with these kids is pure mental turmoil. Yuan's eyes narrowed as he watched him interact with the kids. After a while, Yuan stopped Xie Yuan, telling him to stop disturbing the kids. The two of them sat side by side, continuing their casual conversation about the alliance. Yuan only held the title of alliance leader for now. Building the alliance was just the beginning for him, and for the entire alliance. Xie Yuan, do you think I can run this alliance well? Having taken over the alliance was like taking on a heavy burden. He hadn't had any experience like this before. Xie Yuan pinched his face, reassuring him, I'm here for everything, don't be afraid. Even if I can't, I still have my dad. Yin Qin had ruled the West District for so many years. When it came to experience, he possessed the most. At the mention of his elders, Yuan nodded solemnly. With Chief Yin's presence, his confidence was instantly restored. Xie Yuan saw that he looked relieved only after hearing about his father, and he couldn't help but rub his back teeth. The car sped along. Neither the green-haired aberrations nor the people he had brought with him boarded his car. Yuan gave them a simple mission. Tell all the aberrations that Yuan is now their boss. The car had been driving for over a day. They were about to reach the red dot on the map they held. This map was their private possession, and the red dot on it marked the location of the town. As they approached the town, the little butterfly from the car flew over. To save space, the little butterfly had always used its original form. Brother. He flew over to Yuan and said, I want to go see the town first. Okay. As the little butterfly finished speaking, the little fox suddenly scurried over. Take me with you. It had been a long time since he'd seen his grandmother, and the little fox wanted to go back and see her. He knew it was difficult to get out of the town once he entered, but they had gotten out last time. This meant that it wasn't impossible for his grandmother to get out again. The little butterfly looked at the little fox for a few seconds, then turned and started to leave. The little fox? ? Without a second's thought, the little fox extended its claws. The fox catching the butterfly, the scene was so fast it was almost dizzying. For little cubs, stop scratching. Yuan scolded the little fox, worried it might hurt the little butterfly if it wasn't careful enough. The little butterfly reacted quickly, flapping its wings at the little fox. Take me. The little fox insisted, I can show you the way. The little butterfly still didn't want to take him. Finally, after Yuan's persuasion, the little butterfly reluctantly agreed to take him. Come here. The little butterfly grew a little larger, and he let the little fox climb onto him. Yuan watched them cuddle, feeling quite harmonious, so he took out his phone and took a photo of them. Yuan no longer posts photos on social media, he only posts to his friends and family groups. The family and friends group included the kids, Ian Chin, Ruanke, Gu Einan, and some close friends. Pei Si, Lu Chao, and Dr. Tangi were all there. Yuan saved the photo to the group's album. When saving the photo, he chose silent notification mode. This means the photo uploads directly, but doesn't show up in the group chat. After the photo uploaded, Yuan looked outside. Little Fox and Little Butterfly were gone. He looked away, waiting for the car to drive directly to the town. Although Dad had said there was no signal in town, Yuan had been sending messages frequently these days. He hoped that Dad would see his messages as soon as the signal was restored. Yuan, I need to get some sleep. He was about to see Dad, and Yuan wanted to rest well and look better. Yuan held him in his arms and whispered, go to sleep. I call you when we get there. Yuan nuzzled him and drifted off contentedly. Yuan fell asleep, but Yuan wasn't sleepy. He let Yuan lie down, resting his head on his thigh. Kids, keep your voices down. As soon as Yuan finished speaking, the kids' voices immediately quieted down. Eighth kid also turned down the volume of their game. Yuan looked down at Yuan, then opened his phone and began processing messages. After he left, Ian Chin would help him with matters in the West District, but he still needed to make some crucial decisions. Ian Chin was very particular about this. The decision-making power on key matters must be given to Yuan. Of all the matters Yuan was focused on, the most intense was the public opinion regarding the North District. He was watching the swirling public opinion when Rong from the North District called. Yuan naturally wanted nothing to do with a man who could murder his wife and younger brother. He hung up several times before finally, impatiently answering one. Hello. Yuan, this is Rong. Rong got straight to the point. Is there any chance of reconciliation? Rong's planned murder had made Yuan and her child victims of cyberbullying. The question he asked made Yuan laugh. What do you think? Yuan countered, you touched my people. Do you think I let you go now? Rong's heart sank. He knew the answer. But he still held out a glimmer of hope. If we can negotiate, I offer you terms that satisfy you. No need. Yuan said calmly, all I want now is your death. Repaying evil with kindness has never been Yuan's motto. Anyone who dares to betray him must be prepared to face his wrath. Yuan's words left Rong with no choice but to hang up the phone. After the call ended, Yuan snorted coldly. The abuse therein had endured in the past few days must now be returned 1,000-fold to the culprit. Tan Zhan is a formidable manipulator of public opinion, and Yuan only just realized how many people he has under his wing. Each of these people is a talented individual, and one who listens to Tan Zhan's words. With them, Rong in the North District is now being criticized as a sinner for all eternity. In contrast, Yuan's account. Although there are still extreme insults in the private messages on his account, the number is very small. Yuan's calculations were correct. Human emotions are cyclical. Their former anger and accusations had now transformed into guilt and self-blame. Yuan, I'm sorry. I didn't realize the aberrant group had such a miserable existence. I remember what I said before. They have the right to live too. Yuan, I only now realize that humans are the most terrifying beings. More than aberrants, I'm more afraid of the darkness in people's hearts. Yuan didn't take these apologies to heart. He knew these people too well. Those who could easily speak online were easily influenced by the public opinion. They didn't need to take their words too seriously. Yuan only checked Yuan's account. He didn't have the children's accounts and passwords, so he couldn't log in, much less read their private messages. An unknown amount of time passed. The car finally stopped, right below where the little butterfly was hovering. Yuan saw the little butterfly. He didn't rush to wake Yuan, but went to look for the little butterfly. Six Cub, why are you here? This place is a forest, not a town. The little butterfly swooped down and said to Yuan tersely, the town's gone. Yuan, ? Yuan didn't understand. He looked around and frowned. Are you looking in the wrong place? The town is obvious, it's easy to spot. This time, the little butterfly remained silent. The little fox's face tensed. We're not in the wrong place. We're not in the wrong place. The town's gone. I can't find Father Gu and Grandma. The town would disappear. Father Gu had never told him that. Father Gu had only warned him not to bring his eldest brother back, but he hadn't said they wouldn't be able to find the town after their return. Thinking of his grandmother, who was still taking medicine and whose health was deteriorating, the little fox grew restless. The town must be here. There must be some kind of deception preventing us from seeing it. Yuan took the two cubs' report seriously. He called Yuan up and informed all the cubs. The 4 cubs suspect there might be a deception here. What do you think? The town had suddenly vanished. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Yuan repeatedly checked the location. His face was grim. After all, just when he thought everything was going smoothly, he suddenly lost contact with his father and grandmother. It was like a bolt from the blue. And then, I sent someone over. Xie Yuan was worried that Yuan might be too anxious, so he whispered to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I think your father must have orchestrated the town's disappearance. Don't forget, there's a bunch of crazy people in this town. Dad and Grandma's mission is to keep them out. To keep them out, to prevent outsiders from disturbing them. Creating a veil over the town is what they would do. Xie Yuan's words sounded convincing. But Yuan's face paled slightly as he stared at the empty forest before him, remaining silent. The children had already split up to search for clues. Yuan closed his eyes, holding Xie Yuan's hand. Under Xie Yuan's intense gaze, he finally spoke. Call the cubs over here. Okay. Xie Yuan called all the cubs back. Yuan watched them all come over and said, stand back there. Though Xie Yuan and the cubs didn't understand why, they all obeyed. Shielding them all behind him, Yuan took a few steps forward. And then? Yuan entered his supernatural state, starting with the big cub's supernatural power, then continuing with Jojo's. He practically leveled the area. Seeing their big brother like this, the cubs behind him didn't dare to say a word. 8th cub rubbed his head, with a sense of sympathy. He murmured, Big brother still loves me. Even when he hits me, he's still so gentle. Compared to his current big brother, the one who occasionally beat him up was incredibly gentle. Yuan simply leveled the place. Xie Yuan didn't stop him, nor did he say much. He simply took the cubs and retreated. Xie Yuan, big brother, big brother. Big brother is fine. Xie Yuan soothed Jojo. Big brother is just looking for daddy and grandma. Yuan made a lot of noise, unleashing all the powers of the A-sequence deformation. The scene was as terrifying as you can imagine. Xie Yuan watched Yuan quietly from a distance. He noticed that when his powers were activated, or when his emotions were severely impacted, his Anan became very different from usual. Anan's face was cold, as if he were made of ice. Even when his gaze swept over him, Xie Yuan felt ignored. He didn't like this feeling. Only after Yuan had calmed down the situation and released all his emotions did Xie Yuan walk over. Yuan's body swayed, and he fell from midair, landing in Xie Yuan's arms. Xie Yuan caught him steadily, then lowered his gaze to look at him. Yuan's cold, furious eyes met his. Xie Yuan's Adam's apple rolled. He whispered and in rest. Leave this to me. Yuan was completely exhausted at this point. He could do nothing else. Under Xie Yuan's hypnotic voice, Yuan closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After he fell asleep, Xie Yuan put him in the car. Xie Yuan, how's big brother? He's fine. He's just exhausted. Xie Yuan had seen Yuan overexerting himself. Tangy had examined Yuan before and discussed his condition with him. So, he knew this was normal. So what should we do now? The town couldn't be found, so their plan to return to visit their father and grandmother was definitely doomed. Back to the West District. Yuan's destructive power was immense. He had already ravaged the area to such a degree that further search would be futile. Xie Yuan still had great trust in Gu Ainan. He felt she could protect herself. Xie Yuan spoke, and the car drove off again. All the way. The children gathered around Yuan had been severely exhausted this time, and he had been unconscious for a long time. Xie Yuan looked down at the unconscious Yuan. He didn't stop the car again. At a fork in the road, he sent the children off. Before sending the children off, he asked a question. How many of you need to go capture the 2nd cub? The eldest cub isn't here, the 3rd cub isn't here, and the remaining cubs are less capable than the 2nd cub. But fighting alone won't work, Xie Yuan thought, but a group fight would always be the solution. At Xie Yuan's question, the cubs in the car raised their hands in unison. Xie Yuan looked around and saw that all the cubs were going out to capture him. His eyelids twitched, and he warned them in advance. Don't start a group fight right away. Talk to the 2nd cub first. Tell him he doesn't need him fighting for big brother out there. Let him come back and... let him come back to see big brother. Seeing they were all going, Xie Yuan waved his hand and let them all go. The cubs all left, but Tanzhan stayed. Xie Yuan looked at him, raised an eyebrow, and said, Are you not following your 7th treasure? 7th cub had just rushed out with the other cubs. Tanzhan, in the driver's seat, surprisingly didn't follow. When questioned by Xie Yuan, Tanzhan calmly replied, No need to follow this time. There's more people this time. He won't lose in a fight. Yuan, Yuan's mouth twitched. I just told them. I didn't tell them to fight. I told them to reason with their Zai first and get him back. Tan Zhan, ? Tan Zhan slowly asked, do you think they're reasonable kids? Yuan was silent. Yuan didn't want to dwell on it. After all, he warned them not to fight, so whether they would or not was none of his business. Without the kids, Tan Zhan was back to being a driver, like a background figure. Yuan felt quite at peace. He could quietly accompany Yuan. Tan Zhan stared straight ahead, not even glancing at them. The car drove quickly. Yuan returned to the West District with Yuan in the evening. Ruanku, realizing Yuan was unconscious, hurriedly called Tangy over. They had taken a car full of puppies with them on their way out, but now, not only were the puppies gone, but Yuan had also fainted. While examining Yuan, Tangy asked Yuan, what happened out there? He asked casually, but his expression was tense. Yuan didn't look at him, so he didn't notice his emotion. Nothing happened. Check it in first. Yuan said. He used his supernatural powers outside and overexerted himself, falling into a coma. Tangy patiently completed the examination, and the situation was similar to what Yuan had described. It's nothing serious. He'd be fine after some rest. Tangy said, then asked again, what did you encounter outside? Where did the cubs who hadn't been brought back go? Tangy insisted on not being too clear. Without him, Yuan would just answer with nonsense. Finally, before Ruanka came in, Tangy couldn't stand it anymore and asked, where's Sixth Cub? Yuan, he's lost. Tangy's expression changed immediately. Yuan watched his expression change with interest. Once he had enough, he said slowly, he went fishing. Little fatty fish is outside. The cubs are coming together to take him home. Tangy had seen the missing fish notice, so he naturally knew who Fatty Fish was. His expression returned to normal in a second, and he gave a cold "oh." The cubs are all out. Everything's fine. Yuan sat beside Yuan, holding his hand and whispering, be good. When you wake up, you see Fatty Fish. Just wondering if Fatty Fish, who was brought back, was still safe and sound. While Yuan was waiting for Fatty Fish with Yuan, on the other side. That fish was warily eyeing the group of cubs that had suddenly appeared before him. How did you find this place? As soon as Fatty Fish finished asking, the cubs rushed towards him without a word. Fat Fish? ? Is there something wrong? Wu Cub and Jojo didn't move forward, but soon, Ba Cub called Wu Cub over. Jojo watched them fighting, feeling a little anxious. What was going on? Yuan had clearly said he would reason with Air Cub first and persuade him to go home. Why were they just attacking Air Cub? The cubs involved in the fight were about to get really violent. The second cub had the same temper as the first cub, and was disliked by the other cubs. It's a rare opportunity to get the cubs together and fight fish together. As the cubs fought, Chirp watched, and someone nearby handed them a candy. Chirp, let's eat while we watch. Chapter 171. Jojo stared blankly at the candy being handed to him. He turned and saw the person who had handed it to him. It was Pei Si. Jojo knew Pei Si. He knew she was close to Yuan and his eldest brother. They're fighting? Jojo asked Pei Si for help, hoping he'd be more aggressive and stop the fight. Pei Si's cheek puffed up. He, too, had a piece of candy in his mouth. Seeing Jojo so nervous, Pei Si patted his head soothingly and said with a smile, I know they're fighting. It's okay, just watch. They won't kill each other anyway. Jojo was stunned for a moment, then honestly relayed Yuan's words. Yuan said, we should be reasonable and not fight. Pei Si raised an eyebrow and improvised, they're not fighting. I was just seeing things wrong. Look, they were clearly reunited after a long separation, and were just hugging each other excitedly. Jojo looked ahead again. Several of the cubs had stripped several scales off the second cub, the fox cub's fur had been plucked out in patches, the eighth cub's tentacles had been broken, and the mushroom's cap was even knocked askew. This isn't even a hug. Seeing that Meow Meow was about to be beaten, Jojo stuffed the candy into his pocket and rushed out like a cannonball. Meow Meow, I'm here. Stop fighting. Jojo rushed over to break up the fight, but a few minutes later, he was thrown out by someone unknown. Pei Si looked at Jojo, who had been thrown over, and kindly offered him a handful of sunflower seeds. Be good, let's just crack some sunflower seeds and eat some candy, and don't get involved with him. Jojo refused to listen. After being thrown out several times in a row, Woozy roared, forcing everyone to stop. He stood in the middle, separating them. Ertzi, whose scales had been knocked off, had a pair of beautiful eyes blazing with rage, looking ready to fight again at any moment. The cubs fighting in a group showed no fear. After all, they had long disliked this fish. If they didn't fight now, they might never have another chance. Just as the fight was about to break out, Woozy coldly said, "Ertzi, Big Brother wants you to go back." After speaking to Ertzi, Woozy turned to the others. "Big Brother forbids fighting. When you go back, you be beaten." Before any cubs could object, Woozy spoke again. "I recorded the video of your fight just now." The cubs responded with a question mark. With Woozy forcing order, the cubs finally stopped fighting. Jojo breathed a sigh of relief. He ran over and began to reason with them. Big Brother said, "We need unity and friendship, not fighting." "Hello, Erzai. Welcome home." Jojo was the only one among the cubs who sincerely welcomed Erzai home. He curled his eyes at Erzai and handed the candy paste he had just given him to Erzai. "Here, it's sweet." Erzai looked at the candy in his palm and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Where did you get it?" he asked. Jojo pointed behind him. "Pacey gave it to me. He still has some sunflower seeds. Do you want some? I can get some for you." Erzai looked in the direction he pointed and smiled, though it was a little cold. No need. He didn't ask for candy or melon seeds, just stared at Pacey for a moment. Pacey, who was still cracking melon seeds, turned away and pretended not to look the moment Ercui cast his gaze. He was tense, and his nervousness was evident even from his back. He could sense eyes fixed on him from behind. "Ercui." Jojo saw he didn't want the candy and handed it to the tiger cub. Then he looked back at Ercui and said, "Let's go home." After being repeatedly urged to go home by Jojo, Ercui finally faced the issue. He looked at the cubs, his brow furrowed, his will to survive making him refuse. "Can I not go back?" He hadn't yet achieved his goal, and didn't want to go back just yet. Jojo shook his head and replied, "No." Ercui, Then why are you asking me?" Ercui really didn't want to go back. He felt like he'd be punished if he did. But with so many cubs here, there was no way he could get away. Seeing her cub unmoved, Jojo reminded him, "Siechi Yuan said he needs to reason with you first. If you don't go back, you get beaten." Jojo emphasized this order, reasoning first, then fighting. Surrounded by so many cubs, our cub's eyelids twitched. Finally, he uttered a cold, "I understand. Go back if you want." Our cub had no other choice. The cubs hadn't driven here, they had all come in their original form. Tiger had brought several with him, and 6 cub reluctantly picked up the little fox. They looked at her cub. Jojo was about to invite him to ride in Tiger, but her cub said flatly, "I have a car. Who's going to take it?" Little Mushroom jumped out first. After jumping, he rolled his eyes and asked, "What car?" He wouldn't get in anything that wasn't a good car. Ertzi glanced at something nearby. The next second, Pacey received the signal and resignedly drove over. Where did Fatty get the car? It was likely picked up from the roadside. The car was all black, with sleek lines, and looked very cool. Seventh Child, who often rode in luxury cars, immediately recognized this one as a good brand. He took the initiative and got in. Following his lead, Little Fox and Octopus followed suit. Ertzi got in the driver's seat. He looked at Pacey, who was still standing outside, and said calmly, "Get in." Pacey, Pacey's heart tightened. He said, "I feel like the car is a bit crowded. Don't worry about me. I can walk back." If all else fails, he talked to Jojo and have Fifth Child take him along. Erzai said nothing, simply pressing the start button, and the right door automatically opened. Feeling a bit cramped in the back, the little fox looked at the passenger seat and considered flipping over. But before he leaned forward, Erzai reminded him, "Sit in the back. There's no room for you up front." The door was already open, and Pacey had no choice but to bite the bullet and scramble into the passenger seat. The beauty in the driver's seat still had a fishtail in her lower body. Her fishtail was long and sturdy, and the tip could be used for both the brake and the accelerator. Pacey still remembered how, when he first saw this beauty, he was almost captivated. Now, while he still marvels at the beauty from time to time, he's become more reasonable. Beauty is hard to please, he finally understood. What Pacey wanted was a sweet, and gentle wife. He couldn't handle a beauty like that. Well, what? Pacey fastened his seatbelt and suggested, "Why don't you grow legs? It might be a little inconvenient to drive this way." Erzai glanced down at his crimson tail. The next second, his tail was replaced by legs. Almost as soon as the tail appeared, Pacey quickly threw a coat over him. Erzai was beautiful. In his original form, he was shirtless, with a fishtail. Even without clothes, he wouldn't look out of place. But without the fishtail, he looked like a scoundrel. After Pacey covered him up, she glanced back with a lingering fear. Luckily, the other kids behind him didn't see. Put on your pants. Pacey fished out a pair of casual, easy-to-wear pants from her bag. But after Erzai put them on, he frowned and glanced at the person next to him. Too small. Pacey? ? This fat fish had said the same thing the last time he gave her the pants. Unable to bear it any longer, he grumbled. Have you ever considered that it's because you're too fat? Your older brother calls you a fat fish. Fat fish. The two words made Erzai's eyes suddenly cold. Say it again. Just say it. Fat fish, fat fish, fat fish. Pacey's cheek was pinched, and his words came out muffled. He was furious, but there was a fundamental difference between humans and A-sequence aberrations. He couldn't beat this fat fish. The commotion didn't last long before Seventh Cub urged from behind. Why aren't you driving yet? Let's hurry back to base. Getting back to base from here would take some time. Although Seventh Cub prided himself on being uninhibited and free-spirited, he felt a little uncomfortable if he couldn't see Tan John. The car finally started, but soon the cubs were nearly thrown off their feet. Eighth Cub sat in the back, his little tentacles clinging to the seat. He groaned, Is this Big Brother driving? The cubs, who had originally wanted to ride in a luxury car, now longed to walk. It was unknown how much time had passed. The cubs, their faces pale, were finally approaching their destination. And now, at their destination, Yuan had just woken up, and while he rested, Xie Yuan hadn't left. Xie Yuan temporarily set up his office in Yuan's hospital room. While Yuan slept, he worked nearby. Not only was he working on the West District, he was also planning a new location for the Abnormal Alliance. Besides selecting a location, staffing within the Alliance was also a major issue. As Xie Yuan was busy with these matters, he suddenly heard a light cough. As soon as the sound faded, Xie Yuan turned his head and looked over. And then, seeing Yuan finally open her eyes, Xie Yuan finally felt relieved. You slept for a long time again. Although Tangy said you wake up after a good rest, I'm still worried about you. Yuan was awake now, but his reactions were still a little slow. He stared at Xie Yuan blankly for a moment before asking in a hoarse voice, Have you found the town? Xie Yuan held his hand and whispered, And then, you should trust Dr. Gu's abilities. He won't let anything happen to him. If there's no direct answer to a question, the answer is already clear. Yuan struggled to sit up. At the crucial moment, Ruanka walked in and comforted him. And then, your father came to see me before he left. Ruanka sat down and told Yuan what Dr. Gu had said. He hopes I can take good care of you, and that you can live happily here. I understand your desire to see your father, but I don't want you to be so anxious about this and let your health suffer. And then, your father certainly wouldn't want to see you lying in bed. As an elder, Ruanka's words of advice were more relatable to Yuan. After a while of persuasion, Yuan spoke, Uncle Ruan, I understand. Thank you. Why thank me? We're family. There's no need to be so polite. Ruanka said, bringing him a glass of water to soothe his throat. And then don't worry. You definitely see your father again. I already told him that our two families will have a wedding. When the time comes, we have a grand wedding. Your father only has one child. How could he not come if you got married? Ruanka had a gentle smile on his face. He teased Xie Yuan, your father might even cry when he sees you two get married. Yuan calmed down after his change of subject. Xie Yuan didn't interrupt their conversation, he just stayed by their side. A long while passed. As Ruanka was about to leave, Xie Yuan walked him to the door and said sincerely, Uncle Ruan, thank you for helping me with Inan. No need to thank me. Just stay with him from now on. Yes. After seeing Ruanka off, Xie Yuan returned to the ward and continued to accompany Yuan. Yuan's emotions calmed down, and his mind regained its ability to think. Xie Yuan, there's something wrong with that town. Can we still find information about it? His father and grandmother disappeared along with the town. If they could find the town, they would definitely find him. I investigate thoroughly. Xie Yuan pinched his face and soothed him, leave it to me. The two of them clung to each other for a moment. Xie Yuan still had work to do, so he kissed the person in front of him, then sat up straight and went back to work. Yuan wasn't idle either. He got up from the bed and joined Xie Yuan in his work. He was going to make a list and list the steps to be done. He worked diligently, and Xie Yuan would occasionally check in with him. When both of them were exhausted, Xie Yuan pinched the back of his neck and coaxed him, Do you want to go for a walk? You've been lying down for so long, and now you're busy again. You must be mentally exhausted. Yuan rubbed his head. He had heard Yuan say to send the cubs to find the second cub. Now the cubs were gone, only the third cub was there. Let's go see the third cub. Yuan thought of the third cub and suddenly felt a little worried. Yuan, do you think the third cub is too inactive? The third cub's daily life was just eating, drinking, and sleeping. Compared to the other cubs, he seemed less lively. Not really. Yuan didn't see anything wrong with that. Wasn't the life of the third cub just like that? I think Sanzi's current state is quite normal. Don't overthink it. Tangy regularly checks Sanzi, and his results have always been good. As the two talked, Yuan took him directly to see Sanzi. Sanzi was still awake, chewing on bamboo, while watching the Gun documentary on the TV in front of him. Seeing his eldest brother approach, Sanzi calmly put the bamboo down and looked at him. Zizi. Yuan brought him a fresh apple. Are you watching TV here alone? Black and white Gun nodded. Yuan looked around. The bamboo zombie that had been accompanying Sanzi wasn't there. He must have gone to plant bamboo for Sanzi. He sat down next to Sanzi and shared the good news. Ertzi is coming back soon. I have him come to see you then. Sanzi declined without a second thought. No, I don't want him to come see me. None of the cubs liked to hang out together, especially the ones above them. They were all very independent. Yuan patted his head, still trying to encourage a little friendship. You two haven't seen each other for so long, don't you miss each other? No. Sanzi answered firmly. That fish doesn't miss me either. Yuan sighed quietly inwardly. Alas. The cubs have lived together for so long, yet why is there still no friendship between them? Yuan loved spending time with the cubs. Even if they chatted about meaningless nonsense, Yuan found such time wonderful. The night grew darker. Yuan glanced at the time, then at the yawning black and white. He called Yuan softly, it's getting late. We should go to bed. If we don't go to bed now, we'd be too late to get up tomorrow. The fat fish will probably be brought back tomorrow. If Yuan wakes up too late, she won't be able to see it first. Yuan was curious about the fat fish. According to Pei, it had grown into a beautiful woman. Yuan wanted to know if this beautiful woman was still fat. Yuan was taken back by Yuan. The two of them did nothing but embrace and fall asleep. Just as they fell asleep, without warning, fighting broke out between the North and South districts. The South district boss, who had lost his daughter, fainted on the spot after learning that his son-in-law was the culprit. When he woke up, the South district boss roared in a hoarse voice, "Kill Wenrong." He had personally agreed to his daughter's marriage to Wenrong. He agreed to the marriage not only because he thought Wenrong was handsome and elegant, a match for his daughter, but also because he wanted the North and South districts to unite. A united front would strengthen the two districts' overall strength. But he never imagined that his agreement would ultimately lead to his daughter's death. The North District was already experiencing unrest due to Wenrong's actions. Wenrong had been in power for too short a time, and the internal political situation was already unstable. Now, with internal and external troubles, Wenrong was already overwhelmed. That night, the battle between the North and South districts raged. When they woke up the next day, the two districts were still tied. Their current strength could be summed up in 4 words: weaklings fighting each other. Neither district was in a good position, and a decisive victory or defeat required other factors. For example, the South District requested assistance from the West and North Districts, but the North District had no one to turn to at this critical moment. Then, the North District paid the Red Bird organization to assassinate the South District's leader and several other key figures. Originally, the West District was also on the list of targets, but Red Bird immediately abandoned the mission after seeing the familiar names on the list. No money would work. No amount of money would work. With Red Bird refusing the mission, the North District had no idea who would take it. In short, the war between the North and South districts was now raging. The West and East districts had not joined them. Yuan's eyes flickered open and closed, and a night passed. Opened and closed again, and another half-day passed. He was contacting Green Hair, who had left earlier, to obtain the alliance's list. Just as he was getting impatient, the door opened. It was Jojo who came over, and it was Botsy who pushed the door open. The arrival of the two cubs instantly perked up Yuan, who had been feeling restless. "Are you back?" "Yeah." Jojo ran over to Yuan and reported the situation. "We're all back." Yuan petted him, and said thank you for your hard work. Then he asked, "Where's Ertzi? Where's Fatty Fish, who was still hanging out that day, forming the abnormal alliance, and then failing to manage it?" "Ertzi is back too," Jojo replied, then hesitated. He added, Ertzi doesn't seem to want to come back. While Ertzi was driving, Jojo followed them in Tiger. Jojo, sitting on the tiger's back, witnessed Ertzi and all the other cubs overturn their car. He overturned not once, but 3 times in a row. 8th cub was furious, saying Ertzi was petty and deliberately seeking revenge. Because of the rollover, the cubs had another fight. In short, their return was no small feat. Yuan frowned as he listened to Jojo's story and 8th cub's angry complaints. Where's Ertzi now? Out on the street, Jojo said, taking credit. Meow Meow is watching him. Woozy wasn't the strongest of the cubs, but he was one of the most steady. With him watching over Ertzi, Jojo felt at ease. Brother, are you going to check on Ertzi? Pacey went to prepare the fish tank. He said he used the big one to keep Ertzi in. Yuan smiled at this. He knew Pacey was with Erzai, and now that he heard Pacey was looking for a fish tank for Erzai, he was incredibly relieved. Great. They definitely get along well. Most of his pups had bad tempers, and Yuan had been worried since he found out Pacey was with Erzai. Now, he didn't have to worry anymore. His Erzai got along well with humans. Let's go check it out. Erzai's self-will behavior and reckless behavior would definitely get him a beating. But before he got spanked, he had to take a good look at his fat fish. It had been ages since he'd seen her, and he wondered how much fatter her tail had gotten. After a while, Yuan followed Jojo out. Not seeing the fat fish outside, Jojo pondered for a moment, then expertly led him to Pacey's room. Pacey's current assigned house was large, and having a large fish tank inside looked quite harmonious. Yuan suppressed his emotions and walked inside with a controlled expression. Erzai? You? The door to the house was unlocked. Yuan hesitated for a moment, then pushed it open and walked in. As soon as he entered, he stepped onto the wet ground. Besides the water, there were also shards of broken glass. Yuan's eyelids twitched violently, and he hurried forward. Erzai? This time, after calling out, he finally saw the fish, its tail swirling. Erzai appeared fully grown, gazing coldly at Pacey. Pacey, dressed in clean clothes, met his gaze calmly. Erzai was settling accounts with Pacey about the fish tank. You added salt to it. You wanted to salt me like salted fish. Pacey relied on having returned to his home base, and having brother Xie to back him up. So he unjustifiably said, Don't you always show off how big you are? Perfect, after I pickle you, I share it with my brother, Xie, and your brother. Yuan, who came up behind him, said, No, he didn't want to eat salted fish. Chapter 172. Perhaps Pacey had added too much salt, as Erzai's tail had transformed into legs in the fish tank. Before Yuan could get a good look at his tail, he saw his legs first. After seeing this, Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He hurried over and patted the fish tank. Zizi, come out. This kind of water, used to pickle fish, couldn't soak any part of the child. Yuan had raised Erzai single-handedly, and his concern for him temporarily overshadowed any thoughts of beating him. He dragged Erzai out, then turned to look at Xie Yuan, ready to ask for a piece of clothing. Before Xie Yuan could remove his coat, Pacey had already thrown the clothes at him. Pacey threw the clothes at Erzai, frowning. He told him 100 times, turning into legs without warning was considered hooliganism. Even in front of his eldest brother, he couldn't do that. He and his eldest sister-in-law also needed to avoid suspicion. Pacey was almost annoyed. He watched the fish slowly put on its clothes, then looked at his eldest brother. In this family of 3, he was the only outsider. Pacey thought for a moment, then turned and left. Before leaving, he said to Yuan and then, Xiegu, you two can catch up. I'm going to take a walk outside. With that, he left without disturbing them. As Pacey left, Yuan's attention returned to the fat fish in front of him. The fat fish had grown up. He raised his hand and ruffled the fat fish's hair. It was soft and damp from fresh water. The second child also stared at his eldest brother without blinking. Their eyes met, and the second child spoke to his eldest brother, Brother, I'm back. Yuan didn't rush to greet him, but instead examined him thoroughly. This cub had been outside the longest, and Yuan worried he might have some old injuries. The second cub silently accepted his eldest brother's examination, enjoying this tender moment. As for Xie Yuan, who stood beside his eldest brother, he hadn't even glanced at him since he entered the room. It was as if Xie Yuan didn't even exist. After completing his examination, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He's fine, healthy. The second cub lowered his head slightly, and smiled at his eldest brother. His face was truly beautiful, almost demonic. His eyes, like the deep sea, seemed to possess a captivating power when he looked intently at someone. Thankfully, Yuan wasn't bewitched. The eldest brother had seen every aspect of Fatty Fish from childhood to adulthood, so in his eyes, Fatty Fish was just another cub. The tender moment was fleeting. After confirming Fatty's safety, Yuan smiled faintly and asked, I heard you're not coming home because you're out there building a kingdom for me? Fat Fish, Fat Fish was suddenly asked, and his reaction was delayed for a few seconds. After a few seconds, he actually nodded. Well, I haven't completed my goal yet. Brother, after meeting you, I'd be heading out again. Erzai didn't feel like he was on the verge of a beating. He felt he'd done a great job, and was a very filial fish. Yuan narrowed his eyes and continued, Is the abnormal alliance yours? Erzai nodded. Yuan asked again, after establishing the alliance, were you also responsible for its free-range management? Erzai pondered the meaning for a moment. It seemed a little strange, but it didn't sound out of place. He nodded hesitantly. After a few questions, Yuan's expression calmed down. Good. He didn't hit the wrong kid. You're really impressive. You knew I was in the West District, but you refused to come out. I posted so many notices looking for fish, and you're pretending not to see. Not only didn't you go home, you're also messing around outside. Yuan expressionlessly recounted the kid's suicidal behavior, and Fatty Fish finally realized something was amiss. Brother. He slowly took 2 steps back, trying to remain calm. Listen to me. Yuan nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and said calmly, Go ahead. I'm listening. Fat Fish glanced toward the door, then lowered his voice. Can I not get spanked today? Yuan raised his eyelids and gave him a firm answer. No. Pengyu, Pengyu looked at his elder brother's expression, then at Xie Yuan. He finally made a request. Can Xie Yuan leave? Xie Yuan crossed his arms and stood aside. At his mention, he raised an eyebrow and emphasized, Leave me alone. Just ignore me. He didn't want to miss such a wonderful family education activity. Pengyu's eyes turned unkind as he looked at Xie Yuan. Just as he was about to attack Xie Yuan, Yuan took the initiative and started beating him. No matter how majestic a child is, when he's being beaten, he loses all sense of dignity. Xie Yuan watched with great interest, carefully dodging to ensure he didn't interfere with Yuan's performance. The family education activity in the room was happening, but Pei Si, who was outside, regretted not to see it. The cubs, who tipped off Yuan that Erzai had returned, were forming a group to try to peek. An unknown amount of time passed. The fish tank was refilled with water, and the fat fish, having received a severe beating, was re-immersed in the water. Through the glass wall of the tank, Yuan watched the cub inside. It was fine. It wasn't damaged, and its tail was healthy. Xie Yuan also saw his tail, and after seeing its slender shape, he felt a little regretful. The fat chicken leg is gone. The fat fish's tail was red, and its tail as a cub resembled a fat chicken leg. Although Yuan had just beaten the cub, he still defended it in his heart. When he heard Xie Yuan mention the fat chicken leg, he turned his head and glared at him. Xie Yuan touched his nose, and then made a gesture of surrender. Okay, I won't say any more. They stayed in the room for a while. Yuan looked at Pei Si's room and said, Erzai, I have Xie Yuan rearrange your room. If you like this fish tank, I asked Pei Si to bring it down and put it in your room. Now the kids all have their own rooms, and you have one too. Erzai flicked his tail in the water. He poked his head out, leaned over the edge of the tank, and shook his head at Yuan. No need to change rooms. He wagged his tail and said slowly, I want to live here. Yuan, ? Yuan frowned. No, this is someone else's room. If you like the layout of this room, I make your room just like it. Pei Si was a relatively strong fighter among humans, but he was no match for Erzai. The difference in their fighting power was too great. Knowing his own son's temper, Yuan wouldn't allow Erzai to stay and bully Pei Si. I won't eat him, Erzai said, adding, I won't kill him either. He just wanted to live here. Yuan still had concerns about him. Although he'd seen Pei Si trying to pickle Erzai like salted fish when he first arrived, it also indirectly indicated that Pei Si and Erzai didn't have a good relationship. No. Yuan still refused, but Xie Yuan put his arm around Yuan's shoulders and offered some advice. You can ask Pei Si for his opinion. I think they have a good relationship. It's okay for them to live together. After Xie Yuan finished speaking, Yuan looked at him with a look of idiocy. How do you know they're getting along? Didn't you see them arguing when we first arrived? Xie Yuan grumbled, then lied, I didn't see anything. Xie Yuan's advice was ultimately useless. Under Yuan's pressure, Erzai's fish tank was moved from Pei Si's room. As Erzai left, he happened to run into Pei Si returning. Pei Si was stunned, and instinctively looked at Yuan. Yuan explained, Xie Yuan has arranged a room. Erzai can sleep in his room. They weren't like they used to be, with so few rooms. They now had good accommodations. Since Yuan had spoken, Pacey naturally couldn't say anything more. His gaze lingered on the fish tank for a few seconds, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Pacey. Yuan continued, Xie Yuan and I were discussing your situation. Haven't you always wanted to get married? We arranged several blind dates for you. Don't worry, your blind dates this time won't be interrupted by various reasons like before. Yuan assured him solemnly, with us here, we make sure your blind date goes smoothly. Pacey had been eager to get married for years, and while Xie Yuan teased him, he was actually putting the matter on his agenda. Yuan also liked Pacey. He sincerely hoped that Pacey's blind date would be successful this time. Pacey, we found a blind date for you, tailored to your requirements. They're very cute and beautiful, and we sent them your photos in advance, and they're very satisfied. Yuan spoke at length, but Pacey, surprisingly, wasn't as excited as before. A bit confused, he observed Pacey's expression and asked, Pacey, aren't you looking forward to it? In the past, whenever someone mentioned blind dates, Pacey was the one who got the most attention. Pacey, Pacey smiled and replied, Of course I am. Of course I am not. Yuan felt his reaction was a little off, but couldn't figure out why. I send you the contact information. You should take the initiative to contact them. Okay. Yuan, a man of action, immediately sent Pacey his blind date's contact information. After sending the contact information, he continued to have the fish tank moved. The man standing next to the fish tank listened to Pacey's response, his azure eyes cold. Soon, the fish tank and the fish were gone. Pacey looked at the empty space, a little dazed. Elsewhere, after settling the second child, Yuan also spoke to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, do you think there's something wrong with Pacey? Xie Yuan smiled. Don't worry about him. Whether he goes on a blind date or not is up to him. Yuan was a little confused. He asked, puzzled, Don't you care? You are the one who arranged the blind date, after all. Xie Yuan rubbed his head and changed the subject. After settling the two cubs, Yuan returned to his duties. Xie Yuan dispatched a secret team to investigate the town where Dr. Gu was. Yuan was desperate to find his father, but he couldn't find any solution. While he couldn't find his father for the time being, he couldn't sit idle. The entire Aberrant Alliance was still waiting for him. Xie Yuan mobilized the West District and worked with Yuan to select a base for the Aberrants. After choosing the location, the Aberrants who arrived there thoroughly cleaned it up. Then, the humans moved in and began building infrastructure. This process was supposed to be long, but the Aberrants were watching. The Aberrations knew they were building them houses and providing them with all the necessary living facilities. After seeing how humans worked, they joined in. The Aberrations' abilities were put to good use in such situations. At first, the humans and Aberrations worked together, and there was tension between them. After all, the relationship between humans and Aberrations had been sensitive for years. But as time passed, the tension gradually eased. Yuan would occasionally check in. One time, he saw a water-savvy aberration creating artificial rain for the workers on the construction site. The worker chuckled and said his rain could only cover 1 acre of land. The aberration, infuriated, began to spray water at the worker. They dodged, their laughter echoing far and wide. The address was secured, the infrastructure was completed. With Xie Yuan's companionship and assistance, Yuan selected a group of capable individuals from the aberrations and assigned them various positions. Every step they had to take on, every person they needed, filled Yuan with uncontrollable anxiety. Yuan worried that he wasn't doing well enough, or that he made a mistake. Xie Yuan was very confident in him, praising him almost daily. The days passed. Yuan's Aberration Alliance successfully established itself in a location not far from the West District. Chong Chong and Duo Duo were supposed to return to the Alliance's school for classes, but they were reluctant to leave. Duo Duo, in particular, hugged Xie Yuan's thigh, tears streaming down her face. Jiojio saw the little crybaby sitting at Xie Yuan's feet, and felt a pang of heartache. He picked up Duo Duo and pleaded with his elder brother and Xie Yuan, brother, sister-in-law, please don't send Duo Duo away. At Jiojio's request, and out of Xie Yuan's own selfish desire, Duo Duo and Chong Chong were both kept. Like Yuan's cubs, they were kept as family members. The abnormal alliance was operating more and more stably, and at the same time, Yuan raised various rights related to the abnormals. These rights were raised, with some opposing, some agreeing, and some abstaining from commenting. Needless to say, the East and West districts were completely on the abnormal side. The South and North districts had originally been anti-abnormal, especially the North district. It was their old tradition to discriminate against abnormals. Now the North and South districts were locked in a fierce conflict, and the North district's use of abnormals to kill people was still remembered by countless people. If they tried to raise objections to the aberrations at this point, they would only be met with insults. The formation and gradual consolidation of the Aberration Alliance went smoothly overall. Yuan's visits to the Alliance were becoming increasingly long. Xie Yuan couldn't always accompany him. Yuan had to manage the Alliance, and Xie Yuan also had to oversee the West District. The burdens on both of their shoulders were heavy. After returning to the Alliance base, Yuan had barely settled into his chair when he received news. Someone was secretly still trading aberrations. A month ago, Yuan's proposal to ban the production and sale of aberrations had been unanimously approved and officially implemented. Even the eldest cub had withdrawn. The eldest cub's original plan was similar to the second cub's. They didn't seek peaceful coexistence with humans. Their original goal was to dominate this world. They had the strength. With just a few more of their kind, humans wouldn't be their match. But Yuan's meddling had halted their goal midway. The eldest cub gave up on creating more of his kind, and the second cub handed the alliance over to the eldest brother, allowing him to manage it as he wished. Relative relations between the aberrants and humans were now relatively peaceful. Just a month into the peace, Yuan heard a complaint. Not only are they buying and selling aberrants, they're also destroying substandard ones. Boss, look. The aberrant, who came to complain, meticulously presented evidence. The evidence included photos and videos, all documenting the bloody, incriminating evidence. After showing it to Yuan, he sternly said, "Boss, I didn't Photoshop these are real scenes. We just settled down, and humans are violating the peace treaty and continuing to use us for trade. Isn't this a provocation? Being bought and sold like commodities, with life and death beyond our control, and subject to being discarded like garbage at any moment, this is a pain the mutants cannot even mention. This kind of situation is truly irritating to these newly settled mutants. Have you figured out who did this? Are there any other labs producing mutants? Deformations are produced in laboratories. Now that the ban has been issued, all labs should be prohibited from producing mutants, otherwise, it would be a criminal offense." East District. The answer given by the mutant in front of Yuan surprised him. He had considered the South District or the North District, but not the East District at all. "I already spoken with the East District, and they no longer produce mutants." There was no way the eldest child would go back on his word. But the mutant before him, with a stern expression, asserted, "It's the East District that's secretly producing mutants. They're still doing this business." Yuan didn't believe it. "I'm not lying. I have plenty of evidence. Boss, the East District is provoking us and harming us like this. You can't just sit there and do nothing." No matter how much Yuan disbelieved it, seeing the mutant before him presenting evidence and swearing to heaven, he felt compelled to investigate. Before he did, he said the same thing, "The East District can't do what they promised. They can't do it behind our backs. I'm going to investigate to find out who's behind this." Yuan didn't believe the East District would do such a thing, but the other mutants did. This peaceful life is what many aberrations dream of. If the East District dared to stir up trouble at this time, some aberrations would naturally be eager to skin them alive. Yuan did his best to calm the aberrations. He left, following the latest information he had received, and headed for a location rumored to be a destruction site for aberrations. Before leaving, he kept the East District a secret. When Xie Yuan learned of his plans, he immediately offered to accompany him. Yuan refused. "I go with the cubs. If you come too, it'd be too conspicuous." Yuan intended to investigate secretly, and bringing Xie Yuan with him would draw too much attention. Rejected by Yuan, Xie Yuan reluctantly remained in the West District. He was worried about Yuan, so after careful consideration, he sent Fatty, who was still in the West District, over. "Go protect your big brother." The second cub's fighting ability was second only to the eldest cub, and Xie Yuan didn't get along well with him, so he simply sent him away this time. It was just right, so neither of them would have to see each other, and could have some peace and quiet. Xie Yuan was increasingly annoyed by this fish's temper. He had never seen a fish with such a bad temper. Aside from his good looks, such a fish wouldn't have any advantages in finding a wife in the future. Xie Yuan could already imagine it. He must be the most vulnerable of the cubs. That fish wasn't even unhappy about being sent away. He didn't even let the other cubs come with him. "I can go alone." That fish looked at the other cubs, who wanted to come along, and ordered them not to. But the fifth cub was heading back to the East District. He wasn't going to follow him, but rather to go along his way. Woozy's reason was legitimate. Ertzi looked at him, but didn't stop him. Jojo watched them leave eagerly, a little reluctant. Ertzi had a beautiful tail. He had always loved the fluffy Jojo, and lately, he had also become obsessed with looking at fish tails. They were sent together. Not long after, Yuan spotted Ertzi, with Woozy beside him. When he saw only Woozy and not Jojo, Yuan was a little surprised. Jojo didn't make a fuss to come along? Yuan asked curiously. I thought he'd come too. Jojo is teaching the kindergarten kids lately, and he's busy and can't make time. Okay, I see. Yuan thought about Jojo teaching the kids and found it quite heartwarming. Since Woozy had come, Yuan didn't let him go. Although this matter involved the East District, Yuan trusted his own kids. Even if the eldest kid was here, he wouldn't shy away from anything. The aberrations at the base were still reporting information and locations. The information I received this time says that the items being destroyed are defective products that were returned. They didn't meet the employer's requirements and were returned after being used for a period of time. The returned aberrations will be destroyed en masse tomorrow. The destruction location is in an area of the sea. To be more precise, they were destroyed on land, and the remaining body parts were thrown into the sea. Yuan packed his belongings and arrived at the destruction location in advance. The aberrants lying in ambush were all there. Yuan listened to the aberrant beside him whispering, "Boss, the battle between the North and South Districts has been won by the North. The South District's boss is old, and his health has long been depleted from his years of indulgence and pleasure. Although the South District lost, he had quite a few aberrants under his command when he fought the North District. I heard there was a trade between the South and East Districts." Yuan frowned. He said, "A01 is in the East District." He was the one who disbanded the lab and announced that the East District would no longer produce aberrants. Yuan brought up the elder just to say something about the East District. But to his surprise, after mentioning A01, the aberrant's expression shifted again and again. Finally, he couldn't help but blurt out, "A01 is a lunatic. He doesn't care about the lives of the aberrants." Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he was about to say it was impossible. Then, the aberrant continued, "He used to watch someone chop off a 10's wings in the lab, and he remained indifferent." Yuan, question mark. The 5 cubs to Yuan's left, question mark. Chapter 173. What did you say? The usually taciturn Wu Cub spoke for the first time, bypassing Yuan. He seemed to suspect he had misheard. But the complaining aberration repeated clearly, "I said A01 is a lunatic. He doesn't care about the lives of aberrations." A 10 had his wings chopped off right under his nose, and he didn't react. This was said clearly, and both Yuan and Wu Cub heard it clearly. The aberration before them emphasized, "I never spread false information. If you don't believe me, you can confront A01 in person, or ask A10. Wu Cub clenched his fists, and looked like he was about to leave. Thankfully Yuan grabbed him. "Wu Cub, don't act rashly." They were still lying in ambush. Yuan held Wu Cub's hand, preventing him from making any rash moves. The second cub, standing next to him, remained nonchalant and ignored Wu Cub. "When we get back from here, I go with you to find a Z. We beat him up together then." Yuan was still whispering to Wu Zi. He always knew when to beat the children, but looking at Wu Zi's expression, he felt that Wu Zi might not be able to grasp this measure. While nothing else happened, Yuan spoke to him again. After Jojo was rescued and brought back to the island, Zi cut out his gallbladder and gave it to Jojo for treatment. He deserved a beating, but you can't risk your life beating him. In the case of Jojo, Zi deserved a dozen or so beatings, and Yuan would take care of it himself. But beating them was fine, but the children couldn't risk their lives. Just as Yuan was still trying to persuade them, a rustling noise was heard not far away. "Shoo! Stop talking." Something was happening nearby, and Yuan and Woozy all looked over. They were close to the sea, with rocks blocking the way in front of them. The sound of footsteps, accompanied by voices, reached their ears. It was a group of unidentified people, dumping large garbage bags loaded onto a truck into the sea. They dragged their garbage bags, complaining, "I don't know why we always have to go to such lengths to throw it out here. I think we could just dig a hole outside and bury it. Burying it in front of your own house is so unlucky. Throwing something this unlucky into the sea will be gone. I heard throwing it at the landfill is fine. They have a shredder there. It won't take long to get rid of it." "Stop talking nonsense," a cold voice interrupted. This person also held a garbage bag, but it was very small. From the respectful way the others treated him, it was clear he was the leader. "Hurry up and get done. Leave when you're done. The journey is long. We can't waste time here." Under his supervision, all the garbage bags were hauled off the car. After all the garbage bags were transported to the beach, Yuan, determined not to miss out, began making arrangements. Chier, go grab their car, and don't give them a chance to get in. Wu Zi, go! Zi, you too. There weren't many people throwing garbage, so Yuan didn't use the deforms he brought with him. He simply had the deforms guard the cars while he and Wu Zi dealt with the litterers. Seeing them appear, the faces of the men were clearly flustered. Who are you? What are you doing here? Nothing, just picking up some trash. Yuan's gaze fell on the black trash bag, and if he saw it correctly, it seemed to move. This is all useless trash. It's useless even if you pick it up. If you're really short of money, I give you some now. No, I'm not short of money. My hobby is picking up trash and protecting the environment. Such a serious excuse made the faces of the men in front of him darken. They stared at Yuan and Wu Zi intently, wondering if they recognized them. I advise you to leave now. The other side issued a final ultimatum, and they said coldly, if you leave now, I can let you go. Yuan, When Yuan heard this, he realized that the other party must not have recognized him and Wu Zi. He looked at Wu Zi and ordered, go ahead. Try to save any survivors. If you can't, forget it. These men didn't look like good people. What they were doing wasn't good either. Most importantly, they didn't look human. Yuan didn't even have to make a move himself. It took Wu Zi less than 10 minutes to kill them all. No, there was still one survivor. This one was only saved at Yuan's insistence. Yuan didn't bother to interrogate Du Miao Miao, the survivor. He simply walked quickly toward the garbage bin. The garbage bag was tied a little tight. Yuan took a knife and slashed the top of the bag. This slash gave him a clear view of the scene inside. Inside the garbage bag was a cub covered in bruises. It wasn't a human cub, but a freak cub. Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. He reached out and felt for the cub's breath. The cub was completely stiff, so naturally, it couldn't be breathing. Open all the bags. Yuan gave the order and jumped directly into the water. There were also some bags they had dropped in the water. Fortunately, there was no wind or waves, so the newly dropped bags hadn't been washed away. The remaining survivors were tied up and thrown aside for a freak to watch. All the other freaks were opening the bags. Without exception, the bags were filled with scarred freaks. To be more precise, they were scrapped freaks. Yuan's hands were numb from unpacking bags. He ordered everyone, check if anyone's breathing. Check their heartbeat, breathing, and body temperature. Anyone showing signs of life, put them all here with me. Yuan said, taking off his coat and spreading it on the ground. The 5 cubs saw this and laid their coats out, and the others followed suit, offering theirs. Among the truckload of scrap mutants, they found 3 still breathing faintly. These 3 were cubs of varying ages, the youngest looking less than a year old. Yuan wrapped up the 3 cubs and brought them to the truck. He also placed the remaining mutants, which showed no signs of life, back on board. Take them all away. Yuan didn't bother to interrogate the survivor. He had to save the cubs in his arms. After robbing someone's car, they drove as fast as they could on their way back. This place was remote, so Yuan first had someone find some medical supplies and provide simple care for the few dying cubs. But how many of the abandoned cubs would be strong? They had already reached their limit. Seeing his last breath fading, Yuan's eyes darkened. He bit his finger and fed him a few drops of blood. He had always fed cubs this way, but raising a weak cub to health required more than just a few drops of blood. It required a lot of flesh and blood. Besides A01 to A10, there would be no other cubs he had raised with his flesh and blood. Now, these few drops of blood were just helping to keep the cub alive in his arms. Go back to the West District. Yuan pondered, then said, Tang Yi is in the West District. He's the only one currently capable of treating mutants. Tang Yi's medical skills are exceptional, and he's especially experienced in treating mutants. Sending these cubs back to the West District is the only way to save their lives. On the way, after feeding the cubs with blood, Yuan found some time. Bring me the bound survivor. Yes. Wu Cub brought the man and threw him in front of Yuan. Yuan lowered his head, gazing at the disheveled figure. You're a mutant. He recognized his identity, but he couldn't understand. Why are you so cruel to your own kind? In the past, the cub produced mutants in the laboratory primarily to increase their numbers. Now that mutants and humans can coexist peacefully, the cub has dismantled the laboratory. But why would these people, at this moment, when the aberrants could live peacefully, attack their own kind? Aberrants are inherently evil. I'm killing my own kind for personal gain. Is that strange? He stared at Yuan and asked, do you expect me to be a aberrant who pursues truth, goodness, and beauty? Yuan didn't bother to listen. He got straight to the point. Who's your boss? Which lab did this? The aberrant, who came to complain, had already said they were coming from the East District. But Yuan still wanted to hear it from him in person. You want to ask me this? You don't give me enough benefits. Do you think I tell you? Yuan didn't want to give such people any benefits. He raised his eyes and scanned the people still standing. The next second, he spoke, all of you leave. I interrogate him alone. Wu Zi hesitated, but ultimately left obediently. Everyone backed away, leaving only Yuan and the stubborn man. Yuan approached him, and as he reached him, he crushed his fingers with his foot. You better answer my questions clearly. Otherwise you regret it. The man whose hand was crushed turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and held on. I don't regret it. If you want to ask me a question, you have to beg me. Don't worry, you be the one begging me soon. Yuan sent his son away, not wanting him to see his next side. Ever since he began to regain his powers, his mind had been filled with more and more. He remembered how the people at the institute had sent him out for training while his father was away. He also remembered how heartless he had been during those years. He was like a weapon, sharpened by the people at the institute, and from then on, he could not bear any emotion. He gave all the emotions he couldn't vent, all the feelings he couldn't express, to the cubs he had picked up. The cubs needed him, and he needed them. They had supported each other, and had fought through all those years. Yuan's memories had mostly returned, but no matter how hard he tried, a gap remained. That gap was between him and Xie Qiyuan. He still wasn't sure if he and Xie Qiyuan had ever met in the past. I only give you half an hour. Yuan squatted down in front of the man. He kept his word, and it only took a moment. In less than half an hour, the man, who had been stubborn just moments before, burst into tears and confessed. East District, these were all made in the lab there. You let me go. I just want to live. Is that wrong? I didn't create these mutants, nor did I kill them. I was just responsible for cleaning them up. I'm innocent. The man's tearful defense didn't relent Yuan. Keeping a mutant like this, with no moral composure, would only be a nuisance. Not long after, Yuan called back everyone who had just left. We got everything sorted out. Let's go. We be in the West District in half a day. A 05, and I can go back there. You don't have to send me off. I investigate this matter thoroughly and handle it. With Yuan already making such a promise, the mutants who had followed him naturally couldn't say anything more. Yuan sent them back to the Alliance. There was still a lot of work to do within the Alliance, so why would they all come out in such a large group? A half-day's journey wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Tangy received the letter early. He added Yuan on WeChat. Although they didn't chat much, they were still close. He became more polite to Yuan, and Yuan began to talk to him more. That was how the ice between the two of them was broken. He was waiting at the door early. The little butterfly perched on his shoulder, lazily lying, its shimmering wings quietly drooping. Why aren't you flapping your wings? I don't want to move. The pretty little butterfly glanced straight ahead, and he said calmly, the air is so stuffy right now. What are you waiting for here? Go back and wait. Standing there stupidly, he looked unintelligent. Tangy didn't leave, a frown on his handsome, mixed-race face. No, Yuan said he brought back 3 deformed cubs. Cubs are difficult to treat. If we delay until we get them, it'd be even harder. If he couldn't properly treat the cubs Yuan had given him, it would certainly leave a bad impression. If you're bored, you can fly somewhere else. Tangy lowered his eyes to stare at the little butterfly. After a moment's contemplation, he couldn't resist and reached out to touch its wings. The normally noble and elegant little butterfly didn't even try to stop him. After a long while, Yuan's car finally pulled into the West District. Tangy quickly stepped forward and took the 3 mutant pups in need of treatment. The bed is ready. Follow me. Treatment is a lengthy process, especially for pups whose lives are already hanging by a thread. I can only do my best. Tangy didn't say everything, but the fact that he said that made Yuan feel confident that he could save the pups. While Tangy was treating them, Yuan went to see Xie Qiyuan. He told Xie Qiyuan about the East District, including the fact that the East District Laboratory was supplying mutants to the South District. Qualified mutants were sent to the South District, and unqualified ones were destroyed. I heard that the laboratory previously sent the mutants to the South District without distinguishing between good and bad, and that the South District had to accept them all. Those were quite chaotic back then, and the South District was very displeased with the weaker mutants they accepted. Yuan thought about the spiderlings in the South District, and the dungeon where they were held. He told Xie Qiyuan everything he knew, hiding nothing from him. I'm going to the East District now. Wu Zi is heading back, so I can take a ride on the Shunfengdu. Wu Zi is heading back? Xie Yuan grasped the key point of this sentence and was a little puzzled. Didn't Woozy just come back from outside? Why wouldn't he just rest here and go back to the West District? I never seen him have any deep feelings for the East District before. It's more accurate to say that Woozy is simply siding with Dazi than with the East District. He has great trust in A01. He has something to do in the East District. Yuan thought for a moment and added, it's something urgent and urgent. Xie Yuan's curiosity piqued, and he asked curiously, what's going on? Gooden, tell me. Yuan, a fight. He said seriously, Fifth Cub is going back to fight with Big Cub. Xie Yuan, that's it. He had no interest in this kind of fight. He was tired of the Cubs fighting every other day. Putting the Cubs aside, Xie Yuan didn't stop Yuan from going to the East District. You can go to the East District and take a look. Big Cub probably doesn't know about what's going on in the East District lab. Yuan was somewhat surprised by Xie Yuan's confidence in letting him go to the East District. Do you trust the East District so much? What if they really do something bad? Yuan poked the back of Xie Yuan's hand and said, if they arrest me, won't you be anxious? Xie Yuan chuckled, shaking his hand and whispering, I don't trust the East District, I trust the eldest. And then, I trust all your children. Yuan, Oh no, he seems a little moved. Xie Yuan listened to him for a while, then asked, second child hasn't reacted to what's happening in the East District? I remember you saying he's always trying to outdo the eldest. Second child doesn't seem to know about what's happening in the East District. I don't think he's as stubborn as he used to be. I wonder if Pacey got him into salt water. He really seems to be going to be a salted fish now. Xie Yuan, ? What nonsense is this? Xie Yuan defended Pacey, saying, this isn't Pacey's fault. I think Erzai is just getting old and doesn't want to pursue a career right now. Yuan frowned, puzzled, and asked, if he doesn't want to pursue a career, then what does he want to pursue? Maybe he wants to find a partner. Xie Yuan smiled and rubbed his head. Didn't you beat him up for pursuing a career? Maybe he's changed his target. This statement was completely unconvincing. Yuan chatted about a few more cubs, then returned his attention to the one he had rescued. Let's go see Tangy and see if he's saved the cub. Okay. The cubs Yuan brought back had very weak vital signs. If it had been any other doctor, these cubs would have died. But they were lucky. First they met Yuan, and then they met Tangy. After 5 hours, the breathing of all 3 cubs had stabilized. When Tangy emerged from the ward, he looked a little weak. Treating deformities is incredibly demanding. Dr. Tang, how are they now? Will they survive? Tangy nodded wearily and replied briefly, yes. They're just very weak, and will need care for the next while. I understand. I keep them in the West District for now. The Aberrant Alliance is generally peaceful, but the Aberrants are still too dangerous. Sending a few cubs there isn't safe enough. After arranging the cubs' affairs, Yuan prepared to go to the East District with the 5 cubs. He turned around and realized that the 5 cubs had disappeared at some point. Where's the 5 cub? Yuan was stunned. He's gone? Didn't I tell him I'd go with him? He hasn't left yet. Xie Yuan explained to Yuan. He went to look for Jojo. He had nothing to do just now, so he left early. Not only was Woozy gone, but Ertzi was also gone. Yuan said, oh, and prepared to go get Woozy. And at this moment, Woozy was standing right in front of Jojo, who was now in his adult form. His form was always changing. Sometimes he would return to his original form, sometimes to a smaller form, and sometimes back to his adult form. His adult form was very beautiful, especially his eyes, which exuded a childlike innocence. Meow meow, help me pass this level. Jojo shoved the game console in his hand onto Woozy's phone, begging him to help him pass the level. Jojo, having been taught by Botsy, could also play games, but he couldn't compete with Botsy at all, and he kept getting stuck. Botsy had already cleared the level, but he hadn't yet. Woozy took the game and, while operating it for him, casually asked, where were you before you found Big Brother? Jojo, Jojo paused. His fingers tightened slightly, a state of nervousness. He didn't want to tell Meow Meow about the past. I was outside sleeping. Jojo wasn't a very good liar. He wouldn't even look anyone in the eye when he lied. Meow Meow couldn't tell anything unusual on his face, so he simply asked, really? Sleeping. Did anyone bully you? Jojo fell silent. After a moment's silence, he spoke again, trying to change the subject. Where are you in the game? Can I beat the level today? Woozy lowered his head, pressed a few more times, then handed him the console. This level's already passed. I help you with the rest when I get back. Huh? Jojo was stunned. Didn't you already leave? Are you leaving now? Yes, I'll be back soon, Woozy said, as he seemed to hear footsteps behind him. He stood up and said to Jojo one last time, "Be good here and wait for me." Jojo grabbed his arm, looking at him eagerly. "You just got back. Can't you leave later?" Woozy was held onto him for a moment before he let go. "I'll be back soon," he repeated, and then, under Jojo's reluctant gaze, he followed Yuan away. Yuan wanted to quickly resolve the lab situation. Once he had stabilized the aberrant's interior, he could focus on finding his father. With Woozy there, Yuan didn't even drive. He sat on the tiger, which had transformed back into its original form, and the two of them headed towards the East District. It was unknown how long they ran. The two finally arrived at their destination. After hearing the news, the eldest son even went to pick them up. Chapter 174. Jaiman saw him picking someone up and stopped him, saying, "Wait a moment." If only Woozy had returned, it would be fine, but now Yuan was also here. Yuan's status and position were even more important than before, not to mention, he was Dazi's older brother. Jaiman asked Dazi to wait while he changed his clothes and came out. "Okay, let's go." Jaiman walked side by side with him, his tone perplexed. "Why did your eldest brother suddenly decide to come? Didn't he tell me what he was doing?" Dazi was also confused. He shook his head, frowning. "No, it was a bit sudden. Usually, when the eldest brother came, he would tell him in advance. And this time, when he contacted Woozy, he also felt that Woozy's attitude seemed a little off. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore." Jaiman saw his frown and soothed him. "Your eldest brother probably came here because he missed you. The other kids are all by his side, but you're not. He must be worried about you." Jaiman's words reached the eldest child. His frown softened, and his steps quickened as he realized his eldest brother had come to see him out of concern for him. Jaiman continued walking with him, his head lowered as he made arrangements. Yuan was coming over. He had to arrange accommodations. As he was reading a message, Jaiman suddenly had his arm around his shoulder and was led over. "Watch the road." The eldest child's brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed slightly again. "Didn't you see the huge rock?" Jaiman, Jaiman sent the last message, then put away his phone and began to carefully monitor the road. The two soon reached the intersection. Wu Cub was familiar with the way back. When the cub came over, he saw them approaching. "Big brother." Jaiman's words just now filled the cub's heart with warmth when he saw Yuan. In his heart, Big Brother had always been the most important person. Yuan looked at him, but didn't respond. Dazed, thinking he hadn't heard clearly, the cub called out again, "Big brother, why are you here?" This time, Yuan finally responded. He tilted his head and glanced at the tiger beside him. The cub followed his gaze and saw the tiger cub. "Fifth cub, you're back." The cub greeted fifth cub symbolically, then looked away. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that both Big Brother and fifth cub looked a little strange standing before him. Jaiman was the most sensitive, and he also noticed something was amiss. "Yuan, Woozy, you must be tired after your journey. I already arranged a restaurant. I take you out for dinner, and then you can rest up." Jaiman, facing his family, gave a gentle, unfazed smile. "Yuan, I just happen to have something I want to discuss with you." "I have something to discuss with you too." Yuan spoke calmly, "But I have some business to attend to with Dazi right now. We talk after that." Jaiman hesitated at this. But Yuan was Ling Yi's eldest brother after all. Although he felt uneasy, he also felt that Yuan couldn't possibly be here to beat up the other kids. The last time Yuan came to meet Ling Yi, he had already beaten Ling Yi. It's impossible for a kid to be beaten twice in a row. Jaiman calmed himself and tactfully made room for them. "Okay, you guys talk. I pick you up after we're done. By the way, Cub, are you coming with me?" "No." The tiger, who hadn't yet transformed back into human form, was also looking at Dakub. He said coldly, "I have something to settle with him too." Dakub, Dakub vaguely guessed something. Looking at Jaiman, who seemed reluctant to leave, he offered, "You go back first. I'll be back later." Jaiman hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. As soon as he left, Cub led the way. Cub knew exactly where this place was spacious. Soon, the two cubs and their eldest brother arrived at a large, undisturbed area, a place Jaiman had created for him to rest. This area was vast, with a large lake and many trees planted beside it. When Dakub returned to his original form, he would find this environment quite comfortable. But when he was here in his original form, Jaiman never dared to approach. "Tell me, Woozy, what's wrong with you? Why did you hide Jojo's story from me?" Woozy asked calmly, but his inorganic amber eyes were filled with coldness. Dazi was silent for a moment. Then, looking directly at Woozy, he replied, I thought you didn't care about this little Jojo. After all, at the research institute, Jojo would cry and come to Meow Meow, begging to be held, and this big cat never held her. He doesn't care about Jojo, but what about me? Yuan, standing nearby, was also calculating with Dazi. Don't you know whether I care about Jojo or not, Dazi? The eldest cub fell silent. He knew that his elder brother cared about every cub. I had no other choice. For the first time in many days, the eldest cub confessed to his elder brother, even if it hadn't been Jojo, I would have made the same choice if it had been any other cub. I don't mind sacrificing them, and I don't mind sacrificing myself. Brother, there are so many aberrations now, so many that even humans have to be wary of them. Isn't that a good thing? The current aberration population truly has the potential to compete with humans. The eldest cub had the greatest contribution to the expansion of the aberration population. Yuan looked at the cub, at his unwavering gaze, at his lack of regret. He knew exactly. The eldest cub's reason for working so hard to strengthen the aberration community was not to rule the world, but for himself. Of course, he might be a little ambitious, but compared to himself, he chose himself. Otherwise, when Yuan proposed that mutants coexist peacefully with humans, he wouldn't have responded to his policy and immediately halted the mutant experiments in the lab. The cub's intentions were good, but he still deserved a beating. You watched Jojo get hurt, and you didn't stop it. So, do you think you should have been beaten? The cub didn't have time to respond before the now giant tiger pounced. Almost the instant the tiger pounced, the cub transformed back to his original form. In an instant, a massive tiger and a 10-meter-long python were locked in a tangle. Yuan looked at them and realized he couldn't intervene. A fight between cubs, once provoked to ferocity, was bound to result in bloodshed. Their massive size squeezed Yuan so tightly that he couldn't even stand in the middle. Forget it. He stepped aside and watched the two of them fight. Normally, the fifth cub couldn't defeat the eldest cub. He had already planned that when the fifth cub couldn't defeat the eldest cub, he would go up and hit the eldest cub a few times. This fight wouldn't end quickly. Yuan was very patient. As long as it didn't involve life or death, he tolerated it. While the fight raged on, Jai-Man, who hadn't waited for Yuan to come out yet, grew a little impatient. He couldn't handle the situation anymore, so he simply called Xie-Yuan. Xie-Yuan was also busy, but from the sound of it, he wasn't very busy. Xie-Yuan. What's up? Yuan is in the East District. Jai-Man said, making small talk. Did you know? Xie-Yuan smiled. Of course I know. Did he arrive safely? Yes. Jai-Man replied. He came with Woozy, but they both look unhappy. Now that they sent Ling Yi away, it looks to me like there's going to be a conflict. They always had a good relationship. If there's a conflict, we should be there to mediate. Don't you agree? Jai-Man's words almost made Xie-Yuan laugh out loud. Jai-Man, aren't you tired of going around in circles? He had known Jai-Man's intentions since the call, but he found Jai-Man's roundabout ways quite amusing. Don't worry, Yuan won't kick Dazi out. Dazi just needs a beating, and he'd be fine after it's over. Don't worry. Jai-Man, Jai-Man's face darkened. Why is he getting beaten? Ling Yi hadn't even left the East District, always under his watch, and hadn't caused any trouble. Xie-Yuan didn't say much, just a reminder. What do you think could have caused Woozy to beat Dazi? After the call, Jai-Man still hadn't figured out why Dazi was getting beaten. But he was smart, and from Xie-Yuan's words, he shrewdly deduced. It had to do with Jojo. For Woozy to be so furious, to the point of wanting to break up with Dazi, there couldn't be any other reason other than Jojo. When he heard it was a feud between the cubs, Jai-Man calmed down. Ling Yi was Aberration A01, the leader of all the aberrations. The 5 cubs couldn't beat him. With this in mind, Jai-Man calmly began to arrange food, drinks, and lodging for them. An unknown amount of time passed. Xie-Yuan looked at the already darkening sky outside, then at his silent phone. His relaxed mood wasn't quite so relaxed anymore. After waiting a moment longer, Xie-Yuan resignedly sent a message to Yuan. "Nen, are you still not free? It had been so long, the beating should be over by then." A few minutes after the message was sent, Yuan finally replied. "Eating. I talk to you in my room after I finish." Okay. Because they arrived a little late on their first day here, Yuan and Jai-Man didn't get to talk much. He had accomplished only one task, beating the cubs. No, more accurately, it was watching the cubs fight. The cub gave in to Wu Cub, leaving him with several cuts so severe that the bones were visible. In the end, it was Yuan who forcibly stopped them. Fifth cub, looking at the blood on the cub, gradually regained his composure. The matter was over. By the time Yuan finished eating, it was already late at night. Jai-man was examining the cub's wound, his attention completely focused on it, not even glancing at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan could only discuss the matter with him tomorrow. Back in the room, Xie Yuan called in via video. Seeing Yuan on the other end of the line, a smile crossed his face. "And then, are you happy to see the cubs? What do you think?" Yuan refused to answer the question. He reported the cubs' fight to Xie Yuan. After the report, Yuan shared his speculation. The information given by the aberrations isn't necessarily accurate. I'm sure the eldest isn't fooling me. He definitely isn't creating aberrations anymore. The eldest wouldn't fool you, but what about Jai-man? Xie Yuan had already finished washing up. He lazily leaned against the headboard and asked Yuan, "Do you trust Jai-man?" Yuan thought for a moment and nodded yes. Xie Yuan was a little surprised. "I remember you didn't have a good impression of him at first." Yuan continued to nod. He hadn't had a good impression of Jai-man at first, but after getting to know him, he felt he wasn't a bad person. At least, he was kind to his eldest. He liked anyone who treated his children well. "Since you trust Jai-man, then have a frank and honest talk with him tomorrow." "Yes." After discussing business matters, Xie Yuan and Yuan turned to family matters. "And then, this time when we return from the East District, we focus on finding your father." Xie Yuan also took Gu Ainan's disappearance very seriously. He had recently been gathering a great deal of information. "I promise you, I find your father before we get married." Yuan's assurance made her eyes curl. He uttered a strong yes, then leaned closer to the screen and said something pleasant to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan's eyes darkened for a moment. He looked across at Yuan, his Adam's apple rolling. "And then, call me again." Yuan blinked and said obediently, "Husband?" Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan got aroused by the word husband, and Yuan knew this habit of his. But now, they were a million miles apart, so getting excited was pointless. A glint of cunning seemed to flicker across Yuan's eyes. He looked at Xie Yuan and said innocently, "What's wrong? Your eyes are red." Xie Yuan closed his eyes and pressed his temples. Under Yuan's deliberate teasing, Xie Yuan finally took 2 awkward cold showers. After returning from the showers, Yuan didn't want to play anymore. He checked the time and coaxed, "Okay, it's getting late. Let's go to bed. I have to go see Jai-man tomorrow morning, and you have to work tomorrow morning too. Let's go to bed together," Yuan said as he sank into bed. He propped his phone up beside him, his face facing it. "Good night, honey." And then, "Good night." Xie Yuan watched him fall asleep, and only followed him after he was completely sound asleep. Yuan slept quite soundly that night. His arrival hadn't attracted the attention of anyone in the East District. He had come directly, without any prior notice. Jai-man had only arranged for his own staff to prepare food and lodging, keeping his presence secret. The next day, Yuan awoke from a full sleep, only to find his phone screen black. He hadn't fully charged his phone beforehand, so he didn't make it to dawn. He charged his phone, then opened the door to look for Jai-man. Jai-man was a diligent man. He should have been up by this time. He knew where Jai-man's room was. It wasn't far from his own. Arriving at Jai-man's door, Yuan was about to knock when Jai-man approached. "Yuan," he asked, "why are you up so early? How did you sleep last night?" Yuan put his hand down and said, "You're up even earlier than me. I slept well last night." "Then let's talk somewhere else." Jai-man smiled. "That's perfect. We can talk over breakfast." They moved. Yuan saw the traces in Jai-man's eyes. After some hesitation, he asked, "Were you taking care of Dazi yesterday?" Jai-man stiffened, his expression slightly unnatural. "No, I just went to check on him." Yuan didn't expose him, but simply reminded him, deformations can heal themselves, and Dazi has a strong healing ability. He had wanted to check on Dazi yesterday, but Dazi, wanting to save face, insisted that nothing was wrong. "I know," Jai-man said, then changed the subject. "What did you come to the East District to discuss with me?" "Abnormalities." Yuan asked directly, "Are you still producing abnormalities in the East District?" Yuan's direct question stunned Jai-man. When he realized what was happening, he shook his head and denied it. "We stopped production. But I heard that your East District is still producing and selling abnormalities." "The abnormalities that leaked out were personally found by me." Jai-man, ? Jai-man affirmed, "That's impossible. I personally ordered the production halt. Now that producing abnormalities is illegal, I wouldn't do such a thing again." Jai-man denied that such a thing had occurred in the East District, and Yuan didn't force his opinion. Yuan showed him a video. Yuan had specifically recorded the video while interrogating the survivor they had captured. It showed the survivor's confession, the body of the abnormality found at the scene, and the dying young survivors. Jai-Man watched all this unfold, his eyes finally wavering. He was silent for a long time, then spoke slowly, "I can take you to the lab." The lab that East District had been collaborating with was L Labs. This lab had produced countless mutants, and during their time working with East District, they had gotten along quite well. The lab director was also somewhat friendly with Jai-Man. "Have you inspected this lab recently? After you issued the ban, did the lab actually comply with your orders?" "Twice." Jai-Man, a man of action, replied truthfully, "But after those 2 inspections, I haven't had anyone do a more thorough inspection of this matter again." The lab's current research topics all concerned food with malformed bodies. Jai-Man thought about the person in charge, then looked at Yuan beside him, feeling a sense of unease. He had helped this person get promoted later. If anything went wrong, it would be his fault. Without informing anyone in advance, Jai-Man led Yuan into the lab. He had the lab password, but he had never entered without asking. The door opened. There were still quite a few people left in the lab, and when they saw Jai-Man and Yuan approach, a flicker of panic crossed their faces. "Mr. Jai, what brings you here?" "Nothing, I'm just showing someone around," Jai-Man said, and led Yuan directly to the various lab rooms. As soon as they set foot, someone secretly made a phone call. "Dr. Peng, please come over. We still have a batch of goods to ship out. At the rate they're touring, they'd definitely be discovered. You have to come." The phone call lasted for a while, and the people from the lab accompanied Yuan and Jai-Man. In each room, someone explained what was inside. Yuan felt a little annoyed. He frowned and asked, "We can look around on our own. Can you please not follow us for a while?" As soon as Yuan spoke, Jai-Man naturally agreed with him. The person accompanying them smiled apologetically. "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. If you need anything, feel free to call me." "Okay." Without anyone to interrupt him, Yuan lowered his voice and said to Jai-Man, "The aberrations being sold are from right here." Just by looking at the reactions of these people and the contents of these labs, Yuan was certain of what was going on. He was incredibly familiar with the labs. Back when they were at the Research Institute, Selena would show him around the secret shield. Selena participated in the analysis of his various body data, and knew all about the dangerous missions he'd been on. To this day, he couldn't figure out what Selena felt for him. Did she treat him as a test subject, or rather, as a child? Selena was gone, and he hadn't yet let his eyes study the things she'd left behind. When he returned this time, he still had much to do. "We haven't found the mutants we created yet," Jai-Man said. "Only when we find definitive evidence can I proceed." Seeing this, Yuan whispered to him as they walked, "There are too many people here. I'm afraid it'd be hard for us to leave." He had neglected Jai-Man before arriving. For Yuan, coming and leaving this kind of place was easy. He had forgotten that Jai-Man was just an ordinary person. There were so many people here. If something did happen, he'd be fine, but he worried that with so many people around, he wouldn't be able to take care of Jai-Man. "Jai-Man, send a message to Woozy, asking him to come over." "Okay." Jai-Man lowered his head to edit the message, but after a few seconds, he looked up, his face grim. No signal. His message couldn't be sent at all. Yuan's eyelids twitched. These days, illegally producing and selling deformed bodies is a crime. The scale of the crimes committed in this lab would have cost them at least a decade or 2 in prison. But to go to such lengths just to avoid conviction. Isn't it worth it? Yuan didn't think it was worth it, but some people still dared to take the risk. Half an hour later, Yuan looked at the large number of mutants who had been forcibly awakened, their targets targeting him and Jai-Man, and felt like cursing. "Jai-Man, stand behind me. There are mutants behind you too." Enemies surrounded him. Who knew who gave them the courage to challenge Yuan? After realizing Yuan was a tough opponent, their targets all turned to Jai-Man. Yuan only had 2 hands, and he had to be careful about the damage he caused, not completely destroying the place. Some of the sleeping mutant pups were still there. It was unknown how much time had passed. Jai-Man hid in a panic, relying entirely on Yuan's protection. But the protection still went awry. The person in charge, Peng Zhou, a longtime friend of Jai-Man's, appeared silently behind Jai-Man. A sharp knife, gleaming with a cold light, pressed against Jai-Man's neck. "Yuan, you're meddling too much." Peng Zhou looked at Yuan coldly. "Tell me, if I had spread the news that you killed Jai-Man, would you still have the energy to meddle as much as you do now?" Yuan watched as his blade gradually applied pressure, a streak of blood oozing from Jai-Man's neck. This Peng Zhou truly intended to do what he had said. If Jaiman is gone, all of you will be buried with him. Yuan was equally unyielding. Do you think you have a chance to spread the news? Peng Zhou remained silent, but his eyes were surveying his remaining aberrations. If he could fill the void with these aberrations, he might have a chance to escape. Kill Jaiman, escape, and then spread the news that Yuan had killed Jaiman. Finally, there was the North District he'd been in contact with who might accept him. Wenrong in the North District was also nearing the end of his rope. If he could work with Wenrong, he might have a bright future. The profits he make by then might be far greater than what he was currently earning from selling deformed bodies. Peng Zhou was still mentally pondering his plan, the knife in his hand deepening. As Jaiman's blood dripped onto the floor, Yuan spotted a figure at the doorway. Chapter 175. Everyone in the lab combined was no match for Yuan. He could kill them all, but not all at once. As long as he didn't kill them all simultaneously, there would always be enemies he hadn't yet dealt with who would attack Jaiman. Yuan, goodbye. Peng Zhou stared at Yuan intently. With that, he suddenly raised his knife, intending to plunge it directly into Jaiman's throat. Yuan was 5 or 6 meters away from him, and several mutants still under Peng Zhou's control were simultaneously attacking him. His eyes darkened, but his expression remained calm. As if suddenly free of restraint, he attacked without hesitation. Among the previously obstructing obstructions, the others in the lab were now completely wiped out. Yuan didn't kill the newly used mutants, but instead knocked them unconscious. Not far away, Jaiman, under Peng Zhou's knife, suddenly closed his eyes after seeing the cold light coming down. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die so quickly. He still had a lot of work to do, both professional and personal, and there were important things he needed to do. He couldn't bear to die with things unfinished and people he hadn't properly said goodbye to. Bang! The moment Jaiman closed his eyes, a tail lashed out, knocking Peng Zhou, who was behind him, flying back. The bloodstained knife fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Then, a giant python, big enough to burst a laboratory, opened its bloody mouth at the knockback Peng Zhou. He looked unsightly, but he knew his elder brother wasn't afraid of him, nor would he despise him. As for Jaiman, his legs gave way at the sight of the python, which seemed several times larger than before, and he could barely stand. He didn't dare look at the giant python, simply keeping his eyes closed, refusing to open them. With the giant python watching Jaiman, Yuan no longer hesitated and sped up his cleanup work. An unknown amount of time passed. The lab fell silent. Dazi transformed back into human form and scooped Jaiman up in his arms. He looked at Yuan. Brother, should we go out first? Yuan shook his head, pointed to the messy ground, and said, I check on the surviving mutants. Dazi took Jaiman back first, and soon, Wuzi arrived. He accompanied Yuan as they worked, and in a room in the lab, they found a new batch of cubs. In addition to these, there was also their transaction list. On the list, the South District was the first to start trading with them. The transaction with the South District started a bit earlier, and in the more recent trading period, they had been doing business with the North District. Yuan flipped through the transaction records, his brow furrowing with each reading. The transaction records indicate that most of the aberrations purchased by the North District possessed abilities that could be used for assassinations. Seeing these aberrations, and thinking back to the deaths of the senior executives in the South District, Yuan immediately called Xie Yuan. He stated bluntly, North District management is undergoing a major purge. Currently, control of the North District remains in Wenrong's hands. Wenrong has stabilized the senior management, and his position is unlikely to be replaced by someone from within the North District. If the North District doesn't replace its own personnel, they will have to help. Otherwise, if Wenrong, a dangerous individual, remains in power, their lives will be difficult. I understand. Xie Yuan's delay in taking action against the North District stems from humanitarian concerns, and a desire not to become involved in their political power. If we don't intervene now, the people of the North District won't have a good life. When those in power act recklessly, the only unfortunate ones are the ordinary people. Yuan reported to Xie Yuan on the laboratory's transactions, and then discussed matters in the North District. After a long while, Xie Yuan whispered, I take care of this. And then, are you coming back today? According to Yuan's plan, after finding the source of the mutants, he would indeed be fine and would return to the West District. But now, Jaiman had just been taken away. I need to see Jaiman. Yuan explained honestly he's injured. Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan was silent for a moment, then compromised, alright, you can go and see. But you can't stay in the East District forever. You have to come back soon after you're done. Okay. After the two finished their conversation, and Yuan was about to hang up, Jojo appeared on Yuan's screen. Big brother. Jojo happily squeezed in front of Yuan and greeted Yuan. Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw him. Big brother, when will you and Meow Meow be back? Soon. Yuan, about to hang up, stared at the screen, intending to chat a little longer. Jojo had come to tell him about the awoken deformed cub. He hesitated for a long time before blurting out, Big brother, you're going to be an uncle. Yuan, ? Yuan's eyelids twitched. He knew his younger brother's child could call him uncle. That was common sense. He looked at Jojo, who had come to report, and quickly went over the suspicious cub in his mind. Seventh cub is pregnant? That's unlikely. Did Tan John invent something that allowed seventh cub to be pregnant? Or Liuzi? Yuan thought of Liuzi and Tangyi, feeling uncertain. Jojo shook her head, denying each of his guesses. Finally, seeing Yuan about to get carried away, Jojo slowly pointed at herself. I'm a father. Yuan? ? Yuan's expression was as if struck by lightning. He stared at his little Jojo in bewilderment. What did you say? You're a father? Who did that? Brother, it's you. I mean, the little cub you rescued. Jojo, observing his brother's increasingly frightening expression, hurriedly explained. One of the little cubs is also a bird. He's a genuine fat Jojo mutant. I don't know what's wrong with him. Maybe he's too young. When he wakes up, he thinks the first person he sees is his mother. I tried to correct him, and now he calls me dad. Jojo finished this blunder, leaving Yuan completely dumbfounded. It seems that the cub who now calls Jojo daddy was indeed his fault for bringing him back. Brother, this cub is too small. When it returns to its original form, it's no bigger than my palm. If you're willing to raise it, keep it for now. Yuan was in a state of disarray. He said, I see how things go when I get back. Jojo is still young and may need to start a family in the future. If he brings a little burden along now, he have trouble finding a wife. After speaking to Jojo, Yuan hung up the phone. Yuan, who had been waiting to say a few more words, stared at the darkened screen of his phone, withdrawn and unwilling to speak. Jaiman's injuries weren't life-threatening, but they were serious. Yuan stayed in the East District for 2 more days. During these 2 days, Jaiman, despite his injuries, continued to handle laboratory matters. News that Yuan had raised the L lab spread from the East District. At the same time, Yuan publicly stated, if there's another L lab, I'd do the same. Yuan's ruthless handling of the lab, along with the official stance of the East District, drew the attention of others. Their private actions also began to moderate. Some small labs that had been considering defying the law and committing crimes were forced into self-preservation mode. Don't commit crimes, don't produce deformed organisms. That's the only way to be safe. Big Cub, Fifth Cub, and I are going back to the West District. Yuan looked at Big Cub, said goodbye, and urged him, since you've chosen to stay in the East District, stay here. By the way, Jaiman is a human after all. You must protect him in the East District. If Big Cub hadn't arrived just in time, Jaiman might have been in real trouble. Jaiman is the ruler of the East District. Only with him can the East District be stable. With the East District stable, the overall relationship among the 4 districts will be stable as well. Big Cub nodded and took note of his instructions. 5 Cub transformed back into his original form and stood by Yuan's side. Big Cub looked at him for a moment before asking, are you coming back? The two had fought fiercely this time. Even with the aberrant's healing abilities, Big Cub's wounds haven't healed yet. The 5th child pursed his lips and met the eldest child's gaze. He replied stiffly, come back. I haven't received my salary for this month yet. He was salaried in the East District, and the salary was quite high. On his way to the West District, he inquired about his elder brothers and Yuan's salaries. His elder brother's wasn't as high as his, and Yuan's wasn't much higher. After learning about the salary situation, Wusui decided to earn a good living. At least he and Jojo wouldn't have to burden his elder brother and Yuan with their living expenses. Leaving the East District, Tiger Cub sped up quickly. Yuan was pleased with the speed, after all, as he was a seasoned speedster. The two of them didn't miss a beat, so they soon returned to the West District. Once back in the West District, Tiger Cub prepared to go see Jojo. Yuan stopped him, I go with you. Just in case, he wanted to see how the deformed cub called Jojo daddy. The Tiger Cub hummed, then walked alongside him. Yuan casually asked him, have you video chatted with Jojo these past 2 days? No, not yesterday. Tiger Cub replied, I sent him a message telling him I'd be back today. Jojo always video chatted with Tiger Cub, but the fact that he stopped yesterday suggested he was truly overwhelmed. From his tone, Yuan wasn't sure if he knew about Jojo's cub. Before Yuan could ask, they ran into Pei Si. Pei Si was walking side by side with Tangyi, chatting about something. Seeing Yuan, Pei Si greeted him and smiled. And then you're back. Yes, I am. So where are you going now? Why aren't you with Yuan? Wu Zi and I are going to see Jojo. As soon as Yuan said this, Pei Si's expression suddenly turned strange. Are you going to look for Jojo? Yes, Yuan said, then asked, have you seen our Jojo? Yes, I see her. She's over there. Botzi is there too. Pei Si pointed him in a direction, and then continued walking with Tangyi. Tangyi and Yuan exchanged a few brief greetings. Yuan, reflecting on his earlier speculation about Liuzi and Shiuzi, couldn't help but look at Tangyi with a more complex expression. After saying goodbye to Pei Si and the others, Yuan and Wuzi went to find Jojo. As soon as they arrived at Jojo's location, Yuan heard Botzi's frantic voice. I don't want to coax him anymore. I'm going crazy if you coax him anymore. I want to be coaxed too. Botzi's voice was almost frantic. Hearing this, Yuan hurriedly quickened his pace. Botzi? Jojo? As soon as Yuan finished speaking, he saw Botzi rushing towards him. Botzi was running in front, with Jojo following closely behind. Jojo's voice was also filled with anxiety. Don't run. 8 Cub, Yuan wants you. Jojo, before he caught 8 Cub, saw a big brother, just like 8 Cub. The moment they saw a big brother, hope shone in both Cubs' eyes. Big brother. The Cubs cried out in unison, looking at Yuan as if he were a lifeline. You're finally back. Yuan, Yuan looked at the 2 Cubs, then at the little cub in Jojo's arms. The little cub sitting in Jojo's arms, after a few days of rest, looked much better than before. He was fair and clean-skinned, with a chubby face, but he didn't have much flesh on his body, not as plump as other normal cubs. When he saw Yuan, he tilted his head, then, sucking his finger, asked Jojo for help. Huh? Jojo immediately understood what he meant, blushing as she introduced him. Yes, it's Uncle. The deformed cub was very clever, and it immediately called out to Yuan, Bo. Yuan's heart softened at the cub's voice. But the tiger cub beside Yuan's face darkened. After Jojo's explanation, the cub finally understood what was going on. Dr. Tangyi said that forcibly correcting a cub of his age isn't possible now. When he's older, he realized I'm not his father. After saying what Dr. Tangyi had told him, Jojo looked eagerly at Yuan. Brother, I don't know how to soothe cubs. Can you soothe Pang Pang? Pang Pang was the name of the fat little cub. He had just come across the word while looking it up in the dictionary. Whenever Jojo called him Pang Pang, he would smile, revealing his tiny teeth. The cubs rescued along with Pang Pang were all cared for by dedicated individuals. Only this little fatty Joe, who had set his heart on Jojo, could not be sent away. They had originally planned to send him away, but he cried and cried for his father, refusing to eat or drink until he saw him. In the end, Jojo had no choice but to take him back. Yuan hadn't coaxed a cub in years, and now, looking at this one, he felt a bit pressured. He reached out, trying to pick up Pang Pang. But he couldn't, and Pang Pang buried his face in Jojo's neck. He won't let me coax him. As Yuan stated this, he looked at Ba Zi, who was about to run away, and understood. Will he let Ba Zi hold him? Then let Ba Zi do it. And there's 5th Cub. 5th Cub is back too. You two can help him. Yuan had seen enough now. Seeing he couldn't handle the situation himself, he simply assigned the task to 8th Cub and 5th Cub. Aside from these cubs, the others, perhaps having taken shelter, hadn't come out yet. After leaving Jojo's place, Yuan returned to his room. He took something that had been put away for a long time, and planned to go find 2nd Cub. Yuan happened to come back, and saw what he was holding. Seeing what he was holding, he casually asked, What did you take? It's something from a long time ago. Yuan replied to Yuan, I'm taking it to 2nd Cub. Do you want me to go with you? Yuan walked over, and rubbed his head. Yuan shook his head and declined. No, I can go find 2nd Cub myself. He searched for 2nd Cub for a long time, but the fish tank in the room assigned to him was empty. Their cub wasn't there at all. After asking several people, Pei Si finally said he was free and could help find it. After searching for about 10 minutes, Erzai appeared before Yuan. Yuan handed him the item. Erzai examined it, then lowered his eyes, and put it away. Yuan? Yuan wondered, what is this? He had brought this item from the Midden Lab, and only Erzai knew what it was. Yuan had been curious about it for a long time. A faint smile crossed Erzai's stunning face. Nothing, he said, just a small gift I stumbled upon. Yuan wanted to ask more, But Erzai changed the subject. Brother, are you trying to find Father Gu? Yes. Yuan and Xie Yuan have never given up on searching for Gu Einan. The army ordered to find Gu Einan has never stopped. Gu Einan is not only Yuan's father, he's also a vaccine developer and the savior of all humanity. Now that he's disappeared, as the manager of humanity, Xie Yuan has the responsibility and obligation to find him. Father Gu doesn't want you to look for him. Erzai suddenly said, Brother, the fact you can't find him means he's safe. Erzai's incoherent words made Yuan look at him with alarm. Erzai, what do you know? Yuan hadn't been with Erzai long, and there were many things he hadn't had time to tell him. For example, about his father. But now it seemed Erzai knew more about Father Gu's situation than he did. I don't know much. He just told me a few more words when we were still together. He said if he didn't show up, it meant he was safe. Erzai repeated what he had already said, not caring whether his eldest brother understood or not. Yuan truly didn't understand, so he relayed the message to Xie Yuan. After hearing this, Xie Yuan was silent for a long time, then understood what Dr. Gu meant. He knew Dr. Gu lived with a group of lunatics capable of destroying the world. Those lunatics couldn't be killed, only trapped. Dr. Gu had lied, saying he would come back for his and Yuan's wedding. But in reality, from the moment he left, he had already made up his mind not to return. Xie Yuan had no idea how he had managed to make that town vanish. Judging from the current situation, the chances of them finding Dr. Gu were slim. And then, Xie Yuan had promised Yuan to be honest with each other, so he carefully considered his thoughts and told him, Your father didn't show up so that everyone could live safely. Those lunatics in this town are so crazy, and yet, your father and grandmother haven't killed them. That means they can't be killed. They're using themselves to trap these lunatics. Xie Yuan's explanation sounded highly plausible. The two men locked eyes. Yuan, with a stern face, said, I want my father. Meeting Xie Yuan's gaze, Yuan said firmly, Since my father can't come out because he's trapping these lunatics, then I'm going to kill them. Yuan, once chased and attacked by zombies, could now speak calmly about killing someone. He spoke with conviction. He truly wanted to kill those lunatics. He knew these lunatics would be difficult to kill. After all, he'd been so badly injured last time that he almost died. Xie Yuan, we can do it together. Yuan invited him. Let's kill them together. Xie Yuan stared at him intently for a long moment, then nodded. Okay. He smiled, leaned closer to Yuan, and kissed her forehead. Let's kill them together. The two of them were on the same page, their hearts sinking. Before deciding to kill these lunatics, Xie Yuan also dealt with Wenrong. Wenrong's actions were too vicious. Keeping someone like him alive would be a threat to the lives of others. The East, South, and West districts, all three working together, issued an ultimatum to the North District. They demanded a replacement for the North District's leader, a person of their choice. The person they nominated was also from the North District, a man of integrity and upright conduct, 1,000,000 times better than Wenrong. Under the intervention of the three districts, the North District had no chance of resistance. To ensure the survival of the North District, a coup d'état was launched within the district. Wenrong was being hunted by virtually everyone, both inside and outside the North District. Before he could be successfully hunted, he escaped from the North District. The three districts' cooperative alliance, led by Xie Yuan, issued a wanted notice for him that very day. Wanted notices were issued everywhere, but Wenrong seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, impossible to find. Yuan remained in the West District, busy with official duties alongside Xie Yuan. Their respective duties were distinct, yet they were able to work together. The abnormal alliance adopted the West District's operating model. Whenever Yuan encountered something he didn't understand, he would immediately ask Teacher Xie. The days went on like this. One day, as soon as Yuan opened the door, a little kid was sitting there, chomping on his bottle. The kid, a bundle dangling from his chest, sat obediently at the door, his hands clutching the bottle. When he saw Yuan come out, the kid spit out his pacifier and spread his fat little arms. Bobo, hold me. The kid now recognized Yuan. Besides his dad, Bobo was his favorite adult. Yuan sighed worriedly at the kid, who appeared at the door every now and then. Oh! No one's there to comfort you again, Pang Pang. This can't do. Jojo has always been a heartthrob, surrounded by many good friends. Now that Pang Pang calls Jojo daddy, he should be more like Jojo. Yuan held the chubby little cub in his arms, sighing as usual. Meanwhile, Wenrong, cornered, saw the small town before him. This town seemed to have stood for ages, yet also seemed to have just appeared. It held a powerful allure, drawing Wenrong in. As soon as he entered, He saw bloodstains everywhere on the ground. He frowned, and his steps hesitated. This place was too eerie. Even if he wanted to flee, he wouldn't choose a place like this. Is anyone here? Wenrong saw only blood, but no one. He wanted to take a gamble, betting on his luck, and also on whether he could get out safely. No one answered his question. Wenrong, thinking, introduced himself. I'm the administrator of the North District. I accidentally entered here, and I'd like to ask for your help. Chapter 176. Wenrong finished his plea for help, but still received no response. He was a brave man, and seeing this, he continued forward cautiously. Blood meant fighting, and fighting meant danger. He walked for an unknown amount of time. Wenrong finally saw a person. No, not a person, but a corpse. The corpse was covered in blood, and there was a large hole in its chest. He squatted down, intending to examine the body. The corpse's face was covered in blood, so Wenrong used some water to rinse it clean. After rinsing it clean, he saw the corpse's eyes move, perhaps an illusion. Are you alive or dead? Wenrong stepped back cautiously, his right hand tracing the dagger at his waist. The dagger was made of a special material that could injure even a deformed opponent. The person with the large hole in his chest did not answer Wenrong. But under Wenrong's gaze, he slowly sat up. The face, washed clean by the water, bore the features of a middle-aged man. The man had a beard, and his eyes held a sinister air as he looked at people. Who are you? Wenrong swallowed, instinctively sensing danger. The man, sitting up, ignored him and looked down at his chest. The bloody wound in his chest had ceased to bleed. After examining himself, the man's gaze fell on Wenrong, who was standing across from him. A strange smile played in his eyes. Ha, a stranger has entered. It seemed the town's confinement had finally been lifted. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill washed over Wenrong, who was standing across from him. I'm the manager of the East District. Who are you? The conversation gave way to screams. Wenrong struggled, desperately begging for help. Elsewhere, Yuan looked at the little fat chick nestled atop Xie Yuan's head and sighed heartily. He worriedly asked, Xie Yuan, do you think Pang Bang is getting bolder and bolder? The aberrant was much smarter than a normal human cub. This little fat chick kept calling Chi-Chi all the time. He didn't just call Chi-Chi all the time. He kissed all of them, from A02 to A09. This soft and sweet little fat chick was so sweet that even the most protective of the three cubs would share their apples with him. Second Bobo took him on a water army spree. Third Bobo took him on a raucous spree. Fourth Bobo transformed back into his original form and let him play with his tail. Fifth Bobo let him ride on his body, and sixth Bobo was a little more reserved and taught him how to fly. Seventh Bobo gave him a complete set of gold chains and anklets. Eighth Bobo secretly grilled seafood for him, and ninth Bobo made a net out of mycelium for him to swing on. With so many Bobo's indulgences, it's no surprise that little fatty turned his attention to Xie Yuan. Being a little bolder is good. Xie Yuan, with little fatty on his head, calmly went about his business. He spoke to Yuan. By the way, are the Aberrant Alliance members urging you to return? Have you chosen your successor? Is it the eldest or the second? The tradition of the Aberrants is that the strong are respected. If you had allowed a less powerful Aberrant to take charge of the Alliance, some would undoubtedly be dissatisfied. If there's a lack of unity, problems will easily arise later. The strength of A01 and A02 is enough to convince all the Aberrants. By then assigning some Aberrants to other positions, the entire Alliance will be able to operate stably in long term. I haven't thought about it yet. Yuan had grown accustomed to life in the West District, and was reluctant to part with Xie Yuan. So, he wasn't particularly keen on joining the Alliance as leader. Xie Yuan pinched his face and offered advice. I think you shouldn't make the decision on who to hand over the Alliance to. You should ask these two cubs for their opinions. I see the eldest has lived in the East District for a long time, so he might not go. The eldest will probably go. Yuan disagreed with Xie Yuan. He said, the eldest is very ambitious. He's always taken human and aberrant issues very seriously. And the second cub isn't bad either. The second cub single-handedly established the prototype of the Aberrant Alliance. If he had been more dedicated, the Alliance would have expanded significantly. Each of the cubs had its own merits, and Yuan couldn't decide for a moment. The two of them were chatting about business, while the little fat chick above them lay securely in a bun, its eyes closed, looking like it was resting. When they finished, Yuan looked back at the little fat chick. Ah! He took the little fat chick down and stroked it. The little fat chick had been cared for so long that its fur was fluffy and pleasant to touch, and its flesh was heavy and firm, making it incredibly comfortable to stroke. Pang Pang, you still have a more carefree life. Pong Pong's age meant he couldn't even attend kindergarten. His daily routine now consisted of stalking every single one of them, including Yuan, the older one. The cubs, previously plagued by little Fatty Chu, now that they've been conquered, often engage in violent fights over little Fatty Chu. Luckily, Chucky Chu doesn't have to get involved. He's a Chucky himself, and the chick effect of little Fatty Chu hasn't worn off yet. He firmly considers Chucky Chu his real father. We're all Chucky, so Chucky must be Fatty Chucky's father. Holding in Yuan's arms, Fatty Chucky casually rubbed Yuan's hand, letting Yuan pet him as he pleased. Yuan complained that the others were too indulgent towards the little Fatty Chucky, but he himself indulged them no less. You, be a little bolder. You're a second-generation Chucky, after all. No one in this area should dare to mess with you. With Yuan and Xie Yuan around, along with Bobo, the A-series mutant, little Fatty Chucky has the resources to run rampant. Little Fatty Chucky doesn't talk much, but what he does say is sweet. At first glance, it really looked like Jojo's biological child. Yuan petted Fat Gio for a long time, sending him back home just as bedtime was approaching. No one was allowed in Xie Yuan and Yuan's room at night, not even Fat Gio. After sending Fat Gio to Jojo's room, Yuan was surprised to see the other cubs there as well. What are you all doing here? Brother, we're having a meeting. The cubs' meeting hadn't been held in a while, and for some reason, it was reconvened. Yuan was curious. What's the topic of your meeting? The cubs all shook their heads, and eighth cub was the first to speak. Brother, we don't want to talk about it yet. Yuan, a respectful elder brother, saw they didn't want to talk, so he didn't ask any further questions. As soon as Yuan left, the cubs closed the door behind them. Pangchu yawned as Jojo scooped him up into her arms. Pangchu, go to sleep. I put you in your nest, okay? Pangchu owned many luxurious nests, all gifts from everyone. But what Pangchu loved most wasn't the nest, but being held by his father. He firmly hooked his paw around Jojo's arm, signaling that he didn't want to be put in a nest. Jojo looked down at little Pangchu, and her heart softened, so she didn't put him back. Botsy said, let's continue. The topic of their meeting was about Big Brother. Big Brother's birthday is coming soon, and we have to find Daddy Goo. Big Brother will be so happy if we find him. Also, we have to prepare a birthday present for Big Brother ourselves. Yuan had always celebrated his birthday at the Research Institute, but this time, they were going outside. The cubs were all gearing up to give Big Brother a proper present. They were discussing what gift to get their eldest brother, when six cubs suddenly asked, does Xie Yuan know when Big Brother's birthday is? The cubs, The cubs looked at each other, and seventh cub asked, has anyone told Xie Yuan? I haven't. No. The cubs checked with each other, and realized that none of them had told Xie Yuan. Jojo, holding the fat kid, asked, then, who among us will tell Xie Yuan? Ninth cub, and the others exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. They laughed it off, saying they wouldn't let Jojo worry. Don't worry, we tell him. They wait until just before Big Brother's birthday to tell Xie Yuan. When the time came, they all give Big Brother their carefully prepared gifts, and only Xie Yuan would be outshone. It had to be said that the relationship between the cubs and Xie Yuan wasn't one of love, only hatred. They discussed for a long time, so long that when Fatty Chubby woke up, his bright eyes widened and he remembered what they said. Big Bobo, birthday gifts. Little Fatty Chubby was quick to understand. After grasping the gist of the meeting, he looked up and called out to Chitty, Ba Ba? Chitty Chubby lowered her head and asked, what's up? Fat Chubby patted her chest and said softly, Fatty, Big Bobo. His words were incoherent, but Chitty Chubby understood. Jojo patted his head and coaxed him, just say happy birthday when the time comes. No need for gifts. Little Fatty Gio shook his head. He showed Jojo the gold chain around his neck. Little Fatty Gio was particularly fond of this glittering gold chain. No, Uncle Chi gave it to you. You're the only one allowed to wear it. Little Fatty Gio was covered in gifts from others. He himself was actually a poor Gio. Though his intended gift was rejected, Little Fatty Gio didn't lose heart. Instead, he pondered. The days passed. Yuan, following Xie Yuan's advice, gave the position of alliance manager to the eldest and second cubs to choose. He wouldn't interfere with the two cubs' decision. He just wanted a final result. Before the two cubs made their decision, incidents arose in Jaiman of the East District and both the North and South Districts. Jaiman was entered again. The South District's boss and the newly elected North District's boss were both killed. When the news reached the West District, Xie Yuan immediately ordered increased security. He called Dazi to inquire about the incident. Dazi's tone was grave. I didn't see clearly. I didn't see who injured him. If he had discovered it earlier, Jai Man wouldn't have been so seriously injured. Similarly, if he had discovered it later, Jai Man's life would have been in jeopardy. The enemy was targeting Jai Man's life. In District 4, Jai Man was in a coma, and the other two districts were completely leaderless. Only the West District remained normal. But the West District couldn't remain normal forever. If the other districts were in chaos, it would sooner or later be affected. Xie Yuan, who could have done such a massive act? Yuan and Xie Yuan were both closely watching this incident. It was so large-scale, and so sudden, that they didn't even know who to suspect. Although when Rome from the North District had escaped, he was now widely feared. He alone couldn't have caused such a commotion. The Qi Niao organization specialized in assassinations, and Xie Yuan specifically sought out Qi Niao. Qi Niao assured Xie Yuan, "It wasn't us. We don't accept such a commission." "Then can you find out who did it?" Xie Yuan was negotiating a deal with Qi Niao. "Just find the perpetrator. Name your reward." Qi Niao was a businessman, willing to do anything for the right money. But this time, he refused Xie Yuan. Qi Niao's prerequisite for doing business was to ensure his own survival. Just like he wouldn't accept the mission to assassinate Xie Yuan or anyone else in the West District. This time, he wouldn't accept the mission Xie Yuan wanted to discuss with him either. He was able to kill the bosses of both the North and South Districts, and almost killed Jai Man right under A01's nose. "Xie Yuan, I can't afford this deal." Qi Niao openly admitted his inability. Although he didn't accept the mission, he promised Xie Yuan, "If I know the assassin's information, I tell you. For free." Qi Niao felt sincere with those last two words. Now that the situation was about to become chaotic again, it wasn't impossible for him to lend a hand. After finishing his conversation with Qi Niao, Xie Yuan dispatched the West District's personnel to investigate. Pei Si was assigned to the most dangerous North District. After the death of the North District's leader, 3 more people were promoted. But unsurprisingly, all 3 new leaders died. Now it was difficult for the North District to appoint a new leader. Everyone realized that at this critical moment, the boss's identity was a death warrant. Xie Yuan dispatched more and more people to investigate, and the West District's defenses were constantly being upgraded. The West District's calm at this moment seemed more like the eve of a storm. Yuan had also gone out a few times. On one occasion, little fatty Jew hid in his backpack, only to be discovered after he was already out. Because they had already walked so far, little fatty Jew couldn't be sent back. Yuan had no choice but to take him along. Perhaps because of the long journey, little fatty Jew's courage had grown, and his ambition had only grown stronger. He hadn't found a suitable gift outside, and little Jew was extremely worried. "Xie Yuan, Jai Man is awake. He wants to invite us over to help him set a trap." The goal of the people who caused such a commotion this time is clear. They want to cause chaos among everyone. The fastest, most ruthless, and most effective way to cause these humans to unleash chaos isn't to stir up trouble among them, but to directly eliminate their leader. Without a leader to watch over and protect them, humanity will soon be in chaos. Controlling them will then be much easier. This method is even more effective than creating the first zombie. What's his plan? Xie Yuan had a rough guess. Is he using me as bait? Although Yuan and Xie Yuan were also leaders, neither of them was in danger, which clearly shows that the assassin is still very wary of them. With such fear of them, it's hard to say whether he come back to assassinate them next time. And Jai Man is indeed a ready-made target. Xie Yuan, do you think there's danger? Yuan nodded, looking somewhat uneasy. Jai Man has managed the East District very well. The relationship between our two districts is so harmonious now. If he were to be gone, it's uncertain whether the harmony between the East and West Districts would remain the same. Yuan greatly approved of Jai Man. He didn't want to replace the East District's leader. I do my best to ensure his safety. Xie Yuan agreed with Jai Man's plan. Even though Jai Man wants to use himself as bait, I don't believe anyone would take him under our noses. The two secretly traveled to the East District, accompanied by the deformed cub. Several puppies stayed behind in the West District. 4, 8, 5, and Jojo all followed Yuan. Seeing them leave, chubby Jojo flapped his wings and followed. Pa take Fatty. Daddy won't take Fatty. Jojo knew the dangers of going out, so he naturally didn't want to take chubby Jojo with him. But chubby Jojo was adamant. He spread his wings until they were tired, and still wanted his father to carry him. Yuan looked at chubby Jojo, who had sneaked out the last time, and worried that if he was left in the West District, the people there wouldn't be able to control him. Jojo, take Fatty Jojo with you. He's very active right now. If you don't keep a good eye on him, he'd get into trouble. This chubby Jojo, born with a difficult birth and abandoned shortly after birth, had stubbornly survived after being abandoned for so long. Now, he's been spoiled beyond belief, and is indeed difficult to manage. Xie Yuan also spoke up. We're watching over Pang Pang. Nothing will happen to him. Botsy also agreed. Pang Pang has been very well behaved lately. Let's take him along. He won't cause any trouble. Finally, little Pangchu was brought out. Yuan looked at the pampered little fat boy with a feeling of emotion. I always thought my cubs needed my care, but in the blink of an eye, they have even younger cubs they want to take care of. The cubs he had raised, now grown up, were raising even younger cubs. This exchange of scenes deeply touched Yuan. Soon, they secretly rushed to the East District. Jai-Man had just woken up, his face still pale, and his breathing was haggard when he spoke to Yuan. Yuan, thank you for coming here. It's not hard. After checking on his health, Yuan quickly got down to business. They worked out the plan in more detail with Jai-Man. Unless the mastermind behind this incident was uncovered, none of them could live in peace. They discussed business matters, while the cubs waited outside. Jojo accompanied Woozy, while Botsy held the chubby little Josie and took him for a stroll in the East District. Botsy, don't go too far. Jojo watched them leave, and said worriedly, my right eyelid has twitched several times. There's a saying in humans. Left eye twitching brings good luck, right eye twitching brings disaster. Jojo wasn't sure if he was still human when he transformed into a human form. He was just being prepared and giving Botsy a heads up. Botsy nonchalantly agreed, I know. I won't take him far. Botsy seemed reckless, but he was still very attentive to his cubs. Fatty Joe was carried off by Bazai, but Jojo stayed, continuing to wait for his elder brother. After an estimated half an hour, Yuan emerged from his room. He and Xie Yuan had arranged their own accommodations, and they hadn't alerted anyone in the East District. Even when they arrived in the East District, they had disguised themselves. Following their plan, they kept a low profile around Jai-Man. The people around Jai-Man had intentionally or unintentionally staggered their shifts. With these staggered shifts, if someone was watching carefully, it would be easy to find a way into Jai-Man's ward. Yuan wasn't sure if he could wait for him. He lowered his voice and asked Xie Yuan, can Jai-Man lure him out? I don't know. Xie Yuan wasn't sure either. He held Yuan's hand and whispered, we're too passive right now. We can only wait. Yeah. As the two were talking, Xie Yuan's phone suddenly rang. It was on vibrate mode, and the vibrations in his pocket made his skin numb. And then, check my phone for me. Okay. Yuan fished out Xie Yuan's phone and unlocked it with his fingerprint. He saw a new message pop up, bearing a name he had been searching for a long time. My dad? Yuan's eyes widened as he stared at the screen. The people we sent out said they saw the town and my dad. The more he read, the less excited he became. That's not right. They only said they saw my dad. Why didn't they see my grandma? The little fox had told Yuan a lot about his grandma. The other cubs had also told Yuan about her. Yuan knew that when he was injured in the town, his grandma had often stayed by his side. The little fox said his grandma loved him very much. His dad had said the same thing. Although Yuan didn't have fond memories of being with his grandmother, his mother's mother was a warm and caring presence. Yuan carefully studied the incoming report. After a long pause, he pursed his lips. Xie Yuan leaned over and also looked at the screen. News about Daddy Gu means news about Grandma. They must be together. Xie Yuan reassured Yuan, don't worry. As long as we find Daddy Gu, we find Grandma. Then, their family will be reunited. Yuan, comforted by him, nodded after a moment. He was still waiting here, while outside, Ba Zi, who was with the cubs, was a little panicked. Pang Pang? Ba Zi had originally wanted to prepare a picnic for Pangju, but in the blink of an eye, Pangju had vanished from his sight. Ba Zi had been calling for a while, and the more he called, the more panicked he became. Pang Pang, do you still want to eat barbecue? Stop being naughty. I take you back to Daddy and Uncle. Jojo was with his big brother, and the others. If Pang Pang really got lost, Bazai felt he would be beaten to death. Being beaten wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was, Botsy was also worried about this little fat boy. The little fat boy had been spoiled by them, and had become lawless. If he really flew away and encountered danger, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Pang Pang wouldn't fly away for no reason. Botsy tried to calm himself. As he went to find his big brother, he recalled what Pang Pang had said before he flew away. In a flash, Bazai realized the key point. While he was grilling, Pang Pang had told him about his big brother's birthday present. Oh no! Could this little fat boy have flown out looking for his birthday present? Chapter 177. Yuan had warned us long ago that this little fat boy was becoming increasingly daring and needed to be disciplined. But while Yuan said so, he himself was reluctant to discipline the little fat boy. The other Bobos were a bit conceited, believing that with them around, the little fat boy could act as he pleased. Eighth Cub knew that his eldest brother had come in a low-key manner, so he didn't dare to make a big fuss about looking for the little fat boy. He wasted no time and turned around to run back to his eldest brother. My eldest brother and Xie Yuan were still waiting, while the others were a little further back from us. Fifth child. Eighth child poked the more composed fifth child with his tentacle. After he called fifth child over, he lowered his voice and blurted out, "Pang Pang is missing." Fifth child, ? Five child paused for a moment. He looked at eighth child, whose face was etched with guilt, and asked, "What did you just say?" "Pang Pang is missing." Eighth child didn't dare to hide anything. He stuttered and recounted what had just happened. After that, he asked fifth child, "How do we find him now? Didn't Big Brother tell us not to let anyone discover our whereabouts?" They had come to the East District in secret, and Big Brother had been emphasizing the importance of keeping a low profile the entire way. But if they were going to look for Pang Pang, they would definitely not be keeping a low profile. Five child looked at Big Brother in front of him, then at eighth child in front of him. For a moment, his brow furrowed. "You, four cub, and Jojo go find it. I stay here and wait with Big Brother." There were 4 cubs in total, and one always had to stay with Big Brother. Eighth cub nodded. Five cub then instructed, "All of you stay in your original form. Later, you won't have to change back. Just use your adult human form, and then split up and search. Don't gather together." Eighth cub continued to nod. Five cub thought about his adult human form, and still felt it wasn't right. Try to look a little uglier in your human form, dress modestly, and don't draw attention to yourself. Okay. Eighth cub, always a bit of a jerk, now threw his image aside to find the fat kid. After making all the arrangements, Five cub called Four cub and Jojo over. He didn't disturb his eldest brother and Xie Yuan. The cubs were all sent to Eighth cub, and Five cub told them to go away first. When Five cub returned to Yuan's side, Yuan turned around and asked, lowering his voice, "What's wrong? What were they doing?" "There was an accident, and I sent them to deal with it." Wu Zai didn't bother his eldest brother at this moment, but Yuan keenly sensed something was amiss. What kind of accident caused them all to pass away? Yuan's question hadn't been answered when there was movement in Jaiman's room. With the opportunity they had deliberately given him, the fish took the bait. The medical staff in the room had just left, and the doctor, who was due to take over, had already walked into the hallway. In that moment, which seemed like a minute at most, the curtains in the room blew in the wind. The next second, the custom-made glass window shattered silently. Amidst the debris scattered across the floor, a middle-aged man stepped on the shards and walked towards the bed. Jaiman, who was in bed, saw him and sat up instantly. Jaiman, still wearing a hospital gown, stared at the suddenly appearing man, his throat tightening. "Who are you?" He lived on the 5th floor, and there were professional soldiers patrolling downstairs 24 hours a day. But this man had been able to climb through the window, and even the specially designed glass, designed to withstand the destructive power of the aberrations, couldn't stop him. "I'm here to kill you." The middle-aged man, dressed in gray, looked rather unremarkable at first glance. Yuan, hiding in the shadows, grasped Xie Yuan tightly when he saw him. It's him. He was one of the lunatics he'd seen in the small town, the one who attacked him that night they clashed. Yuan looked at the lunatic and thought about what Xie Yuan had said. Xie Yuan had said his father was keeping watch over those lunatics in the small town. Now that they escaped, where were his father and grandmother? Xie Yuan. Yuan clutched the back of Xie Yuan's hand tightly, his voice trembling slightly, but he still managed to maintain composure. Catch him. He had to catch this man, who was so closely connected to his father and grandmother. Xie Yuan had never seen this madman before, but judging by Yuan's reaction, he had already guessed his identity. Okay. Xie Yuan replied softly, I catch him. Even faster than Xie Yuan was Dazi. While they were talking, Dazi had already transformed into his true form, his giant python jaws wide open, biting fiercely at the man in front of the bed. At the same time, the python's tail lashed out at the man. Dazi, don't eat him. Yuan tried to warn him, but he didn't need to, as the python's attack failed. The man, who had quickly dodged, saw them emerge from the shadows, but there was no trace of surprise in his eyes. as if their presence posed no threat to him at all. We meet again. The man also recognized Yuan, and a hint of sarcasm curled his lips. What a pity I couldn't take you last time. They had their pot set up, but they couldn't put the coveted rations in. Not only that, they also lost several men. Although they held no friendship for each other, Yuan's counterattack offended them. I was going to look for you from the beginning, but they stopped me. The man looked at Yuan as if he were looking at lost prey. Luckily you came to me. Yuan listened quietly to him. When he finished, he simply asked, have you ever heard a saying? Villains die because they talk too much. The nagging man? ? The man's face darkened, and he gave up on Jai-Man. Jai-Man, who had nearly been killed earlier, was tangled up in the big cub's tail, and sent straight outside. He carefully measured the strength of his grip on Jai-Man, ensuring it wouldn't injure him. After being released, Jai-Man was immediately surrounded by the soldiers waiting outside. He knew his own strength, so at this critical moment, he wouldn't cause any trouble. As long as he could protect himself, he was a great help. Time slipped by. Jai-Man immediately cleared everyone out of the area, leaving the field to Yuan and the others. The eldest and fifth cubs were enormous, and if they weren't cleared out in time, they would likely be the ones to suffer. Once they had left, only Yuan, Yuan, and the two cubs were left to confront the man. The disparity in numbers was palpable. 4 against 1. Yuan mobilized all his supernatural powers, glaring coldly at the man. Do you think we're still in a small town? We're on human territory now, and I kill you. As long as all these lunatics were dead, his father and grandmother would be free. Thinking of this, Yuan's attacks became even more relentless. Just let this man breathe. Once he found out where his father and grandmother were, he killed this lunatic. You're just a piece of trash. Who gave you the guts to kill the god who created you? The man was completely enraged by Yuan's insult. He claimed to be a god, the god who created the aberrations. He created the aberrations, and they should be his to use. With just a zombie virus, he disrupted the order of the human world, rendering human life as insignificant as an ant. He was a god, towering over both humans and aberrations. Yet humans had trapped him, had held him captive until now. This was a humiliation. The man looked at Yuan. The source of his shame was Yuan's family. Both sides were seething with anger. The man's physical strength was no match for Yuan, nor for Dazai or Wuzai. But he was a top genius in the experimental field. He had a way to control the aberrations. Dazai and Wuzai's powers vanished one after another. Yuan and Yuan quickly brought them behind them, allowing them to barely dodge the attack. Brother, my powers are useless. It's okay. You guys back off. Leave this to Yuan and me. Yuan and Yuan were not significantly affected, their physiques seemed more specialized. Especially Yuan. Although the madman called Yuan a little loser, he also knew clearly. Yuan was someone who could truly kill him. He could kill him, but the price would be steep. The madman didn't want to die with a little loser. He looked at Yuan, a man he knew. Yuan, don't you think it's ridiculous that you're standing with this little loser? Yuan had been cooperating with Yuan to kill him. Unlike Yuan, who would even exchange a few words with him, Yuan was a man of action. Yuan said nothing, but the bone blade pierced him several times. Yuan's bone blade could inflict damage. Yuan. The man looked at the spot where the bone blade had pierced him, bleeding profusely. He slowly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Yuan nervously. You are our imitation god. Now, are you helping this godlike creature to disobey us? The man's last words were practically a roar, his eyes fixed on Yuan. The moment their gazes met, Yuan felt a sudden sharp pain in his head. Just as Yuan had lost his memory for a period of time, Yuan fell seriously ill after being picked up by Yin Qin, and after his illness, he also forgot many things from his past. Now, under the man's gaze, Yuan felt a sudden surge of fragments in his mind. In those fragments, there were him and Yuan. He saw that he and Yuan had known each other for a long time, and he also saw that Yuan had abandoned him. Yuan had raised him, but Yuan no longer wanted him. Memories flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope, frame by frame. Yuan raised a hand to press on his temple, and his body stumbled. Yuan. Yuan noticed he was not in good shape and immediately supported him, his eyes etched with anxiety. What's wrong with you? As soon as he asked this, he noticed the man staring at Yuan. The man's pupils were an abnormal color. Yuan's gaze, as he met his, looked as if bewitched. Yuan, don't look him in the eye. Yuan's words swiftly snatched the bone blade from Yuan's hand and stabbed the man. Oddly enough, Xie Yuan's bone blade felt perfectly at home in Yuan's grasp. Their stare was abruptly interrupted. Unwilling to let Xie Yuan, who was in a state of distress, join the fight, Yuan pushed him back, intending the two thugs behind him to carry him away. Strangely, the man didn't linger. He simply gave Xie Yuan one last glance before leaping from the fifth-floor window. "Keep an eye on Xie Yuan." Yuan said this before jumping down with the man. Shortly after Yuan jumped, Wuzi took Xie Yuan and tried to move him away. But while carrying Xie Yuan away, he noticed the blood on Xie Yuan's scraped arm had turned black. Ling Yi. Wuzi's support for Xie Yuan suddenly stopped. He turned around and sternly shouted to Dazi, "Go help Big Brother catch that guy. He's carrying a virus." The most serious way the virus spreads is through the air. But airborne transmission is usually accompanied by a pungent odor, which they hadn't smelled just now. Another way of transmission is through contact with wounds. Injuries are inevitable during a fight. They had overlooked the fact that the madman before them was a master at creating all sorts of viruses. The zombie virus alone nearly overwhelmed humanity. So how could humanity withstand another new virus? Let's not even talk about whether humans could withstand it. Just look at Xie Yuan right now. The wound on his arm looked like he'd been infected. Upon hearing his words, Dazi went straight to find his eldest brother without hesitation. Even if he couldn't use his powers, his original form might still be helpful. Dazi left with Yuan, while Wuzi took Xie Yuan back. Xie Yuan's physique wasn't even susceptible to the zombie virus. Wuzi took one look at his wound, and his heart grew even more uneasy. Yuan and Dazi went after the man, while Wuzi left with Xie Yuan. And on the other side, Jojo and the others were still searching for little fatty Jojo. Little fatty Jojo had flown around in the West District, but everyone knew he was Yuan's family's fat bird, so no one in the West District touched him. A gold chain hung around his neck, making him a recognizable little Jojo. Jojo was terribly anxious, but he wasn't a crybaby anymore. After having Fatty, he wanted to set an example for Fatty and portray a strong father, so no matter what happened, he wouldn't cry. Jojo, he seemed to be saying he wanted to get Big Brother a beautiful gift. What's a beautiful gift? Ba-Zi recalled little Fatty's words, trying to parse them for a clue. The other cubs, who hadn't yet started searching separately, began to think together. Little Fox was the first to react. Is he trying to pick flowers for Big Brother? The most beautiful ones? And he can bring them back. What else could he possibly want besides flowers? Although the little fat boy was covered in gold, he didn't have a penny on him, so buying him a gift was out of the question. The gift he was looking for was definitely free. It should be flowers. Jojo confirmed this, remembering what he had told Pang Pang about the various businesses in the human world before coming. I told him I'd take him shopping. There are lots of shops on the street. Candy stores, toy stores, clothing stores, and even flower shops. Many people buy flowers for birthdays. He must have remembered that, and recalled it while chatting with Bazai, so he went looking for flowers. Pang Pang was referring to the precocious little boy. He knew the West District was his family's territory, so he usually flapped his little wings and dominated the West District. And the East District? Everyone had told him that this district was also his family's. With the little fat boy's goal confirmed, they had a direction to go. Go look for it somewhere with flowers and grass. Jojo decided, let's split up and search from different directions. He's too fat to fly far. While you're looking, rummage through the grass to see if he's fallen in. After giving all the precautions, the cubs set out to look for Fatty. It was unknown how long the search lasted. On the way, Jojo received a message from Wuzi. Have you found Fatty? Jojo. Not yet, but we have a direction to search. Jojo. Although Fatty is a bit bold, he's not too reckless. If he's in real danger, he'd definitely be able to fly away. After Jojo finished sending the message, Wuzi replied again. I can't accompany you to look for him right now. Wuzi. Come back as soon as you find Pang Pang. Dazi had gone with Yuan, leaving him alone to guard the East District. He lowered his head to look at Xie Yuan, who lay on the bed. Somehow, he still found it a little hard to believe. In his impression, Xie Yuan had always been invincible, even against these A-sequence mutants. Xie Yuan had once arrogantly wanted to annihilate them all. How could such a powerful Xie Yuan suffer at the hands of a madman? He had been there the entire time, and with the hearing of a mutant, he heard some of the words clearly. Imitation of God. He muttered the two words, his gaze fixed on Xie Yuan's face, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Is there really any connection between imitation gods and these madmen who call themselves gods? He actually had a suspicion in his mind, but it was a suspicion he didn't want to admit until the very end. Xie Yuan. Woozy wasn't a talkative person, so he hadn't even had a few casual conversations with Siechiyuan. At this moment, he whispered, "Whether you're a deity or something else, you're still Siechiyuan. Siechiyuan won't be controlled by anyone except, of course, my eldest brother. Those lunatics. They can't control you. When you wake up, find a way to kill them all." I didn't know if Siechiyuan had heard him. His eyes were tightly closed, and his brows were furrowed, as if he were having a nightmare. Woozy looked at him, then turned and called Tang Yi. In this situation, a professional doctor was needed. After the call, Woozy went to see Jai Man. He felt like the pillar of the family now. Until his eldest brother and Dazi returned, he had to keep an eye on both Siechiyuan and Jai Man. Everyone was busy. Little Fatty was no exception. His wings were sore from flying, and he dove headfirst into a patch of grass. After landing, he stretched his hind legs and pulled his head out of the grass. Whoa! Little Fatty pulled a little too hard and landed back down in the pit behind him. He climbed out with a sigh, stood at the edge of the pit, and checked himself. Luckily, nothing was broken. After checking himself, Little Fatty was somewhat pleased, but after looking around, he felt a little uneasy. He had just followed a little butterfly. The butterfly said it was going to pick flowers, so he had happily followed. Little Fatty had a natural fondness for little butterflies. After all, his Lubobo was a beautiful little butterfly, but now, when he looked around, he couldn't see the little butterfly that had led the way. Little Fatty wasn't sure where to go, so he flapped his wings and persevered for a while. Bobo? Still not seeing the familiar path, the little fat boy started calling for Bobo. In the past, he called for Bobo twice and Bobo would appear instantly. His Bobos were all magical Bobos. All those magical Bobos from the past were now gone. As the sky grew darker, the little fat boy, who hadn't stayed out the night yet, stopped calling for Bobo and started calling for Daddy. The flowers for Big Bobo hadn't been picked yet, and the little fat boy couldn't get home. He didn't even know where he had flown to. This place was deserted, the kind of deserted place where no one lives. The little fat boy, who had been searching for the path for 2 hours, was about to burst into tears. Before he could cry, he tripped and fell with a thud. Woo! The little fat boy, having tripped and fallen, looked at the rock that had tripped him, tears welling in his eyes. The sight startled him so much that he let out a chirp and his entire chubby body sprang back. What had tripped him wasn't just a rock. It was a person, an elderly woman at that. The little fat boy was terrified, his chubby body slowly backing away. But after a few steps, he remembered what Baba and Bobo had taught him. A good child should be brave and do what is right. If you encounter a woman who can't move, you should drag her home. The little fat boy mentally encouraged himself, but his wings were still trembling with fear. He cautiously approached and poked the woman's hand with the tip of his wing. She didn't react. The little fat boy flew up and bravely took a closer look. After seeing it, he was stunned. Grandma's body was covered in numerous wounds, deep and deep. The little fat boy stayed there for only a few seconds before turning and flying away. He learned from Uncle Tang that if you accidentally bleed or have a wound, you need to apply medicine. If you're outside, you can also find some grass, chew it, and apply it to the wound. Just now, while searching for the way, the little fat boy saw some chewable leaves. Now that he had something to do, the little fat boy wasn't as frightened as before. He picked up every chewable leaf he could find. Grandma's body was covered in numerous wounds, but children, when focused on a task, have a higher level of concentration than adults. He patiently searched for leaves over and over again, applying them to the wounds. Outside, it was completely dark. The little fat boy had also summoned fireflies, which shone brightly around them. Using the faint light, the little fat boy picked up Grandma's clothes and tried to carry her away. But the little fat boy was just fat, not strong. He couldn't lift his injured grandmother. She'd catch a cold. The little fat boy was terribly distressed. If she caught a cold, she'd have to get a shot. His father, who usually loved him the most, was adamant about the shot. To prevent his grandmother from catching a cold, the little fat boy painstakingly searched for hay. He piled hay on her, and then tucked some under her for cushioning. When he was done, the little fat boy felt like he must have lost a lot of weight from exhaustion. The world outside was so quiet. After finishing his work, the little fat boy tucked himself into his grandmother's arms. Chapter 178. The night in the wilderness was cold and eerie. A small, fat chick would occasionally poke its head out, cautiously peering outside. He bundled himself up, but no matter how tightly he wrapped himself, he still felt fear. The fat chick, who had previously slept like a piglet, now awoke instantly at the slightest movement. For the fat chick, This night was incredibly long and difficult. Yuan also stayed awake all night. He and the eldest child had been together, preventing the man from escaping. With the eldest child by his side, Yuan dared to fight him head-on. When daylight broke, Yuan, covered in wounds, interrogated the man he had stepped on one last time. "Will you tell me the whereabouts of my father and my grandmother?" "Your grandmother is dead." The man underfoot stared at Yuan, holding the bone blade. Even at this point, a maniacal smile remained on his face. "Yuan, killing me alone is already such a struggle. You're dreaming of killing us." "No, you can't kill me," the man said fiercely. "Your grandmother couldn't stop us with her life. As for you, you have to die with us. Yuan, your grandmother is old and deserves death. And you're still too young. You're no match for us." It was rare for Yuan to grumble like this even when being trampled upon. He bent down slightly and chopped off the man's hands and crippled his legs. After he finished, he could barely hold on. "All right." He closed his eyes, his voice unsteady. "Take him away and lock him up. Send him to the West District as quickly as possible." Wanka was in the West District. He might be able to find a way to trap him. After temporarily dealing with the madman, Yuan and Dazi returned to the East District. Although he was exhausted, he still went to see Xie Yuan. "Brother, did you bring him back?" Wu Zi immediately approached them upon seeing them return. Yuan nodded. "I cut off his hand and brought him back. We're now preparing to transfer him to the West District." "How is Xie Yuan?" "Xie Yuan's arm is infected, and the blood is black. Brother, you must quickly get that man to tell you what he did to Xie Yuan." Hearing this, Yuan's brow furrowed. "You and Dazi will interrogate him. Whatever it takes, as long as you can get him to talk. I go see Xie Yuan." "Okay." Wu Zi received the instructions and went to work, while Yuan went into Xie Yuan's resting room. Xie Yuan's body had been cleaned and his clothes changed into clean ones. The sleeve of his arm had been rolled back, revealing the wound. Just as Wu Zi had said, the wound was clearly infected. The high fever caused by the infection was now also manifesting in Xie Yuan. His skin was burning all over. Yuan saw his lips move, as if he was mumbling something. They were the only ones in the room, no one else. Yuan lowered his head and leaned in to hear what he was saying. "Yuan, no, I don't want your things. Yuan, don't leave me. I won't kill you. I definitely won't kill you." Xie Yuan's words were intermittent, and it took Yuan a while to finally make out. But even though he heard clearly, he didn't understand. The interrogation of Wu Zi hadn't yet concluded. Yuan leaned against Xie Yuan's chest, closing his eyes, and trying to rest for a while. Half an hour later, Wu Zi and Dazi both came in, their clothes changed, but up close, they could still smell the strong scent of blood. "Big brother's asleep." Wu Zi lowered his voice, looking at the deep sleep of Yuan. They carefully arranged Yuan on the other bed in the room. After arranging for Big Brother, they called In Qin. Now that Xie Yuan and Yuan were both in poor condition, they naturally had to hand the matter over to their elders. Big Brother's elders were away, but Xie Yuan's were still there. In Qin and Ruanka were together, listening to the report on the other end of the video link. "I got a few clues." Grandma's body couldn't hold on any longer. When she was conscious, she felt she couldn't contain these lunatics anymore, so she kept thinking about how to put an end to this threat. She tried to make the town disappear, but that didn't work either. At most, it would have prevented strangers from entering, but it wouldn't have kept these lunatics trapped any longer. Finally, during another attack, she suddenly expressed a desire to return to Mitsubishi. Dad Gu assumed her request was due to a renewed blurring of consciousness, but he still decided to accompany her. Before they could return to Mitsubishi, the lunatics in the town united once again. This time, outsiders broke in. They replenished the food supply, and Grandma couldn't hold the town. He said Grandma was dead, thrown out by them without a care. Father Gu is missing, and they don't know his whereabouts. After this briefing, Ruanka keenly grasped a single key word. Secret shield. He singled it out. "I believe Grandma wouldn't say she wants to go here for no reason. She must have remembered that there's something inside Secret Shield that can stop these lunatics, or kill them." Ruanka explained his analysis. After a moment's reflection, Dazi spoke. "I go and see for myself." "Take someone with you." Ruanka added, "Take as many people as possible. I'm worried those lunatics might go to Secret Shield too. These lunatics are incredibly intelligent, and they wouldn't take Grandma's words for granted." After their conversation, Ruanka took the initiative and asked, "What has Ji Yuan been infected with?" Dr. Gu said, "These people are experts at creating all kinds of viruses." Ruanka knew Xie Yuan's physique intimately, and Xie Yuan had never been infected with any virus. He said Xie Yuan was infected with a virus that stimulates the nerve center, and they didn't intend to harm him. They were kind enough to help Xie Yuan recover his past memories. Bullshit. Yin Qin's face darkened upon hearing this. Qi Yuan is missing only a small part of his childhood memories, the memories of a few years old. What's there to recover? These lunatics are just being servile. Is Qi Yuan's life in danger now? Ruanka asked, hitting the nail on the head. No, Wuzi said, but whether or not his life is in danger, Xie Yuan hasn't woken up yet, so I can't be sure. The group chatted for a while. The West District would send a plane to pick someone up, and they would also have Tangy fly over to treat Xie Yuan. They talked quickly, without any unnecessary chatter. Dazi went to meet Dun to check on the situation, while Tangy went to the East District to treat the injured Xie Yuan and Yuan. Ruanka had to keep an eye on one of the lunatics they had captured alive, and investigate whether he had any special abilities. Everyone was busy, their busy schedule completely unknown to the general public. When Yuan woke up, Tangy was standing beside him. Big brother. With Tangy came Little Butterfly. Little Butterfly had been guarding his bedside for who knows how long. Seeing him awake, Little Butterfly immediately came over and, without blinking, stared at Big Brother. You're injured. Yuan had had a rather horrifying dream while he slept. He dreamt of his own funeral. Seeing 6Z, Yuan calmed down a bit. His voice was a little hoarse as he spoke. Why are you here? I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. 6 Cub said, and he also told him about the other cubs. Second Cub and the others wanted to come, but Dr. Wan wouldn't let them. With Tangy's presence, Xie Yuan's condition quickly improved. He performed a thorough examination on Xie Yuan, which revealed that his life was indeed not in danger. However, he was now in a deep coma, and Tangy couldn't say when he would wake up. Everything settled down for the time being. Yuan looked at the still unconscious Xie Yuan again. He held Xie Yuan's hand and said, Xie Yuan has been so busy that he's hardly had a good rest. Let's just give him a break this time. He hoped that by the time Xie Yuan woke up, he would have resolved all his problems. He wanted to live a peaceful life with Xie Yuan. Without any existential crisis, they could simply live with the cubs. Up above them were Dad, Grandma, and the elders. Below them were the cubs and even the younger ones. Thinking of the younger ones, Yuan suddenly remembered. He hadn't seen Pang Pang yet. He turned to Little Butterfly and asked, Where are the 4 cubs? And Jojo, why haven't they come yet? Little Butterfly had just arrived, and upon hearing his question, she replied, I go check. They're probably all together. Okay. Little Butterfly went to look for the cubs, and Yuan didn't follow. He leaned against Xie Yuan, thinking about how to kill those lunatics. Together we shall perish. Yuan muttered the words, not forgetting what the lunatic had said to him. He said he wouldn't be killed unless both of them perished. No one else was in the room now. Even Tangy had gone to prepare the medicine. Yuan lowered his eyes, thinking for a moment, then extended his hand. He possessed all the supernatural powers of the cubs, but they had no effect on the madman. That wasn't right. He could deal damage with his bone blades, and similarly, if he was seriously injured, the other party would also be injured. Also, the other party had been wanting to eat him. Aberrations could also be eaten. To be more precise, aberrations didn't eat, they devoured. Yuan's mind flashed back to him, as he devoured his targets during missions. It was like a vine growing from his palm, gradually wrapping around the target, eventually devouring them. This thought instantly cheered Yuan up. If he could devour these lunatics, that would truly be the end of the matter. 6 Cub, has the plane taken off yet? It's leaving soon. After Luca finished answering, he asked doubtfully, Big brother, why are you asking about the plane? Are you going back to the West District? No. Yuan hurried out. Tell the plane to hold off. I have things to do. Luca watched him leave. Only after he was far away did he remember that he had forgotten to tell Big Brother that he hadn't found the other cubs. Yuan hadn't noticed that 6 Cub hadn't found Pang Pang and the others. In his mind, the cubs were all together, so nothing would happen. And since the even smaller Pang Pang had a few Bobos watching over him, nothing would happen either. He left in a hurry, and before the plane was about to take off, he grabbed the number 1 lunatic he had captured. He had numbered the lunatics, and this one was number 1. This madman's limbs had been severed, and like him, he was near death. But at this moment, his limbs were actually showing signs of recovery. As expected. To be able to create mutants and invent the zombie virus, how could these madmen not have transformed themselves? They claimed to be gods, and this body was truly godlike. After Yuan pulled the man down, he didn't let anyone else follow him. He took Madman number 1 alone to an isolated cage in the East District. Here, no one would disturb them. After being tortured, Madman number 1 leaned against the wall, staring at Yuan with a sinister look, saying nothing. Yuan checked his surroundings, and after making sure no one was around, he pulled a chair and sat down. He addressed the madman leaning against the wall and spoke his first words. "If I devour you, will you still survive?" This question made the madman's face drop for a moment. But then, with a fearless smile, he said, "Do you know the price you pay if you devour us? We are gods, and you're just an experimental product dubbed a divine creation. Even if you devour us, you won't survive. In this world, there's the word devour and the word rebound. Devouring and rebounding differ by a single letter, yet they are inherently closely related." Yuan observed his expression intently, and after a moment, he understood. "Oh, it seems devouring works. You're afraid of being devoured by me." Yuan's words made the madman's face grow even uglier. He emphasized in a gloomy voice, "Devour me, and you die." Yuan smiled, "Not necessarily. I think I can hold on until I devoured you all. Even if I die then, taking you all with me would be quite a bargain." Yuan calculated the deal, and felt it was a good one. He rose from his chair, the vines on his palm slowly growing, finally completely enveloping the madman before him. The vines pierced his flesh, and after the red blood drained away, golden blood filled its place. This blood seemed to seep from his very bones. Yuan remained standing at first, but as the vines began to absorb the golden liquid, his complexion gradually paled. He sat back down in his chair, and continued to wait quietly. An unknown amount of time passed. The madman leaning against the wall seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, leaving not even a trace of his existence. Before being devoured by the vines, he had struggled desperately. The traces of his struggle could still be faintly seen on the wall. Yuan's face turned pale, and then red. His body felt as if it were being pumped through with magma, even his blood was boiling hot. His internal organs were nearly cooked from the burning, and his fingers gripped the chair tightly, suppressing a cry of pain. After nearly 2 hours in the solitary cell, the worried little butterfly quietly flew in. He saw his eldest brother sitting in the chair. His eldest brother looked exhausted, leaning back with his eyes closed. Only the occasional movement of his fingertips proved he was still alive. The person his eldest brother had brought in had disappeared. Six Cub looked at his eldest brother, now alone in his cell. After much hesitation, he finally landed on his shoulder. He whispered, "Brother, wake up. Why did you fall asleep here?" After being called several times, Yuan slowly opened his eyes. After seeing the little butterfly on his shoulder, Yuan's eyes closed again. He said, "Six Cub, I'm a little tired." The little butterfly nuzzled his cheek affectionately, coaxing him, "If you're tired, let's go back and rest. There's a bed in the room, much more comfortable than here." "Okay." Yuan agreed, but hesitated for a long time before getting up. Six Cub thought he was being lazy, but he didn't know he was conserving his energy. The side effects of devouring this madman were even more severe than he had imagined. He had only devoured one yet. If he digested them all, Yuan had a clear feeling he might actually die. He followed Six Cub back to the room where Xie Yuan was still. Tangy saw them and asked, "Why isn't your eldest brother feeling well?" He was talking to Little Butterfly. Little Butterfly answered for him, "My big brother is a little tired and wants to rest." Tangy lowered his voice upon hearing this. "Okay. Then let your big brother sleep. Your big brother has been working hard lately." To avoid disturbing his rest, the room quickly fell silent again. Tangy and Little Butterfly retreated to the door. Yuan leaned against Xie Yuan, holding Xie Yuan's fingers and resting his face against his shoulder. Xie Yuan's scent lingered in his nose, and he rested peacefully once again. And while he was resting, Six Cub finally learned the whereabouts of the other cubs. It was Eighth Cub who came back to report, "We haven't found Pang Pang yet." "Six Cub, you're just in time. Come on, let's go look for him together. Pang Pang has been missing for a day and a night. If we can't find him, I'm afraid he'd be in danger." Eighth Cub stayed up all night and found him until now. He looked at the little butterfly as if he had found a savior. "Six Cub, you have wings too. See if you can imitate Pang Pang's flight path. He's going to pick flowers. And as everyone knows, butterflies are the best at picking flowers." Six Cub finally saw a cub, but before they could even start chatting, he learned that Pang Pang was missing. His face darkened, and he didn't bother to scold Eight Cub. He immediately started looking for him. He remembered Eight Cub's words about Pang Pang picking flowers, so when he looked, he headed in the direction of the flowers. He flew so fast that Eight Cub couldn't catch up. After flying for over 2 hours, the little butterfly suddenly stopped. He looked down at a small patch of fallen grass. From above, the trace of fallen grass looked like a small ball. He immediately thought of Fatty. When Fatty was first brought back to the West District, he was a tiny, skinny creature. But Fatty was fortunate to have chosen Jojo as his father. With a father, Fatty truly began to race towards becoming rounder and plumper. No one in the West District could dislike such a Fatty. The little butterfly thought of Fatty, who had never suffered in the West District, and then looked at the surroundings in the wild, and his impatience grew even greater. He had always been careful, and after finding a spherical patch of grass, he patiently continued to fly. One after another, he saw 2 more spherical patches of grass, and also Fatty's fur. Fatty's snow-white fur was already stained, blending in with the straw. And with so much straw, it looked like it could hold many Fatties. As little butterfly looked at all this, a hypothesis emerged in his mind. That person lying on the straw was originally a person. The little fat boy might have been spending time outdoors with a stranger. Little butterfly wasn't sure if this person was good or bad, or if they were a danger to little butterfly. He was worried, but also felt that little butterfly needed to be punished. When he returned this time, he would definitely teach this little fat boy a lesson. Straw, and blood on it, and messy fur. The more little butterfly looked, the more he felt that this little fat boy must be having a hard time out there. He continued to track. Finally, as the sun set, he found a cave. The cave was blocked by rocks, and no sound could be heard from the entrance. Little butterfly stopped and listened carefully. After listening for a while, he heard a faint sound from inside, like a small stone falling to the ground. Chubby? Little butterfly easily pushed aside the stone that blocked his path. It was barely resistant to impact. The stone shattered with a bang, and at the same time, a fierce chirping sound echoed from within. Chirp! Chirp! The fur-rattling chirping echoed throughout the cave, and the moment little butterfly heard it, her heart finally settled. Luckily, the fact that it was chirping so loud at least proved that the little fat boy was safe. To make it easier to carry the little fat boy, little butterfly entered the cave in human form. Before entering the cave, he began shouting, "Chubby, come out!" He shouted several times, and the fur-rattling little fat boy inside suddenly froze. The next second, the fierce little fat boy burst out with a chirp. Upon seeing Bobo outside, he burst into tears. After only a day and a night of wandering, the once pristine, white, and furry little fatty was now completely bald. He was covered in dust, and his wings were stained with wounds. He looked pitiful. Seeing the little fatty like this, Liozzi felt only pity. He glanced at the little fatty's wings and asked, "Did you get into a fight?" The little fatty nodded tearfully. He clung to Lu Bobo tightly, begging for Lu Bobo to hold him. After less than 2 minutes, the little fatty pointed to the top of the mountain and sobbed, "Dong dong, grandma." Liozzi? Liozzi understood what he meant. "There's a grandma in the cave." The little fatty continued to nod. Liozzi carried the little fatty in one hand and walked into the cave. The cave was cramped. At the very back, Liozzi saw the grandma mentioned by the little fatty. After seeing Granny's face, Liozzi froze in place. The little fat boy was still saying to him, "Bobo, save Granny." Liozzi recovered from his shock, his throat tight as he promised, "Okay, we take Granny back now." On the way back, because the little fat boy looked so pitiful, Liozzi had originally wanted to take care of him before taking him back. But the little fat boy shook his head and refused. He insisted on going to find his father and Big Bobo. Liozzi couldn't persuade him, so he had no choice but to take the poor little thing back with him. The little poor thing slumped on his shoulder, dejected. "Bobo, I didn't find a birthday present for Big Bobo." Liozzi said softly, "No, you found the best birthday present for Uncle. He'd be very happy." Chapter 179. Little Fatty was carried home by Lu Bobo, looking dusty and dusty. The uncles who had been searching for him frantically were surprised, delighted, and angry to see him. Giorgio, especially, was always good-tempered, and wanted to get mad at the little fatty. But before she could vent her anger, she saw the filthy little fatty spread his wings, and called out pitifully, "Pa! Giorgio, eh." Giorgio's eyes welled up, and she took the little fatty into her arms. When the little fatty was first brought back to the West District, he was barely alive, barely able to breathe. He weakly opened his eyes, and, out of the sheet-cling effect, called out "Daddy." After that, he cautiously raised the little fatty. Now, seeing the little fatty safe and sound, he finally felt at ease. "What happened to you? Did you get into a fight?" Giorgio examined the little fat boy and found several injuries. "Pang, it hurts." The little fat boy's bright, round eyes were wet with tears. He complained aggrievedly, showing his father where he'd been beaten. After he finished, the little fat boy pointed at the granny that Lou Bobo had brought back and whispered to his father, "Big Bobo, a present." Lou Bobo said he could give the granny he found to Big Bobo as a birthday present. Giorgio heard him and looked in the direction he pointed. The next second, he saw Grandma. The other kids also saw Grandma. After seeing Grandma, the little fat boy, who might have been the target of a beating, suddenly became a hero. "Hurry, take Grandma back home." They took Grandma back to her room and called in Tangy to examine her. The little boy lay in his father's arms, hesitantly saying, "Papa, Grandma, she is dying." Giorgio's heart tightened, and she instinctively scolded the little boy, "What nonsense are you talking about? She's Daddy's grandmother, your great-grandmother. She won't die." The little boy was stunned. He couldn't quite grasp such a complicated relationship. But he just called her whatever his father told him to. He hugged his father's neck and continued, "Grandma, Grandma, you're sobbing." The little boy stumbled over his story of the past 2 days' adventures outside. They had encountered danger outside. There were man-eating tigers and wolves in the wild. The little boy was too small, and even with all his might, he couldn't drag his great-grandmother. In the end, he could only stand in front of her, ready to die, using his tiny body to resist. At the critical moment, it was her great-grandmother who woke up. She was awake only briefly, and it was she who found a cave and hid inside with the little boy. While she was still conscious, she told the little fat boy she was going to die. Although the little fat boy was still very young, he already had a concept of life and death. Death meant that a person would never move again, would never appear again. It was like, if he died, his father would never see him again. The little fat boy was still very afraid of death. Giorgio heard his words, but before he could react, Ewan, who had rushed over after hearing the news, happened to overhear. Ewan looked at the little fat boy, who was still dusty, and asked, "Pang Pang, what did you just say?" The little fat boy didn't dare to speak, fearing that his father would scold him if he did. Giorgio looked at his older brother who had come over, knowing he couldn't escape, so he repeated what the fat boy had just said. After repeating this, he immediately reassured his older brother, "Brother, Pang Pang is talking nonsense. Dr. Tangy is treating Grandma right now. We can wait for him." Ewan nodded. Tangy spent a long time inside, so Ewan sat on a bench in the corridor outside, leaning against the wall waiting. The grey-dusted little fatty had already shown everyone his pitiful appearance. Now that he was done, he began asking his father to give him a bath. The little fatty was a clean, chubby kid. Ewan was also very clean, and the little fatty was often sent to Ewan by his father. Learning from Ewan, he too had become a hygienic little kid. Giorgio looked at his older brother, who was waiting on the chair. He felt a little uneasy, so he casually handed the little fatty to Ba Zi. "Ba Zi, take Pang Pang to the bath." Ba Zi, having lost the little fatty, was still feeling anxious. He was afraid that the little fat boy would no longer be friends with him, and that everyone would blame him. But now, Giorgio handed the little fat boy to him without hesitation. Ba Zi hugged the little fat boy, completely dispelling his anxiety. He took the little fat boy to the shower, while the other cubs stayed with Ewan to await the results. I don't know how long they waited. The little fox, crouching on Yuan's lap, suddenly sat up straight. His ears twitched, and the next second, the door, which had been tightly closed until then, finally opened. Tangy, wearing a white coat, removed his mask. His expression looked pessimistic, and when Yuan looked over, he pursed his lips. Yuan caught his gaze, and a sense of foreboding instantly enveloped him. "Tangy, how's my grandma?" Tangy paused, then said, "She's very old." This irrelevant answer made Yuan, who had just stood up, suddenly unsteady on his feet. "Yuan, at her age, actually." "I'm just asking you, can she survive?" Yuan interrupted him, asking directly. Tangy was silent. The little fox, held in Yuan's arms, stared intently at Tangy's face. They all waited for Tangy's answer. But after a long wait, they only heard Tangy say, "No. I tried my best." Tangy said, "I thought of everything I can think of, but unfortunately, Grandma's health is at its end. There's nothing I can do." The corridor was deadly silent. Tangy's eyes reddened as he saw Lu Cub behind Yuan. His throat was raw, but he could only speak the truth. "I tried my best, but I just couldn't cure Grandma. She only has a few days left." After presenting his results, Tangy was at a loss for words to comfort the people before him. He stepped aside, allowing Yuan to look toward the ward behind him. "Your grandma is in there. You can stay with her for the next few days." Grandma was lying in the ward, but not conscious. She was hooked up to various medical devices and tubes, and she lay in bed, looking peaceful. Yuan hadn't had a good look at her yet. The last time they returned to the small town, he was unconscious, and Grandma was caring for him. This time, their roles were reversed. Grandma was unconscious, and he was conscious. Little Fox had lived with Grandma the longest, and upon seeing her, tears welled up in his eyes. Grandma? He grasped Grandma's hand, which was as dry as dead bark, his voice choking with sobs. My brother and I are here to see you, Grandma, wake up. We're all here, wake up and see us. Little Fox's calls had no effect on Grandma's awakening. Yuan also sat down. He studied Grandma's face quietly. The cubs had described her to him, saying she hadn't aged so much the last time they were in town. In the ward were Grandma and the cubs. After closing the door, Tangy didn't disturb them, and went to Xie Yuan's room. He looked at Xie Yuan, who was also lying in bed, and spoke to him as if he were chatting casually. You need to wake up. There's so much going on right now. We can't rely on Yuan for everything. Yuan's grandmother. I really can't save her. He'd be heartbroken. If you're not there for him, I'm afraid he won't be able to get through it. Xie Yuan, even if you're dreaming right now, it's been too long. It's time to wake up. Tangy said many things to Xie Yuan, words he couldn't guarantee Xie Yuan would hear. But what if he did? Tangy thought he had to give it a try. If Xie Yuan heard about Yuan's current situation, he'd be heartbroken. It seemed like there had never been any conflict between these two. From beginning to end, they were incredibly sweet. Having said everything, Tangy left the room again. He felt like a tool, wandering around the rooms, unnoticed. Time ticked by. On the hospital wall hung a large clock. Yuan had wanted to take it down several times, but he couldn't. If his grandmother was truly going to pass away, he had to remember the final time. The night Tangy finished treating his grandmother, Yuan, sleeping beside her, vaguely heard a cough. He was tense and slept lightly. As soon as the cough started, he raised his head and instinctively looked towards the bed. Grandma? He stared blankly at his grandmother, who had woken up, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After rubbing his eyes, his grandmother was still looking at him. It's not an illusion, he said, staring at her. Grandma seemed to be awake now, recognizing Yuan. My dear, she called, reaching out to touch his face. Yuan, fearing she would have difficulty lifting her arm, simply rested her face in her palm. Qin Sang caressed her grandson's soft cheek, and her heart softened too. Her eyes shone with a smile, a look of profound contentment. That's great. Her voice was soft, but it was laced with a smile. It's great to be able to see you again. Grandma? Yuan's nose ached. He desperately wanted to control his emotions, to force a smile. He wanted to comfort his grandmother, to tell her she'd be fine. But after calling her grandma, he was speechless. Grandma seemed to see what he was about to say, so she chuckled and soothed him. Why are you so unhappy to see me? Do you think I'm too unfamiliar? Not unfamiliar at all. Yuan wasn't lying. From the moment he saw Grandma, he hadn't felt the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. He'd seen photos of his mother, and Grandma looked somewhat like her. Grandma, I wish I could have met you sooner. Yuan held her hand and said, I could have brought you home sooner, so you could live happily ever after. He heard his father talk about Grandma, and he knew her life had been difficult. Grandma had only one child, Mom, but she couldn't keep her. It's not too late now. Seeing you, every moment with you, Grandma considers it a blessing. Grandma, now awake, spoke softly and gently. She wiped Yuan's tears, and comforted each of the red-eyed children. She was always smiling. Grandma is so happy to see so many little darlings. She comforted not only Yuan, but also each of the children. In her eyes, these deformed cubs were all sweet little treasures. The always sharp-tongued little fox was speechless to Grandma. Grandma rubbed his head, then suddenly, her hand reached down to touch his body. After a long moment of searching, she realized, I just changed my clothes. CC, I brought you some ointment. Once you apply it, you start growing fur. Then our CC will be a furry little fox, never bald at all. The bald little fox had been mischievous when he lived with Grandma. When he got into trouble, he was often scolded by Grandma. But at this moment, the little fox would rather be scolded 10 or 100 times. If it meant keeping Grandma, he would accept the punishment. I don't want the ointment, I want Grandma. The little fox's protests were futile. Yuan had never gotten along well with Grandma before. This was the first, and also the last time. Grandma was fighting to keep from falling into a coma again, or becoming mentally disturbed. Thankfully, Tangy was quite capable. He couldn't save Grandma's life, but he could keep her mental disorder at bay. During her rare lucid time, Grandma methodically arranged many things and explained many things. And then, your father went to the Machian Research Institute. These lunatics have escaped, and your father, and I can't stop them. Your father went to Machian to retrieve something. It's something your mother left behind, something she left for you. What is it? Ewan listened attentively to his grandmother's words. He asked, Machian has been visited by many people. If there was anything truly important, it would have been discovered long ago. Machian is currently under the control of the West District, whose exploration of Machian is nearing its end. But they hadn't reported any significant clues or discoveries to Yuan. You know, once your father gets it. Grandma said, I only know such things exist, but I never seen one myself. After discussing Father Gu's whereabouts, they inevitably turned to those lunatics. With these lunatics around, no one, human or deformed, has a good life. Grandma's always smiling face darkened as she thought about these unkillable lunatics. And then, these lunatics deserve to be killed, but you have to promise me. You must never act stubbornly. Grandma looked him in the face, demanding a promise. I want you to tell me you won't act stubbornly, and you won't sacrifice yourself just to kill them. Grandma's eyes were filled with urgency, a urgency that made Yuan's gaze evade. Grandma, I met a madman. He said if I killed them, I would die with them. Is he right? Yuan had already sensed the answer to this question. After devouring Madman number 1, he could clearly feel his body straining. After devouring the others, he was certain his body would collapse. No! He's not right. Grandma, whose expression had been gentle, suddenly changed. She was agitated, and looked like she was about to have a seizure. Luckily, Tangy had prepared the medicine in advance. Yuan took the water and medicine, fed it to Grandma, and massaged her back. Under the effects of the medication, Grandma ultimately recovered from her illness. But after calming down, she continued to emphasize to Yuan, there's no such thing as a shared fate. You can face these lunatics like everyone else, together with the best of humanity, but you can't face them alone. Grandma clutched his hand tightly as she spoke. And then, Grandma clearly didn't have an attack, but her expression bore some of the madness of an attack. She said in a hoarse voice, I no longer have a baby, but I can't live without you. She kept calling Yuan's mother baby. Her love for her child bordered on doting. In her eyes, Yunan had always been her precious child. After Yunan fell ill, Qin Sang had been transferred to various hospitals and research institutes. She had exhausted every scientific method, and finally, she had even tried to pray to the gods and Buddhas. She had prayed to countless gods and Buddhas, but she wasn't greedy, nor did she expect them to selflessly save her daughter's life. She prayed to exchange her own life for her daughter's. The gods and Buddhas didn't respond, and they took her life anyway. She had considered following her daughter, but for her daughter's wishes, and for the child she left behind, she had no choice but to endure. Now, she couldn't lose any more. The despair in Qin Sang's eyes made Yuan's heart ache. He buried his face in Qin Sang's arms, enveloped in her warmth, and closed his eyes. Grandma, I will fight to live. Don't worry, I will definitely live. Qin Sang held him, and in a trance, it felt as if she were holding her daughter again. Her consciousness, which had been waking up until now, was slowly becoming disorganized. Tangy's medicine hadn't worked this time. When Yuan noticed her mental state was amiss, she frantically pulled Tangy to her. Didn't you create a miracle cure? Why is my grandma's mind still so confused? Tangy, is your medicine no longer working? Tangy looked at the panicked Yuan, his voice a little heavy. Yuan, it's not my medicine that's ineffective, it's your grandma. Yuan understood the meaning without needing to say the rest. On the last day, Qin Sang completely mistook Yuan for Yunan. She held Yuan's hand and chattered with him. Nan, are you tired of reading today? What else do you want to read? Mom will buy it for you. Yuan, in agreement with her grandmother, replied, not tired. Qin Sang laughed at this. You love reading so much. Did you learn that from your dad? By the way, your dad is so annoying. The gift he prepared for my anniversary wasn't thoughtful at all. Nan, when your dad comes back, you have to give him a hard time on behalf of Mom. If you do, he'd be terrified. Qin Sang's ramblings were all just everyday talk. Yuan listened to her, his mind picturing the days of her life with her grandfather and Mom. He listened to these words with cherished care, building up these memories in his mind. Nan, you and your dad. Walk slowly. Wait for Mom. After Qin Sang finished speaking, her eyes slowly closed. Her hand was slightly extended forward, as if someone was waiting for her. Yuan listened to her heartbeat gradually fade, and tears suddenly fell. Grandma, this time you have to go with Mom. Don't let us be separated again. He held Grandma's hand, his voice hoarse, barely able to break into tears. The children who had come in, seeing this scene, couldn't help but burst into tears. Grandma's death was a huge blow to Ewan and the children. Before she died, Grandma revealed a lot of crucial information. The secret shield contained something that could save Ewan's life. There were still 4 of those uncontrollable lunatics outside. Those lunatics had come out of town to gain power and attack their companions. And there was Siechi Yuan. Grandma had mentioned him too. His designation was False God, a product of these lunatics. These lunatics had transformed Siechi Yuan so much that Grandma didn't know the extent of his transformation. Yuan was divinely created. Grandma said that divinely created beings and false gods are inherently opposed. False gods exist to restrain and surpass divinely created beings. Before Yuan had time to digest Grandma's knowledge, he received news. The North District was in chaos. Crazy person number 2 was currently in the North District. He was stirring up trouble there, nearly turning it into a purgatory. Having just experienced the pain of losing a loved one, Yuan rushed to the North District without hesitation upon hearing the news. Grandma's serious injuries were caused by these lunatics. Now, he was determined to devour all of them, without exception. No matter how severe the consequences, he was willing to accept them. The children had wanted to follow, but Yuan had left without them. Everyone knew Yuan's sole purpose for leaving this time was revenge. As soon as he left, without catching up with his eldest brother, Jojo, he burst into Siechi Yuan's room. Tangy happened to be still in Siechi Yuan's room. Seeing Jojo approach, Tangy took the initiative and said, "I called him, but it was no use." Jojo's eyes gleamed with determination. "Just because you can't wake him up doesn't mean I can't." Tangy looked him up and down, wondering where his confidence came from. Jojo, in front of him, placed the little fat boy she had brought with her at the head of Siechi Yuan's bed. "Fatty, do you remember how you woke us up before?" The little fat boy had been spoiled by them. If he slept in, it was fine, everyone could sleep soundly. But if he got too busy and woke up early, no one would be able to sleep in. This little fat boy had a way of waking everyone up. Now, Jojo handed the task of waking up Siechi Yuan to the little fat boy. He promised the little fat boy, "If you can wake Yuan Bobo, Daddy will let you stay in kindergarten for another year." The little fat boy, who had previously audited kindergarten and had always been averse to it, lit up at this promise. "Jojo," he excitedly promised, "Jujuju. Pang Pang will definitely complete the task. The strength a little fat boy who doesn't want to go to kindergarten can exert is immeasurable. He's completely committed to staying home for a few more years." After Jojo put the little fat boy down, he confidently went outside to wait. Tangy followed him out. "Are you sure you can wake Siechi Yuan with just this little fat boy?" "Sure." Jojo wasn't exaggerating. Thanks to the little fat boy's efforts, Siechi Yuan finally woke up a few hours later. Chapter 180. In the room. Siechi Yuan, having just woken up, stared at Pang Pang. He still looked a little pale, from lying in bed for too long. Pang Pang nuzzled his face with his little wings, pretending he hadn't violently woken Bobo. "Jojo." He chirped sweetly and sat on Siechi Yuan's chest, looking so adorable. Siechi Yuan's voice was hoarse, and he forced himself to sit up. "Pang Pang, pour me a glass of water." Pang Pang nodded and flew out to fetch him a kettle. "Siechi Yuan, Siechi Yuan looked at the kettle, his mouth twitching. "You want me to drink it straight away?" The little fat boy hesitated, but instead of getting a cup, he went to call for help. Bobo is so difficult to please. Pang Pang needs to go get some help. Tangy, who had come in with Jojo, was also stunned when he saw Siechi Yuan awake. "Siechi Yuan, are you really awake?" Siechi Yuan had been awake for less than 3 minutes, his mind practically pounding, but his face betrayed no sign of abnormality. While he slept, countless memories had been forced into his mind. The fat boy had woken him prematurely, leaving him no time to process them. "Yeah," Siechi Yuan replied, remembering his encounter with Yuan as a child. He was incredibly dirty back then, and even after meeting Yuan, Yuan hadn't picked him up. Perhaps it was Yuan's childhood habit to pick up smaller and weaker puppies. He looked older than Yuan, but not by much. Unlike normal children, he grew very slowly as a child. Since they were both children, Yuan didn't pick Siechi Yuan up, but he did give him a candy. Siechi Yuan accepted the candy and remembered him. Little Yuan's father had sent him to kindergarten. Without a guardian, he couldn't be Yuan's classmate, but he longed to go to school with her. So little Siechi Yuan cleaned himself up and snuck into the kindergarten. There, he pretended to be a kid from the older class, and played with Yuan and his classmates. He had been very handsome since childhood, and the children in kindergarten had already developed a rudimentary sense of aesthetics. Those children who played with him simply thought he looked like a little prince. Little Yuan didn't consider himself a little prince. In his eyes, little Yuan was the prince, as beautiful as a doll. Playing house in kindergarten, little Yuan became his bride. Alas, his bride soon dropped out. He was also caught sneaking into the kindergarten and kicked out. When they met again, little Yuan and little Yuan had grown into medium-sized teenagers. They were still young, and little Yuan had lost the soft, sweet personality he had in kindergarten, becoming as cold and stern as a sharpened knife. Little Yuan still liked to be with him. His memory was interrupted when he saw little Yuan following behind little Yuan like a little dog. Yuan pressed his aching temple and asked, "Where's Anan?" Now that he had woken up, Yuan should have been the first to rush over. But why were only Jojo and Tangy here? Big brother's out. Jojo studied him for a few seconds and asked, "Yuan, are you still fit enough to go out?" Yuan nodded without a second thought. He knew that Jojo's question must have meant he wanted to go find Yuan. "Where's Anan?" "I'm going to find him now. He went to the North District." Jojo answered truthfully. "He went to kill someone." Yuan, Yuan felt as if a lot had happened during his coma. He didn't have time to linger and wait for Jojo to finish explaining. He picked up Jojo and headed out. "Let's talk while we walk." Jojo came over to call Yuan, intending to go with him. So, when Yuan carried him away, he offered no resistance. The little fat boy watched his father and Bobo leave. He froze, his wings puffed up. "Jojo, you drop fatty." Tangy held the fallen little boy and whispered, "Don't follow daddy this time. He's busy and can't take care of you." The little boy puffed out his chest, indicating that he could help his father. But Tangy still didn't let him fly away. "You already gotten lost once. If you do it again, your friends will definitely spank you." Tangy didn't want the little boy to cause more trouble, but he hadn't had much experience with him, so he didn't know. If the little boy wanted to fly away, there were plenty of ways to do it. Elsewhere, Yuan, on his way to the North District with Jojo, had listened to Jojo's account of recent events. After hearing about his grandmother's death, Yuan's heart sank. He blamed himself. If he had woken up earlier, he could have been there with Yuan during her grandmother's death. "Is your big brother very sad?" "He's crying. He's turned his back to us, crying so hard. Yuan doesn't have many blood relatives in this world, and losing his grandmother must be a devastating blow to him." Jojo mentioned his big brother crying, but his own eyes had been swollen for several days. As the two of them hurried along, Yuan's thoughts drifted back to more things. This time, he thought of how Yuan had abandoned him. "Yuan, are you still not feeling well?" As Yuan recalled this experience, his face paled. Jojo, who was accompanying him, keenly sensed something was amiss. Yuan wanted to sort out his next memories, but he knew now was not the time. Yuan was still waiting for him. "I'm fine." Yuan rested against a tree for a moment, then continued on his journey with Jojo. In the North District, Yuan was now completely mad with killing. He had devoured Madman No. 1, yet the madman in the North District was still unaware of it. Yuan remembered this madman in the North District as Madman No. 2. Madman No. 2 looked at Yuan, who seemed completely insane, and then listened to his talk of revenge. He couldn't help but laugh. "Did you see your grandmother's body, or your father's? Your grandmother imprisoned us for so many years. It's already God's mercy that we can let her die so quickly. Yuan, you rushed over like this because you can't wait to be with your grandmother?" Yuan stared at Madman No. 2 before him. He had forgotten what it meant to weigh the pros and cons. He also completely ignored the fact that if he continued devouring, it would backfire on him. He simply said coldly, "I won't die, nor will I go looking for my grandmother right now." "But you will go." The vine in Yuan's palm slowly spread out. Perhaps because it had seen flesh and blood, the color of the vine was much darker than when it first appeared. Madman No. 2 looked at the vine and laughed even more recklessly. "Is this a 07's ability? Yuan, don't you know these abilities are useless to me?" Yuan didn't use any abilities. His devouring wasn't an ability, but instinct. The moment the vine pierced his body, Madman No. 2's wild laughter abruptly ceased. He looked down at his chest in disbelief. There, the vine, already pierced, was wriggling upon contact with his flesh. On the other side of the vine, Yuan's face gradually flushed. "What is this?" Crazy No. 2 practically choked out the question, trying to shake off the vine, but Yuan didn't give him the chance. The vine devoured at a rapid pace. seemingly releasing a paralyzing toxin as it did so. This toxin resembled A09's. When crazy number 2 realized he couldn't break free, he fixed his gaze on Yuan. Yuan, do you know the price of devouring me? He was about to say more, but Yuan calmly interrupted him. I know, Yuan said. I know the price. The coldness in his eyes was the same as when he'd been on a mission, looking at everything as if it were inanimate. Whatever the price, you must die. As soon as he finished speaking, the vine in Yuan's hand suddenly burrowed into his body, devouring his heart. The cubs, chasing after him, witnessed this scene. Without a second thought, the little fox leaped directly onto his eldest brother. Brother, stop! The little fox had lived with his grandmother for a long time, and had heard some of her stories over the years. He knew clearly that killing these lunatics wouldn't be easy. The more efficiently his eldest brother devoured them now, the more terrible the backlash would be in the future. Brother, he's already dead. Stop, retract the vine first. At the moment Madman number 2 expired, Yuan bit his lower lip, nearly breaking it, to prevent himself from collapsing. At the little fox's urging, Yuan slumped back into a chair, panting slightly, and said, I can't stop. He was able to control the vine, piercing the lunatic's body. But once inside, he could no longer control it. He thought about his current physical condition, then about the voracious vine. Somehow, he guessed his fate. Kittens, get out. Yuan didn't want the kits to see him in this state. He wanted to maintain a good image in front of them. But the kits refused to leave. Big brother, we're not afraid of you. The little fox, seeing he couldn't retract the vine, stopped asking. He hugged Yuan, leaned his head forward, and nuzzled him. Big brother, you're our best big brother. No matter what you do, we're not afraid of you. With the kits by his side, Yuan completely absorbed Madman number 2. These lunatics were no longer human, they were inhuman monsters. After absorbing all the energy, Yuan felt like he was going to explode. He was scorching hot, so hot that the fur of the little fox that clung to him smelled a bit burnt. But the stubborn little fox, even when it was almost burnt, refused to separate from its big brother. Finally, Ba Zi couldn't stand it anymore and stretched out a few tiny tentacles to forcibly pull him back. Roasted fox isn't tasty at all. Ba Zi even took the opportunity to taunt the little fox. Not as good as roasted octopus. The little fox, ? Roasting yourself deliciously, is that something to brag about? As expected, when you have too many tentacles, your brain won't grow fast enough. Though Yuan was trying to hold on, he couldn't hold on for long. He had just arrived in the North District, and had already dealt with such a lunatic. It was unrealistic for him to rush back to the West District right now. The North District hadn't yet elected a suitable manager. The main reason is that this position seems unlucky. All previous North District managers have met with disappointment after taking the helm. Now, when Yuan arrived, the people who greeted him were all improvised individuals from the North District. Is there a place to sleep? My brother needs to rest. From rushing to killing, Yuan didn't pause at all. Even a tough guy couldn't handle such exhaustion. The North District was already a mess, and this makeshift team was no match for it. But fortunately, Pacey was here. Under the watchful eyes of Madman number 2, Pacey had managed to survive until now. It must be said that he truly seemed to have a buff that allowed him to turn any adversity into a blessing. He always called Yuan lucky guy, but in Yuan's eyes, he was the lucky guy. I already arranged accommodations. I requested personnel be transferred from the West District to assist with the North District's ongoing reconstruction. Take your eldest brother to rest. I still have a lot of work to do. Pacey hurried away. He was truly busy, too busy to engage in much small talk. With Pacey in the North District, Yuan and his group received the best possible care. But the situation in the North District was truly dire. The cubs, following their eldest brother, had always lived among humans, so they witnessed the dire conditions in the North District and, after a short while, took the initiative to help. Before retiring, the eldest brother explained that the burning sensation he was experiencing had also occurred after he devoured Madman number 1. So, it was normal, and they didn't need to worry too much. After a long while, the cubs watched by their eldest brother's bedside, realizing they could only wait, and went out to find something to do. When Yuan arrived, the cubs were away. He hadn't just come with Jojo, he also brought a fat kid along. The fat kid had said he'd come along, so he had to. Yuan was surprised to see the fat kid stumbling after him. Jojo, on the other hand, didn't look surprised at the sight of the fat kid. But just because he wasn't surprised didn't mean he wouldn't give the fat kid a spanking. After being spanked, the fat kid was tucked into his father's arms, and continued on his way. After arriving in the North District, Xie Yuan called Pei Si. Pei Si told him where Yuan was and hung up. Jojo had wanted to continue walking with him, but the other kids saw him and called him over. Come help. Big brother's resting. Just let Xie Yuan go and see him. Jojo and the little fat guy were temporarily requisitioned, leaving Xie Yuan unimpeded to meet Yuan. He didn't yet know that Yuan's method of killing these lunatics was to devour them. The door to the room was slightly ajar. Memories were still resurfacing uncontrollably in Xie Yuan's mind. He remembered that Yuan had abandoned him. He also remembered that the bone he had transplanted wasn't a dragon bone. It was the bone given to him by the codename Shinzao. Shinzao was Yuan. He had abandoned him, then saved him, and their relationship was meant to be a life-and-death struggle. Xie Yuan remembered his codename, False God. The false god's sole purpose wasn't to painstakingly protect humanity, but to kill Shinzao. He existed to kill Yuan. With this memory returning, Xie Yuan pushed open the door and walked into the room. He wanted to spend some quality time with Yuan, so after entering, he locked the door behind him. Yuan was resting, not unconscious. He had already heard footsteps when Xie Yuan entered. He could distinguish Xie Yuan's footsteps. He was simply too lazy to move, and didn't want to bother opening his eyes. Soon, Xie Yuan sat down next to him. Knowing him well, he would lean over and kiss his forehead. This was his most common gesture when he wanted to comfort himself. But after waiting for a long time, Yuan still didn't see him approach. And then, he heard Xie Yuan's voice, calling him softly, "Why couldn't you pick me up sooner?" "Yuan, Xie Yuan continued to ask, "Will you abandon me again in the future?" "Yuan, ? Xie Yuan asked twice more, then fell silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly regained his composure. "And then, get some rest early. I missed you so much." It was just a long dream, as if several years had passed. Xie Yuan looked at Yuan's face again, only to feel the same longing. He leaned over and pressed a kiss to Yuan's forehead. As their skin touched, Xie Yuan felt a burning sensation. He froze for a moment. The next second, Yuan raised her arms and wrapped them around him. "I'm awake." Yuan hugged him, her eyes opening and closing again. "Xie Yuan, sleep with me for a while." "Okay." Xie Yuan took off his coat and followed her into bed. He pulled Yuan into his arms and asked a more important question. "You're feeling hot. Do you have a fever?" "No." Yuan lay in his arms, his face devoid of any fierceness. He simply absorbed Xie Yuan's warmth and said nothing else. Xie Yuan hadn't mentioned his grandmother, let alone those crazy people. After leaning against him for a moment, Yuan asked, "Do you recall any memories?" Yuan remembered everything Crazy Number One had said. He said Xie Yuan would recall many memories this time, and they were all about him. "No." Xie Yuan replied calmly, "Whether I can recall those childhood memories or not is not important. And then, I'm only thinking about our future together." Xie Yuan's words startled Yuan for a moment. He wasn't sure if he could possess the word future. The two of them hugged each other for a while, Yuan's temperature fluctuating. Just as Xie Yuan was about to take him to see Tangy, it finally returned to a relatively normal level. After recovering, Yuan attributed his abnormality to normal reactions after killing the madmen. He told Xie Yuan, I can kill them, and we'd be out of trouble." Xie Yuan was a product of these madmen, he couldn't kill them. Yuan learned this when he killed madman number 3. The cubs only had a guess about the consequences of his killing the madmen, and they weren't completely certain. He kept it a secret from Xie Yuan, and he reassured the cubs. "And then, are you sure you can kill them all? There's only one left." Yuan smiled at Xie Yuan and said, "Of course I can." They were now on their way to meet Dun. It was also on their way to meet Dun that Yuan killed madman number 3, who was also on his way. The last madman, who hadn't appeared yet, was inside meet Dun. Yuan knew that not only this madman was there, but his father was probably there too. The eldest and 5th cubs were both in meet Dun, and even the cubs who stayed in the west area were rushing to the secret chambers. The second cub had a frown on his face as he rushed over. Pei Si, who had stood beside him at some point, noticed his expression and raised an eyebrow, asking, "We're going back to meet Dun. Why are you so grumpy? Do you really hate this research institute?" Erzai shook his head and nodded. Before Pei Si could frown, he explained, "I hate it, but I'm not completely disgusted. Many people in the institute are strange. They conduct various studies on us, turning a blind eye to our pain and struggles, yet sometimes, they act as if they deeply care for us. The strangest person is Selena. I still don't understand her mindset. She watched helplessly as my scales were removed piece by piece during the experiment to test my pain tolerance. But after the experiment, she would secretly send me to recuperate with my eldest brother. She would even secretly use her own money to buy us nice things. Erzai couldn't understand such a strange person, and he never had the chance to understand her. My eldest brother said that all the researchers in the West District were dead, including Selena. Perhaps Selena liked mermaids. Of all the deformed creatures, besides my eldest brother, he was the one she loved interacting with the most. For some reason, Erzai's eyelids kept twitching during this trip. He took the small box his eldest brother had given him with him. He recognized it instantly. It was a code-protected box designed by Selena herself. No matter how anxious they were, the journey couldn't be completed in an instant. While Erzai and his companions were still hurrying, Yuan had already reached me done. Even the last madman, no matter how slow-witted, couldn't have failed to understand what Yuan had done. At first, he didn't believe Yuan would be willing to die with them. But now, he believed it. He could calculate that Yuan's body had reached its limit. If he killed him again, Yuan would surely die with him. Yuan could drag him down with him. I see you. In me done, Yuan suddenly spoke, looking in one direction. This last mission brought Yuan a sense of peace. If these madmen didn't die, the world would be filled with danger. His father, his lover, his children, his friends, were all in this world. He couldn't bear to lose them. So, having come this far, he had to take the final step. Are you still not coming out? Yuan's voice sounded calm, but to those hiding in the shadows, it was like a death notice. Yuan looked in the direction he was speaking, about to go over. Yuan gently pulled him back, stopping him. He stared into the darkness. Yuan spoke clearly, enunciating each word. I want him to get out on his own. Chapter 181. Yuan stood beside Yuan, with the cub standing a distance away from him. After a moment of dead silence, finally, footsteps were heard in the direction Yuan was staring at. The last madman stepped out. Although there were many people present, they all knew that the only one who could harm this madman was Yuan. None of the deformed cub's abilities could harm him, and certainly not Yuan. The last madman, like the previous ones, had a gloomy look. Perhaps appearance reflects the heart. Their ugly and arrogant hearts gradually made their appearances ugly as well. I'm out. The last madman's eyes were an abnormal red. He didn't look at Yuan, but at Yuan. Yuan. The last madman glared at Yuan. You're our creation, so you should obey us now. I'm your master. The last sentence made Yuan laugh sarcastically. Master? Do you want to play some disgusting erotica with me? The last madman, His expression froze, as if he hadn't understood what Yuan was saying. Yuan didn't want to let the two of them continue their conversation. He turned his head, and whispered to Yuan, take the cubs down. I find you later. Yuan stood in front of him, and said softly, no need for you to come. I come pick you up with the cubs later. Okay. The dense shield was so strong that Yuan still hadn't found Father Gu. Taking advantage of this free moment, he planned to continue his search with the guards. Once Yuan and his cubs left, Yuan and the last madman were the only ones left at the scene. You sent them away because you didn't want them to see how you died? The red-eyed madman leaned against the wall behind him, a smile playing on his lips. Yuan knew the human saying, villains often die because they talk too much, and he never liked to talk nonsense at times like these. Vines of vibrant colors slowly grew from his palms. Yuan controlled the vines, piercing the madman's body. Of course, the madman wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. A life-or-death battle was always more intense than usual. Luckily, the dense shield was very strong, and the technology here was even years ahead of the outside world. Although the noise they made was loud, it wasn't enough to cause any damage to the dense shield. After being pierced in multiple places, the madman finally began to panic. He was already the last god, and he couldn't let himself fall like this. Yuan. He roared, come out. The creatures he created should obey him. His roar was so loud that Yuan, who was with the cubs, heard him. But they only listened for 2 seconds before continuing with their work as if nothing had happened. It was just a dead dog. After Yuan killed it, they would go after it. After failing to call Yuan, the madman suddenly brought up another person. Do you want to know your father's whereabouts? I've been in Midden for much longer than you have. You still can't find your father. Where do you think he could be? The madman was covered in blood, with nowhere to retreat. He offered his last bargaining chip to negotiate with Yuan. Do you want me dead, or do you want your father alive? The choice is yours. When presented with this option, Yuan chose the latter without a second thought. Once he was sure his father was still alive, he would kill him. Tell me, where is my father? Yuan retracted the vines, looking at him calmly. Time ticked by. Yuan wasn't afraid of him stalling. After all, when it came to killing him, Yuan had no shortage of time or patience. You have one last minute. Yuan warned coldly, if you don't answer after 1 minute, I won't give you another chance. As soon as Yuan finished speaking, he began the countdown. At the last 3 seconds, the red-eyed madman croaked, finally speaking. He's trapped. In exchange for giving Yuan his address, the red-eyed madman agreed to let him go. Half an hour later, Yuan heard Xie Yuan's feedback. There's movement. The equipment detected signs of life. Dad Gu should be inside. Okay, I got it. Yuan didn't go looking for Xie Yuan. He simply said to him, confirm if it's my dad in there. If it is, let me know. After another half hour of struggling, the little fat boy, while no one was paying attention, unexpectedly jumped down. Gio. The little fat boy flapped his wings, his face firm. Pang pang, save grandpa. Xie Yuan, eh? The other bobos, eh? After a brief pause, the good-tempered Jiojio was once again irritated by his son. Fatty, fly back. Chi Yuan roared until his voice cracked. Without hesitation, Xie Yuan chased after him. Father Gu was trapped in an unknown space. Xie Yuan had originally intended to wait until things were safer before going in to retrieve him. But the reckless little fatty rushed straight ahead. Xie Yuan had no way to deal with this little fatty. Once this danger was resolved and everyone had some free time, he would definitely catch the little fatty and take him to kindergarten. It was simply not right to leave such a naughty child alone at the kindergarten. After Xie Yuan reported this to Yuan, Yuan hung up the phone and began searching for the red-eyed madman, who hadn't gotten far. He had promised not to kill the madman. But he hadn't promised not to kill him if he saw him again. The one chance had been used up. This time, no matter what leverage the madman had, he would not be disturbed. Xie Yuan was still searching for Father Gu. On the other side, Yuan had already left Midden. Near Midden, he found the red-eyed madman. The red-eyed madman stared at him in disbelief. How could you still find me? Yuan spread out his palm and simply said, it's hungry. The vine in his palm was so hungry that it was about to burst forth uncontrollably. The vine's appetite was growing stronger and stronger, and it could even forage for food on its own. The few madmen it had devoured were all very satisfying meals for the vine. The red-eyed madman looked at the vine in his palm and noticed something was amiss. You can no longer control it. The red-eyed madman looked up and stared at Yuan. Your death will be the same as mine. After leaving his final words, the vine's sharp thorns pierced him without hesitation. The vines began to digest quietly. Yuan closed his eyes as the last madman was devoured. His body, as he had expected, had reached its limit. He was now a very delicious meal for his vines. However, the vines had only eaten enough this time. It would probably take a day or two before they were hungry again. All the madmen were dead, and the world was safe for the time being. Yuan didn't wait for Xie Yuan to come and get him. He had wanted to go find Xie Yuan, but he was too tired. He crawled back to his room and locked the door. With Xie Yuan here, Dad would definitely be rescued. When Dad returned, perhaps he wouldn't see him anymore. Yuan didn't want them to see him being devoured. He tucked himself into the quilt and closed his eyes, trying to get some sleep. Perhaps in his dreams, death would come, he didn't know when. 2 days later, Xie Yuan brought Gu's father out. The first thing Gu Ainan asked upon meeting Xie Yuan was, where is Selena's body in Midden? Has her room been disturbed? Xie Yuan always took Gu's father's question seriously. After hearing Gu Ainan's question, he immediately replied, the bodies in Midden have been disposed of. I don't know which room Selena's was in, but none of the rooms here have been disturbed. I can take you to her room. Her body was inspected by a specialist before it was disposed of. There was nothing on her. I'm going to her room, Gu Ainan said, then suddenly asked, by the way, where's Xiaoyu? The Xiaoyu father Gu was referring to wasn't Yuan, but Erzai. Xie Yuan took a few seconds to react. Erzai said he was heading this way, and he should be here by now. Gu Ainan's brow furrowed, still filled with anxiety. Where are those lunatics? Gu Ainan's anxiety eased slightly when she heard Erzai was arriving. When we came to find you, Yuan was killing the last lunatic. Xie Yuan's words nearly made Father Gu, who had just been relieved, gasp. Where's Anan now? Still in the secret shield. Gu Ainan lost his composure this time. A hint of panic filled his eyes. Take me to Anan, and call Erzi along. No, let's go check Selena's room. Okay. Xie Yuan was quick to notice something was amiss with Gu's father, but when he asked, he received no response. Quickly, they went to Selena's room first. Just as Xie Yuan had said, Selena's room hadn't been tampered with. Gu Ainan meticulously examined every corner, as if hoping to uncover something. But the room wasn't large, and it didn't take him long to search thoroughly. Nothing, Gu Ainan muttered. Nothing. Erzi, yes, go find Erzi. Gu Ainan urged Xie Yuan to find Erzi, while he ran towards Yuan. Yuan's room in Nidun was familiar to Gu Ainan. Xie Yuan watched Gu Ainan's back, wanting to follow him, but remembering his instructions, he turned back to look for Erzi. About 10 minutes passed. Gu Ainan stood at the door. He pushed, but it was locked. And then, Gu Ainan knocked and called, "Dad's here. Open the door for Dad." There was no movement from inside. Gu Ainan knocked twice more, his face darkening. He closed his eyes, and the next second, he began to tear open the door. He had been in Nidun for many years, and he knew how to tear open any door. The door was opened. Gu Ainan immediately saw the room covered in vines, the blood-red vines dotted with beautiful little flowers. Yuan's bed, wrapped in the vines, was nestled in the center. From a distance, the scene was quite beautiful. But Gu Ainan's legs were trembling. He knew what this image meant, and how dire the situation was. Inside a specially made tin box lay a letter Yuan had written in advance. In it, he instructed Xie Yuan. If he was devoured by the vine, then Xie Yuan would kill it for him. If he wasn't digested by the vine, and was instead assimilated into something strange, then he would be killed. In short, he begged Xie Yuan not to be soft on him. Although he had faced hardships in his life, he had been blessed with so much love from childhood to adulthood. Mom and Dad, Grandma and Grandpa, his children, Xie Yuan, and his friends. These people had given him so many wonderful times, and he felt no loss now. Gu Ainan walked lightly forward. After taking a few steps, the quiet vines suddenly lashed out at him fiercely. Gu Ainan barely dodged them, but was forced to retreat. Clutching the letter Yuan had written in advance, he fled the room in a panic, only to be supported by Xie Yuan. "Uncle Gu, the second child is here." Xie Yuan was about to say something else when he saw the scene in the room. Not only did he see it, but the children behind him saw it too. For a moment, the corridor outside the room fell into a dead silence. When Xie Yuan regained his composure, he rushed forward without a word. Gu Ainan stopped him. "Don't go in yet." Gu Ainan, speaking steadily, showed Xie Yuan the letter written by Yuan. He even explained it clearly to Xie Yuan. "And, don't follow this vine now. We're one. If you overstimulate it, Anan's condition will be dire. Xie Yuan, I just want to ask you, if Anan turned into a monster, would you kill him for humanity?" Gu Ainan had asked him the same question long ago. At that time, Xie Yuan had no idea why Gu Ainan would ask such a strange question. Now it seems that Gu Ainan had already predicted the current situation. This vine hasn't consumed Anan yet. I suspect its purpose is to merge with Anan. Gu Ainan was a top doctor, and had already hypothesized the current situation. Before Xie Yuan could answer, the cubs behind him spoke. At that moment, their eyes, looking at Xie Yuan, were devoid of their usual kindness. They were like hedgehogs with spikes suddenly raised, instinctively resisting any harm. "Anyone who dares to touch my elder brother will have to walk over my corpse." Even Jojo, who was the gentlest towards Xie Yuan, spoke up. "I want my elder brother alive." Jojo, always like an angel, spoke with determination. "Even if all of humanity is destroyed, don't even think about my elder brother sacrificing himself. He wasn't great at all. Between millions of humans and his elder brother, he only cared about his elder brother." The cubs silently formed a united front. If Xie Yuan uttered a single word against their elder brother, they would attack without hesitation. Under the cubs' wary gaze, Xie Yuan remained silent for a long time. Then, he set fire to the letter he had just read. "Don't you trust me so much?" Xie Yuan looked at them, and said calmly, "Do I see you as the kind of man who would sacrifice his wife?" He only had one precious wife, and no one could take her away from him. After burning the letter, Xie Yuan immediately ordered everyone stationed at the Secret Shield Research Institute to evacuate. Pei Si was originally evacuated, but he shamelessly used a family member's identity to stay. The entire Secret Shield Research Institute was evacuated. Xie Yuan kept the situation here a secret, leaving even Wan Ke and Yin Qin in the dark. Gu Ainan's deduction was correct. The vine's purpose wasn't to devour, but to merge. It wanted to remerge with Yuan, to occupy Yuan's body. During the fusion process, it was most vulnerable to being killed. But killing it now would be equivalent to killing Yuan. Xie Yuan had to find a way to separate them. And Erzi, whom Gu Einan had specifically called over, became the focus of the entire scene. Did Selena leave you anything? She's been researching and overseeing Anne's health. She must have anticipated something like today's situation. She's a very considerate person. She must have left something life-saving for Anne. Selena had been with Yuan for many years, and Anne occasionally mistook her for her when she was still a bit confused. He dazedly called Selena Mom, and Selena didn't correct him. Under everyone's gaze, Erzai took out a small box. This box had been given to him by Yuan, and Yuan herself didn't know what it was for. Don't use this lightly. Erzai clutched the box tightly, making no move to hand it over. I heard Selena give it a name. The thing inside the box is called New Life. New Life sounds like a good name at first glance. But Erzai explained, Selena said that if you can't endure, death is also a kind of rebirth. Yuan, the others, Their eyes, previously filled with anticipation, dimmed in an instant. The small box couldn't be opened. It contained a gas Selena had placed inside. The box was considered a single-use item. Better not. The situation in the room couldn't wait any longer. They had to make a decision now. Erzai didn't dare bet. If it was his own life, he'd be ready to go. But now it was his eldest brother's life, and he was afraid. The final decision was made by Gu Einan. Father Gu took the small box from Erzai's hand and whispered, Bet. I believe in his mother, and grandmother will bless him. A child his mother risked her life for, and one who deserves to live a long life. Gu Daddy is Yuan's biological father, so naturally no one objects to his decision. When it came time to put the small box inside, it was Yuan who went in. Yuan chose a vine and walked in while dozing lazily. He really wanted to walk right to the center and hug Yuan. But at less than 2 meters, he couldn't get any closer. And then, do you remember how we agreed on so many things? The kids haven't finished school yet, haven't started families yet, haven't even found a partner. You're their eldest brother, and you said you take care of things for them. Little Fatty is getting more and more unruly, and Jojo can't control him. When you wake up, you have to take good care of him. After all, you have the most experience raising kids. Daddy's back too. If you can't handle little Fatty, just leave him with his grandfather. Let's go on vacation, on a honeymoon. Yuan looked at Yuan, not far away, and said a lot. At the end, when the vines began to stir, he gently opened the box. The gas inside the box escaped. Yuan retreated outside the room and closed the door again. The second child looked at the others waiting outside, giving them a warning. We have to wait a week before we can open the door. During this time, no one is allowed to open the door. He repeated this to everyone, and even the naive little fat boy in Jojo's arms nodded blankly. Jojo? A week is neither long nor short. At first, everyone stood at the door, refusing to leave. The hallway at the entrance was empty, with only the cold, hard floor and white walls. The adults could hold on, but the little fat boy in Jojo's arms couldn't hold out for even a day. The little fat boy had no idea what was happening. He also had no idea what Big Bobo was going through. After being hungry for a while, the little fat boy opened his bright, round eyes, and tugged at his father with a look of grievance. Daddy, I'm hungry. Food? The little fat boy touched his stomach with his wing, and said he was hungry. Jojo was a little bewildered. Everyone was already in the hallway, and no one was cooking. While they were resisting hunger, the little fat boy wasn't. Gu Einan looked at the little fat boy, who was about to cry from hunger, and reached out to take him in. I take you to dinner, Gu Einan said to him. The little fat boy had never seen his grandfather before, and he felt very unfamiliar with this sudden appearance. Grandpa's face wasn't even smiling, which made the little fat boy even more uneasy. Pang Pang, call Grandpa. Jojo whispered to him, Grandpa's going to take Pang Pang to dinner. Although the little fat boy was a little timid, under Fanfan's enticement, he finally mustered up the courage and tentatively called out, Grandpa. Gu Einan forced a smile and rubbed his head. The little fat boy not only needed to eat, he also needed to sleep. And his sleeping habit was to choose Daddy, or one of his little friends to sleep with him. Amidst the little fat boy's daily chirping, the doorkeepers were forced to eat and sleep. The door to the room remained closed until the night of the 6th day. Late at night, unable to sleep, the little fat boy flapped his wings and went to the corridor to find his father. It was his father, who was on duty in the corridor today. The little fat boy flew over and landed in Jojo's arms. Jojo sat on a bench covered with a blanket, but it still felt a bit rough compared to the comfortable bed. Why don't you go sleep with her Bobo? Her Bobo is taking a dip, Fatty. No. The little fat boy usually looked like he was ready to do anything, but he had a weakness. He was a little afraid of water. The corridor was quiet late at night. After clearing out the people, the Midden Research Institute had been very quiet for the past few days. Xie Yuan and the others were either in a meeting or doing something else, and they were not there at the moment. The little fat boy sat on his father's lap and asked in confusion, "Big Bobo, birthday?" He was asking when Big Bobo's birthday was. Before this, they were all excitedly preparing a birthday present for Big Brother. But now, with Big Brother still asleep, all their preparations seemed meaningless. Next week. Giorgio patted the little fat boy's head and said, "Next week is de Bobo's birthday." The little fat boy nodded, obediently indicating that he understood. The little fat boy made a mental note of the date, and after noting it down, a slight sense of anxiety welled up in his heart. The last time he had brought his grandmother home, she had disappeared. The little fat boy searched for her for a long time, but couldn't find her. Dad had said that Grandma was his gift for de Bobo. With Grandma gone, Fatty's gift was also ruined. There was still some time until next week, so the little fat boy planned to cram and give de Bobo another gift. The night was growing darker. The little fat boy was a dutiful child. He flapped his wings, trying to coax his father to sleep. Giorgio, lulled into sleep by his father's sleep, slowly fell asleep. After his father fell asleep, the little fat boy looked at him, wanting to sleep too. But before he could find a suitable sleeping position, he noticed a noise coming from the door across the street. It was past midnight. Hearing the noise, the little fat boy scrambled out of his father's arms. He approached the door cautiously, and pushed it open a crack. It was strange. Dad said the locked door suddenly opened, as if someone was opening it from inside. He leaned into the little fat boy's head and opened his mouth. "Gio? Is anyone there?" Chapter 182. The room was dark. The little fat boy poked his head in for a moment before shrinking back in fright. He felt the door again with his little wings. 2 days ago, while parkouring in the hallway, he lost his balance and banged his head against the door, nearly breaking his skin. Even with that much force, he couldn't crack the door open. After his father lifted him from the door, he told him it couldn't be opened. They were all very cautious about their eldest brother's affairs. Even if the little fat boy had used all his might to pry the door open, he wouldn't have been able to do it. So, after hearing the noise, the little fat boy, who could easily crack the door open with a slight lean, realized it later, and began to get scared. "Chiu," he whispered softly, his voice trembling. His father, who had been hypnotized into sleep, hadn't opened his eyes yet. The little fat boy was terrified. He pulled his head back, and carefully tried to move further away from the door. But before he could leave, the crack in the door suddenly widened. The fat boy stumbled, falling into the darkness beyond. Shock! "Daddy, help!" The door, a crack open, closed tightly again. Meanwhile, in a room not far away, Xie Yuan, who had just finished talking to everyone, remained where he was after everyone dispersed. It was the last day. In the room where Yuan was imprisoned, there was still no movement. Xie Yuan knew exactly what this meant. Gu Einan had warned him of the consequences days before. He had remained calm these past few days, not shedding a single tear after delivering the box to Yuan's room. He wouldn't cry for Yuan. He would only die with Yuan. He had just called the Cubs over to arrange for them to attend to matters concerning the West District and the Abnormal Alliance. Yin Qin was old, but still strong. He believed Yin Qin could choose a more qualified successor to the West District. And with the Cubs watching over the Abnormal Alliance, nothing would go wrong. He calmly arranged everything. For the next few days, he would be with Izanin, whether in life or death. In the hallway. After Lucy arrived, he didn't wake Giorgio. He tried to touch the door. Just like before, it wouldn't open. Lucy sat back on the bench. He couldn't sleep, so he just waited. Not long after, the other Cubs arrived, and they all stayed together, occasionally chatting, which was a good way to pass the time. As they talked, the topic came up, Xie Yuan. "Should we stop him?" Shuzhou suddenly asked. The question fell silent. The calmer Xie Yuan had been these past few days, the more they understood what he was up to. But none of them pointed it out, they simply cooperated with him and followed his instructions. After Shuzhou had been asking questions for several minutes, Cheesy finally spoke. "We can't stop him," he replied. "None of us can stop him." The topic didn't last long. They all deliberately avoided it. The night faded slowly. Towards dawn, Giorgio woke up. When he woke, he saw the other Cubs at the door. Little Fatty had flown off somewhere, but Giorgio hadn't bothered to look for him. "What's wrong?" Giorgio lifted the blanket from his body, rubbed his eyes, and asked everyone. The eldest Cub stood at the front of the door. Under the gaze of all the cubs, he pushed. Once, twice. The closed door remained motionless, impossible to budge. Dad Gu. Jiujio saw this and without a second thought, walked over and asked Gu Einan, "It's been 7 days. Why won't the door open?" Gu Einan was also nervous at this moment. The room held his only hope of remaining alive. He was filled with fear, yet also with a glimmer of hope. "It can open." Gu Einan calmed himself and said to the eldest cub, "Push again." At this point, the door must be openable. The eldest cub followed his instructions, pushing with all his strength. But it still wouldn't open. Seeing this, the other cub stepped forward to try. After trying again, Gu Einan frowned and walked over. "The door can't be broken." He looked down at the lock and muttered, "The mishealed is the lock used in the research institute. It's the most advanced technology in the world." He stared at the lock for a moment before suddenly understanding it. It's locked from the inside. As he spoke, his hand gripping the doorknob trembled slightly. It must have been Anan who locked it. After he finished speaking, he felt ecstatic, then panicked. No, if Anan woke up and locked the door, why didn't he come out after waking up? Why did he lock himself in? Yuan was unconscious when the small box was brought in. Logistically, he shouldn't have woken up in the past few days. But the reality was that he had woken up and locked the door. Why had he done that? Gu Einan and the other children present, their expressions changing as they pondered the reason. "We can't wait any longer." Erzi looked at Gu Einan and said directly, "Dad, we have to break the door down." Whatever the scene inside, they had to see it now. At this moment, no one dared to wait any longer. Gu Einan stared at the door, seemingly lost in thought. A few seconds. He uttered 2 words, "Break it open." To break the door lock, the children naturally didn't need help. Gu Einan could open every door in the institute by himself. There was also an intelligent AI in the institute, which had granted him complete control of the entire facility. With Gu Einan by his side, it only took him a few minutes to loosen the lock on the door before him. But even after the lock was loosened, it seemed as if something was still blocking it from inside. Gu Einan and the older boy beside him exchanged a glance, each realizing something was amiss. They stopped forcing the door open, and instead went looking for something to bring in. They needed to use imaging technology to analyze the situation inside the room. Outside, there was a bustle of activity, while inside, the little fatty stared blankly at the small white flower before him. The blood-red vines that had once lingered in the room had completely dissipated, taking Yuan with them. The vines and Yuan were gone, leaving only a single, withered little white flower, falling to the ground. The little white flower had detached itself from the vines, but it remained strangely alive. After the little fatty was dragged into the room, he saw no one. The empty room contained only the small white flower. The little fatty had night vision, and upon seeing the empty space inside, he nearly burst into tears. There was no one in the room. Who had dragged Fatty in? Just as the little fatty looked up, about to burst into tears, he saw the little white flower that bounced. Fat, burp! He burped in fear. The little white flower nudged him, and before the little fatty's stunned gaze, it blossomed. The flower blossomed, revealing a palm-sized baby that was gently lowered to the ground. The little fatty, ? The little fatty was stunned. He quickly transformed from a small, chubby figure into a human form. Because of his young age, the little fatty's human form was also small. He carefully picked up the baby from the ground and held it in his chubby arms. The baby grew a little bigger almost every hour. The fat boy stared at the baby without blinking. In his eyes, this was the baby he found. A whole night passed. The fat boy could no longer hold the baby, so he covered it with his wings. Looking at the baby's eyes, the fat boy wondered. This baby looks like a big bobo. I don't know how long this tossing and turning went on. The fat boy looked at the baby, who had grown to look like 2 or 3 years old, and he was extremely anxious. The baby was too big for the fat boy to hold. Not even his tiny wings could cover it. The baby was growing so fast, he had to eat. Not only did he need to eat, but he also needed to wear thick clothes. The only remaining white flower in the room quickly withered after the baby was released. It left only a white nightgown for the baby. Fatty looked at the baby, extremely worried. He began to think of a way to get out. Be good. I take you, look for it. The little fat boy said, and ran to investigate the door lock. Behind the door, many things were blocked. The little fat boy struggled to pull them open, then examined the complex combination lock. He was terrible at it. But strangely, the lock opened on its own. Jiojio. The little fat boy's eyes lit up, and he eagerly opened the door. Then he saw the Bobo standing at the door. Fatty? Everyone froze when they saw the little fat boy opening the door. Jojo was even more confused. Did you sneak in? And you locked the door? The little fat boy? ? The little fat boy looked bewildered. Before he could explain, an enraged Jojo picked him up and spanked him twice. The little fat boy cried out, "Wow!" His father spanked him so quickly that it took him a while to process his thoughts. "Fatty, don't come in." The little fat boy hadn't dared to come in at all. He had been dragged in. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he sobbed, "Fatty, raise the baby." He didn't make trouble this time. He was raising the baby in the dark room. The little fat boy's words were incomprehensible to anyone at the door. He looked at his father, whose face was ashen, and the scowling Bobos, who looked grim. He wiped his tears, and struggled to his feet. Once he was down, he turned and ran back into the room. It took about a minute. Gu Einan took only 2 steps inside, when he saw Fatty come out again. Chubby's face was still red, whether from crying or something. His voice was a little shaky. "Chubby, there's a baby." Jojo. Not to mention that a male Chubby couldn't possibly have a baby. Even if there was, who would a little chubby boy over a year old have fathered one? Under everyone's gaze, the little chubby boy shyly stepped aside. The light in the room was dim. So, only after he stepped aside did everyone see the baby following him. The baby looked about 2 or 3 years old, fair and beautiful, more delicate than a doll in a picture. He sat on the ground, his round, black gemstone-like eyes staring at them unblinking from his chubby little face. "Huh?" The baby opened his little arms towards Gu Einan. It seemed as if he only knew Gu Einan. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Gu Einan hadn't expected this to happen. He looked at the baby, arms outstretched, and instantly recognized who it was. Anan. He took off his coat and bent down to wrap the baby up. This was Anan. Gu Einan carefully lifted the baby, wrapped in his coat, into his arms. The baby was docile in his arms, nuzzling his chubby little face against his. After so many years, Gu Einan suddenly saw his son in his infancy, and the old father's heart softened yet was filled with bewilderment. How did Anan become like this? With a sweet, soft baby in his arms, Gu Einan's mind temporarily shut down. The other cubs who followed him in were also completely captivated by their eldest brother. The second cub stared intently at the baby in Gu Einan's arms, explaining, "Isn't that box called newborn? I guess it's this newborn." The 4 cubs nearby chimed in, "Is this a rebirth or a rebirth? Will this little baby be our big brother?" Gu Einan heard this and lowered his head to ask the baby, "Anan, who am I?" The baby, After being asked several times, the baby blinked and said in a baby voice, "Ba." Yes, it's Daddy. Whether it was a rebirth or a rebirth, as long as the child was back with him, Gu Einan was satisfied. He held little Yuan and, after a few tentative attempts, told the waiting cubs. "It's Anan. The current Anan only has memories up to the age of 3 years old." Gu Einan's expression suddenly froze at the thought of this age. The next second, he quickly walked out, holding little Yuan. The Midden Institute had a full set of examination equipment, and Gu Einan didn't care that little Yuan was still rubbing his flat belly. He hurriedly gave little Yuan a full physical examination. He wanted to check on little Yuan's current health. According to the original timeline, 3-year-old Yuan was already at the point of falling ill. He was tense throughout the examination. The cubs following him also saw his intention. Everyone was waiting, fearing some unpleasant outcome. After more than 2 hours of examination, the 8 cubs, waiting for the results, wanted to relieve the stress. "Dad Gu, what are the results?" The cubs immediately asked as Gu Einan emerged from the examination, having completed all the tests. Gu Einan looked at the anxious cubs, and his expression, which had been tense for days, completely brightened. He even had a hint of a smile on his face. "It's okay, Anan is healthy." During his examination, he also understood An's current condition. An's internal structure had been practically rebuilt. Anan was now free of all illnesses. His powers hadn't disappeared, but his illness was gone. An's growth rate is very fast, which is normal for now. He grows slower and slower, and once he reaches adulthood, his growth rate will stabilize completely, matching that of a normal person. Gu Einan was in an incredibly good mood now that his son was back safely. He even smiled and said, "It's just right. These few days, you can see your big brother as a child." Gu Einan wasn't bragging. He truly thought his little Yuan was the cutest baby in the world. Not only was he adorable in appearance, but his personality was also. When the cubs were picked up by Big Brother, he was no longer a cub. So, this was the first time they had seen Big Brother in his cub form. Big Brother is so cute. Jojo looked at Big Brother as a cub. Even without a filter, he thought he was the cutest cub in the world. The little fat boy was cute too, but if it came down to it, Choo-Choo would choose the big brother. In little Yuan's timeline, he couldn't yet remember the group of cubs before him. He took one of his father's large hands and placed it on his flat belly. Gu Ainen's smile deepened. He hugged little Yuan even tighter, then said gently, "Come on, Daddy's going to make you some formula." Since they were traveling with a little fat boy, he still drank formula. So, after borrowing a new bottle from the little fat boy, Gu Ainen filled a large cup of formula for little Yuan. Little Yuan held his bottle, drinking diligently. He drank with such joy that he even wiggled his chubby feet. With such a cute big brother around, none of the cubs wanted to leave. They gathered around him, watching him for who knows how long. Suddenly Jojo spoke up, "I feel like we've forgotten something very important." "What is it?" The other cubs asked casually, their eyes never leaving little Yuan's face. Little Yuan drank his formula, wiggling his feet, and occasionally leaning into his father's arms, looking at them curiously. Little Yuan, like this, held their attention captivated. When Jojo saw his big brother give him a small smile, his mind froze. "No, I don't know." Jojo couldn't remember what the important thing was. He looked at his big brother and exclaimed, "Big brother, you're yawning." Little Yuan was sleepy after eating, and now he was yawning with tears in his eyes, a look that was almost too cute. They continued to surround Xiao Yuan. Xie Yuan, also at the base, hadn't received any news yet and had given up hope. If there was good news, if Anin could still come back. It was impossible for him not to have received any notification until now. Xie Yuan had long since mentally prepared for this outcome. Pei Si, who had come to watch over him, would find excuses to come in every once in a while. "Brother Xie." Pei Si found another excuse to come in. Seeing that Xie Yuan was still safe and sound, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Xie, I have something to tell you." Pei Si sat down in front of him and, speaking casually, began to chat. "Don't you always try to set me up on blind dates?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yuan said calmly, "Uncle Ron will arrange something for you when we get back. You can tell him what type you prefer then." Pei Si was silent for a few seconds, then reminded him, "Brother Xie, do you remember why I stayed this time?" Xie Yuan's tone remained unchanged. "I don't remember." Pei Si choked. He replied sullenly, "I stayed here as Erzai's family member. I came here to tell you that you don't need to arrange blind dates for me anymore." Xie Yuan, "Oh." Pei Si observed his expression and continued, "Brother Xie, my parents are not around. You promised me before that you would help me with my affairs. Does that still count now?" Xie Yuan, "It doesn't." He was so frank in his regrets that Pei Si's train of thought was momentarily interrupted. "No, you said you take responsibility for me." Pei Si said sternly, "I don't have any parents. You said you helped me, and you can't go back on your word. This is my first time marrying a fish, and I have no experience. If you don't care about me, I really don't know what to do. I let Uncle Ron help you when we get back." Xie Yuan's attitude left no room for maneuver, and his demeanor made Pei Si increasingly anxious. "Brother Xie, you can't do this." Pei Si bluntly said, "Even if Anin is gone, you have to live. You still have a lot of responsibilities. You can't just ignore everything." Pei Si didn't really want Brother Xie to shoulder any responsibility. He simply wanted to use this to instill in Xie Yuan a will to survive. "I've been human for so many years, isn't that enough? I don't want to think about anything now. I just want to be with Anin." If he had heard about suicide for love in the past, he would have found it unbelievable. But when it happened to him, he realized that if he truly had to continue living in a world without Anin, every minute and every second would be filled with loneliness and pain. "Pei Si, you don't have to persuade me anymore, and you don't have to come to see me so often." Xie Yuan had made his decision, and it was impossible to change it. He even showered and changed his clothes. After checking the time, he stood up and walked towards Yuan's room. Pei Si, seeing this, followed him worriedly. Xie Yuan's room was very close to Yuan's, so he quickly walked over. The door opened, and it was empty. Xie Yuan's heart emptied out, along with the room itself. Yuan didn't make it. That was the only thought in Xie Yuan's mind, and that of Pei Si, who had followed him. "Brother Xie." Pei Si called out hoarsely. Xie Yuan closed his eyes and whispered, "Go away. Don't bother me." After a moment's standoff, Pei Si, eyes red, retreated. Undeterred, he tried to find the other children to persuade them. After searching for a while, Pei Si finally found them. Eighth cub. Pei Si looked at eighth cub, who was unsure what to do, and announced in a hoarse voice, "Where are the other cubs?" Brother Xie is going to commit suicide for an. Can you stop him? Eighth cub, who had come out to get some water to make powdered milk, responded with a question mark. Eighth cub stared at Pei Si in confusion. What kind of suicide? Pei Si clenched his palms, controlling his emotions, and replied, An is gone. Brother Xie is going to be with him. Eighth cub, shock. Eighth cub, don't talk nonsense. Eighth cub, hands on his hips, shouted, Our eldest brother is fine. Father Gu is holding him right now. After reporting on his eldest brother's condition, eighth cub froze for a moment. I think I forgot to inform Xie Yuan. They were so happy that they had forgotten Xie Yuan was still unaware of the situation. Thinking of this, eighth cub rushed back to the room, picked up his eldest brother, and hurried to find Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, don't die yet. Eighth cub, carrying little Yuan, ran furiously, a trail of people trailing behind them. After running for quite a while, eighth cub stopped and knocked on the door, breathlessly. Xie Yuan, come out, my big brother's here. Xie Yuan, who had no desire to live, said, He glanced toward the door, and thought he might be hallucinating. Chapter 183. As Bazai knocked on the door, little Yuan, whom he had brought with him, also struggled to put his feet down. He sat on the ground, wearing the small clothes that Jojo had made for him. As Bazai frantically called for the door, little Yuan blinked and stared at the door. Huh? He was asking what Bazai was doing. After failing to get Xie Yuan out despite knocking on the door, Bazai looked a little uneasy. Could Xie be dead? Thinking of this possibility, Bazai no longer cared about anything else and simply began banging on the door. A few minutes later, hearing the noise, Xie Yuan finally came over and opened the door. The door opened. Xie Yuan looked at Bazai, who had rushed in, with a calm gaze. What are you doing here? Seeing that he was still alive, Bazai was relieved. Great, you're still alive. Xie Yuan ignored him, waiting for him to speak. Ahem. Bozi cleared his throat and, without further suspense, told him straight out, You don't have to die. You can live happily with my big brother forever. Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan frowned slightly, as if he didn't understand. Bozi saw this and repeated, My big brother is fine. We were just too excited and forgot to tell you. At this point, Bozi felt a little guilty. But now that he had brought his big brother here, he had made up for his mistake. Here, let me show you. Bozi carried his big brother, who was leaning against the wall and learning to walk, to Xie Yuan. Isn't my big brother adorable? After showing his eldest brother to Xie Yuan, Bozi asked him a question in a rather smug manner. Xie Yuan stared blankly at the little Yuan in front of him, feeling as if he were dreaming. If he wasn't dreaming, how could he have witnessed such an unreal scene? He dreamed that his wife, so old, had returned as a little cub. Are you crazy with joy? Bozi noticed that Xie Yuan was like a wooden man, staring at his eldest brother without saying a word, so he asked. Xie Yuan squeezed his eyes shut, then slowly opened them. When he opened his eyes, the little Yuan in front of him tilted his head, looking at him curiously. What's going on? Xie Yuan didn't dare reach out to hug the little Yuan. His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were fixed on the little Yuan, unwilling to leave for even a second. Gu Ainan and the others, who had been chasing him, had also arrived. Gu Ainan took little Yuan back into his arms, and briefly recounted what had happened to Xie Yuan. After a while, Anan will be grown up. Gu Ainan, feeling refreshed at being able to participate in his son's upbringing again, was filled with energy. He held little Yuan in his arms, and asked him to greet Xie Yuan. This is Xie Yuan. Gu Ainan simply introduced his name, and said nothing more. As Yuan grew older, his memories would gradually return. When that time came, he would naturally understand who Xie Yuan was to him. For now, it was too early to discuss this. Little Yuan's appearance completely relaxed everyone's tense nerves. The Midden Institute was not a suitable place for raising children, so they discussed it, and left that same day. Yuan's current condition was kept a secret from everyone. Only Yin Qin and Ruanka heard Xie Yuan mention this when he returned to the West District. Ruanka had never seen little Yuan in person, so he gently said to Xie Yuan, I go buy him some clothes now. You guys come back early. Okay. On the way back to the West District, little Yuan still clung to his father. But he wasn't averse to the cubs either. They always gathered around him, and little Yuan loved them. To make it easier for them to play with their big brother and remind him of them, the cubs took on their original cub forms and appeared before him. After seeing the second cub in its cub form, Pei Si blurted out without a second thought, It's a little fat fish indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, the little fat fish glared at him. Pei Si, Pacey stiffened, averting her gaze. The cubs all surrounded their big brother, and the little fat boy felt a bit squeezed out. Shoo! The little fat boy flapped his wings angrily, angry at his father. This is the baby Pang Pang picked up, but no one would let Pang Pang hold it. Choo Choo patted the little fat boy's head and explained again. This isn't your baby, it's Big Bobo. The little fat boy chirped seriously in protest. It's not Big Bobo. Big Bobo is so big it could pick Pang Pang up and spin him around. This is the little baby. Choo Choo's persistence finally wavered, as the little baby grew a little bigger. The distance from Medan to the West District had been shortened by them. When they returned to the West District, little Yuan was already about 5 or 6 years old, and he often visited Sietch Yuan. But when Sietch Yuan looked over, he would hide his face in his father's arms again. And instead, you look familiar? Gu Einan was the person little Yuan trusted most. Since he had rarely seen his mother, little Yuan was well behaved and didn't ask Gu Einan for her. He simply clung to his father, and wouldn't go to sleep until he saw him at night. When little Yuan was at the research institute, Gu Einan had never been so attentive to him. Gu Einan had too much to do. Little Yuan knew his father was busy, and didn't have much time to visit him often, so even when he missed him, he kept it to himself. After arriving in the West District, Gu Einan didn't let little Yuan go out to see anyone. Wanko arranged a large place for them to live, with a spacious garden. Little Yuan wasn't like a chubby kid, he wasn't a troublemaker, and didn't run around. The small garden was filled with flowers and plants. Little Yuan, carrying a bucket of soil, would sit there for ages. Sietch Yuan watched little Yuan grow up, and he longed to hug her. But little Yuan didn't recognize him at that moment, he was just a stranger in her eyes. One day, Sietch Yuan came to the garden and watched little Yuan digging. Little Yuan dug up an earthworm, and disgusted, he wanted to throw it away. But the worm accidentally stuck to his hand. Little Yuan shook it off, stunned by the sight of the worm crawling over his hand. A few seconds later, he began rubbing his hands, trying to clean them. But the backs of his hands turned red, and he still felt they stunk. That's when Sietch Yuan appeared. He took a bottle of mineral water, and squatted in front of little Yuan. Give me your hand. Sietch Yuan took his little hand and, with his free hand, poured mineral water into it and washed it. Soon, his hands were clean. Little Yuan lowered his head, and sniffed his hand. His brow furrowed. Smelly? Sietch Yuan pondered for a few seconds, and went to pick a few roses beside him. The roses were in season and blooming beautifully. Little Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the roses. It was clear that he, too, loved roses. Sietch Yuan plucked off a rose petal, and placed it in the water. He shook it vigorously, soaking the rose thoroughly. With just such a simple homemade rose water, Sietch Yuan washed little Yuan's hands again. This time, little Yuan's brows were no longer furrowed. His eyes curved into crescents, and he politely said thank you to Sietch Yuan. With Sietch Yuan's wash your hands, little Yuan finally stopped hiding from Sietch Yuan. He even offered Sietch Yuan a small shovel, and invited him to play. Sietch Yuan, not minding his childishness, dug with him, watching him play house. I think I've seen you before. Little Yuan, holding the shovel, said to Sietch Yuan, I have a good friend who looks a lot like you. Sietch Yuan naturally knew who the good friend was. When he was little, he had sneaked into kindergarten and made friends with Yuan. Do you like that kid? Sietch Yuan asked. Do you remember what he looked like? Little Yuan nodded. Without hesitation, he replied, yes, I do. When I grow up, I want to marry him. Little Yuan's tone was serious. He not only remembered this kindergarten kid fondly, but also had deep feelings for him. Sietch Yuan's heart ached when he heard him say this. If only he had been adopted by Yin Qin when he was younger. If only he and Yuan had continued to be classmates. If only they could have gone to school and grown up together. He wouldn't let Yuan suffer at the institute. They would naturally become involved in each other's lives. And then, one day, when they grew up, they would confess their feelings and live together peacefully. Big brother, I like your name. Little Yuan looked up at him, his childish voice dripping with sincerity. He locked eyes with Sietch Yuan and told him. Over the course of the afternoon, little Yuan and Sietch Yuan had become completely familiar with each other. When Gu Einan came to call him for dinner, he clung to Sietch Yuan's thigh and wouldn't let go. Dad, let big brother join us for dinner. Yuan was still a child, and Sietch Yuan, to avoid suspicion, would watch Yuan from the side but rarely approach him. If he didn't take the initiative, then little Yuan, who had no impression of him, naturally wouldn't either. Little Yuan's sudden closeness with Sietch Yuan surprised Father Gu. Okay. Gu Einan smiled and invited Sietch Yuan, and wants you to stay, so let's have dinner together. These days, Yuan has been all alone, looking rather desolate. After the first time little Yuan invited Yuan to stay for dinner, he's been visiting him more often. Big brother, can you tell me a story before bed? Big brother, my head's been hurting lately. Big brother, I grown up again. Little Yuan is growing up so fast. His father and those around him have purposely confined him to a certain area, so it's hard for outsiders to see how fast he's growing. Dad had already soothed him, telling him he wasn't a little monster and that he would soon be like everyone else. Thanks to his father and everyone else's comfort, little Yuan remained mentally healthy. While little Yuan was struggling to grow, Yuan urged the A-sequence mutants to join the Abnormal Alliance. After the last few lunatics who threatened the world died, their world, at least for now, was stable. The relationship between humans, aberrations, and psychics was in a delicate balance. Yuan served as the leader of humanity, while the Abnormal Alliance, after the eldest and second cubs had made their own choices, would be managed by the second cub. However, the second cub wasn't as ambitious as before. He even preferred to be in the West District rather than managing the aberrations. After noticing his hesitation, Yuan thought for 2 days, and then he assigned Pei Si to the Abnormal Alliance. With Pei Si in the Abnormal Alliance, the second cub's mood improved considerably. At this moment, Yuan's birthday was less than 3 days away. All the kids were looking for birthday presents for their eldest brother. Little Fatty was terribly worried. He picked a lot of flowers, but he didn't think they were pretty enough. Papa. Little Fatty held his chubby face and looked at Jojo worriedly. Papa presents? You already given one, no need to give another. Grandma was the best present little Fatty had ever brought back, so there was no need for little Fatty to give another. Although Jojo offered such comfort, little Fatty didn't see it that way. He still wanted to give Big Bobo a present. Everyone had planned Yuan's birthday without telling him. Yuan's original plan was to formally propose to him on Yuan's birthday. Although they had agreed to get married once everything was settled, Yuan was a man of ceremony and insisted on proposing seriously before getting married. Brother Xia, are you still planning to propose? Pei Si, who hadn't been sent out yet, asked Yuan while chatting with him. Yuan had already prepared the ring. He touched the ring he carried with him, was silent for a few seconds, and then said, "Let's wait." He couldn't possibly propose to little Yuan. He had to wait until his Inen grew up, until his Inen remembered him. Pei Si leaned against the doorframe and sighed heartily. Ah, it's been quite a journey for you too. I heard from Ertzi that at Inen's current growth rate, she'd be back to her old self in a few days. Brother Xia, if you really want to get married, you should go first. I'd be your best man. When it came to marriage, although Yuan couldn't get married right now, anticipation shone in his eyes. From the moment he and Yuan confirmed their relationship, he had already made up his mind to marry her and spend the rest of their lives together. Time flew by unnoticed as they chatted. On the eve of his birthday, Yuan made one last inspection of the venue. The other children were with Yuan, and beside him stood Sun Mo Xiaolu, and Pei Si, his own people. Everything's been checked out, and there's nothing wrong. Due to their status, Sun Mo and Xiaolu had to remain in the West District. They had now adapted to life in the West District. The re-establishment of world order, as well as the reconstruction and management of various locations, were all in great need of manpower. Yuan would occasionally ask Sun Mo to help out, giving him the opportunity to see the world more often during his fieldwork. Yuan followed Sun Mo as he looked at the newly decorated venue. He walked slowly, saying, "I wonder if Inen will like it." She probably will. Sun Mo's primary job was the vice principal of the abnormal kindergarten, a position that was essentially the same as the principal. Yuan was often away, so he handled all the big and small matters at the kindergarten. Perhaps because of his work, Sun Mo's communication skills were much stronger than before. After he and Yuan discussed the venue, their conversation turned to the North District. The population of the North District has plummeted, and several cities have very few residents. Our West District's population situation is much better. Based on the current projected population growth rate, within a few years, our West District will secure the highest population. When that happens, we can relocate some of our people to the North District. The North District has experienced war, and successive administrators have failed to manage it effectively. Now, the North District's standing has plummeted to the bottom of the 4 districts. No one dares to take the position of North District Administrator, in particular. If Yuan were to interfere in North District affairs at this time, no one would say anything. But Yuan disagreed with Sun Mo's statement. If we relocate people from the West District there, we would be unmitigated invaders against the North District. The North District's development history is comparable to our West District's. They're in chaos right now, but if we truly want to annex the North District, it won't be easy. Expanding territory and annexing the North District sounds impressive. But annexation would mean war between the two districts. In the North District, it's the upper echelons who are experiencing unrest, not the ordinary people who are wiped out. These ordinary people won't tolerate having their homes taken away. Xie Yuan didn't want to make a losing deal. People in the West District already have enough housing, so there's no need to take up space. And I have always advocated for peace above all else. Xie Yuan said to Sun Imo, now we need to focus our efforts on developing the West District. Sun Imo hummed, not mentioning the previous conversation. After touring the venue, Sun Imo, Xiao Lu, and the others left. Xie Yuan returned to his room. It had been a long time since Yuan had been in this room, on this bed. Little Yuan was clamoring to sleep with him, but before Gu Ainan could object, Xie Yuan refused. On the day of his rejection, Xiao Yuan was so angry he ate 2 extra bowls of rice. He always refused to eat much, but he felt he'd gotten a little fat from being fed so much, so he wanted to eat less to look better. It must be said, Xiao Yuan has really been vain since he was little. After throwing a tantrum, and still not getting his way, Xiao Yuan reluctantly gave up the idea of sleeping with Xie Yuan. Maybe it was Xiao Yuan's temper, but he didn't come to see Xie Yuan for 2 days. Xie Yuan hadn't seen him in 2 days either. He wanted to go over and see him, but Gu Ainan politely treated him, telling him that Anin wanted to play on his own. Thinking of this, Xie Yuan frowned slightly. It's been almost a week since returning from Midden. When will little Yuan grow up? Thinking about this, Xie Yuan slowly began to feel sleepy. He had only slept for a short time. The alarm clock rang at 12 o'clock, and Xie Yuan, lying in bed, woke up on time. Before, he would have confessed his feelings to Yuan at this time. But now, little Yuan had gone to bed early. Xie Yuan couldn't possibly disturb her sleep. So, he logged into his social media account and sent Yuan a birthday greeting. The comment section under this birthday greeting quickly filled with comments. Happy birthday, I wish you a long and happy life. Happy birthday, I hope you will be happy. Happy birthday, I don't know what else to say, I just follow the trend and say I wish you happiness. The comments section was filled with peaceful messages. And this scene wasn't caused by the sudden outpouring of goodwill from netizens. Xie Yuan has established a top-tier public opinion department in the West District. With these professionals at the helm, online analysis of the situation and the relationship between aberrations and humans is relatively balanced and objective. Extreme, provocative comments will not only be deleted as quickly as possible, but those who spread them will also be invited for questioning. Xie Yuan's priority now is comprehensive publicity. The more forceful his propaganda, the more stable their lives will be. No one in the public opinion department is idle. Xie Yuan's contributions over the years are clearly documented. There's also evidence of the contributions of Yuan's supposedly dangerous aberrations to post-disaster reconstruction. The public opinion department compiled all of this information and disseminated it in various places. Now, in people's eyes, Xie Yuan and Yuan were both great contributors to humanity. And Yuan also had the added bonus of having Gu Ainan as his father. His family background was no less impressive than Xie Yuan's. The online sentiment remained the same. Xie Yuan wasn't spending any time online. He decorated his room beautifully, with chocolates and roses as essential, and red balloons, tacky yet festive. He piled the gifts he prepared on the bed, save for the ring box, which he kept in his pocket. Wait until morning. Xie Yuan calculated little Yuan's wake-up time, and went to pick him up right on time. Arriving at Dr. Gu's door, Xie Yuan stared at it, feeling a sudden surge of nervousness. Bang! The door opened with a single knock. Bazi poked his head out and looked at Xie Yuan. Let's go straight to the birthday venue. He said to Xie Yuan, 7th cub will take big brother there. Come on, I go with you. Okay. 8th cub followed Xie Yuan. On the way, he asked Xie Yuan, will you always be good to my big brother? I will. Xie Yuan answered without hesitation. 8th cub gave a dry O when he heard that. 10 minutes later, Xie Yuan and 8th cub arrived at the birthday venue. More and more people gathered. 8th cub took a red silk cloth and blindfolded Xie Yuan. Come, wait until my big brother arrives, and I untie it for you. 7th cub said he dressed big brother up nicely today. Blindfold your eyes, so you can be surprised when you see him. At Bazai's beep, Xie Yuan blindfolded himself. With his eyes covered, all his senses seemed heightened. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps echoed from behind. Xie Yuan's Adam's apple rolled, and he reached out, trying to pull the red silk apart. But a pair of hands, beating him before him, gently untied the silk. Xie Yuan. The young Yuan, holding the untied red silk in his hands, smiled at him with a smile. I'm back. Xie Yuan stared at his face, speechless. For a long moment, he pulled the person in front of him into his arms, his voice choking with sobs. And then, what he wanted to say was, you're finally back. I missed you so much. But what came out was, let's get married, okay? He had wanted marriage since they started dating, and now, he didn't want to wait even a moment longer. Yuan could feel the person before him, his arms trembling as he held him. He had recovered yesterday, but he wanted to give Xie Yuan a surprise, so he kept it a secret for a day. Before leaving today, he heard the cubs tell him how Xie Yuan almost committed suicide with him. As Ba Cub spoke, his tentacles akimbo puffed up. If I hadn't run so fast, we wouldn't have a sister-in-law. Yuan listened to the cubs chattering away, smiling on the surface, but his heart ached. He couldn't imagine the state of mind Xie Yuan had in making the decision to die with him. He knew Xie Yuan loved him, but he hadn't imagined his love would be so intense it was unwavering. Okay. Yuan hugged him back and whispered, let's get married. Ba Cub heard their confessions, and touched Xiaojio's cap with a sour look. Xiaojio, tell me, is dating really that good? Xiaojio, Xiaojio, with a look of world weariness, said, don't ask. I don't know. He's a poisonous mushroom, not worthy of dating. Chapter 184. Xie Yuan's proposal was successful, and Gu Einan and the children were feeling similar emotions. They were happy for Yuan, but also a little sad. Yuan was very good at comforting his father and the children. He handed the fat boy to Gu Einan and began to worry about the children's lifelong affairs. Under his arrangements, as expected, no one had the time or energy to feel melancholy. Night fell. Yuan and Xie Yuan returned to their room. The wedding date had been set, but planning a wedding would take more than a day or two. Yuan collapsed on the bed, not wanting to move at all. He buried his face in the quilt and muttered, Xie Yuan, getting married is so tiring. He had previously thought about marrying Xie Yuan, but he hadn't imagined the actual process would be so complicated. Xie Yuan saw him lying on the bed, and with a mixture of heartache and helplessness, he lifted him up. Didn't I tell you? If you're tired, just leave it to me. That won't do. Having been lifted up, Yuan leaned into his arms, nuzzling his chest. You're already busy enough. If I leave all the wedding arrangements to you, you'd be exhausted. Xie Yuan thought for a moment and offered a solution. How's Daddy Gu doing with the little kid? If he has time, why don't he discuss it with my dad? Leaving the wedding to the elders seemed easier. Yuan hesitated. My dad is willing to help me with the wedding. Before he and Xie Yuan were together, his father assumed he'd get married, so he told him he arranged the wedding if he did. Then I go see Father Gu tomorrow, and I go see Uncle Ron at my dad's place. Okay. Neither of the young couple wanted to be bothered anymore. Qin was now in a state of resignation, and Xie Yuan had long wanted to find him something to do. After finishing his business, Xie Yuan pinched Yuan's face and whispered, do you still want to take a shower? Yuan loved cleanliness, so of course he wanted to. But he was very tired, so he wanted to shower, but didn't want to move, feeling completely torn. Seeing this, Xie Yuan simply picked him up. Let's go! With a smile in his eyes, Xie Yuan carried him into the bathroom. Your husband will give you a shower today. With two people in the bathroom at once, showering becomes a waste of water and time. It was unknown how long they showered. Yuan's hands and feet felt weak, and Xie Yuan carried him from the bathroom to the bed. The two of them fell asleep face to face under the same soft blanket. Yuan reached out and touched Xie Yuan's handsome face. Xie Yuan. Yuan leaned in and kissed Xie Yuan again on the lips, his voice a little soft. I love you so much. It had to be said that the two of them were becoming increasingly compatible. Both mentally and physically, they could be considered each other's perfect lovers. Xie Yuan kissed him back, his eyes filled with doting. And then, I love you too. The night was long, and the lovers cuddled together. Even without words, the air was sweet. The next day, Xie Yuan went to visit both sets of parents. When he arrived, Gu Einan was with the fat boy. The fat boy was growing fast, and now he was in the puppy stage, a stage even cats and dogs disliked. When Gu Einan used to take care of his son, he was so well behaved and adorable, making him a breeze. But this little fatty was completely different from Einan. Even Gu Einan, who was known for his calm demeanor, was often irritated by the fatty. But the fatty was a flatterer, always ready to flatter him. After his anger was over, people would come to comfort him, calling him Grandpa. Fatpa is the most patient grandpa. Grandpa is the best grandpa. Gu Einan's anger faded quickly, and he and the fatty just managed to get by day. After hearing that he was going to help with his son's wedding, Gu Einan asked only one question. If I go to plan the wedding, will you take care of fatty? Xie Qiyuan nodded. Gu Einan agreed without further ado. Okay, you can take the fatty away for a few days. Just right. It was a good time for him to get some peace and quiet. Gu Einan told him to take fatty away, but the night fatty was taken away, she felt uneasy and couldn't sleep. Yuan, knowing about his father's affair with fatty, asked Xie Qiyuan to send fatty back. Jiuzhou and Wuzi were in the East District, and when they went out, they left fatty behind. Now that fatty was without a father, he either went to sleep with his grandfather or with them. Xie Qiyuan also noticed that fatty had been a bit of a nuisance these past few days. He said, and sent him back. The wedding was jointly arranged by both parents, and was set for a festive November date. November was a cool month, and things were gradually settling down in the districts. Their wedding would be lively. According to convention, they couldn't live together on the eve of the wedding. Yuan returned to Gu Einan's place, and Xie Qiyuan's house had been decorated to look like a bridal home. Pei Si, Lu Chao, and the others on the island all crowded over. Brother Xia, I can't believe you're not only the first of us to find a partner, but also the first to get married. Yeah, I don't know who was the one who vowed so confidently back then that they were a non-marriageist. Ha ha, I remember someone saying you shouldn't be in love. Everyone teased Xie Qiyuan, and some even tried to get him drunk, but Yin Feng stopped them. Tomorrow's a lot of things, so I can't drink today. He stood in front of Xie Qiyuan, stopping everyone. If you want to drink, you can wait until tomorrow night. At the dinner table tomorrow night, Xie Qiyuan and Yuan, as newlyweds, would toast, and they could drink openly. The group chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was harmonious. That night, Xie Qiyuan had no desire to sleep. Pei Si stayed with him until late at night, then was called away. Brother Xia, it's too late today. We come see you tomorrow morning. Okay, you guys go back first. After everyone left, Xie Qiyuan sent a message to Yuan. Xie Qiyuan, are you asleep? Xie Qiyuan, I'm a little nervous. Xie Qiyuan, are you nervous? Xie Qiyuan's message went through, but Yuan didn't respond. He was currently with his father and the children. The fat boy was snoring in bed behind them. They were chatting. The children looked at their eldest brother, who had just finished trying on clothes, their eyes filled with reluctance. Big brother. Botsy grabbed his hand and boldly suggested, why don't we just not get married? Once you do, you and Xie Qiyuan will be family. Yuan patted his head. Are you thinking about fighting Xie Qiyuan again? Botsy's face fell, and he remained silent. Yuan saw his droopy expression and said with amusement, didn't I tell you? Even if Xie Qiyuan and I get married, you and I are still family. Xie Qiyuan is joining us, not breaking us up. Botsy grimaced and said, Xiaojiu, put this line in the TV show for me. It was a cheesy romance drama made by humans, where a mistress says this to the wife. She says, I'm here to join you, not to break you up. He didn't like that line. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about something else. Tomorrow, Xie Qiyuan and I will be throwing the bouquet. According to human custom, whoever receives the bouquet receives blessings. Usually, the person who receives the bouquet gives it to their partner. Do you want to grab it and give it to your partner? Eighth cub, ? Eighth cub was a little confused when his eldest brother mentioned you. In that case, only seventh cub will be receiving the bouquet tomorrow. Seventh cub and Tan Zhan were being incredibly affectionate. Yuan shook his head. He glanced at the cubs in front of him, then called out their names. Big cub, second cub, aren't you two going to receive it? He was the one who noticed what was going on between Big Cub and Jai Man. Big Cub never showed his emotions, and he had heard that Jai Man was afraid of snakes, so he had never considered that Big Cub and Jai Man had any connection. It wasn't until Jai Man was injured that he realized something was amiss with his eldest son. And the second son was with Pei Si. Pei Si had been the one to blame. However, Yuan had only heard Pei Si's account of this. He hadn't heard the second son admit it. Besides these two sons, and the seventh son, he wasn't quite sure about the fifth and sixth sons. Of the two sons named, under the gaze of his eldest brother, the eldest son spoke first. I won't take it. He doesn't like flowers. After the eldest son finished speaking, the second son raised an eyebrow and chimed in, are flowers as pretty as mine? That flower-crazed maniac can just look at me. Yuan, Well, he didn't have to worry about these two sons at all. Neither of them wanted to take the flowers, not even the seventh son. I want to bloom my own flowers, big brother. I won't snatch yours. Looking at their demeanor, Yuan felt like he couldn't even give his own flowers away. Brother, I take the flowers tomorrow. Liuzi suddenly interrupted, his eyes evading Yuan instead of looking directly at him. Yuan was silent for a few seconds before realizing, is it Dr. Tang? The story between their little butterfly and Dr. Tang was truly an accident. Yuan didn't really want them to be together because of that accident. But so much time had passed, and Liuzi and Dr. Tang were both adults now. Yuan couldn't interfere with their choices. Wuzi and Jiujia were close, but Jiujia was incredibly likable. Not only Wuzi, but even Sun Mo and the others liked her. So, with this little heartthrob Jiujia, Yuan simply let things take their own course. Okay, then remember to take the flowers tomorrow. The whole room gathered together, and after 2 o'clock, Gu Einan had them all huddled together for the night. Get some rest. You can't be careless tomorrow. Look at Pan Bang, how soundly he's sleeping. Even at their smaller sizes, they could squeeze onto the bed perfectly. Gu Einan tucked them in, watched them fall asleep, and then went to sleep on the sofa to the side. They slept late, and it wasn't long before dawn broke outside. When Yuan woke up, Gu Einan had already finished washing up. And then, the stylist will be here soon. Go wash your face, we're about to get started. Okay. Yuan didn't stay in bed. He sat up, patted his face, and tried to wake himself up. I go now. The wedding was lively and busy. Under the stylist's care, Yuan looked particularly energetic. He wore his custom-made suit, and sat on the bed, waiting for Xie Yuan to pick him up. Their routine for the day was that Xie Yuan would pick him up, and take him to the wedding venue, and then they would go to the MC's booth together. They'd been briefed on the entire process several times in advance, but when it finally came, Yuan found himself still incredibly nervous. Gu Einan was worried he'd be hungry, so she had her son get him some food. Yuan took a moment to check his phone, and saw that Xie Yuan had been messaging him since last night. Half an hour ago. Xie Yuan sent another message. We're leaving now to pick you up. 10 minutes ago, another message. There's a bit of traffic on the road. We'd probably be 10 minutes later than expected. 5 minutes ago, the latest message. My dad and his family stopped the car and handed out wedding candy, saying it's a custom. Xie Yuan stopped messaging after that. Yuan waited patiently. Soon, the cubs brought their eldest brother brown sugar eggs, glutinous rice balls, and dumplings. Yuan ate them one by one. Not long after he finished, a noise came from the door. Yuan instinctively tried to stand, but the cubs held him down. Big brother, sit here. We go meet them outside. The cubs said they were meeting them, but in reality, they were going to make things difficult for them. After all this time, Big Brother would truly start a family. None of the cubs were willing to let go. The cubs tried their best to embarrass Xie Yuan, but Xie Yuan's people were no pushovers. Fatty, stay out of this. Pacey pushed Erzai aside, trying to stop him. If you keep trying to stop me, I sleep in your fish tank tonight. Erzai, Erzai lowered his eyes, his charming face slightly quirked. If I sleep in the fish tank, are you sure you won't spy on me at night? Pacey, mortified, said, get lost. Pacey pushed Erzai away, and Tangy also caught the little butterfly. Tanjian coaxed his own son, Qibao, to the side and stuffed Qibao's pockets with food and gifts. A few of the children were sent away, but a few remained. For example, Bazai, a remarkably persistent resident. He guarded the door tightly, preventing Xie Yuan from entering. After an unsettling struggle for an unknown amount of time, Xie Yuan finally managed to get Bazai out. After getting rid of Bazai, Xie Yuan quietly instructed those around him, inform everyone to add grilled octopus to tonight's dinner. The people around him responded, After overcoming numerous difficulties, Xie Yuan finally met Yuan. Yuan's eyes narrowed when he saw him approaching. Anin. Xie Yuan looked even more handsome today, perhaps because he dressed up. I'm here to pick you up. As Xie Yuan finished speaking, Yuan opened his arms. Xie Yuan lifted him up and strode out. The car was waiting outside. After they boarded the car, they drove straight to the pre-decorated outdoor wedding venue. The venue was beautifully decorated, and the MC had many years of experience. Yuan was guided along the way. On the stage, there was a red envelope segment where the couple would redeem their words to each other's parents. According to tradition, the parents would give them red envelopes on the spot. In Qin, a bit competitive, had prepared a large sum of cash in advance. He didn't put it in an envelope, but simply bundled it up and put it in his pocket. Yuan stood before him, handed him the money, and blushed, calling out, "Dad." Chin cleared his throat and handed him the nearly warm money. From now on, you and Yuan must live a good life. If he bullies you, tell me and I teach him a lesson for you. Okay. After calling Chin Dad, Yuan addressed Ruanku Dad. Ruanku was a little surprised, but afterward, his eyes were clearly filled with joy. Yuan followed Yuan's lead and called Ruanku Dad. He should have called him Dad a long time ago. After correcting himself to Chin and Ruanku, Yuan addressed Gu Ainan Dad. After he finished, Gu Ainan began handing out red envelopes. Gu Ainan didn't take the red envelopes out of his pocket. He glanced back, and then a bundle of money, tangled with tentacles, was handed over. The thickness of the envelope was clearly even greater than what Chin had given. Gu Ainan remained composed. No one had expected him to be so lavish in his red envelope. Chin tried to squeeze in more, but Ruanku held his arm, stopping him. If they were to compete on stage, the audience would be in for a laugh. Gu Ainan completely won the red envelope segment. Next, the parents left the stage, and the MC and the newlyweds took the stage. The MC they hired was incredibly emotional, his delivery, as if he were delivering a short essay. He recounted the love story of Yuan and Yuan, his words carefully crafted, of course. Yuan couldn't be moved by his forced sentimentality. But he turned his head to glance at Yuan, who seemed deeply moved. Some in the audience were even moved to tears. Yuan pinched himself, making his eyes at least a little red. They went through the process on stage, the last step being the flower toss. The Cubs had a meeting beforehand, so they tacitly let 6 Cubs grab the flowers. But they never expected that when the time came to grab them, Pei Solucho, Tan Zhan, and the others all reached out. Even Jai Man's expression held a hint of anticipation. The eldest Cub frowned slightly. He had assumed Jai Man didn't like flowers. The flowers were thrown very quickly. After catching Jai Man's expression, the eldest Cub joined the flower-grabbing scramble without a second's hesitation. One bouquet wasn't enough for so many people. In the end, the eldest Cub grabbed the flowers and casually handed them to Jai Man. The people around him immediately started to boo. Is there going to be a wedding in the East District? Remember to invite us then. Hey, what's going on? A group of people laughed and teased. Jai Man stood there clutching the flowers, looking somewhat bewildered. Zi's grabbing of the flowers was completely instinctive. After he finished, he finally set his sights on Lu Zi, who was a few steps away. Sorry, I buy you another bouquet. No thanks. Seeing so many people vying for the flowers, Lu Zi knew he might not win. But he wasn't so weak as to demand apologies just because he couldn't get the flowers. As they spoke, Tangy approached Lu Zi. No, ask for the flowers. Tangy placed a ring on his finger. We have this. Tangy had bought the ring in advance, intending to give it to Yuan after his wedding. But seeing Lu Zi trying to grab the flowers, and not getting them yet, he didn't know how to appease him, so he simply took out the ring. Yuan and Yuan saw everything that went on. After the flower grabbing was over, everyone sat down to eat. Yuan and Yuan had to change into new clothes before coming out to toast everyone. On such a grand occasion, there were bound to be many people trying to get drunk. They specifically targeted Yuan. No one tried to get Yuan drunk. Also, the A-sequence aberrations were sitting at the table. If they dared to get Yuan drunk, and these top-tier aberrations were upset, they would be the ones in trouble. Yuan was a good drinker, but even if he was a good drinker, he couldn't handle such a situation. Yuan, feeling sorry for him, offered to drink several glasses for him. After a few drinks, Yuan's face flushed. The parents on both sides, feeling sorry for their children, stepped forward to help them. After the commotion finally ended, and it was completely dark, Yuan and Yuan were finally able to rest. Both were a little tipsy, and Gu Ainan was still worried. But Yuan embraced Yuan and assured him, Dad, don't worry, I'm still sober. I can take good care of him. Gu Ainan sighed inwardly at his tone. Alas. Forget it, let them do whatever they want. There's no custom of making a fuss in the bridal chamber here, and it's not appropriate to do it in the bridal chamber at this late hour. So, they were the only ones left in the room. Hubby. As soon as the door locked, Yuan hugged Yuan's neck. He looked at Yuan with sparkling eyes and said, We're getting married. Yuan looked down at his face, and couldn't help but kiss him. Yes, we're getting married. From now on, we be legally married and share everything. And then, I finally waited for this day. The person he'd fallen in love with, for the first time in his life, was now in his arms. Yuan's heart warmed at the thought. He picked Yuan up and held them against the bed again. Their eyes met, and Yuan's eyes tinged red. "Hubby." He called out again, and this time, he leaned slightly closer to Xie Yuan's ear and whispered, "I heard that if you get drunk, you can't do it. Men can't just say no, especially newlyweds." Xie Yuan's eyes darkened, his voice low and alluring. "I'll let you know if it works right now." Yuan blinked at him recklessly, coaxing him. "We're so tired today, we can go to bed early." Before he could finish his words, Xie Yuan leaned in and kissed him. Yuan loved kissing. But slowly, he realized something was wrong. Wait, I need to shower." Xie Yuan didn't wait, coaxing the person in his arms. "We shower later." The night was long, so he naturally wouldn't miss a place like the bathroom. On a wedding night, lovers indulge in the acts of love, and every moment is the most joyful moment of their lives. The bridal chamber was bustling with activity, and not far away, the lights were still on in the children's rooms. Everyone was supposed to have their own room, but some people had made it into a double room. The bouquet Yuan had thrown out was now placed in another room. The flower is very quiet. It listens quietly to the movements in the night, acting as a little mute who eats melons silently. Chapter 185. Extra. It was a little after 2 in the morning, and the streets were so quiet that not even the chirping of insects could be heard. Occasionally, a faint growl reached his ears. It was the sound of a deformed, fused little monster. Jai Man stumbled along the street, his right arm drenched in blood. The scent of blood not only made it difficult for him to escape the pursuers behind him, but also attracted the little monsters hiding in the shadows. Jai Man clutched his arm, gritted his teeth, and ran. He couldn't die, not here. After running for an unknown amount of time, Jai Man reached a bridge. It wasn't high, and beneath it lay a vast river that spanned the two cities. This river was ancient, and it was said that it was home to all sorts of aquatic monsters. Jai Man hid behind the grass by the river and watched his pursuers draw closer. Their voices were filled with anger. He got away again. He didn't run away, he should be in this area. Search carefully, we're determined to kill him this time. Okay, keep searching. The search for him continued. Jai Man watched their footsteps, and they knew they would soon be upon him. If he fell into their hands, he would be in a state worse than death. Thinking of this, Jai Man clenched the grass in front of him, holding his breath, and carefully considered how to escape this predicament. Time ticked by. A few minutes later. Before he was caught, Jai Man took advantage of their inattention and leaped into the river a few steps away. The sound of him falling was so loud that the few people searching for him all saw the splash. Did he jump in? Yes, he definitely did. How can we pursue him now? The man in the lead had a face somewhat similar to Jai Man's, but he was far less handsome. He held a lantern, his gaze brooding as he gazed at the swift-flowing water. There's no need to stay here. If he falls in, he have no chance of survival. A faint smile flickered in the man's eyes as he spoke. Let's go, report to our good father. Tell him he's lost another son. The men who came looking for him were all sons of the East District's boss. The East District boss was a womanizer, having sired not only numerous women, but also numerous children. His position would eventually be inherited, and with so many sons, competition naturally existed among them. Jai Man was one of the newly emerged sons, and those who came after him were, nominally, his brothers. The brothers watched the now vanished waters, and all left contentedly. They formed a small group, led by their eldest brother. After they left, Jai Man was carried by the current, struggling to float. Not only was it difficult to float, he was falling uncontrollably. As he fell, he felt something tangled around his ankle, perhaps an illusion. A suffocating feeling pressed against his chest, and Jai Man could clearly sense that death was approaching. No. He didn't want to die. Jai Man struggled unwillingly. He had never been one to resign himself to his fate. No matter what the situation, he would never accept it. His struggle blurred his vision, and just as his senses were about to fade, he vaguely felt a smooth, animal-like touch. He instinctively reached for the other person, his overwhelming will to survive making him consider him his lifeline. He could sense that the other person was moving around, not attacking him. Get out of here. A low, impatient voice echoed through the water, and then something jerked him hard. The wound on his arm opened during the struggle, instantly staining the water with blood. The vast expanse of blood seemed to cause the large creature before him to pause. Jai Man seized this opportunity, gritted his teeth, and used his hands and feet to entangle the moving creature. He knew what the creature was, but he knew only that he had to entangle it. His act of entanglement silenced the creature. In a panic, Jai Man's face and lips rubbed against the creature's cold skin. He forced out a plea for help. Help me. He didn't know if the creature would save him, but he was doing his utmost to beg for help. A second before he lost consciousness, the creature he was entangled with finally moved again. The sky turned from dark to light. When Jaiman woke up, he was lying on the ground beside the river. He was soaking wet, his clothes sticking to him, making him feel sticky and uncomfortable. There was no one else on the ground except him. But he knew he had been saved by the creature in the water. He struggled to sit up and looked into the water. The water was calm, and there was no sign of any living creature. Thinking back to the sounds he had heard before he passed out, and then looking at himself being pushed out, he could confirm that the person he had been holding in the water was a monster. "Are you still there?" Jaiman asked, looking towards the water. The creature that had saved him, even if it was a monster that had done him a favor. If the monster was willing, he could take it away. "My name is Jaiman, and I'm from the East District. My father's health has failed, and I will do my best to inherit his position and the entire East District. You saved my life, and I will definitely repay you." Jaiman was feeling unwell, his voice hoarse. After struggling to speak a few words, he left the water's edge to tend to his wounds. He was now in a desolate area, surrounded only by the river and weeds. Thankfully, Jaiman had the ability to survive in the wild. He cleaned his wounds and stripped off all his clothes, letting them dry out in the sun. The sun was strong, and his clothes dried quickly. After they dried, he put them back on and began to satisfy his hunger. He didn't intend to leave until he was well enough. Although this place was desolate, it was at least safe from those people. Food was hard to find. Jaiman was so hungry that his gaze dropped to the water. "Will there be any fish?" he muttered, squatting at the edge. Squatting like this, no fish would come. But he had no fishing gear. All he had was a sharp saber, a gift from his aunt. After waiting for an undetermined amount of time, Jaiman saw no fish, only a small snake. Snake meat is edible. Jaiman, however, had no desire to catch snakes. He was terrified of them, big or small, poisonous or not. "Benefactor, no, you're not even human." Jaiman stirred the water, unsure how to address the other person. He muttered, "Can you give me something to eat? Give me a fish today, and I give you another day." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Someday I give you free food and drink for the rest of your life." Jaiman felt a little embarrassed at this request. He had always presented a steady image, rarely acting as though he were being so nagging. "Is it okay? This deal is a good deal." He continued asking questions. For some reason, Jaiman couldn't help but talk more about the aberration that had saved him. He had seen quite a few aberrations, and even among the factions he had recruited, there were some formidable ones. He muttered for a long time, and just when he was disappointed that he would get no response, a fish, as if walking into a trap, leaped from the water into his arms. Jaiman, shock! The aberration is still there. His eyes lit up instantly, and he casually tossed the fish behind him. He asked again, "Can you come out? I want to see you. Don't worry, no matter what you look like, I won't look at you with any strange eyes." Most of the original forms of aberrations weren't very good looking. I heard that the original forms of top-level aberrations were all very distinctive. However, there are only a few top-level aberrations, and encountering them is incredibly difficult for the average person. Furthermore, these top-level aberrations are notoriously violent and capricious, and they loathe humanity. If he really encountered one, he'd die without knowing how he died. This aberration in the water was definitely nothing like a top-level aberration. He called out a few more times, but seeing no movement in the water, he assumed it was just being shy. "Forget it, I go grill the fish first." There was plenty of weeds, so it was easy to start a fire. Jaiman cleaned the fish briefly, and then found some salty grass among the weeds. 10 minutes or so passed. Jaiman's grilled fish was done, and he took a confident bite. The next second, he nearly retched. The fish was bitter, astringent, and fishy. One bite, and he felt like he was ascending to heaven. Jaiman's handsome face wrinkled. He rubbed his hands, adjusting his expression, and then, holding the fish forked on the branch, he walked to the water's edge. "Are you hungry?" He threw the fish into the water, coaxing the aquatic creature. "I grilled this for you. I can't eat fish, it makes me sick. Can you catch me some shrimp or shellfish?" After making his new request, he added a promise. "Catch me one more time, and I give you an apartment." In our human world, many people spend their entire lives just to buy a house and a car. Jaiman painted a big promise. "If you don't want a house, I buy you a car. If that doesn't work out, I find you a partner." Jaiman's promise was big and round, just waiting for the aquatic creature to eat it. But it was obvious. The aquatic creature had some kindness, but not much. He kept making wishes for a long time, but no one paid any attention to him. Seeing this, Jai-Man regretted throwing the fish in. He stayed by the water until the next day, eating only some wild vegetables. The aberration in the water seemed to have no intention of reappearing, so he gave up waiting any longer. "I'm leaving now. I hope we meet again someday," Jai-Man said, turning and leaving. Less than 2 minutes after he left, a terrifyingly large python slowly surfaced. The python's cold, vertical pupils watched Jai-Man's retreating figure, its thoughts unseen. As Jai-Man left, he said, "See you again if fate brings you goodbye," but he hadn't imagined that fate would come so soon. After escaping the pursuit, he secretly contacted his own people. Over the years, he had been incredibly tough. A mad mother hadn't tortured him to death, an unreliable father had ignored him, and he had brought a bunch of brothers who wanted to kill him, but he didn't die as they wished. The only family member he had ever met who treated him well was his stern aunt. His aunt had passed away a few years ago, and they hadn't lived together for long. Having lived in a harsh environment since childhood, Jai-Man's behavior was naturally less compassionate. He had a nice appearance and usually appeared gentle, but his brothers knew his gentleness was just a facade. When it came to ruthlessness, he was no less than anyone else. After returning this time, Jai-Man killed his eldest brother, who had the best chance of inheriting the East District. His eldest brother's men were furious and fought him fiercely. On several occasions, Jai-Man was cornered by these people. One time, he lured one of his most ruthless assassins into the river, then jumped in. He was making a gamble, one he considered both risky and bold. The assassin didn't emerge, but he emerged dripping wet. Looking at the river, which alternately turbulent and calm, Jai-Man wiped his face with his hand and laughed out loud. "You're still here." He repeated this tactic several times. His men told him that the river was full of aquatic aberrations. No one who had fallen into it before had ever survived. He was the only one to have emerged from it alive. After hearing this, Jai-Man went back to the river. Thinking back to the events of that night, he suddenly asked, "Did I kiss you that day?" It was only later that he remembered that, in his struggle, he had pressed his face against hers to prevent her from pushing him away. As he did so, his lips seemed to have touched hers. Thinking back to his rescue and the events of the past, his expression softened. "You're a girl? I was so abrupt that day. I'm sorry, I was just trying to get help." His tone was gentle and pleasant, quite alluring. Although the female aberration in the water never showed her face, Jai-Man was very patient with her and eager to talk. "You might not believe this, but in my entire life, besides my aunt, you're the only person who saved me without ulterior motives. Thank you." Jai-Man didn't just express his gratitude verbally, he also gave her a generous helping of food, which he placed by the river. He had them prepare a delicious assortment of seafood. These foods, once placed, would soon vanish. Jai-Man and the girl in the water also maintained a delicate yet harmonious relationship. He shared many of his words and emotions with her. He murmured, "Why don't you come out to see me? I'm leaving soon." This place was too remote. He needed to return to the main base in the East District. His playboy father had been severely depleted and looked ill lately. He couldn't stay here any longer at this time. Returning to the main base would mean doubling the danger. Jai-Man wasn't sure if he could eventually inherit his adopted father's position. He wasn't even sure if he would survive at the main base. "Forget it, if you don't want to come out, then don't. I'm leaving now. If I come back alive, I'd definitely come see you." This time, Jai-Man was truly leaving. After saying goodbye, he put down the food he brought and strode away. The giant python, hidden beneath the water not far away, slowly climbed ashore this time. It didn't look at the food, but shrank in size and meandered to catch up with Jai-Man. After the giant python left, the aquatic aberrations looked at each other, whispering, "Will he come back? I don't know. He didn't even eat the food this time. If he doesn't eat, can we? His wife is so kind, always bringing him food. I want a wife too. Are you as good as them? It's so hard to find a wife these days." A group of aquatic aberrations chattered, their words leaving a newcomer bewildered. "What are you talking about? What wife? Wasn't that giant python a male? And the one who brought him food was also a man. You country bumpkin, men can't be wives? Where are you from? You're so backward. Do you know who that giant python is? He's a top-level aberration. He could devour us whole in one bite. Who says he isn't? This top-level aberration has a terrible temper and hates humans. But he kissed a human man, and this human man brings him food every day. Tell me, if that's not a wife, what is? Top-level aberrations have bad tempers, but but they're good to their wives. He kills everyone who comes to kill his wife. They're in cahoots with each other. Wolf, you idiot. They're running both ways. The chattering noise continued, with only a small, inconspicuous snake monster, crouching in the far corner, whispering, "This human is afraid of snakes." The top-tier monster in their river was a giant python, even scarier than a snake. The little snake monster had come ashore to bask in the sun the day before yesterday, when he ran into the man delivering food. The man's face paled when he saw him. He clearly sensed the man's deep fear of him. The other monsters didn't hear the little snake monster's words. They were all chatting and waiting. If the top-tier monster didn't return, they would sneak a bite of food. Even on the other side, Jai-Man got into his car. His car was highly safe, and a special person personally inspected it before driving. After getting in, he flipped through a picture album he'd been reading recently. The album contained illustrations of various fish and other aquatic animals. In addition to these images, there was also some information about aquatic aberrations. Some aberrations look wonderful, while others are quite confusing. Jai-Man wondered what the aquatic aberration he was feeding looked like. He initially thought it was a male. After all, he had vaguely heard a deep, deep voice. But then one of his subordinates, also a girl, complained that her voice was once again mistaken for a man's. He began to waver, feeling that he shouldn't rely solely on voice to determine gender. Besides, in such a critical situation, with him suffocating, what he heard wasn't necessarily true. Seeing that the aquatic deformed creature wouldn't come out to see him, but would secretly eat his food and help him solve his problems, it was clear that she was a somewhat reserved girl. Jai-Man remained calm as he gazed at the atlas all the way. 3 days later, he arrived at the East District headquarters. After the death of his eldest son, who had the best chance of inheriting the throne, the old man showed no sadness. He had no shortage of sons. With this one gone, he moved on to the next. When Jai-Man arrived, the old man had a favorite son by his side, half a year younger, named Jai-Lu. Jai-Lu's appearance was rather feminine, and he looked nothing like the old man. But the old man was convinced he was his biological son, and he treated Jai-Lu differently than he did his other sons. At first, Jai-Man thought this new son was a coaxing child. After a few days, he discovered the truth. Jai-Lu had won the old man's favor because he knew how to please him. He said beautiful women to the old man, some willing, some reluctant. Jai-Lu used a little trickery to get the reluctant women into the old man's bed. Jai-Man and Jai-Lu had initially lived in peace, each accustomed to their own affairs, until Jai-Lu abducted his people. It was the girl with the gruff voice who had been mistaken for a man. Despite her gruff voice, she was beautiful. Jai-Lu pinned the blame on the old man, wanting Jai-Man to believe he was responsible. If Jai-Man could fight the old man, his chances of ascending to power would only increase. Jai-Man's cunning and intelligence were 100 times more capable than Jai-Lu, who only used underhanded tactics. So, after resorting to such a low-level frame-up, Jai-Man simply led his men to block Jai-Lu. "Where's Yang Tao?" Yang Tao was one of Jai-Man's men. Jai-Lu looked at Jai-Man's sudden appearance with a look of surprise. However, he had his own men with him, so he remained unfazed. "What Yang Tao? I never heard of that name." "Really?" Jai-Man smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. He glanced behind him, and then, without further instructions, his men rushed forward. Give him a breath to confess. Everyone else killed them all. The men Jai-Man brought with him had been through countless life and death with him. Their loyalty and strength were unquestionable. In less than half an hour, everyone around Jai-Lu was dead. Jai-Lu, covered in blood, was now pale. He looked at Jai-Man and threatened tremblingly, "If you dare touch me, my father will kill you. I'm his favorite son right now." Jai-Man's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. He approached step by step. Jai-Lu watched him approach, trembling so much that he could barely stand. "Stop! Don't you want to know where Yang Tao is? I tell you everything. I already sent her to my father's room. If you go now, maybe you can still make it." Without further delay, Jai-Man turned and headed in one direction. Jai-Lu, who remained behind, was also apprehended by his men. If he didn't find Yang Tao, Jai-Lu would be tortured into confessing. As soon as Jai-Man reached the street where his father lived, he saw a scantily clad girl stumbling towards him. The girl was still covered in blood. Jai-Man's face turned ashen the moment he saw her clearly. He strode over and lifted the girl into his arms. "Yang Tao, we're here." Yang Tao had always been a carefree, masculine woman, but now, she was trembling, her eyes red, her voice hoarse. "Brother, run. Put me down, run." Yang Tao was about to get out of his arms, but she pushed Jai-Man away, urging him on. I stabbed your father, and his men are after me. No matter what, the old man was still the boss of the East District. If he had been stabbed, Yang Tao, the culprit, would certainly not let him go. If Jai Man insisted on taking her away, he would surely be implicated. Jai Man was a very selfish person. He didn't want to see anyone close to him die. But seeing Yang Tao, covered in wounds, still pushing him, asking him to leave, his face tightened. He immediately sent the strongest man behind him to hug her. Stop talking nonsense. We take you back. Jai Man was determined to take the men away, but the old man had more men than he imagined. Unlike his previous encounters with his brothers, this was the biggest scene he ever seen. I stabbed him deep. I don't know if he's still alive. Yang Tao's words made Jai Man's heart sink. If the old man died now, his remaining confidants would definitely kill them. They had enough men to kill Jai Lu, but they weren't fully prepared to face the old man. The escape and pursuit began again. But this time, Jai Man no longer had a river to defend himself against, and no aquatic freak to help him out. He had no trump card left. Brother Jai, I'm sorry. I implicated you. Yang Tao's face was wet with tears. They now had no way out. Jai Man stared at the coldly gleaming blade, and the gun pointed at his brow. He leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The gunshot rang out, but the pain didn't come. Jai Man opened his eyes, and saw a terrifying black figure. Chapter 186 Extra. The shadow was so enormous that the entire street seemed unable to contain it. He stood in front of Jai Man, catching all the bullets fired at him. The bullets hit his skin, making only a dull thud, but no other reaction. What is this? Yang Tao, standing beside Jai Man, stared blankly at the suddenly appearing shadow, her mouth slightly open. Is he protecting us? The street lights weren't as bright as daylight, but at such a close distance, they were both familiar with the sudden appearance of this enormous creature. It's a python. Yang Tao hadn't finished her words when she instinctively glanced at Jai Man. She knew Jai Man was most afraid of this. As expected, after seeing the massive creature clearly, Jai Man's body stiffened. His hand gripping the saber trembled slightly, as if he would collapse at any moment and pass out of fear. This wasn't a place for a giant python. None of them knew why it was here, or why it was helping them. Brother. Yang Tao gently tugged at Jai Man's sleeve. Lowering her voice, she said, let's run. They don't have the energy to care about us right now. The python seemed to be helping them now, but no one could say whether it would turn against them later. The most urgent thing was to get out of here as quickly as possible. Jai Man took a deep breath, freeing himself a little. He stepped back, as far away from the giant python as possible. Let's go! He didn't bother to understand why the giant python was shielding them from the attack. Right now, his only thought was to get out of here, as far away from the giant python as possible. Several people carefully avoided the giant python and left with Yang Tao. But the old man's confidants were loyal enough that, even at this point, seeing them about to leave, they came over to keep them. All of you stay here. None of you traitorous assassins, don't even think about leaving. One of the psychics set his sight squarely on Jai Man. The terrifying lightning bolt struck directly at Jai Man, who dodged, but the lightning had a wide range. Just as he was about to be struck, the giant python's tail suddenly lashed out. Jai Man's body was enveloped by the python, and the lightning struck it completely, yet Jai Man suffered no damage at all. No, that's not right. While he suffered no physical damage, the psychological damage was equally devastating. Jai Man had never imagined he would be entangled by a giant python. The python's icy warmth sent a tingling sensation through his scalp. An overwhelming sense of fear enveloped him. The python's dark skin, with its layers of lines, caught his eye. At that moment, Jai Man wished he were struck by lightning. He was entangled by the python and transported from his original location to another open space. Yang Tao's face paled as she watched him being swept away. It's over. Brother Jai will be frightened to death. What on earth does this python want? Why is it entangled with our brother Jai? Yang Tao stared at the python and Jai Man, who was entangled by it. She was also afraid of pythons, but her fear was less than Jai Man's. Jai Man seemed to have some trauma from his past. He couldn't even look at snakes, pythons, and other cold-blooded creatures. After entangling the man, the python didn't stay wrapped around him. He placed Jai Man on the open ground, then opened his bloody maw and bit down on the lightning user. Under the pale moonlight, a giant python, several meters wide, soared into the air and, with its jaws wide open, bit the attacker in half. Blood dripped, almost staining the entire street red. Jai Man's companions watched this horrifying scene, none daring to utter a word. Even Yang Tao trembled, feeling that nothing could be more terrifying than this moment. Time passed. The giant python thoroughly cleaned up the battlefield. After completing this, he turned back to look at Jai Man, whom he had placed in his place. But how could the man who had just stood there now be lying on the ground? The giant python's cold, vertical pupils scanned the surroundings, as if searching for any escapee. He was certain someone had attacked Jai Man again from the shadows, otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen. But after a thorough inspection, he found no culprit. Only Jai Man, his men, and a giant python of unfathomable strength remained at the scene. This giant python had faced several psychics without a scratch. "We have to take Brother Jai away." Yang Tao, being carried by someone, urged those around her, "Go, bring Brother Jai here." At Yang Tao's urging, the two people beside her simultaneously moved toward Jai Man. With every step, a few more drops of cold sweat oozed from their foreheads. The pressure brought by this giant python was simply too great. They were going to take Jai Man away right under his nose, right in front of him. It sounded like a very dangerous move. They had to take him away. They couldn't possibly keep Jai Man, such a terrifying python, as a food reserve. "Our brother Jai has fainted. We need to take him away." A man approached, mustering the courage to address the python. "Will you let us go? We need to take Brother Jai to see a doctor." Hearing the need to see a doctor, the python actually shifted. It revealed Jai Man in front of it, a gesture that allowed them to approach. Seeing his humane shift, the man who spoke seized the moment, carried Jai Man on his back, and hurried away. They took Yang Tao and Jai Man with them, dashing out of the street at top speed, none of them giving the python a second glance. It was already late at night when they left. When they returned to their residence, Jai Man, frightened beyond belief, fainted on the spot. Yang Tao's injuries were the most serious. Upon returning, she collapsed. "Give Yang Tao the best medicine. We must save her. Otherwise, if Brother Jai wakes up, he'd definitely come after us." "Yes." The second half of the night was neither long nor short. Yang Tao's wounds were treated with medicine. After the doctor examined her, he found several more serious injuries that would require time to heal. Jai Man hadn't woken up yet. The doctor said, however, that Jai Man was in good health and had only fainted for so long due to excessive shock. He would wake up soon. They had been busy until now, and they had just had a moment to catch their breath. They sat by Jai Man's bed, and with this moment of leisure, they had the energy to think about what had just happened. Hey, what happened to that giant python? They all knew that if it weren't for the sudden appearance of the giant python, none of them would have escaped tonight. "I don't know. I think his target seemed to be our Brother Jai. Those who attack Brother Jai always die miserably. I noticed that too, but the key is that our Brother Jai couldn't possibly have any connection with that giant python." After seeing the giant python, their Brother Jai fainted from fright. Forget about the man and the python. Judging by Brother Jai's endurance, he probably wouldn't even have seen each other. The more they talked, the more confused they became. They couldn't explain the reason, and it was impossible to ask the giant python. One of them pressed his temple and said, "Forget it. Let's not think about it. When Brother Jai wakes up, we ask him. What we need to worry about now is whether Old Man Jai is dead." Yang Tao said that she had stabbed the old man, and the stab was deep. The old man was already old. If he didn't survive this time, there would be more trouble later. Although Shai Lu is in their hands, the old man still has other sons. The situation is unstable now. If the old man died now, the entire East District would probably be in chaos. They want to seize power from Jai Man, but they can't just stand by and watch the East District destabilize. Right now, not just the East District, but all 4 districts are in dire straits. Zombies are everywhere, and there's no solution for the time being. At least the West District has Xie Qiyuan in charge. The administrators of the North and South Districts are generally well behaved, but at least there haven't been any major incidents. Only this old man in the East District is like a time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Everyone who followed Jai Man was completely lost in thought. Now that Jai Man hadn't woken up, they had to make some plans in advance. For example, if the old man died, what would they do next? If the old man wasn't dead, how would they face his challenges? With a carambola in their hands, how would they protect it? Each question concerned their survival. After an unknown amount of time, several of them could no longer endure and quickly fell asleep. Shortly after they fell asleep, Jai Man finally awoke from a series of nightmares. In his nightmares, he was constantly haunted by the same giant python. The most terrifying thing was, he dreamed that the python was wrapped around him, inching closer, and then licking his face with its tongue. Awakening. Jai Man's back was drenched in sweat, and the corners of his eyes were red and wet. He looked both miserable and strangely alluring. No, no, he struggled, pulling himself out of the horrifying dream. A voice of resistance and panic echoed. Fortunately, no one was around. So, no one could see his current state of distress. The room was bright and clean. He scanned the area carefully, but couldn't find the python from his dream. This realization slowly calmed his pounding heart. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed himself. After a long moment, he felt like he had finally come alive. Exiting the room, he went to see Yang Tao and met up with the men he had taken out yesterday. They sat together and recounted the events of the previous night. Perhaps because it was so broad daylight and so many people around, Jai-Man finally felt less frightened. After they finished talking, they confirmed one thing. None of them knew this giant python. Jai-Man couldn't figure out the other person's intentions. He frowned and could only suppress the matter for the time being. Maybe it was just a coincidence that the giant python happened to pass by there. Let's talk about something else. Have you gone to get information? Is the old man still alive? We sent people to find out early this morning, but we haven't found anything yet. By the way, Brother Jai, what should we do with Jai Lu? Although Jai Lu and Jai-Man had the same father, Jai-Man didn't recognize his brother. Thinking of Jai Lu's past misdeeds, he said calmly, dealing with him is easy. Doesn't he love sending innocent girls to the old man? Those girls' families must hate him. Send him to those girls' families, and tell them to do whatever they want with him. Yes. Someone agreed and immediately got up to do it. Someone else worried, if we send him away, how will we explain this to the old man? The old man trusted him deeply, and would call him over every now and then. Let's see if the old man survives first. Jai-Man said nonchalantly, even if the old man survives, I have a reason to explain his whereabouts. Jai-Man's men couldn't get any specific information about the old man, because they couldn't visit him in person. Take good care of Yang Tao. I go. Before leaving, Jai-Man glanced down at his clothes. He was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. They were definitely no longer wearable. I go take a shower first. Jai-Man was also very particular about his public image. He dismissed the others and went to the bathroom to shower. Warm water washed over his skin. The cold sweat from the nightmare washed away. He tilted his head back, his porcelain white skin practically shimmering under the water. He breathed a sigh of relief. While showering, he also washed his hair. The shampoo foam accidentally got in his eyes, and the temperature was set a bit high. He closed his eyes and reached out to lower the temperature. But after fumbling several times, he couldn't get it right. Just as he was about to lose his patience, something smooth seemed to slide against the back of his hand, and then cooler water rushed down. Jai-Man suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, rinsed his hair with water, and then washed his eyes. Although his eyes were still a little uncomfortable, he could see clearly. He looked around the bathroom. There was nothing slippery in it. Is this an illusion? He muttered, averting his gaze. The slippery touch reminded him of the python he'd seen yesterday, but that one was enormous, too large to fit into his bathroom. Jai-Man didn't let himself dwell on it. He quickly showered, dried his hair, changed his clothes, and left. The door closed. A small python, shrunken to the size of a small snake, swam out the moment the door closed. Not long after, Jai-Man arrived at the old man's residence. His house was large. In these difficult times, only the old man could still enjoy such a comfortable life. Jai-Man walked in and, as expected, saw the other brothers. Jai-Man, how dare you come here? Catch him. As soon as the brothers saw him, they all pointed their fingers at him. Dad still receiving treatment. You bastard, are you trying to piss him off to death? Jai-Man's brother's accusations were of no concern. He simply said, who dares to arrest me? And on what basis do you arrest me? I'm here today to fulfill my filial duty to my father. He completely denied any involvement in his father's accident. One of the brothers sneered, don't think we don't know. Father's accident this time was linked to a woman. I heard this woman was one of your men. Now she's missing. You must have hidden her. Don't say that. Jai-Man smiled, his expression as gentle as usual. You say I hid the woman who assassinated my father. Do you have any evidence? Did you see it with your own eyes? The people who chased Yang Tao last night were all killed. There's no one left alive to identify them. Seeing the other man speak, Jai-Man continued slowly. Did anyone ever say I sent the woman who assassinated my father? I never sent a woman to my father, nor did I hide any woman. You're just talking nonsense. Without evidence, you can't make such nonsense. Jai-Man was right. From the beginning to the end, his father's assassination had nothing to do with him. There was no evidence to incriminate Jai-Man as the murderer, or that he had shielded the murderer. Strictly speaking, the only person who could deal with these sons was their superior, the old man. The old man was still trying to save his life, so all of them brothers stayed here. At this critical juncture, no one would be lazy and leave. Because the residence was large, the brothers were each assigned their own room. The first thing they did upon moving in was the death of a brother. The old man's condition wasn't good, and anyone with a discerning eye would have known it was time to find a way out. Jai-Man held back, unwilling to act too soon. These brothers weren't very smart, so he just waited until they were done fighting. Of course, he had to protect himself during this process. On the first night, one person died. On the second night, another. 2 consecutive nights, 2 brothers died. Jai-Man sat in his room, his face grimacing. He hadn't been able to bring his own men with him this time. He had assumed he had to be extremely cautious to prevent assassination attempts by his brothers. But those who came to kill him were killed so quickly. He heard movement at the door, but when he opened it, there was nothing. For Jai-Man, this situation wasn't a stroke of luck. He began to examine every corner of the room. He looked at the air before him, his face darkening, and whispered, "Who are you? Did you follow me? What do you want to do?" He asked 3 questions in a row, and for a long time, no one answered. Jai-Man couldn't find this person, but he was absolutely certain that they were right beside him. Another late night. The atmosphere in the house had become solemn. Every night, someone died, and every night, the murderer could not be found, because the deceased person could very well be the murderer in another murder. The old man had been stabbed severely. He had been treated with the best medical equipment and the best doctors in the East District. But he hadn't recovered. Now, only 2.5 of his sons were left. I say 2.5 because one was crippled. Those who survived to the end, whether they were smart or not is another matter, but they were definitely ruthless. Jai-Man didn't stay in the room any longer, he walked out. A few steps outside, he heard a commotion. Jai-Man stopped and listened carefully. He vaguely heard someone saying that the old man was dying. As soon as these words fell, a shadow fell in front of Jai-Man. Jai-Man. The shadow obscured his vision, making it difficult to see the person in front of him, but he could hear a voice. This voice belonged to his only remaining brother, the only one who could compete with him. "They all say you're the one not to be messed with. They can't kill you, but I see you're just a nobody. How could you be so hard to kill? They're useless. They can't even kill you, so they deserve not to be alive now." The shadow made the voices hard to discern. Jai-Man knew this was likely the result of a psychic or aberrant ability. He himself was just an ordinary human, without any special abilities, and without anyone else around. Faced with such an attack, Jai-Man remained calm, his eyes devoid of panic. "Father will die soon, and so will you. The entire East District will be mine." As the roar faded, an attack from the shadows barreled towards Jai-Man's face. Jai-Man didn't dodge or evade, not even blinking. He was taking a gamble. In a split second, the attacks aimed at his face were completely blocked, and a python, suddenly expanding in size, reappeared. The moment he saw the python, Jai-Man's suspicions came true. He stood there, feeling torn apart. Half of him calmly and rationally thought, it's him, after all, and that the illusions he had these past few days weren't illusions. The giant python had been following him. The other half, however, abandoned all reason and was filled with only instinctive fear. He was so frightened that his entire body felt almost petrified. The giant python easily averted all danger, and just as he was about to disappear again, Jai-Man found his voice again. He pinched his palms tightly, using the pain to keep himself awake. "What is your purpose in following me?" Jai-Man forced himself to ignore his fear and asked the giant python that had been entangled with him until now. The giant python looked down at him, its eyes, devoid of any emotion, for a moment a hint of confusion. Jai-Man was lucky to have mustered the courage to look at him, but it was impossible for him to look so closely, even to discern the emotion in his eyes. This time, the giant python did not remain silent. As Jai-Man questioned him, the giant python slowly spoke, its voice cold and sullen. "You asked me for help, and I saved you." Jai-Man frowned, denying the claim. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly ask you for help? You were the one following me the whole time." Even if Jai-Man died, even if he was beaten to death, he would never ask a python for help. Amid Jai-Man's vehement denial, the giant python before him slightly raised its body. Jai-Man, Jai-Man, for some reason, was startled. He took 2 steps back, forcing himself to remain calm. "What? You're angry and embarrassed even after being wronged? Are you trying to eat me?" Before he could finish his words, The giant python swept him up, wrapped him around, and swam away. The giant python moved so fast that Shy Man, entangled in it, felt his head buzz. Not long after, Shy Man was dragged into the river by the giant python. The suffocating feeling of drowning enveloped Shy Man again, and his limbs struggled desperately. Before he could struggle, his face pressed against the python's skin, and memories from days past finally returned. Shy Man instantly understood. It was you. The aquatic deformed creature that had rescued him from the water, the one he thought was a girl, was actually the very python that had tormented him in his dreams. At that moment, Shy Man lost even the will to live. He closed his eyes, his limbs giving up the struggle. The python, Just before Shy Man nearly drowned, he was finally pushed ashore. Drenched, Shy Man sat on the shore, hugging his knees, his face buried in his arms. A self-deceiving escape. He couldn't see the giant python before him.